Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Uchiha Psychiatrist. The Third Ninja War, on the border of the Land of Fire. 50 elite shinobi from Iwagakure, led by the famous ninja Higashi Shibito, successfully encircled the border defense forces of Konoha village. An earlier intelligence error left Konoha's defense forces vulnerable, resulting in catastrophic losses. All elite jonin were killed, most chunin suffered severe casualties, and the 100-strong defense force was nearly decimated. As a large number of IWA ninjas approached the last Konoha stronghold, Higashi Shibito, despite his team's confidence in their impending victory, maintained a cautious advance, using a barrage of explosive tags to clear the way, destroying traps and obstacles. His methodical approach spread fear among the remaining Konoha chunin, leaving them with no opportunity for retaliation. As a suffocating atmosphere of despair settled over the dozen or so survivors, they could only exchange desperate glances. It was as if death had a tight grip on their throats, leaving them gasping for hope. Damn it. Mimura Hazaki's eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth. He cursed vehemently, if those ANBU idiots hadn't provided such bad intel, we wouldn't have fallen into Iwa's trap. It's over. We're done for. Nagasaki Junji's eyes stared blankly as he let his kunai slip from his fingers. He replied bitterly, there's no point in blaming ANBU now, Mimura. It's all futile. Konoha's elite defense force of nearly 100 shinobi had been virtually obliterated. Even a village as strong as Konoha couldn't withstand such a severe blow, especially while already engaged in war against 3 major ninja villages. Mimura Hazaki blamed himself, closing his eyes in despair. It's my fault. I failed the 4th Hokage's trust. He could already envision the horror of Iwa's forces breaching Konoha, the village engulfed in the flames of war, its streets running red with blood. Kill them all, and then level Konoha. Higashi Shibito commanded, as hundreds of kunai flew through the air, raining down on the remaining Konoha defenders. Mimura Hazaki and the others closed their eyes in despair, bracing for the end. Boom. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the battlefield. An enormous explosion erupted, sending clouds of dust into the air as the force of the blast deflected the incoming kunai, scattering them into the sky. From the swirling smoke and debris, Higashi Shibito felt an intense pressure, a sense of foreboding as he cried out, "Who's there? A mere IWA shinobi dares to invade Konoha's borders while I'm away." In the swirling smoke and dust, a deep and commanding voice pierced through the chaos. This voice. Higashi's eyes narrowed to slits, and his pupils contracted to sharp points as fear gripped him. He had a sudden, chilling suspicion about who the newcomer might be. No way. Mimura Hazaki, who had also heard the voice, turned his gaze toward the shadowy silhouette emerging from the smoke. His eyes were filled with awe and reverence. The man was dressed in an elegant robe adorned with fiery patterns, his long black hair flowing freely in the wind. But the most striking feature was the emblem on his back, a red and white fan. Uchiha Fugaku. As the smoke cleared, Higashi's heart skipped a beat, and his face went pale. His voice quivered as he spoke, why would the 4th Hokage of Konoha be here? I'm sorry, 4th Hokage. Mimura Hazaki tried to offer an explanation. There's no need for apologies, said Uchiha Fugaku, his expression grave, the 3 tomo in his eyes spinning and merging into a single powerful shape. Leave everything to me. Higashi Shibito snapped out of his shock and shouted with desperation, retreat. Everyone, get out of here, now. It's too late, Uchiha Fugaku replied coldly, his voice like steel. He clenched his fist, channeling an immense surge of chakra. Those who harm Konoha will be dealt with, no matter how far they run. Chakra poured out of him like a raging storm, causing the earth beneath him to crack and split like a spider web under the immense pressure. The power of his Mangekyo Sharingan reached its peak, and Uchiha Fugaku shouted with icy resolve, Amaterasu. Boom. Black flames erupted across the battlefield like a tidal wave from a tempestuous sea, engulfing everything within a few hundred meters. IWA ninja, remember my name, Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku stood on the battlefield, a proud smile forming at the corners of his lips. His voice echoed across the field, loud and confident, as long as I'm here, you'll never defeat Konoha. Long live the 4th Hokage. The crowd chanted. Long live the 4th Hokage. Fugaku basked in the cheers, his excitement growing. In that moment, he felt like he had surpassed all his ancestors and become the greatest leader in the history of the Uchiha clan, even the greatest Hokage in the history of Konoha village. Thank you for your patronage, 50,000 ryo. A sudden voice snapped Fugaku back to reality. His eyes opened, a bit confused, but he quickly regained focus as he looked at the young man standing in front of him. The young man appeared to be about 15 years old, with hair as dark as night, well-defined features, and thick-rimmed glasses. Despite his gentle demeanor, his eyes drew attention. Each one bore 3 magatama, rotating slowly, exuding an irresistible allure. That's it. Fugaku's smile faded as he stared at the young man with a puzzled expression. That's all. What happens next? What's the rest of it? No more, Mr. Clan Leader, replied Uchiha Sogetsu, shrugging nonchalantly. He raised his hands and stood up with a friendly smile. 50,000 Ryo only gets you the trial version. If you want the full treatment, it'll cost extra. How much? Fugaku was visibly confused. The dream he'd just experienced had been incredibly tempting. 100,000 Ryo per session, Uchiha Sogetsu replied with a grin, spreading out his fingers to emphasize the number. Hiss, so expensive. Fugaku exclaimed, sharply inhaling. Even though he was the head of the Uchiha clan, with a strong reputation, he knew all too well that his beloved wife could be quite fierce at home. The modest stash of money he'd managed to squirrel away could only afford 4 or 5 sessions at most. The thought made him wince. That was his private money which had taken him ages to save. Forget it. Maybe another time. Fugaku forced himself to let it go, closing his eyes with a hint of regret. The vision of being the 4th Hokage was such a sweet dream, even if it was just an illusion. It made you want to stay in it a little longer, to experience it just a few more times. It's no wonder so many people kept visiting Uchiha Sogetsu to experience his unique brand of psychotherapy. It was like nothing else, offering insights that lingered long after the sessions ended. But Uchiha Fugaku was the clan leader. He quickly regained his composure, took a deep breath, and looked at the young man in front of him. I have something to discuss with you, he said, his voice steady but direct. Please go ahead, clan leader, Uchiha Sogetsu replied with a gentle smile, the magatama in his eyes fading. Hokage-sama has expressed interest in having you join ANBU, Fugaku explained. He paused briefly before continuing, of course, if you'd rather not join ANBU, you could also consider the Uchiha police force. Thank you, but there's no need, clan leader, Sojetsu said after a moment's thought, shaking his head. Besides, if I refuse Hokage-sama, it might make things more difficult for us, don't you think? Understood. I'll inform Hokage-sama of your decision, Fugaku replied, nodding slightly. Before leaving, he offered a final piece of advice. Sojetsu, no matter where you go, don't forget that you're always a member of the Uchiha clan. As Fugaku left, Uchiha Sogetsu stared off into the distance. No one else could see it, but he could, faint lines of text floating in the air, visible only to him. Side mission, Certified Psychiatrist 3, completed. Task, provide psychological treatment to at least 50 individuals or fulfill their desires. Reward, Mind Dragon's complete pituitary gland, adolescent, *1. Main mission, promotion sequence 6, hypnotist, incomplete. Task, consume the magic potion to advance to sequence 6, hypnotist. Reward, extraordinary item, lie. Side task, certified psychiatrist 4, incomplete. Task, provide psychological treatment to at least 100 individuals or fulfill their desires. Reward, Laymanos travels. Uchiha Sogetsu was an enigmatic prodigy, at least according to the Uchiha clan. At the mere age of 15, he wielded the 3 Tomo Sharingan, yet his preference leaned towards medical ninjutsu. He even devised a psychological healing technique rooted in this expertise. The peculiarity of Uchiha Sogetsu stemmed from his identity as a time traveler. Simultaneously, he also a spectator. Chapter 2, Promotion Sequence 6, Hypnotist. Uchiha Sogetsu is a spectator. But don't get it wrong, it's not the type of spectator that watches a show. He's one of the 22 mystical pathways to godhood in the world of the Lord of Mysteries. By taking the potion corresponding to a specific pathway, a person can elevate their life to a higher level and eventually attain godhood. Profile. Name, Uchiha Sogetsu. Age. Occupation, ninja, psychiatrist. Pathway, visionary. Level, sequence 7 psychiatrist. Special items. Moon paper figurine, acts as a buffer against fatal wounds or mental attacks. Curse words, emits a terrifying roar that can drive the target insane. Sleep talisman, can induce a peaceful sleep with a short incantation. Hermes brass candlestick, extracts a spiritual body and, based on its quality, can weave a nearly lifelike dream, pulling others into it. If I could, I'd wish I could give myself a golden finger, Sojetsu muttered, glancing at his collection of special items. Despite having these extraordinary tools, he felt a sense of helplessness. In the world of the Lord of Mysteries, the higher your sequence level, the greater the risk of losing control. Even gods need a mortal anchor to keep from losing their humanity. Sojetsu was terrified of death, so among the 22 pathways to godhood, he chose the visionary path, known for its focus on mental and spiritual power. It's one of the least likely to lead to losing control. His Uchiha lineage with its Kekkei Genkai Sharingan ability complemented the visionary's spiritual power perfectly. This synergy greatly enhanced his skills in illusion, hypnosis, and suggestion. In fact, he could, for a short while, simulate the effects of the infinite Tsukuyomi, the costly psychological therapy experienced by Uchiha Fugaku, costing 50,000 ryo per session, making all wishes come true. In Konoha village, his high-cost therapy was not a scam but is quite popular. After all, in the harsh ninja world, who wouldn't want to live out their dreams, even if only for a short while? I've finally gathered enough materials for my promotion to hypnotist, Sojetsu said, holding a translucent pituitary gland in his hand. He couldn't help but sigh. I've spent an entire year playing the role of a psychiatrist just to get this. Now that he had the key ingredient, he wasn't planning to wait any longer. Activating his Sharingan, he scanned the surroundings to ensure he wasn't being watched. He set up a few ninjutsu traps and securely locked the doors and windows. Sojetsu had already digested the psychiatrist potion through his acting over the past 6 months. If he hadn't lacked the main ingredient, he would have achieved Sequence 6 much sooner. The promotion to Sequence 6 required 2 main materials, the pituitary gland of a mind dragon and the fruit of a illusory chime tree's fruit. Now, he was one step closer to his goal. Uchiha Sogetsu carefully retrieved the illusory chime tree's fruit from a ceiling scroll and tossed it into a dark cauldron. He followed it with the pituitary gland of an adolescent mind dragon, and then systematically added the rest of the ingredients. In a short while, the Sequence 6 hypnotist potion was successfully concocted. The viscous, transparent liquid glimmered like a mirror, reflecting everything around it. As it swirled and rose, tiny vortices danced beneath the surface. Thump. 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 The beating of a heart echoed in the room. Uchiha Sogetsu gazed at the thick, translucent potion. Though he was ready for this, he always felt a twinge of anxiety before drinking it. He recalled how much he had hated slimy liquids in his previous life. He couldn't even swallow lotus root starch without gagging. Now, he was being forced to drink something like this. He could only blame the transmigration cliché for all of this. Calm down, he told himself, using a psychiatrist's techniques to settle his nerves. With renewed composure, Uchiha Sogetsu hesitated no longer. He picked up the dark crucible and drank it down in one go. Gulp. 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 The potion felt cold and slippery as it slid down his throat. The next moment, his consciousness shook as if it were about to shatter. Buzz. Uchiha Sogetsu's eyes grew blank as if his soul had detached from his body. He experienced a sense of infinite weightlessness, rising and falling without control. It felt like his mind was being absorbed and assimilated by an unseen force, a boundless sky that connected all living things. No, not sky. It was an endless sea of collective subconsciousness, with every droplet representing the essence of a living being. Countless entities joined to form this vast ocean. Sojetsu, experiencing this collective subconscious for the first time, felt a strange pull to become one with it. However, as a trained psychiatrist, he maintained his calm, resisting the urge to merge with the sea of collective minds. With deliberate focus, he retracted his consciousness, reclaiming his individuality. The swirling energy slowly receded, drawn back under his control. Who knows how much time had passed? A burst of brilliant light erupted from Uchiha Sogetsu's once dull eyes. His consciousness had finally returned to his body, and he took a deep breath, exhaling with relief. I did it. I'm now a Sequence 6 hypnotist. Advancing to Sequence 6 signaled his official entry into the middle ranks, no longer just someone with no real power. Now, he possessed the ability to hold his own in combat. Uchiha Sogetsu lowered his head to examine himself. His skin was covered in a layer of fine, strong, golden scales. If anyone else had been there, they would have seen the 3 blood-red tomo in his Sharingan swirling with a strange, abyssal vortex. His entire body was encased in golden scales, emanating an aura of primal ferocity. He clenched his fist and threw a simple jab into the air. Boom. The sound of an explosion filled the room. His physical strength had increased dramatically thanks to the Beyonder potion. His power and agility now far surpassed those of ordinary ninjas. Additionally, the golden scales provided excellent defense. Even a strike from a kunai would only create a spark and a harsh metal-on-metal noise. Along with his physical improvements, Uchiha Sogetsu had gained 3 new abilities after his promotion to hypnotist. The first was the ability to subtly influence or modify subconscious suggestions outside of combat. The second allowed him to forcibly hypnotize an enemy during battle. The third provided a type of psychological invisibility, rendering him imperceptible to others' awareness. I may not have direct offensive abilities, Uchiha Sogetsu mused, a playful smile forming on his lips, but with my Sharingan, I can extend the duration and intensity of hypnosis, even during combat. The compatibility between the visionary sequence and the Sharingan was impressive. As his excitement subsided, Uchiha Sogetsu checked the system rewards. Main mission, advance to sequence 6, hypnotist, completed. Please take the Beyonder potion to advance to sequence 6, hypnotist. Reward, sealed artifact, lie. An ornate silver mask lay quietly on the tatami. Item, lie. Ability, this item allows the wearer to truly change their appearance. It grants 3 additional abilities, control over fire, damage transfer, and danger intuition, enhancing balance and agility. Negative effect, wearing the mask amplifies emotions. Uchiha Sogetsu turned the lie mask into a ring and slipped it onto his middle finger, a grin spreading across his face. This will make it so much easier to operate in the ANBU from now on. Chapter 3, Teenage Troubles. The next morning, bright and early. After having breakfast, Sogetsu tidied up and set out to meet the third Hokage. Good morning, brother Sogetsu. Just as he stepped outside, Sogetsu ran into someone. Looking down, he saw a teenage boy with messy black hair sticking out in all directions like a hedgehog, and a pair of goggles covering half his face. As a time traveler, Sogetsu had some knowledge of the storyline. The somewhat naive and earnest boy standing before him would become the greatest villain in the ninja world, a notorious love-struck idealist in the anime, and the mastermind behind the Fourth Ninja War, Uchiha Obito. Obito. What brings you here so early? Sogetsu's expression softened as he reached out and ruffled the boy's hair. Obito's cheeks turned a bit pink, and he hesitated before saying, I want to experience it. Everything coming true, like you said. Oh. Well, my services don't come cheap. Sogetsu's eyebrows arched in interest. Even the most basic trial costs at least 50,000 ryo. Do you have that much? Of course. Don't underestimate me, brother Sogetsu, Obito replied, puffing his chest out proudly and pulling a bundle of large denomination banknotes from his pocket. This is the 50,000 ryo I earned from missions. Oh, I almost forgot you're already a genin. Sogetsu rubbed his temples. He'd been so wrapped up in his own tasks that he hadn't been keeping track of plot developments. However, he knew the broader events wouldn't change. Uchiha Obito's graduation was a sign that the Third Ninja War was approaching. It's been ages since I graduated, okay, brother Sogetsu. Obito protested with a frown. Stop treating me like a kid. Got it, Obito, Sogetsu replied with a smile as he ruffled the kid's hair. But I'm sorry, I can't help right now. I have to meet with Hokage-sama. Maybe next time. Side mission, Teenage Troubles. No matter how much I try, I can't win her over. Help Obito decide his fate. Reward, Destiny Doll, prevents curses, exploration, and tracking. After glancing at the side mission description, Sogetsu had a pretty good idea of what Obito's wish was. Okay, Obito mumbled, his head drooping with disappointment. Next time, Obito. Sogetsu reached out and ruffled his hair again. I'll give you a discount, 30,000 taels. Thank you, brother Sogetsu. Obito's eyes lit up with excitement, as if he suddenly had a 20,000 tael weight lifted off his shoulders. Uchiha Sogetsu walked through Konoha's bustling commercial district, his hands in his pockets. He'd just taken a Beyonder potion, and while he tried to contain it, some spiritual energy leaked out. It would take a while to adjust. His dark eyes were like bottomless whirlpools, rippling with energy. If not for his special glasses, the pedestrians passing by might have been mesmerized just by a glance, their souls drowning in his gaze. We still need to get this under control, Sogetsu muttered to himself, rubbing his temples as he scanned the street with his heightened senses. Red, yellow, blue. The colors swirled together like paint in a pool. It was the etheric aura of living beings, visible thanks to his spirit vision. Unlike Sequence 7 Psychiatrist, who could only discern the aura's color to understand a person's mood, being at Sequence 6 gave him the ability to dive deeper into their minds. Hey, did you hear about that big news? One passerby asked another. Yeah, I heard. It's really something, isn't it? What a shame. Sigh. You're telling me. The conversation piqued Sogetsu's interest. His eyes focused on the pair, his spiritual power silently reaching into their minds. Psychological suggestion. The two individuals barely resisted before their minds blanked out, falling into a stupor. Can you tell me what's happening? Sogetsu asked. Hatake Sakumo took his own life at home, fearing the consequences of his crimes, was the response. Uchiha Sogetsu was taken aback by this news. It dawned on him that it was now the 44th year of Konoha. Only 4 short years remained until the Third Ninja War. The plan must be expedited. Sogetsu's expression shifted subtly as a wry smile played at the corners of his lips. He broke free from his introspective trance and swiftly made his way toward the Hokage building. The Third Ninja War was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Missing this chance meant waiting over a decade for the next one, and he didn't have that kind of time. At the Hokage building, outside the office door. Hokage-sama, it's Sojetsu Uchiha. Sojetsu knocked and waited with polite deference. "Come in," came a slightly older voice. Sojetsu entered, noticing that besides the third Hokage, Danzo was also present, causing his brows to knit slightly. The displeasure was momentary, but he quickly composed himself. As early as when he was in Sequence 9, Sojetsu had mastered the art of controlling his expressions and emotions to the point that even the Sharingan couldn't read him. "Hokage-sama, Danzo-sama," Sojetsu greeted them with a gentle smile. The third Hokage, seated behind the desk, was in his prime. He hadn't yet become the aged and hesitant leader he would be in over a decade. He still exuded authority and ambition. The third Hokage held a pipe in his mouth, puffing a plume of smoke, and waved casually, saying, "Uchiha Sogetsu, right? I remember you. On several missions, you refused to leave your teammates behind and chose to stay with them, despite the risks. Your mission completion rate is exceptional, and you're skilled in medical ninjutsu, an uncommon talent for a jonin. Thank you, Hokage-sama." "It's just what I do," Sojetsu replied, rubbing the back of his head with a shy grin, pretending to be a bit embarrassed. "Yes, you're a good young man. No need to be so formal," the Hokage replied. The third Hokage was pleased with Uchiha Sogetsu's performance, praising him. "In you, I see the future of Konoha. It is because of young people like you that I believe the will of fire, established by the first Hokage, will continue to be passed down." "Thank you, Hokage-sama. I will keep working hard." Sojetsu's face flushed with pride, unable to hide his excitement as he replied, "I will inherit the will of fire and protect the village, even with my life." "Haha, I believe in you, Uchiha Sogetsu." The third Hokage nodded with a warm smile. "Even though you're young, you already understand things from the Hokage's perspective." "Please, Hokage-sama, don't say that." Sojetsu rubbed his nose in embarrassment. "I just follow your teachings. It's only natural to think this way." "Ha ha ha." The third Hokage's laugh was hearty and genuine, Sojetsu's flattery seemed to strike a positive chord. "Humph," a gruff voice interrupted. Danzo, who had been watching from the side, couldn't stand the joviality and let out a loud, annoyed snort. "What nonsense about the will of fire? Why is this Uchiha kid acting so polite? Aren't all Uchiha supposed to be prideful and arrogant? Where's your haughty demeanor? Where's your superiority?" Danzo, who already had a deep-seated dislike for the Uchiha clan, found Sojetsu's behavior especially grating. There was a flash of malice in his eyes, a dark, intense disdain. Sojetsu sensed Danzo's malice. It was like a dark, burning flame in his aura. What's his problem? Sojetsu thought, puzzled. I've only met him a few times. Why is he so hostile? The third Hokage wasn't pleased with the interruption. He glanced at Danzo, clearly annoyed, but decided to keep his thoughts to himself. There were too many people around to confront Danzo openly. Instead, he coughed twice and addressed Sojetsu. "Uchiha Sogetsu, I'm glad you're joining the ANBU. Elephant will guide you to the ANBU quarters. Get to know the place, and we'll discuss more details later." "Yes, Hokage-sama," Sojetsu replied with a respectful nod, then left the office. Chapter 4, Twilight Hermit Order. "Uchiha Sogetsu, by order of the Hokage, I need to escort you to the ANBU headquarters." In the hallway outside the Hokage's office, an ANBU member wearing a white elephant, mask was waiting. He was codenamed Elephant, rumored to be one of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's most trusted bodyguards. Sojetsu squinted slightly and activated his spirit vision to get a read on the guy. The aura around him was dark, hinting at a bad mood mixed with some kind of sadness. "Understood, sorry for the trouble," Sojetsu replied politely. However, feelings weren't exactly encouraged in the ANBU ranks. The masked ninja just shot him a cold glance and gestured for Sojetsu to follow. Well, doesn't seem like he's in the mood for pleasantries, Sojetsu thought to himself, feeling a bit irritated even though he expected this reaction. He silently cursed the second Hokage for his cold policies. Thanks to Senju Tobarama's strict governance, as the Uchiha clan grew larger and more influential, they found themselves at odds with the Hokage's faction. This led to a general feeling of hostility towards the Uchiha among the villagers, not quite hate, but close. As he followed the ANBU operative toward headquarters, Sojetsu could feel the oppressive atmosphere, the sense of heaviness. The emotional undercurrent in the building was tinged with sadness. Could this be about Itachi Sakumo's suicide? Sojetsu wondered, piecing together why everyone seemed so gloomy. Itachi Sakumo, an elite jonin known as Konoha's White Fang, was renowned across the ninja world. His name carried so much weight that even the legendary Sannin's reputation seemed less intimidating in comparison. You knew someone was a serious ninja when others would say, if you meet Konoha's White Fang, you'd better think twice about your mission. It was a sad day when someone with that level of respect took his own life. Itachi Sakumo, known as the White Fang, wasn't just a formidable ninja, he also held the prestigious position of ANBU commander. He was an inspiring symbol of strength and courage, both within Konoha and beyond. However, this powerful symbol's tragic end came through an almost inconceivable act of suicide, driven by reasons that bordered on absurd. Sakumo had abandoned a mission to save his comrades, only to be harshly criticized by those same comrades. The ostracism that followed proved unbearable, leading him to take his own life. It seems laughable, doesn't it? How could someone as skilled as the White Fang, a ninja capable of defeating legendary foes with just a short sword, be pushed to suicide over something so trivial? If we dig deeper, the reason becomes clear. Sakumo's growing reputation threatened those in power, possibly even the Hokage himself. His brilliance and popularity were eclipsing others, and that made him a target. In that context, perhaps his suicide wasn't as simple as it seemed. Joining the ANBU isn't a complicated process. If the Hokage recommends you, all that's needed is a codename and some basic information: name, age, gender, skills, and past missions completed. Uchiha Sogetsu, male, 15 years old, Jonin, codename Owl, skilled in medical ninjutsu and psychological therapy. The ANBU officer in charge of registration looked up in surprise after reading that. The ANBU, or Special Assassination and Tactical Squad, is generally a unit focused on stealth and deadly force. It's not that medical ninjutsu is unheard of, but it's rarely a key skill among assassins. And psychological therapy? That was unheard of. It's a form of psychological healing, similar to medical ninjutsu, Uchiha Sogetsu explained with a smile, seemingly used to the puzzled looks. The human heart can be fragile, prone to sadness, pain, and fear. Even a small wound can leave lasting scars. My job is to help heal those scars. I think I understand, the ANBU officer replied, though his expression suggested he was still skeptical. By the way, I've recently started a new therapy service, Sojetsu said, handing over a business card. The ANBU officer glanced at the card, Sojetsu Psychological Clinic. Seeing the confusion on his face, Sojetsu smiled and added, wish fulfillment therapy. It allows patients to live out their dreams in a controlled setting, helping them come to terms with past regrets. If you're interested, I can offer you a 20% discount as a colleague. 100,000 Ryo per session. The ANBU officer nearly dropped the business card, his shock palpable. Even a B-rank mission generally pays around 50,000 Ryo, half as much as this therapy session. Was this for real? No need, ANBU shook his head firmly, rejecting the offer. Was he kidding? After completing an A-rank mission, the pay was just 30,000 to 40,000 Ryo. Why would he waste it on some psychological therapy? Alright, Sojetsu sighed, feeling a hint of disappointment. It seemed his quest to complete his side mission still had a long way to go. Okay, you can leave, Elephant, who had been quiet up until now, intervened, cutting off Sojetsu's sales pitch. If there's a mission, someone will let you know. Sure, I'll be going now, Sojetsu said with a smile, waving goodbye. If you ever need therapy, feel free to reach out. He then turned and walked down the dim corridor, his figure gradually disappearing into the shadows. Elephant watched Sojetsu's retreating form, his gaze turning solemn. This guy is unsettling, he said, speaking to his colleague, who was busy registering the information. Why are you so wary of him, Elephant? Is it just because he's an Uchiha, the colleague asked. It's not just because of his clan, Elephant replied, shaking his head. A flicker of unease crossed his eyes. It's more of a feeling. I can't explain it, but something about him makes me uncomfortable. Maybe you're just imagining things, the colleague, whose name was Eagle, said with a light-hearted smile. From what I can tell, he's just another talented Uchiha kid. I hope you're right, Elephant sighed, trying to shake off the growing sense of dread. By the way, isn't Lord White Fang's funeral today? Yeah, I heard it's today, Eagle said, his voice taking on a somber tone at the mention of White Fang. I still can't believe it. Did he really? Eagle. Elephant suddenly snapped, his eyes turning sharp. Don't say things like that. Remember, we're ANBU. Yes, we're ANBU, Eagle muttered, his voice heavy with resignation. Did Lord White Fang really commit suicide? He couldn't ask, let alone investigate. As ANBU, their only duty was to follow orders from the Hokage. After a long day, Sojetsu finally returned to the Uchiha mansion. The room was dimly lit, and after washing off the grime of the day, he lit a small brass candlestick tucked away in the corner, preparing for bed. Hopefully, I'll have a good dream tonight, he said to himself as he lay down and drifted into a deep sleep. In his dreams, the air was thick with darkness, and time seemed to stretch indefinitely. His senses were dulled, his perceptions blurred. The scene was filled with faint whispers, sometimes frantic, sometimes incoherent, mixed with occasional bursts of madness and restlessness. The scattered thoughts came together and descended deeper into the dream. They kept falling, spiraling downward. Eventually, at the dream's nadir, the fragmented consciousness coalesced. This newly formed consciousness became a vague, misty figure, standing within a grand and immense cathedral. Every pillar and arch supporting this cathedral was built from the bones of various species, stacked chaotically in dense heaps. The cathedral was crowded with countless bones and skulls, their hollow eye sockets staring down at the hall below. On a colossal cross made of bones, countless hands twisted and writhed, as if encircling it. Despite the strangeness, the atmosphere wasn't evil, instead, it was imbued with a sense of holiness. The windows and doors of the entire cathedral bore transparent, distorted human faces, as if struggling to break in, stretching and bending into grotesque arcs. After a moment, another hazy figure appeared in the towering corpse cathedral. The first figure, standing beneath the bone cross like a devout believer, seemed to have anticipated this. He smiled and spoke slowly, "So, can you answer my question now? You have witnessed your destiny's path, and I'm curious whether you'll continue down this route." The second figure was silent for a while, then responded with a complex tone, "Is the future truly as you described it? You don't have to believe it." The first figure's words were soft, almost gentle, but with a hint of authority. "Then, I'll agree to your terms." The second figure sighed heavily, "I hope our efforts can change the future you've foretold. The future decreed by the Lord will surely come to pass and become reality." Beneath the hazy silhouette, Uchiha Sogetsu gave a faint smile, "Welcome to the Twilight Hermit Order, White Fang Hatake Sakumo." Chapter 5, Orochimaru. It was late at night, and most people in the sprawling village of Konoha were sound asleep. Of course, there were a few who chose not to waste their valuable time in such an ordinary way. For Orochimaru, time was the most precious treasure in the world. Though it was late into the night, and even the hard-working third Hokage had retired to bed, Orochimaru remained in his laboratory. As a disciple of the third Hokage and a member of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru was entitled to a fully equipped, independent research lab, complete with the best instruments, personnel, and, of course, precious electricity. Inside this brightly lit lab, Orochimaru, clad in a white kimono, quietly observed his experimental results. Lord Orochimaru. The assistant in charge of documenting the research results was visibly nervous. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and swallowed hard. The experiment failed. The subject couldn't handle the yang chakra. Through a glass wall in an isolated chamber, one could see a person writhing in agony, his screams echoing through the room. Then, his body began to transform into wood. In a matter of seconds, the once living person had been completely consumed by wood, becoming a life-sized wooden statue, covered in branches and leaves, like a grotesque piece of nature. Orochimaru's narrow eyes flickered slightly, his sharp gaze fixing on the assistant. Lord Orochimaru. The assistant shuddered, feeling as if a venomous snake was eyeing him. Fear took hold, and he instinctively stepped back. After a brief pause, Orochimaru did not pursue further. His hoarse voice, akin to a snake's hiss, slithered through the air, "Go report the results to the third Hokage." "Yes, Lord Orochimaru," the assistant replied. He exhaled in relief, allowing himself a small smile. Then, he quickly fled. Terrifying. Simply terrifying. Just a single look from those pale golden eyes made him feel like he was about to be devoured by a python. Orochimaru watched the assistant scurry away, his heart unmoved. It wasn't that he was indifferent to what others thought, it was more that he didn't care at all. His only focus was uncovering the true essence of life. Orochimaru muttered under his breath, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the experiment results before him. "Another failure," he said coldly. He then added with a hint of mockery, "Harnessing the power of the first Hokage isn't as simple as I'd hoped. Looks like I've disappointed my teacher again. I need more test subjects." Orochimaru moved to his desk, sitting down with a sense of weariness, though his eyes remained as sharp as ever. He pulled out a scroll and began recording the results of his experiments. Each line detailed his various attempts to replicate the first Hokage's wood-style jutsu. But the results were far from satisfactory. At the end of the scroll, he paused to think for a moment before writing, "Progress on wood-style research is slow. At least 100 more test subjects will be needed." As he completed the final line, even Orochimaru, a ninja on Kage level, felt the toll of his recent sleepless nights. His body demanded rest, and he couldn't resist any longer. "I should rest," he thought, allowing his eyes to close. His muscles relaxed, and sleep quickly overtook him. But just as Orochimaru drifted into slumber, a dense black mist swept into the room. It carried a haunting whisper, like the murmurs of thousands of voices. It enveloped Orochimaru instantly. "I've been attacked," he thought, but before he could react, he felt his consciousness slipping into a dark void. He had no control over the descent, and it felt like he was falling into infinite darkness. The moment he regained consciousness, Orochimaru sprang into a combat stance, his instincts sharp as ever. His eyes darted around, quickly assessing his surroundings. He was in a vast chamber, the corpse cathedral, with a dome constructed from an assortment of bones. The empty eye sockets of the skeletal structure seemed to watch him from above, creating an eerie yet sacred atmosphere. A voice echoed from beneath a giant cross made of bones. It belonged to a hazy figure, who spoke calmly. "It seems the Lord has chosen another one. There's no need to be nervous. Here, your life isn't in danger." Orochimaru turned toward the voice, his gaze hardening. He hadn't sensed the figure's presence at all, which was concerning for someone with his level of skill even if he isn't a sensory ninja. Despite this, he maintained his composure and replied, "Who are you? Are you planning to provoke a war by infiltrating Konoha?" His mind raced through possible scenarios, but he kept his tone even and defiant. "A mere illusion won't be enough to trap me," he said, licking his dry lips as he prepared for whatever might come next. The corpse cathedral, a shadowy figure, and the darkness after he fell asleep. When you put it all together, there's only one explanation: Orochimaru had fallen into some kind of illusion. He quickly formed hand seals, channeling chakra to break the illusion. "Illusion break," he shouted. Boom. A gust of wind swept through the cathedral hall. But as the air settled, Orochimaru was still in the cathedral. Everything looked exactly the same, not a single detail had changed. His expression grew darker. "Who are you?" he demanded. "This illusion is impressively strong." A voice, serene yet filled with authority, echoed through the hall like a hymn. "I am the Lord's envoy, the King of Angels. You may call me Adam." Uchiha Sogetsu descended the staircase, his voice both calm and commanding. "This is neither an illusion nor a dream. This is the realm of our Lord, the true domain of our God. Orochimaru, you have been chosen as his messenger. Our meeting is no coincidence. All of this serves to awaken the dormant original creator. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do?" Orochimaru's mind raced with questions. He understood the words but couldn't piece them together. "Do you believe in destiny?" Uchiha Sogetsu asked, his tone steady. Orochimaru frowned, sensing something wasn't quite right. "What are you talking about?" he asked warily. "The answer is simple," Sogetsu replied, his voice softer. "If you knew everything that would happen to you in the future, would you be happy? If you were aware of your destiny and all the trials you'd face along the way, would that bring you joy?" Orochimaru crossed his arms and smirked. "Ridiculous," he scoffed. "Are you saying you know my future?" Sogetsu continued to speak as he circled around Orochimaru. "If you know the ending, if you're aware of all the suffering on the path toward that end, can it really be called enlightenment? The truly enlightened are always at peace. What do you think, Orochimaru?" The question intrigued Orochimaru, drawing a sly grin across his lips. "How can it be happiness if you know your destiny but can't change it?" he asked, his voice dripping with malice. "Everyone is a slave to destiny. You can resist, but you'll never truly change the outcome," Sogetsu replied without a hint of emotion. "In that case, why not accept it with grace? If you are aware of your destiny, you can face it calmly. Isn't that a kind of happiness?" Orochimaru's eyes narrowed beneath his lavender eyeshadow. "It seems we have very different interpretations of destiny. If that's all, you should let me go now," Orochimaru warned, his voice laced with a threat. "Otherwise, you'll regret it." Orochimaru silently formed a hand seal, spreading his arms wide. From the folds of his kimono, several venomous snakes slithered out, their fangs dripping with poison. "That's enough, Orochimaru." In an instant, a shadowy figure materialized behind him, as if stepping out of thin air. Clang! A cold, blinding flash of steel sliced through the air. Orochimaru felt the icy touch of a blade against his neck. Glancing downward, he saw a gleaming short sword pressed against his skin. The edge of the blade was so sharp that he knew if he so much as twitched, his head would be separated from his body in an instant. This sword. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he stared at the weapon at his throat, his pupils dilating in shock. He turned his head slightly to get a better look at his assailant. It was a middle-aged man with long silver-white hair tied into a ponytail. His face was weathered but familiar, like a figure from the past. Orochimaru's breath caught in his throat, his mind reeling as if struck by lightning. He stood there in disbelief. White Fang. Sakumo Hatake. But you're supposed to be dead. Chapter 6, Orochimaru joins. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment. The sword pressed against his neck belonged to none other than Hatake Sakumo, known as the White Fang, who had committed suicide not long ago. This is impossible. Orochimaru, famed for his cold demeanor, couldn't hide his shock. He had personally seen White Fang commit seppuku with his own eyes and had even examined his body. But here was the same man, pressing a sword against his throat. It was absurd. It had to be a dream. "Anything is possible," came a voice, deep and calm, with a strange sense of calmness that cut through Orochimaru's confusion. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, his pupils narrowing. "You can't be White Fang. I saw him die. I checked his body. It wasn't a trick. The definition of death can vary. What you consider death might not be what it seems, replied Uchiha Sogetsu, lifting his hand to signal White Fang to lower the sword. White Fang did die, but it was only his physical body. What you see now is his soul body. Orochimaru's eyes widened with excitement. Though he had conducted secret research into the soul and consumed countless test subjects, he had never encountered anything like this. A soul. Orochimaru mused, his interest piqued. That's not entirely wrong, but it's not quite accurate either, Sojetsu replied, shaking his head. Now, I can answer your first question. I have no intention of harming you. Your presence here is due to the Lord's decision, and you have two choices. Orochimaru instantly became cautious. What are these two choices, he asked. The first option, Sojetsu began, is to treat all this as a dream. Wake up and either share it with others or forget it entirely. Sojetsu paused as he stepped back towards a skeletal cross. And the second option? Orochimaru asked, feeling a tugging sense in his heart that this was an opportunity he couldn't miss. The second option is to become a representative of the Lord, Sojetsu replied calmly. This way, you'll gain insight into your fate and be given a slim chance to fight against it, no longer a prisoner to destiny. Earlier, you mentioned that those who are enlightened aren't necessarily happy, Orochimaru said, narrowing his eyes with a hint of amusement. If I join you and become an agent of the Lord, do I get to fight my own destiny? Underneath the bone cross, he wore a pious expression. When it all ends, the original creator will awaken from death. The kingdom envisioned by the Lord will manifest in the material world, and the future he has spoken of will unfold and become reality. Fascinating. I'm in, Orochimaru replied. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with cunning as he smiled. In return, I'd like you to teach me about the soul. Whether the Lord this person referenced was real or not, Orochimaru didn't seem to care. What intrigued him was the other's knowledge of soul-based research, something that could prove invaluable. How does that sound? My terms. Orochimaru's tongue flicked out as he grinned like a predatory snake, a dangerous edge to his voice. Of course, besides joining you, I'm prepared to offer something in return. Say, the bloodline limits from Konoha, the Book of Seals, and the first Hokage's cells, those should pique your interest, don't you think? Hearing this, Uchiha Sogetsu felt his heart skip a beat, though his placate skill quickly settled his nerves. The offer was undoubtedly attractive. The bloodline limits from Konoha, the Book of Seals containing numerous forbidden jutsu, and the cells of the first Hokage, these were prizes that could make anyone's mouth water. But for Uchiha Sogetsu, despite their value, they weren't what he needed right now. The things you're talking about are not my concern, and I don't require these things, he said, declining Orochimaru's offer. His voice was steady, betraying no hint of temptation. Orochimaru, perhaps these things are treasures in your eyes, but to me, they are worthless and irrelevant. Keep your little tricks to yourself. It was a hard refusal, one that hurt even as he said it. But for the sake of his own principles, he had to reject the offer. In response, Sogetsu reminded himself that other opportunities would come, there was no need to cling to the temptation in front of him. Oh, okay. Orochimaru shrugged, indifferent to the rejection. Now, can you tell me what kind of organization this is? The Twilight Hermit Order, Sogetsu's voice echoed through the hall, a haunting quality in its tone. Our mission is simple, we intervene in history at key moments, guiding the course of events to align with our vision, to awaken the original creator who fell into the sleep of death. White Fang set his sword aside and moved silently to the side, his presence as unobtrusive as a shadow. What a fascinating place. Is this where we'll be meeting from now on, he asked. Orochimaru gazed around the unusual bone church. It was unclear whether he was admiring its architecture or marveling at the sheer number of bones stacked throughout the building. It's intriguing, he said. It's rare to find someone in the ninja world who operates entirely off the grid. You certainly know how to pique my interest. His narrow, snake-like eyes fixated on a cross made of bones, an aura of mystery and intrigue surrounding him. He seemed almost mesmerized by the sight. Curious, he had the urge to dissect and examine everything. But then he focused on the conversation at hand. If we're talking about communication, Sogetsu considered his words for a moment, and within the church, a black mist swirled like a rising tide. Though he hadn't tried anything like this before, he knew that since this was a realm created from dreams and thoughts, it must be possible. In a flash, a long bronze table appeared in the center of the bone church. Several high-backed chairs, all of the same bronze material, were positioned on each side of the table. White Fang and Orochimaru took their seats in the first row, sitting across from each other, with Sogetsu presiding at the head of the table. I'm borrowing your creativity, Klein, Sogetsu muttered quietly, almost to himself. We are all fellow time travelers, after all, you should understand. Orochimaru reached out to touch the bronze chair. The metal's cold, hard texture made him shiver a bit. There's no doubt, he mused, this is no illusion. As a ninjutsu expert, he had studied many types of illusions, but none felt this tangible, this real. The authenticity was undeniable. Twilight Hermit Order, what secrets are you hiding? Orochimaru wondered to himself. The techniques he had witnessed from the mysterious men had already surpassed any known ninjutsu. Perhaps this is my chance, he thought. I'll trust this for now and see where it leads. Chapter 7, Do you have the courage to resist fate? In the grand and awe-inspiring hall of the Corpse Cathedral, 3 figures sat at a long bronze table. Sojetsu was at the head of the table. His bronze chair was towering, almost as if it was designed for giants, not ordinary humans. Sojetsu, whose entire form was cloaked in a mysterious mist, held a godlike presence, his gaze sweeping over everyone seated at the long table. Orochimaru and Sakumo, who felt the weight of his gaze, experienced a deep, unsettling fear, as if facing a vast and tumultuous ocean that could drown them at any moment. Instinctively, almost involuntarily, Orochimaru and Sakumo bowed their heads, the natural response to the overwhelming presence. The arrogance that often shone in Orochimaru's eyes was now concealed. With the air growing tense, Sojetsu felt a sense of relief. By harnessing the awe of Sequence 6, he had managed to bring Orochimaru under control. Tap. Tap. Sojetsu tapped his index finger twice on the bronze table, his voice light and composed as he said, "Here, you can speak freely." The heavy atmosphere dissipated, and Orochimaru exhaled quietly, though he didn't dare to look up at Sojetsu. Instead, he turned to face Sakumo, cleared his throat, and spoke in a raspy tone, "If it's not too much trouble, could you tell me more about yourself?" "I'm curious," White Fang Sakumo Hatake. Sakumo's brow furrowed slightly, and he cast a glance at Sojetsu, as if seeking approval to respond. Sojetsu nodded with a faint smile, raising his right hand, "It's fine, Sakumo. The Twilight Hermit's Order don't have many strict rules. You can speak freely here." Sakumo hesitated for a moment before he spoke, his eyes filled with confusion and inner turmoil. "A month ago, I came here suddenly. Like you, I was skeptical at first, but then he revealed to me my fate, my destiny." Revealed destiny? Orochimaru's ears perked at this word, but it wasn't the destiny part that caught his attention, it was the idea of a revelation. His eyes widened with shock as he grasped the implications. "He told me that I would take my own life in a month," Sakumo continued, his expression bitter as he sighed deeply. "And the evidence suggests that I've already set foot on that path. You, as a disciple of the third Hokage, must know why this might happen, right?" "Of course, I know it well," Orochimaru replied, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "With the upcoming selection of the next Hokage, all unstable factors must be removed." After a pause, he spoke with a chilling tone. "And you, Hatake Sakumo, the White Fang of Konoha, are not directly a part of the Hokage faction. Yet, you have an incredible reputation in Konoha, even more so than the legendary Sannin who defeated all other competitors. Naturally, you became the biggest, unsettling factor. Looks like I had no choice but to die." Hatake Sakumo bowed his head, the weight of the truth pressing down on him. He never expected that the very village he had defended would become the source of his own demise. "Yes, you must die," Orochimaru said calmly, his eyes cold and calculating as he sat back in his chair, folding his hands. "And your death cannot be directly linked to the Hokage. According to my investigation, the teammate you saved was actually a member of Root, and the public outcry against you has been orchestrated by that group." Root was a secretive division within the ANBU, controlled by Danzo alone. Even the Hokage had no direct authority over it. Whether or not the third Hokage was involved in this scheme remained unclear, with conflicting accounts from different sources. Hatake Sakumo sighed heavily. "Yes, I'm forced to die and make it look like suicide," he said, bitterness lacing his words. "I had hoped my death would put an end to the conflicts of this generation, but, he told me that 10 years from now, Kakashi will face the same fate in Konoha village." Orochimaru's eyes widened as if they were trying to take in the impossible. Could fate be revealed not just for the person themselves, but for others as well? He instinctively flinched, his mind recalling the words of Sakumo, words that spoke of possibilities beyond what even Orochimaru had imagined. Despite his rationality urging caution, his heart raced with curiosity and a touch of fear. He turned his head slowly, not daring to look directly at the person standing before him. Instead, his gaze settled on a spot on the bronze table, focusing on a single index finger resting there. His voice, usually cool and composed, held a hint of reverence as he asked, "Could you tell me what my destiny is?" The idea that someone could unveil the future, his future, was irresistible. It was a greater lure than the secrets of immortality, which had long held his fascination. "Your future," the figure replied, letting the words hang in the air, each syllable drawing Orochimaru further into the unknown. Sojetsu paused deliberately, letting the suspense build. Orochimaru, who was watching intently, felt his eagerness grow. Sojetsu grinned slightly, then spoke with a playful tone, "You've lost everything." Boom. The simple words were like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky, sending shockwaves through Orochimaru's mind. It was as if his mental computer had crashed, leaving him utterly confused. What does "lost everything" mean? Tell me, what exactly have I lost? Orochimaru demanded, his composure slipping. Even someone as composed as he couldn't stay calm facing such a grim prospect. Cold sweat trickled down his pale skin, and his light golden eyes trembled, betraying his fear. The literal meaning, Sojetsu replied, observing Orochimaru's spiritual aura. The fear in his soul was palpable. Satisfied, Sojetsu continued, you've lost your position as the fourth Hokage, your beloved teacher, your closest friendships, your dreams. Everything, until there's nothing left to lose. But hey, the good news is, you're still alive. Tisk, Sakumo, who sat across from them, couldn't help but wince at Orochimaru's reaction. He almost felt sorry for the snake ninja. Orochimaru, meanwhile, was in shock. He sat down heavily, his eyes glazed over. His first reaction was disbelief. This couldn't be true, could it? But then reason took hold. With Sakumo's cautionary tale before him, even a 1% chance of that future was too much to bear. Sojetsu felt a thrill of satisfaction as he watched Orochimaru's emotional breakdown. This was a rare sight, and he enjoyed every moment of it. After a moment, Orochimaru seemed to regain his composure. He exhaled deeply, his face turning stoic once more. He glanced at Sakumo, then back at Sojetsu. If he's here, Orochimaru said, with a hint of curiosity, does that mean his fate has changed, thanks to you? In a sense, that's right, Sojetsu replied, leaning slightly forward and resting her chin on her right hand. But you have to have the courage and will to challenge fate. Are you truly committed, Orochimaru? He didn't make promises lightly, there was always a cost hidden behind the gifts of destiny. Orochimaru nodded, understanding the implication. He slowly rose from his seat, with the docility of a lamb before its shepherd, and lowered his head, the pride in his demeanor dimmed. I am willing to pledge my loyalty and my life to serve the will of the Lord. Under the Lord's guidance, I seek only to break free from the constraints of destiny. Excellent, Uchiha Sogetsu replied, a hint of satisfaction curling his lips. His eyes sparkled with approval. Finally, after 15 years of waiting, all the conditions had been met, and he could take the first step toward his grand plan. Chapter 8, Konoha Hospital. Orochimaru awoke from his dream with a sudden jolt, sitting up straight with a cold, penetrating gaze that felt like it could cut through steel. His eyes darted around the lab, taking in his surroundings with keen alertness. The research room was empty, filled with the familiar scent of disinfectant, and the sky outside the window was still shrouded in darkness. Back already, he muttered, relaxing his tense shoulders and leaning back in his chair. He glanced at the clock on the wall. Only about 10 minutes had passed since he fell asleep, but the dream had felt like at least half an hour. It was clear that time flowed differently in the mysterious, corpse cathedral he had visited in his dream. Orochimaru rubbed his temples, his expression hardening as a flicker of fear and anger crossed his face. Adam, the enigmatic figure he encountered in his dream, had left him with a cryptic warning, be careful of the third Hokage and Danzo. Orochimaru wasn't surprised by the cautionary note about Danzo. Their collaboration had grown more secretive, delving into projects that defied Konoha's rules and ethics. Even though they worked together, Orochimaru knew that betrayal was always a possibility. He didn't want to believe it, but the fate of White Fang, a fellow ninja who met a tragic end, was a grim reminder to stay vigilant. As he thought about his next move, Orochimaru opened a scroll, deleted the final paragraph, and rewrote it. Research into wood release is progressing well, but more test subjects are needed. It is hoped that additional inmates from Konoha prison can be provided for the experiments. Yours sincerely, Orochimaru. He sealed the scroll with a cynical smile. Fate, let's see what you have in store, he murmured, his purple eyes half closed as he contemplated his next steps. Meanwhile, in a different location, the black mist began to recede like a receding tide. Uchiha Sogetsu slowly opened his eyes, the throbbing pain in his head causing him to wince. In the corner, a brass candlestick that had been burning brightly was now extinguished. White smoke filled the room, carrying a distinct aroma that permeated the air. Keeping a sequence 3 dream weaving is exhausting, Sojetsu said as he gently rubbed his temples, hoping to relieve some of the pressure. While it wasn't a complete fix, it helped ease the burden a little. He exhaled deeply. For a group of 10 people, the mental strain means the dream can only last 10 minutes. The Hermes brass candlestick was the focal point for creating the dream. This Beyonder artifact, crafted with the traits of the Sequence 3 Dream Weaver, had some of the Dream Weaver's abilities. It could shape a dream of the holder's choosing and draw people within a kilometer into that dream. The duration and potency of the constructed dream depended on the mental energy required to keep the candlestick burning. But, as with any Beyonder artifact, it had serious side effects. First, while maintaining the dream weaving, the holder's spiritual energy would deplete quickly. If it dropped too low, symptoms like loss of control and insanity could occur. Second, after using the Hermes brass candlestick, there'd be a bout of bad luck lasting about 24 hours. This bad luck wasn't about typical luck. Instead, with Hermes brass candlestick at the center, everyone within a kilometer's radius would feel an inexplicable hostility. Sojetsu suspected that the candlestick, due to its dreamweaver characteristics, was manipulating subconscious minds on a large scale, affecting everyone's thoughts. In other words, the candlestick seemed like it wanted to harm its holder. Just like 0-08, Sojetsu muttered to himself as he hid the Hermes brass candlestick and drifted off to sleep. The night passed without incident. As the sun rose, Sojetsu awoke naturally. This had become a habit from her time on the battlefield. Being a ninja meant always being aware of your surroundings, whether on the battlefield or not. One moment of negligence could lead to irreversible consequences. After dressing, Sojetsu left the Uchiha mansion. As he walked, he noticed people giving him strange looks, mixed with a hint of hostility. I hope today goes smoothly, he thought to himself, knowing what might be causing these reactions. He quickened his pace, heading toward Konoha Hospital. Good morning, Dr. Sojetsu, a nurse greeted her. Morning, Dr. Sojetsu, said another. Is Dr. Sojetsu here? A colleague asked. Sojetsu nodded and kept moving, hoping to avoid any unnecessary incidents. Fortunately, Konoha Hospital was a fair distance from the Uchiha mansion, well beyond the reach of Hermes' brass candlestick. Otherwise, Sojetsu would have seriously considered not coming today. After all, his patient was someone with a rather violent reputation. As Sojetsu made his way to the top-floor office of the hospital, he straightened his clothes, took a deep breath, and opened the door. The scene that greeted him was enchanting. The soft morning sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a golden glow across the shoulders of a woman. Her long blonde hair was tied into a ponytail, cascading down her back. Her face was delicate, with a beauty that seemed to defy her nearly 30 years of age. Her skin was as smooth and radiant as that of a baby, and her eyelashes were long, fluttering slightly as she dozed off, her head resting on her hand. Sojetsu could see why Tsunade topped the list of the most attractive women in Konoha. She had earned her title as the Queen of Hearts, Tsunade Senju. But the serene scene was abruptly shattered as Tsunade woke up. Ah, she yawned, stretching her arms with a vigor that was far from elegant. The movement caused her ample chest to heave, forcing Sojetsu to look away, his inner voice chanting, "Don't look, don't look." He fixed his gaze on the floor, doing his best impression of a meditating monk in the face of such close proximity to certain distractions. Hey, kid, you're here, Tsunade said, her eyes half open, her pink lips barely parting as she spoke. She still looked half asleep. Sorry, I was out late last night, playing a few rounds of cards. Sojetsu had to resist the urge to comment, instead replying with practiced calm, Tsunade-sama, if today isn't a good time for treatment, I can come back tomorrow. Senju Tsunade was, technically, one of his clients. But why technically? It was simple. Because this woman had a habit of not paying him after her treatments. Don't worry about it, Tsunade said dismissively, waving a hand. Just today, I made a ton of cash last night. Uchiha Sogetsu was startled by this declaration. Tsunade? Making a fortune. He thought to himself, that's interesting. According to Nina World's law, whenever Tsunade had good luck, it usually meant someone else was in for a bad day, and it was often someone close to her. Alright, Tsunade-sama. Sojetsu kept his thoughts to himself, but the way his eyebrows twitched made it clear that he was more than a little concerned. Out loud, though, he replied, understood, Tsunade-sama. He didn't dare question her, the last thing he wanted was to end up on her bad side. Thanks for your help, kid, Tsunade said with a rare touch of warmth in her voice. She straightened up in her seat and added softly, without you, I might still be lost in the shadows of the past. It's no problem. I'm just glad I can help, Sojetsu replied with a gentle smile. His eyes turned a deep red, and the 3 tomo of the Sharingan appeared. Ready when you are, Tsunade-sama. Let's begin the treatment. Just try to relax. Okay, I'm ready, Tsunade replied. The look in her brown eyes softened as memories from long ago began to resurface, and she started to let her guard down. Genjutsu, wish fulfillment. Sojetsu made a few quick hand signs, and his Sharingan spun rapidly. But this was just for show, the real magic happened within his mind. He focused his spiritual energy, and a burst of light appeared in his eyes. Hypnosis. Through his mental vision, he saw the door to Tsunade's subconscious mind open. This was his chance. Let's see how deep this suggestion can go, Sojetsu thought as he carefully entered the depths of Tsunade's mind, implanting a subtle psychological suggestion. Chapter 9, Are You So Unlucky? Goodbye, kid. Tsunade's cheeks were rosy, and she waved to Uchiha Sogetsu as Sojetsu stumbled out of her room. On the other hand, Uchiha Sogetsu was looking utterly drained. His eyes were dull, his legs wobbly, and he had to lean against the wall to keep from collapsing. Just to clarify, he hadn't used any hypnosis to do anything inappropriate to Tsunade. It's really not easy to give psychological cue to a Kage-level ninja's island of consciousness, he muttered to himself, his restored spiritual energy already dwindling. After 2 consecutive attempts, he could hear faint whispers in his ears, a sign that he might be losing control. Next time, he thought, I won't risk it like this. It could lead to serious consequences if he wasn't careful. Dr. Sogetsu, are you okay? Asked a medical ninja passing by, noticing him leaning heavily against the wall as he left Tsunade's office. The look on his face suggested he had some pretty wild thoughts about what had happened. Without even checking his own spiritual aura, Uchiha Sogetsu knew what that guy was thinking. He quickly explained, I used too much chakra while treating Tsunade-sama. Yeah, I get it, the medical ninja said with a nod, patting his own chest to emphasize his understanding. Don't worry, Dr. Sogetsu, your secret is safe with me. My lips are sealed. Uchiha Sogetsu grimaced, his mouth twitching with frustration, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. I'm telling you, I really was just treating her. Of course, the other ninja replied with a sly grin. No need to explain, I'm rooting for you and Tsunade-sama. Before Uchiha Sogetsu could respond, the guy scampered off, looking like he'd just uncovered the biggest secret of the century. Damn it, Uchiha Sogetsu swore to himself. If he weren't worried about losing control, he'd give that guy a piece of his mind, using the full power of his psychic abilities to play mind games with him. Despite the curious stares from medical ninjas and nurses along the way, Uchiha Sogetsu finally made it out of the hospital, a couple of tears rolling down his cheeks. But they weren't for the reason everyone thought. His reputation is ruined now. It's no use pretending otherwise, those gossipers at the hospital are sure to spread the news everywhere. Sogetsu just hoped Tsunade would find out about it before it got too far, so she wouldn't come down on him too hard. He pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to calm his restless thoughts. He decided to head back to the Uchiha residence to rest for a bit. As he rounded a corner into a quiet alley, he suddenly felt a chill. Out of nowhere, an ANBU with a cat mask appeared, like a ghost. The ANBU's voice was flat and cold. Uchiha Sogetsu, I have a mission for you. Follow me. Sogetsu barely flinched, but he could feel the hostility in ANBU's eyes. As a beyonder of the visionary path, his early combat skills might not be much to write home about, but his mental strength and perception were exceptional. After promotion, he could go beyond the physical, sensing deeper levels of aura and ether body. And when he combined these abilities, he could even glimpse thoughts hidden in other people's minds. He noticed indifference, hostility, and a touch of murderous intent in the ANBU's eyes. The vibes were bad, but he kept his expression calm, nodding slightly. Got it, he replied. The cat-masked ANBU led him to the forest of death. Sogetsu looked around when they stopped, adjusting his glasses. The dense canopy overhead provided a wide stretch of shade, and the branches intertwined, creating a maze-like atmosphere. Insects buzzed, and birds sang intermittently. It was a quiet spot, but not exactly a relaxing one. The ANBU turned to face him, the coldness in his eyes more apparent now. Sogetsu knew this wasn't going to be a typical mission briefing. There were no signs of an ambush, he was alone. Sogetsu felt a slight sense of relief and once again appreciated the advantages of spirit vision. Even if a ninja could hide their presence and appearance, they couldn't mask the ether body of a living being. Uchiha Sogetsu, as per ANBU procedure, I'm going to interrogate you now. The cat-masked ANBU agent said, as a genjutsu specialist, you've used illusions on several people in the village. What was your purpose? Is Uchiha Fugaku behind this? Are you still loyal to Hokage-sama? Rather than interrogation, I'm more interested in knowing who sent you to me, Sogetsu replied, his gaze lowering, and a swirling vortex seemed to form in his eyes. Shall I take a guess? Uchiha Sogetsu, don't change the subject. The cat-masked ANBU agent's voice suddenly sharpened, a kunai already in hand, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. This is an order. ANBU operatives don't question, they don't need emotions, nor personal will. They only execute orders. Do you understand? Sogetsu tilted his head with a sly grin, eyeing the cat-masked ANBU from head to toe. Where have I heard that line before? He mused aloud. Oh, that's right. There's only one place in Konoha where you can talk about human will without any hint of emotion. You're one of Danzo's root people, aren't you? The cat-masked ANBU shifted slightly, forming the tiger seal with his hands, chakra swelling beneath his fingertips. So, you're refusing to comply with the interrogation, he said, his voice laced with menace. Danzo-sama always knew that you Uchiha clan would never play along. Leaves swirled and danced in the wind. In a blink, the cat-masked ANBU used the body flicker technique, disappearing from view and reappearing behind Sogetsu, striking with a swift and lethal kunai aimed at his heart. The kunai pierced Sojetsu's chest, but instead of agony, the Uchiha looked amused. Poof. The body that was impaled burst into a puff of smoke. It's a shadow clone. The cat-masked ANBU's eyes widened, realizing he'd been outsmarted. He jumped back, but the noise behind him made him turn quickly. A dozen high-speed shurikens flew through the air in a deadly arc, encircling him in a web of steel, cutting off any escape route. Damn Uchiha, he cursed internally. When did he make a shadow clone? The cat-masked ANBU gritted his teeth in frustration, unsheathing the short sword strapped to his back. With a series of quick slashes, he deflected the shurikens, sending them clattering to the ground. Clang. 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 He barely caught his breath when Sojetsu saw his opening. With a burst of chakra, Sojetsu shot forward like black lightning, appearing right in front of the cat-masked ANBU. The moment their eyes met, the cat-masked ANBU's heart sank as he saw three red tomo spinning rapidly in Sojetsu's eyes. In the ninja world, there is a saying, the Sharingan is not just a tool, it's a deadly force. If you encounter an Uchiha ninja with the Sharingan, you should run if you're alone. This saying is well known among shinobi and implies that an Uchiha with the Sharingan has a significant advantage in one-on-one battles. In a typical scenario, if the two combatants lock eyes, the fight is over in an instant. Boom. But this time, under the intense gaze of the Sharingan, the ANBU with a cat-shaped mask transformed into a cloud of smoke. Smart move. You'd expect no less from one of Danzo's men, commented Sojetsu, showing no signs of surprise. After all, his opponent was an ANBU. If he fell from just one Sharingan glance, he'd have never survived long in a brutal organization like Root. You can criticize Root for many things, but incompetence isn't one of them. This concludes the test. Sojetsu's eyes, with three swirling tomo, shifted to a nearby treetop. He spoke in a calm but authoritative tone, our time is valuable, let's not waste it here. Uchiha Sogetsu, you're not as simple as you seem. ANBU with a cat-shaped mask descended from the treetop, as you wish, let me show you what real cruelty looks like. A soft buzzing sound filled the air as a swarm of dense, black bugs emerged from the ANBU's sleeves. The cloud of insects rapidly spread, enveloping the cat-masked ANBU in a thick, black mist. The bugs were tiny, nearly invisible even to the Sharingan. Their numbers were so overwhelming that anyone with trypophobia would have been paralyzed with fear. The wings of the insects buzzed, and their hard shells rubbed together, creating an unsettling noise. An Abirame clan member, noted Sojetsu, raising an eyebrow. With such an obvious display, it had to be. Danzo-sama knew you'd refuse, so he sent me, said the cat-masked ANBU, his voice as cold as the cloud of insects. Our Abirame clan's ninjutsu can't be copied by the Sharingan, and our vast swarms are a perfect counter to your abilities. Chapter 10, Genjutsu or not? Quickly. The ANBU from the Abirame clan controlled a vast swarm of insects, sending them charging towards Uchiha Sogetsu. The massive cloud of insects created a powerful gust of wind, resembling a dark tornado, ready to sweep away anything in its path. Foolish. Sojetsu took a couple of steps back, putting distance between himself and the incoming swarm, and swiftly formed hand seals. Ox, hare, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. He inhaled deeply, gathering chakra in his lungs. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball, 3 meters in diameter, surged forward with intense heat. It collided with the swarm of insects, incinerating them on contact. Boom. The explosion sent waves of heat across the area. The air was filled with the scent of burning chitin, as the once thick black swarm turned into ash. It's smart to use a massive swarm to block my Sharingan's line of sight, Sojetsu said, scanning the area through the smoke. But you seem to forget, the Uchiha clan excels in fire jutsu. Although the Abirame clan's insects can significantly disrupt and obscure the Sharingan's vision, they are equally vulnerable to powerful fire-style techniques. If the swarm is destroyed, the Abirame clan's power greatly diminishes, leaving them at a severe disadvantage. Don't get cocky, Uchiha brat, the ANBU from the Abirame clan said coldly. You think a mere fireball can destroy all my insects? Secret technique, cocoon. Hundreds of chakra cocoons hidden throughout the area burst open in response to the ANBU's command. As they cracked open, Sojetsu's eyes widened. Dark clouds of insects rose from all corners of the forest, converging to form a thick canopy that blotted out the sunlight. It was like the entire forest was alive with swarms of insects, each moving in unison, filling the sky with a black, ominous shadow. That many. Sojetsu's pupils shook, clearly shaken by what he saw, a sudden realization flashing through his mind. To control such a massive swarm of insects, you must be the genius Ryoma of the Abirame clan. Oh, the Uchiha kid knows about me. Ryoma Abirame seemed a bit surprised, but didn't hide his identity. I heard Fugaku mention you, Sojetsu replied, his forehead breaking into a light sweat. The situation was clearly getting out of hand. The Aburame clan genius, second only to the clan leader in insect manipulation, with the best infiltration skills in history. Few in ANBU can rival you. And you're one of Danzo's most trusted subordinates. Ryoma maintained his hand seals, issuing an ultimatum, Uchiha kid, I can spare your life if you give up. If not, under Danzo-sama's orders, I have the right to execute you on the spot. Damned Root. You dare do something like this? Sojetsu gritted his teeth, eyes filled with anger. Remember, I was transferred to ANBU by Hokage-sama himself. If I die here, how will Danzo explain this to Hokage? Uchiha Sogetsu tried to use genjutsu to control Konoha Jonin and conspired with the Uchiha clan to rebel. Ryoma's voice was cold, with a hint of mocking. What do you think of that explanation? You're framing me. Sojetsu stared at him in shock, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Hokage-sama. He'd never believe you. You're wrong, kid. Ryoma's words were filled with sarcasm. Hokage-sama will believe it. No matter how absurd the excuse, he'll go with it. Your misfortune. Being born into the Uchiha clan. Your bloodline is cursed. Insect swarms. A black cloud of insects roared, pouring down from the sky like a vast sea. Facing an insect swarm even larger than the last time, Sojetsu knew he couldn't hold back. Chakra gathered in his throat, building up for an attack. Fire style, fire devastation. Boom. A massive wall of flames erupted from Sojetsu's mouth, a wave of searing fire like a storming tsunami. The high temperature instantly vaporized the air, filling the area with blistering heat. The vegetation and insects were incinerated in an instant, and the entire area became a sea of fire. Without even checking the aftermath, Sojetsu turned and sprinted out of the forest. I need to report this to Hokage-sama. Chakra burst under his feet, the hard ground crumbling as his speed increased. He knew he had to get out fast. Trying to run. Aburame Ryoma suddenly appeared in front of Sojetsu, his arms swarming with countless insects. He swung his arms, sending the parasites forward with incredible force, shouting, secret technique, insect wrist. Sojetsu had no choice but to raise his arms to block the attack. Boom. The impact was massive, hitting with such force that Sojetsu felt his arm bones fracture. The blow knocked him back, flipping him through the air and leaving a deep trench in the ground where he landed. As he stood up, he thought, damn, I was so distracted by the insect swarm that I didn't even notice him. Aburame Ryoma spun in midair, kicking off a tree trunk and launching himself towards Sojetsu with renewed speed. Sojetsu quickly twisted his body, jumping back to his feet and throwing several shurikens as he regained his balance. Buzz. The shurikens curved in graceful arcs, attacking Aburame Ryoma from multiple angles. Secret technique, insect wall. But Aburame Ryoma didn't seem concerned. He raised his arms, creating a thick wall of insects around himself. The shuriken struck the wall and vanished without a trace. Die, Uchiha brat. Ryoma sneered as he continued his charge towards Sojetsu. But just as he was about to reach him, Sojetsu smiled and pulled back with his right hand, gritting his teeth. Squeak. Aburame Ryoma suddenly stopped in his tracks, as if he had been grabbed by something. He looked down to see that more than a dozen thin threads had wrapped around his body, holding him in place. These threads were incredibly strong, resistant even to his destructive insects. It dawned on Ryoma, is this the Uchiha clan's shuriken throwing technique? That's correct, Sojetsu replied, biting down on the silk threads to hold them taut. With his hands, he quickly formed a series of hand seals. The Uchiha are known for more than just fire release and Sharingan. It's you who will die, Aburame Ryoma. Fire style, dragon flame jutsu. Boom. A searing heat surged into a fiery thread, rushing forward like a roaring dragon of flames, engulfing Aburame Ryoma instantly. The intense flames, known for their destructive power, pierced through his wall of insects as if it were nothing. Ah! Aburame Ryoma screamed as he was set ablaze and collapsed to the ground. I did it, Sojetsu panted, his eyes focused on the burning fire with a look of disdain. Did you? A voice from behind caused Sojetsu's hair to stand on end. It was the last sound he expected to hear. You're too happy too soon, Uchiha brat. Secret technique, insect swamp. Suddenly, the ground beneath Sojetsu turned into a quagmire, and an overwhelming suction force began to pull him downwards. Swarms of insects surged around him, devouring his chakra. He felt his strength fading rapidly, unable to resist the pull of the swamp. Insect clone, Sojetsu muttered as he sank, his head barely above the ground. The first lesson for a jonin, never let your guard down, Aburame Ryoma remarked as he emerged from the bushes with a mocking grin. Until the enemy's death is confirmed, anything can happen. But it's too late for you to learn that now. Aburame Ryoma looked down at Uchiha Sogetsu, buried up to his neck, and waved his hand to summon more insects. Uchiha Sogetsu, I'll take your Sharingan. But just as Abirame Ryoma was about to gouge out Sogetsu's eyes, he noticed something strange. The Uchiha was smiling. Not just smiling, but wearing a relaxed and contented expression. A chill ran down Ryoma's spine, filling him with a sudden sense of dread. What are you laughing at, Uchiha Sogetsu? He demanded. Oh, nothing, Sogetsu replied with a grin. Just enjoying the show, Abirame Ryoma. Thanks for the entertainment. Suddenly, Abirame Ryoma's vision became blurry, and his head throbbed with pain. The swampy surroundings melted away, leaving behind a lush, undisturbed forest. The burning trees and signs of battle were gone as if they'd never happened. Was this all an illusion? The realization hit him like a punch, and his pupils shrank in shock. When did you cast the illusion on me? A very interesting question, Sogetsu replied, his voice filled with calmness. His shadow stretched out, long and dark, resembling a hidden beast ready to strike. He adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, a gentle smile tugging at his lips. Let me ask you this, Abirame Ryoma, when did you assume I wasn't using Genjutsu? Chapter 11, Peace of Mind. From the very beginning, Ryoma Abirame knew something was wrong. He had been experiencing a creeping sense of dread, but there had been no warning signs, no chakra fluctuations, no hints from the opponent's Sharingan. Just a looming sense of fear that gnawed at his sanity. This isn't right, he thought, a chill running down his spine. Uchiha Sogetsu isn't just any jonin, he's hiding something. I need to report this to Danzo-sama. He's planning something big. Without hesitation, Ryoma decided to abort his current mission and escape from the Forest of Death. As long as he could make it out, Uchiha Sogetsu wouldn't dare attack him in public, it would turn him into a rogue ninja, drawing unwanted attention from ANBU. However, just as he was about to make his escape, a voice cut through the tension. Running away. That's so ANBU. Sogetsu's voice was calm but mocking. He sighed as if it was all a big inconvenience. Can't you just stay put? The words echoed through Ryoma's mind like a bomb. Pain, excruciating and immediate, exploded within him. He let out a guttural scream, tumbling from the trees to the hard forest floor. His head felt like it was being split open, his nerves on fire. Ah! Ryoma writhed in the mud, clutching his head. Blood seeped from his eyes, ears, and nose, painting a grisly picture. The agony was unbearable, like 1,000 ants gnawing at his brain. Uchiha Sogetsu. What did you do to me? He screamed, his voice filled with anguish. His body convulsed as he rolled in the dirt, his veins bulging from the strain. Sogetsu shrugged nonchalantly, his tone light. Nothing much. I'm a psychiatrist, remember? He gestured with his hands as if explaining something trivial. I just, detonated your mind. The technique Sogetsu used was from the spectator pathway, a skill possessed by Sequence 7 psychiatrists. By destabilizing the target's emotional or psychological state, he could induce a kind of madness, inflicting severe mental damage. But Sogetsu felt a sudden twinge of pain himself. His brow furrowed, and he gripped his head as if to steady himself. Not good, he muttered. Using too many beyonder abilities in a short time is draining my spiritual energy. He closed his eyes briefly, taking deep breaths to calm the storm raging within. I need to be careful. I don't want to lose control. The power system in the Lord of Mysteries universe was like a double-edged sword. It gave mortals the power to touch godhood, but the cost was madness and loss of control. Sogetsu knew he had to tread carefully or risk becoming just another pile of beyonder characteristics. He steadied himself and started walking towards Ryoma, who was still writhing in the mud. He had to wrap this up quickly, it was getting out of hand. Abirame Ryoma was in a state of shock. No, don't, he screamed, the fear evident in his voice. His eyes widened as he watched Sogetsu approach him. He started scrambling backward with his hands and feet, his panic building. Stay away from me, Uchiha Sogetsu, he shouted, waving his hands desperately as if trying to ward off something monstrous. At that moment, it was as if he had seen a giant dragon. The colossal, pale gold vertical pupils burned into his mind like blazing stars, scorching his spirit and soul. The scales, etched with mysterious runes, twisted and crushed his sense of reason. Was Uchiha Sogetsu truly human? Are you afraid, Abirame Ryoma? Sogetsu's voice was low, yet not cold. It had a casual tone, as if greeting an old friend. Don't come near me. Ryoma's back hit a tree trunk, and he had nowhere left to retreat. His face twisted in fear. What are you, Sogetsu Uchiha? Human? Monster? Does it matter? Sogetsu took a step closer, and the sunlight cast long shadows behind him. But to Ryoma, those shadows seemed to squirm, as if they were living creatures ready to pounce. The whispers in his ears grew louder and more erratic, threatening to break his sanity. Please, don't come any closer. Ryoma, an elite ANBU operative, was now begging for mercy, tears streaming down his face. Please, I'm begging you. His own screams echoed in his mind, nearly driving him to madness. The dragon from his hallucinations grew more vivid, its scales covered in twisted, crazed runes that seemed to tighten around his brain. Abirame Ryoma, have you ever wondered why people live? Sojetsu stopped and asked, his back to the sunlight. The dappled light filtered through the leaves, casting a golden glow around him, illuminating him like a sacred being. From Ryoma's perspective, Sojetsu stood there, radiant, almost angelic in the golden light, exuding a divine aura. The whispers in Ryoma's head began to fade. The distorted images and insane runes that had clouded his mind slowly vanished, like a bad dream. Sojetsu's radiance seemed to pull Ryoma back from the brink of insanity, like a lifeline for someone drowning in darkness. Abirame Ryoma's mind had never felt so calm. I don't know, he replied, lowering his head almost reflexively. Deep down, he couldn't quite explain it, but he felt a sense of awe towards Uchiha Sogetsu. It's probably a sense of peace, Sojetsu said quietly. Peace. Ryoma echoed, looking puzzled. Yes, peace of mind, Sojetsu explained with a gentle smile. Everyone seeks it in their own way. It's what drives us to find stability and comfort. As he spoke, his words were soft and measured, almost like a priest guiding his congregation. People seek reputation, control, or great wealth, all to find peace of mind. Getting married, forming friendships, even dedicating yourself to others and pursuing love and peace, it all comes down to finding that inner calm. In the end, it's about seeking peace of mind. These simple words struck Abirame Ryoma like a heavy blow, and he found himself deep in thought. It was as if Sojetsu could see into the core of his being, understanding the uneasiness that had been with him since he joined Danzo. But as Sojetsu continued speaking, that lingering fear and anxiety melted away, like snow in early spring. Just one look from Sojetsu made Ryoma feel an overwhelming sense of calm, like a child embraced by a mother's warmth and security. He was wrapped in this sensation, not wanting it to end. You're anxious and in pain, Sojetsu said, moving behind Ryoma and gently placing his hands on his shoulders. Leaning down, he whispered in his ear, why not be loyal to me? What could be wrong with pursuing peace of mind? Ryoma's heart raced, but his fear had evaporated. If he couldn't find peace of mind with Danzo, then what harm was there in choosing someone who could give him that comfort? Lord Sojetsu. Abirame Ryoma bowed his head with deference and respect. Very good, Ryoma, Sojetsu said with a smile, reaching out to place his hand on Ryoma's head. I'll grant you what you seek, peace of mind. As he felt the warmth from Sojetsu's hand, Abirame Ryoma experienced a sense of calm unlike anything he'd felt before. Yes, this was the peace of mind he had been seeking, the person he could truly trust, not the rat hiding in the shadows. Chapter 12, Cunning Uchiha Fugaku. Root Base. There is no sunlight, a perpetual darkness akin to tree roots buried deep underground in a sewer-like complex. Danzo, swathed in bandages like a mummy, leaned heavily on his cane. He glared down with cold displeasure etched on his face. Ryoma, with your skills, you couldn't even take down a fledgling Uchiha brat. I'm very disappointed in you. His voice was stern, every word laced with disapproval. Root was known for its extreme discipline and harsh regulations. Failure often meant losing everything, identity, name, family, friends, past, and eventually, existence itself. The other Root members cast glances of subtle sympathy at Abirame Ryoma, who knelt on the ground, awaiting Danzo's wrath. My apologies, Danzo-sama. Uchiha Sogetsu was extremely cautious, and I sensed the presence of Hokage-sama's technique. I aborted the mission without authorization, Abirame Ryoma replied, his head bowed deeply, but his eyes showed no fear. He'd seen the dragon, a rat hiding in the shadows wasn't something to fear. Danzo's expression remained grim, his usual demeanor. Despite the mission's failure, he wasn't planning to punish Ryoma. Ryoma was his most skilled subordinate, his trusted right-hand man. A minor misstep warranted just a reprimand. He expected Ryoma to plead for forgiveness, allowing Danzo to be magnanimous and assign a new mission. However, the expected plea never came. Danzo waited, nearly imagining the echoes in the silence. Ryoma remained mute. Ahem, Ryoma, don't you have anything else to say? He prodded. My apologies for disappointing you, Danzo-sama. I accept responsibility and await the punishment, Ryoma replied. This response caught Danzo off guard, his old, wrinkled face growing even grimmer. His discomfort was palpable. Luckily, another Root member interjected, saving his leader from further embarrassment. Danzo-sama, I think the mission's failure wasn't entirely Ryoma's fault. It might be Hokage-sama's warning to us. It could be best to proceed cautiously. Danzo quickly took the opportunity to regain control. Ryoma, your mission remains unchanged. Continue to monitor Uchiha Sogetsu, report back to me, but don't act without orders. Understood, Danzo-sama, Ryoma replied, slowly rising and exiting the room. As Danzo watched his most trusted subordinate depart, an uneasy feeling grew in his heart. Is it just my imagination, or does Ryoma seem a bit distant, he wondered. Meanwhile, Ryoma felt a newfound resolve. He was ready for whatever came next. My choice wasn't wrong. As Lord Sogetsu said, Danzo is just a rat hiding in the gutter. He doesn't have the courage to look directly at the sun. Someone like that doesn't deserve my allegiance, let alone embody the peace of mind I seek. Lord Sogetsu, I'll clear any obstacles in your path. In the dimly lit tunnel, Ryoma's eyes grew brighter and more determined. By the time Sogetsu returned to the Uchiha mansion, the sun was setting. As Sogetsu stepped through the door, he ran into a woman. Sogetsu, you're back. Fugaku has been waiting for you. He says there's something he wants to discuss. The woman's belly was noticeably pregnant, and her face radiated happiness. But as she noticed Sogetsu's weary expression, her concern was immediate. Are you all right? You look exhausted. I can ask Fugaku to come find you another day if you'd prefer. I'm fine, Mikoto-sama. Sogetsu forced a smile, though his gaze lingered on her belly. It's you who should be careful. Please take care of yourself during your pregnancy. Mikoto, well known for her gentle nature, smiled and placed her hand on her growing belly. The gesture was filled with a motherly warmth. It's okay, the baby is still small. I can stay indoors most of the time. I just wanted to accompany Fugaku to see you. Mikoto-sama, since Fugaku-sama has been waiting for me, I should go see him. Sorry to keep him waiting. Sogetsu apologized and opened the door. You're back. Uchiha Fugaku was seated inside. When he saw Sogetsu enter, he gestured for him to sit down. Looks like you've been through something. Sogetsu, who knew Fugaku's subtle way of probing, considered his words carefully. He nodded slightly, letting a hint of bitterness show, and replied with a touch of anger, it seems my joining ANBU has unsettled some people. Danzo. A sharp glint appeared in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, though he quickly concealed it behind a composed demeanor. Did he make a move on you? Fugaku's keen etheric presence indicated he was well aware of the situation, but chose not to share it. Sogetsu found it intriguing that the clan leader knew about the threat but hadn't given him a heads up. It reaffirmed his sense that being the head of a powerful clan like Uchiha required a lot more than just strength. Sogetsu's thoughts hardened, a sneer forming in his mind. It seemed that being part of this clan demanded a lot of caution, even among allies. Uchiha Sogetsu clenched his fists, his expression seething with restrained anger. Yes, it was Danzo. That guy had plans to attack me, but then he suddenly backed off, for reasons I can't fathom. The Uchiha clan is in a dangerous situation, Fugaku sighed, his voice heavy with sorrow. We were once instrumental in the founding of the Hidden Leaf village, yet now we've fallen to this point. After the Senju clan's decline, it's as if we're just waiting for our turn. Fugaku's words trailed off, but the unspoken sentiment was clear. Lord Fugaku, what do you mean? Sogetsu's eyes widened in surprise. That's enough, don't say any more, Sogetsu, Fugaku said, his tone firm yet gentle. He patted Sogetsu's shoulder with a hint of apology. I will go to the Sea Hokage and demand an explanation from Danzo. Lord Fugaku, Sogetsu responded, his voice filled with gratitude, but also concern. But won't this make Danzo even more hostile toward us? Fugaku straightened up, his posture reflecting his determination. It doesn't matter, Sogetsu. You are a member of the Uchiha clan. For your sake, and for the sake of all of us, I must confront the Hokage. Thank you, Lord Fugaku, Sogetsu said, deeply appreciative. We're from the same clan. We need to stand by each other, Fugaku replied, his voice gentle but resolute. He patted Sogetsu's shoulder again. By the way, Sogetsu, you are a jonin now, so you can join the clan meeting. Remember to come to Naka Shrine tomorrow. Of course, Lord Fugaku, Sogetsu agreed, though his mind was racing. Get some rest, Fugaku said in an elder's caring tone. Remember, you're a part of the Uchiha clan. We're a family. I understand, Lord Fugaku, Sogetsu said, clenching his fists, his eyes burning with resolve. I will always be a proud Uchiha. Today's events made it clear that neither Danzo nor that other person can be trusted. Fugaku nodded, a knowing smile on his lips. I'm glad you understand. The Uchiha clan is far more than what meets the eye. Tomorrow, you'll see. With that, Fugaku left, walking arm in arm with his wife. The couple's laughter echoed as they disappeared from sight. Watching them go, Sogetsu smirked to himself. It seemed Fugaku had a plan all along. Danzo's manipulation and secrecy had created a rift, driving a wedge of hatred between the Hokage's faction and him. This led to a situation where he found himself siding firmly with the Uchiha. To his surprise, Uchiha Fugaku, who is depicted as rather harmless in the manga, turned out to be quite adept at planning and executing schemes. Not only that, but he also harbored ambitious plans. This made Sojetsu reconsider the reasons behind the Uchiha clan's rebellion in the original story. While external pressures played a part, there were also strong internal factors driving the Uchiha towards near extinction. Chapter 13, Obito's Unexpected Adventure. Knock, knock, knock. A rapid series of knocks at the door jolted Uchiha Sogetsu from his slumber. Who is it? Sojetsu, irritated at having her morning dream disrupted, rubbed his temples, feeling the pounding headache, then threw on a robe and opened the door. I'm sorry, brother Sojetsu. Obito, standing outside, flinched at the grumpy look on his face. He bowed quickly, offering an apologetic smile, his voice laced with guilt. I didn't mean to wake you up. It's just, well, it's almost noon, and I thought you'd be awake by now. Sojetsu let out a heavy sigh. This is why he couldn't stand kids who couldn't sit still. He stepped aside to let Obito in, gesturing for him to enter. Come in, Obito. Just give me a minute to freshen up, all right? Okay, sure, brother Sojetsu, Obito replied, bowing his head as he entered. He sat cross-legged on the tatami, looking like he was caught red-handed, his eyes glued to the floor. Sojetsu nodded and headed to wash up. When he returned, he noticed that Obito's good behavior didn't last long. He was already fidgeting, shifting around on the tatami, glancing about the room, and occasionally breaking into goofy grins. It was like watching a kid who had a crush but didn't know how to handle it. Ahem. Sojetsu cleared his throat, bringing Obito back to reality. Why yes, brother Sojetsu. Obito looked up, startled. Thinking about Rin again. Sojetsu sat down across from him, resting his chin on his right hand with a sly grin. You know, Obito, I could help you with your little wish, but I should warn you, we have rules about protecting the innocence of minors. No indecent stuff allowed. What? No. I wasn't thinking about anything like that. Obito's face turned bright red as his eyes widened in shock. Oh really? Sojetsu sat up and looked at him with a knowing stare. You're saying you've never had those thoughts, even a little bit? Obito's face turned a bright shade of red, veins bulging on his forehead as he frowned and stiffened his neck. No way, absolutely not. I'm a ninja. How could I think about such indecent things? He then stammered over some awkward phrases, mentioning terms like the three forbidden ninjas, the pride of Uchiha, and invincible pure love. This made Sojetsu burst into laughter, filling the room with a cheerful atmosphere. It wasn't until Obito's face grew as red as a cooked shrimp, with smoke practically coming out of his head, that Sojetsu stopped laughing and waved his hand. I get it, I get it. So, do you have the money ready, Obito? 100,000 Ryo notes were slid over to him. Obito, assuming the perfect formal kneeling posture, pleaded, Brother Sojetsu, please. Sojetsu took out 50,000 Ryo from the bundle and handed back the rest. I told you I'd give you a discount last time. But since you made me laugh, I'm giving you a 50% discount this time. Really? Thank you, Brother Sojetsu. Obito bowed low, knocking his forehead against the ground in gratitude. No need for that, Sojetsu replied, his eyes shifting to a blood-red Sharingan. Prepare yourself, Obito. Don't resist, keep your mind relaxed. I'm going to pull you into a Genjutsu. Okay, I got it, Brother Sojetsu. Knowing his wish was about to be granted, Obito took several deep breaths to calm his excitement. Genjutsu, wish fulfillment. A vortex swirled within Sojetsu's eyes. In reality, Obito's gaze went blank as the Genjutsu took effect, leaving him as unresponsive as a coma patient with only the automatic rhythm of his breathing. Let's see. What kind of dream should I create for him? Sojetsu pondered, rubbing his chin. After a moment, he lit up with a grin. Oh, I've got it. Let's go with this scenario. He chases her, but she eludes him, and then she disappears into the wind. Oh, and let's add a manipulative best friend and a perfect second male lead. Right, since we're aiming for an unforgettable love story, we need some tragic elements, like a love-hate relationship. Kidney transplant, eye gouging. Let's give him a full course. After all, in the ninja world, organ compatibility isn't an issue. Just pop it in and out. What else could we add? Chasing his wife. Gastrointestinal issues. Let's throw in a bit of everything to give Obito a true sense of 21st century drama. Sojetsu, pleased with his concoction, nodded with satisfaction. Perfect. Once he experiences this, Obito will know the true depths of love and heartbreak. With his illusionary script ready to go, Sojetsu smiled and said, all right, business is taken care of. Now it's time for some fun. Give Obito a discount. No way, that's not Sojetsu's style. Forget about the things Obito did later, he wasted his spirituality and chakra with nothing to show for it, not even a couple of coins. For Sojetsu, money isn't a motivator. He sets high prices to filter out the unworthy customers. If anyone could afford his services, he'd be spiritually drained and lose control in no time. A fee of 100,000 Rio sets the bar, ensuring the clients are capable enough and have that value. After all, A-rank tasks commission rate is slightly higher than 100,000 Rio. The focus now shifts to the point of contact. Sojetsu used his spirituality to open the door to Obito's body of heart and mind, then discreetly planted a subtle suggestion deep in his soul. Over the past few years, Sojetsu has done this several times. While each suggestion was too weak to alter beliefs or thoughts, secrecy was key. Over time, a drop of water could carve a path through stone. Once Sojetsu reached sequence 4, these buried suggestions could become a hidden plague, ready to explode at any moment. Huh. Sojetsu murmured, looking at Uchiha Obito. Don't blame me for being underhanded. In this world, everyone's out for themselves. If we're talking about who's worse, you've got me beat by a long shot. The treatment ended. Obito seemed disoriented as he stumbled out of the room, his steps uncertain and eyes filled with despair. Sojetsu scratched his chin, pondering, did I go too hard? Nah, I was just getting started. But Obito's mental state was no longer Sojetsu's concern. His mission was finally complete. Main mission, promotion to sequence 5, Dream Walker, incomplete. Objective, find the human-headed harpy in the spiritual realm, form a contract with it, and then obtain one of its tail feathers. After that, take the Beyonder potion while experiencing intense emotions, such as joy or anger, to promote to sequence 5, Dream Walker. Reward, creeping hunger, can only control one soul at a time and can only use the Beyonder ability corresponding to that soul and its own abilities. Side mission, qualified psychiatrist, incomplete. Objective, provide psychological treatment to at least 100 people or fulfill their wishes, progress, 2/100. Reward, Laymanos Travels. Side mission, Teenager's Troubles, completed. Objective, Obito, who has tried to win the heart of a girl through various performances but failed, has finally made a decision. Reward, Destiny Doll, blocks fate, allowing the holder to defend against curses and resist detection. Chapter 14, Black Zetsu. The Naka Shrine in Konoha Village is a 5A level scenic spot and a renowned re-education center for talent development. This dilapidated area gave Sojetsu a strange feeling where any Uchiha who comes to study might gain some unique insights. The specifics of their epiphanies depend on their individual talent and fortune. It's no surprise that many of them turn out to be eccentrics, filial sons, or beasts. What really surprised Sojetsu was how they could nurture talents like Itachi and Shursue from this broken place. It was pretty impressive. After a quick group photo, Sojetsu followed the hidden passageway in the shrine, descending into an underground chamber where he met Uchiha Fugaku. The secret room was vast, illuminated by numerous candles. Fugaku stood with his back to Sojetsu, hands behind him, facing the wall. I've been waiting for you, Sojetsu, Fugaku said without turning around. His voice carried an air of mystery. Typical Uchiha, always dramatic. Sojetsu couldn't help but twitch his mouth at Fugaku's theatrics. Lord Fugaku, I'm here, he replied. Fugaku still didn't turn around, but he let out a heavy sigh, as if a weight of unspeakable distress lay on his shoulders. Why are you sighing, Lord Fugaku? Sojetsu asked politely. I'm lamenting the current state of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku replied, finally turning to face him, sadness evident in his eyes. The threat of extermination looms over us. After what happened yesterday, you must have felt it too, the danger the Uchiha clan faces. Sojetsu clenched his fists, his face flushed with anger and frustration. You're right, Lord Fugaku. I thought the Uchiha clan wasn't welcome, but I never expected someone like Danzo to openly target me. At this point, he looked like a young man who'd suffered injustice, his eyes welling with tears. I just wanted to be a psychiatrist to help those who suffered on the battlefield, like Lady Tsunade inspired me to do. But I didn't expect Danzo to covet my ninjutsu. Why is this happening, Lord Fugaku? Sojetsu shouted, his voice breaking. I have never betrayed Konoha, but now I'm treated like an outsider. Fugaku, seeing the young man's anger and tears, sighed. Even someone who had seen it all like Fugaku had to admit, what an innocent soul. But Fugaku had expected this reaction from Sojetsu. The Uchiha clan was known for their emotional intensity and frequent mental struggles. To have been betrayed by the village's will of fire, it was no wonder Sojetsu felt so aggrieved. Hey, it's not your fault, Sojetsu, Fugaku said with a sigh. Fugaku stepped forward, patted the young man's shoulder, and tried to comfort him. What you did was right, but you need to understand, our Uchiha clan has never really been accepted by Konoha. Do you know why? Sojetsu's eyes widened in curiosity. Why is that, he asked. Fugaku nodded, as if he expected the question. You've heard of Uchiha Madara, right? Without waiting for Sojetsu to respond, he continued, the Uchiha and Senju clans joined forces to end the Warring States period and establish the Konoha village, but despite being a founder, Uchiha Madara eventually betrayed Konoha and was defeated by the first Hokage at the Valley of the End. Though Sojetsu knew this story, he played along, feigning confusion. But that was clearly Uchiha Madara's fault, wasn't it? Fugaku's eyes grew serious. True, but the distrust toward our Uchiha clan runs deeper than just Madara's betrayal. He stepped aside, revealing a stone wall adorned with the Uchiha clan's emblem. The reason for our exclusion is tied to our bloodline, our Sharingan. People fear its true power. Between two Uchiha crests, a stone tablet stood on a raised platform, etched with ancient, barely discernible characters. The true power of the Sharingan. Sojetsu repeated, pretending to be intrigued. Fugaku's Sharingan flickered with intensity, the three tomo spinning slowly. Do you know why Uchiha Madara was able to stand against the first Hokage's would release? He asked, his voice low and deliberate. With just the three tomo Sharingan, you might think it's not enough to rival the would release, right? Sojetsu hesitated before answering, playing his role. Yes, Lord Fugaku, it seems unlikely that the three tomo Sharingan could be a match for the first Hokage's power. Fugaku's eyes lit up with pride, his voice gaining an edge of excitement. Beyond the three tomo Sharingan, there's a greater power, the Mangekyo Sharingan. With this, Uchiha Madara co-founded the Leaf Village alongside the first Hokage. Sojetsu feigned shock, his eyes wide. Mangekyo Sharingan. That's incredible. Fugaku's excitement grew as he explained, if even one person from our clan can awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, we could change everything. We could restore the Uchiha clan's greatness. Sojetsu suppressed a chuckle, knowing all too well the tragic fate of the Uchiha clan. The irony was almost too much to bear. Fugaku, not noticing Sojetsu's inner amusement, continued with enthusiasm. You're the most promising person in the clan, he said, patting Sojetsu on the shoulder. I believe that if anyone can awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, it's you. The future of the Uchiha clan is in your hands. Sojetsu nodded, playing his part, though inside he felt the crushing weight of destiny and a hint of dark humor at the thought of Uchiha Itachi's eventual massacre. It was as if Fugaku was oblivious to the grim path that lay ahead. Okay, I've had enough, Sojetsu thought, feeling a bit exasperated. Why did everyone around him love giving him lofty promises? One moment, he's holding the future of Konoha in his hands, the next, the destiny of the Uchiha clan rests on his shoulders. Over and over, it was the same pitch. He was starting to wonder if they had a script they all followed. I'll do my best, Lord Fugaku. Sojetsu put on a face full of feigned gratitude, even fighting back fake tears. In his head, he wanted to add, if you don't mind adopting me, I wouldn't object. Fugaku pointed to an ancient stone tablet. The method of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, along with the secret history of our Uchiha clan, is inscribed on this tablet, he explained. However, the text has a type of seal. With a three-tomo Sharingan, you can read some of it, but for the rest, you need the Mangekyo Sharingan. I'll give it a try, Lord Fugaku. Sojetsu activated his three-tomo Sharingan and stared at the stone tablet. The once fuzzy and distorted text started to come into focus, becoming legible. But he wasn't particularly interested in the stone tablet's secrets, he knew the plot from the original story. This was all just for show, to keep Fugaku's trust. But then, something caught his attention. A subtle shift in the atmosphere. He felt like he was being watched. As a beyonder of the visionary pathway, he had an innate sensitivity to observation, whether visible or hidden. Sojetsu discreetly activated his spirit vision and scanned the area. He noticed something strange on the wall behind the tablet, a shadow, like ink bleeding through paper, with an aura that was distinctly etheric and gray. The shadow moved within the wall, like a blob of dark, viscous liquid. The sense of being watched was definitely coming from there. Black Zetsu. Sojetsu thought, his expression remaining calm while a hint of coldness played at the corners of his lips. Just because you can avoid getting caught, does it mean you should spy on other people's privacy? Alright, let's teach you a lesson today. Black Zetsu, hiding within the wall, stared at Uchiha Sogetsu with a look of pity. I didn't expect him to be able to simulate the infinite Tsukuyomi with only a three-tomo Sharingan. It would be a waste not to use that kind of talent. Maybe I should recommend him to Uchiha Madara to accelerate the plan to resurrect my mother. While Black Zetsu was contemplating a series of plans, he suddenly noticed Uchiha Sogetsu's expression change in front of the wall. Immediately, Uchiha Sogetsu began forming hand seals rapidly. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Black Zetsu. Fugaku, what the? Chapter 15, Jiraiya. With a loud crash, the wall shattered as a fireball slammed into it. Uchiha Sogetsu, what do you think you're doing? Uchiha Fugaku shouted, his heart racing and his body tensing up. The shock made him nearly faint. He could hardly imagine what would happen if that stone tablet got destroyed. The clan elders would tear him apart if they didn't get a chance to vent their rage. In his mind, Fugaku saw his position as clan head slipping away. Lord Fugaku, there's someone behind that wall. Sojetsu explained quickly, holding back Fugaku's anger. This intruder is trespassing on Uchiha territory without permission. He might be one of Danzo's men. What? Fugaku's eyes went wide at the mention of Danzo, instantly focusing on the source of the commotion. The smoke from the shattered wall cleared enough for him to spot a glowing chakra presence within. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu was in shock, too. How did they find him? With his stealth abilities, even the legendary sages of the Three Great Sage region wouldn't easily detect him. How did this Uchiha kid see through his disguise? But before Black Zetsu could figure it out, Fugaku charged forward like a leopard, intent on capturing him alive. If this was indeed a spy sent by Danzo, and he got away, it could spell disaster for the Uchiha clan. Fugaku's immediate priority was containment, regardless of the stone tablet's fate. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Fugaku was renowned for his fire techniques, and it showed. His version of the dragon fire technique was far more potent than usual, turning a basic B-rank jutsu into something with the power of an A-rank. Boom. A giant fire dragon roared into life, the heat in the secret chamber soaring with its arrival. It surged forward with unstoppable momentum, striking the wall with intense force. The resulting explosion sent a shockwave through the room, powerful enough to push Sojetsu back several steps, the hair on his arms curling from the heat. Black Zetsu didn't hesitate. Like a viscous blob, he slipped through the cracks in the wall, escaping into the shadows. It wasn't that he feared Fugaku and Sojetsu, he had plenty of tricks up his sleeve to evade capture. However, being discovered at this stage could ruin all his carefully laid plans. Sojetsu had no intention of letting Black Zetsu get away. As he threw his shuriken, he shouted to Fugaku beside him, "Lord Fugaku, he's there." "Damn you, Uchiha brat." Black Zetsu cursed angrily as he was intercepted again. "You're not going anywhere." Fugaku shouted, his anger boiling over as he stamped his foot hard on the ground. Boom. The burst of chakra shattered the floor like a spiderweb, debris scattering in all directions. In an instant, Fugaku vanished, leaving behind only an afterimage and a shockwave that resembled a sonic boom. Boom. Fugaku's punch slammed into the wall where Black Zetsu was hiding, knocking him out. The Uchiha clan leader was not only skilled with ninjutsu but also formidable in taijutsu. Before Black Zetsu could react, Fugaku twisted in midair, delivering a sweeping right leg that whipped through the air with a loud whoosh. Konoha, strong tornado. The powerful kick struck Black Zetsu squarely in the face, sending him flying like a cannonball. He crashed heavily into another wall of the secret room. Seeing his escape route, Black Zetsu turned into a pool of soft mud, attempting to slip through the wall's cracks. "Lord Fugaku, he's getting out through the secret room." Sojetsu shouted, not missing a beat. Fugaku chased Black Zetsu, his chakra flowing freely. He unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu without hesitation, focused on stopping Black Zetsu's escape. He was relentless. "If it wasn't for that annoying kid, I wouldn't be in this mess," Black Zetsu grumbled to himself as he ran, trying to escape from the barrage of attacks. But Fugaku's ferocity was unmatched. He unleashed wave after wave of fire release techniques, ensuring no place was safe for Black Zetsu to hide. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Fire release, Fireball Jutsu. Fire release, Storm Dance. Fire release, Fire Dragon Jutsu. Ah! Black Zetsu screamed as he tried to escape the relentless onslaught of flames. But the intense heat and widespread fire left him with nowhere to hide. His whole body caught fire, and he could do nothing but flee in agony. Black Zetsu had lived for thousands of years, and aside from those two ungrateful sons, he'd never hated anyone as much as he hated Uchiha Sogetsu. Rage and animosity burned in his eyes as he muttered under his breath, teeth clenched so hard they almost cracked, "Uchiha Sogetsu. When I return, I'll make Madara kill you." After what felt like an eternity, Black Zetsu finally broke through to the surface, escaping the underground. But just as he did, he heard Fugaku's furious voice behind him. "Fire release, fire extinguishing." The air filled with a violent surge of chakra, intensifying the already heated atmosphere. Fugaku's chest swelled to its limit as he gathered chakra in his throat, channeling it through his seals. The resulting burst of flame from his mouth lit up the night, the flames so intense that they created shockwaves across the flat terrain. The massive wave of fire could be felt even from dozens of meters away. In the darkness of the night, half of the Uchiha clan could see the flames burning bright in the direction of the shrine, turning night into day. Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Sogetsu. Black Zetsu was enveloped by the flames, his eyes filled with seething hatred. "I'll remember this. We'll settle the score later." The intense flames began to melt and crystallize the ground, but Black Zetsu's body sank into the burning earth, disappearing into the ground as if he were melting. Fugaku's expression was grim as he stared at the spot where Black Zetsu had vanished. He got away, he said, irritation evident in his voice. I've never seen ninjutsu like that before. His chakra felt odd. Could he be one of Danzo's spies? No, it's very unlikely. Who would send someone like him to keep an eye on us? Sojetsu, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow and asked, why couldn't it be Danzo's doing? Fugaku glanced at him with a serious look, his tone low. Would you trust someone like that if you were the third Hokage? Would you give someone like that to Danzo? Sojetsu nodded slowly, understanding the implication. Although Danzo and the third Hokage seemed close, they likely had hidden agendas and might have been scheming against each other behind the scenes. Keep today's events under wraps for now. Don't let anyone find out. Fugaku frowned, contemplating for a moment as he gazed at the moving figures in the distance. He turned back and warned, if anyone asks, just say I'm conducting a training exercise with you. I understand, Lord Fugaku, Sojetsu replied with a nod. Don't worry, I'll keep it secret. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu, having narrowly escaped, was resting on a tree outside Konoha village. Damn Uchiha Sogetsu. How dare he make me suffer such a heavy loss? Black Zetsu clenched his teeth in frustration. This guy can actually detect me. I can't allow him to live, I've got to get Madara to eliminate him as soon as possible. Planning on killing someone, are we? A voice suddenly broke into Black Zetsu's thoughts, catching him off guard. How was this possible? Someone else was here. He quickly turned toward the sound. Under the moonlight, a tall, muscular figure crouched above him. His wild mane of white hair flowed down like a lion's, and a scroll about half a man's height hung from his waist. The forehead protector bore the character for oil. Just got back to the village and already bumping into strangers, the man said with a grin, rubbing his chin as he stared at Black Zetsu with curiosity. Since we met by chance, why not come with me? Damn it, it's Jiraiya. Black Zetsu silently cursed Sojetsu 100 times over in his mind. Chapter 16, Unlucky Black Zetsu. Late at night, Orochimaru sat alone in his laboratory, sifting through recent research data. The legendary power of the first Hokage, the one who ended the chaotic warring state period, is truly becoming more fascinating, he mused. Though there had been little progress in his studies of the would-release bloodline limit, the failed experiments sparked a new wave of interest. Even a few cells hold such astonishing vitality. I can't imagine how formidable the first Hokage must have been, he thought. As Orochimaru set the documents aside, he leaned back in his chair, intending to close his eyes for a brief nap. But just as he began to drift off, a sudden buzzing noise filled his mind. In an instant, the familiar, hazy black mist rolled in like a tide. After his previous encounter, Orochimaru was still a bit tense, but not panicked. This time, however, it wasn't the usual gathering. Out of the swirling black mist emerged a figure seemingly made of light, with 6 radiant wings extending from its back. The figure radiated an ancient and boundless energy, like a star. Its piercing gaze was fixed on Orochimaru's spirit. Not a gathering. Orochimaru was taken aback. He expected to be transported to the corpse cathedral like last time. He's not one to be easily fooled. After a moment of thought, he deduced who this figure was. It's a rare guest, Mr. Adam. I didn't expect to see you here. What brings you to me? I'm here to deliver good news, Orochimaru, replied Uchiha Sogetsu, who appeared in this dreamlike form thanks to ritual magic. Oh. Orochimaru's eyes lit up, his curiosity piqued. Sogetsu wasted no time with small talk. It's about immortality, he stated plainly. Immortality? Orochimaru's pupils dilated slightly, and his throat tightened. He tried to speak, but the words seemed stuck. It wasn't that he suspected Adam of lying, he'd seen his power firsthand, but the prospect of achieving immortality was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a few moments, Orochimaru realized his reaction was impolite and quickly apologized. Forgive me, Mr. Adam. I've been researching immortality for a long time without success. This news is so surprising that it caught me off guard. I hope you understand. It's perfectly understandable, replied Sojetsu calmly. Excuse me, Mr. Adam, what price do I need to pay? Orochimaru asked, his voice steady, but his eyes betrayed a hint of suppressed excitement. He was controlling the rush of ecstasy bubbling within him, forcing himself to remain calm. He had always known that everything came with a cost, but this was immortality. The very thing he had been pursuing for so long was now within reach. No matter what the price, he was determined to pay it. The cost will be revealed to you later, Sojetsu replied, a hint of mystery in his tone. He then continued, 5 kilometers east of Konoha, you'll find what you seek. It's an unfinished story from thousands of years ago. The beings from that mythology era still live today. I'm sure it can meet your requirements. Sojetsu was referring to Black Zetsu. If Black Zetsu thought he could just escape after offending him, he was sorely mistaken. Black Zetsu might believe he could come and go as he pleased, but Sojetsu had other plans. The Age of Mythology. Creature that has lived for thousands of years. Orochimaru's initial shock had now turned into outright disbelief. The implications of that one sentence were staggering, enough to nearly freeze his brain. Was Adam suggesting that these ancient myths from the ninja world were real? Orochimaru's thoughts spiraled out of control. He was shivering, his mind racing to comprehend the scope of this revelation. If you don't go soon, he'll vanish, Sojetsu said, with a smirk. After all, your friend doesn't seem all that reliable. He won't be able to hold him for long. My friend. Orochimaru paused, then realized who Sojetsu was referring to. You mean Jiraiya? Out of everyone in Konoha, there were only a few Orochimaru could consider friends, and Jiraiya was the least dependable among them. It made sense now. Go, Sojetsu said. With that, his figure, as radiant as a god, dissolved into black mist, fading away. Back in reality, Orochimaru opened his eyes abruptly. In the depths of his purple irises, a fierce murderous intent flickered. Creature from the mythical age, thousands of years old. This is getting more and more interesting. I had no idea there were so many secrets hidden in the ninja world. Meanwhile, deep in the forests outside Konoha, Black Zetsu was taking a brutal beating. If Uchiha Fugaku was a minor annoyance, then the legendary Sannin Jiraiya was making Black Zetsu's life a living nightmare. Jiraiya had a mastery of all the chakra nature of ninjutsu, with a particular talent for earth and fire techniques. He was a formidable opponent, one that Black Zetsu wasn't prepared for. However, what makes Black Zetsu even more desperate is that Jiraiya is from Mount Myaboku. It was that wretched toad from that very place who deceived Hagoromo and Hamura, leading them to betray and seal their mother, Kaguya. We can't afford to wait any longer. Black Zetsu decided to employ his usual escape tactic, splitting his body into many parts and scattering them. The smelly toad at Mount Myaboku has the power of prophecy. If I linger too long with Jiraiya, it's only a matter of time before he figures me out. With a loud bang, Black Zetsu's body exploded into countless black droplets, dispersing in all directions like a splash of ink. Trying to escape. Jiraiya, lying on the ground with his hair standing on end like a lion's mane, quickly reacted, ninjutsu, needle jizo. The sound of swishing needles filled the air as Jiraiya's hair hardened into steel-like spikes, raining down on the scattered black droplets. While many droplets were pierced and destroyed with a sharp scream, a few managed to slip away. I've never seen this kind of ninjutsu before, Jiraiya muttered to himself, halting his attack when he realized he couldn't catch all the droplets. He furrowed his brow, deep in thought, there's something strange about this guy. Not only is his ninjutsu odd, but his body structure is also peculiar. I need to find some time to visit Mount Myaboku and talk to the great toad sage. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu, in his desperate attempt to escape, suffered heavy losses. Though not a living being in the conventional sense, but rather a ball of Ein-type chakra separated from Kaguya's body, the events of the night had taken a toll on him. He'd lost about 2/3 of his body, and it would take at least 6 months to recover fully. Damn Uchiha Sogetsu. I'll make you pay for this. Black Zetsu seethed with rage, blaming the Uchiha for his misfortune. Just wait, Uchiha Sogetsu. When I get back, I'll ensure you experience the most agonizing suffering imaginable. You will lose everything and endure endless torment. As Black Zetsu stewed in his anger, a hissing sound drew his attention. The grass beside him rustled, and several snakes slithered out. The venomous serpents raised their heads, their scarlet eyes glaring at him as they flicked their tongues, making an ominous hissing sound. Just a few snakes. Do they think they can scare me? Black Zetsu was startled at first, but when he saw they were just snakes, he grew enraged. He waved his hand, ready to rip them to shreds. But something felt off. Why were there snakes here? He 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 he. An eerie laugh filled the air, sending a chill down Black Zetsu's spine. No. This can't be happening, right? There's no way he'd be that unlucky, right? He turned his head, which felt as if it had been turned to stone, toward the source of the sound. Under the glowing moonlight, he saw a handsome man dressed in a white kimono, with long black hair, narrow eyes, and a cold demeanor. The man walked towards him with a serpent-like grace, his hands clasped casually behind his back, and a thin smile on his lips. It's Orochimaru. Black Zetsu thought he might have offended the god of luck somehow. Otherwise, how else could he be cursed enough to meet 2 legendary Sannin in one day? Chapter 17, S-Class Mission. The next day. Uchiha Sogetsu walked out of the ANBU building with heavy bags under his eyes. He rubbed them sleepily and yawned, showing signs of fatigue. The night before, at the Uchiha clan residence, there had been a sudden surge of intense chakra, along with clear signs of a fight. This commotion was impossible to miss, especially for the ever-watchful ANBU. Considering the current tensions, both Hokage and Danzo had their eyes glued to the Uchiha clan's activities. As a result, Sojetsu had been summoned to the ANBU building to write a detailed report about the events of the previous night. He spent the whole night writing reports. It was exhausting. Before time traveling, he had to prepare reports, afterward, he had to file reports. It seemed endless. Damn it, he muttered, his face showing clear resentment. He was just about to head home to get some rest when someone blocked his path. Owl, Lord Hokage wants you in his office, said Elephant, one of Hokage's personal ANBU guards, his tone as icy as usual. Understood, I'm on my way, Sojetsu replied, his expression completely blank, just like a tired employee heading to work early in the morning. His annoyance was almost palpable. Elephant shivered unexpectedly, giving him a puzzled look. Oh, and remember to bring this, he said, handing over a mask. The mask was white, with a black ink drawing of an owl. This likely meant he was required to take on a specific ANBU task. Sojetsu accepted the mask, put it on without a word, and walked away. In the Hokage building, Sojetsu reached the office. Knock, knock, knock. After a brief series of knocks, he opened the door and announced, Hokage-sama, I am Owl. The timing's perfect, Owl. The third Hokage sat behind his desk, puffing on a cigarette. A large stack of papers lay in front of him. When Uchiha Sogetsu entered, the Hokage rubbed his temples and said, I've heard about last night's events from Fugaku. Can you explain how you discovered him? Uchiha Sogetsu was not surprised that this had something to do with Black Zetsu. He answered, of course, Hokage-sama. It's the Sharingan. I guess I'm more attuned to chakra because I specialize in genjutsu. Sharingan, huh? The third Hokage leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the desk. The whole situation seemed suspicious, and he couldn't help but wonder who was pulling the strings. It was a particularly sensitive time, with the campaign for the Hokage position in full swing. More than a few people were acting out, and even Danzo seemed on edge. It couldn't have come at a worse time, he muttered, pressing his temples to ease the headache. He opened a drawer and took out 2 reports. These are from Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Take a look, then give me your thoughts. Although he hadn't read the reports yet, Sojetsu had a good idea of their content. Orochimaru might have failed to stop Black Zetsu, but he'd managed to use a sealing technique to take half of Black Zetsu's cells for his own experiments. Sojetsu wasn't particularly surprised by this outcome. After all, Black Zetsu was a product of Kaguya Otsutsuki, and he had a few tricks up his sleeve. Nonetheless, Sojetsu couldn't let the third Hokage know his true thoughts. Instead, he had to play his role. Uchiha Sogetsu scanned the reports, pretending to think hard about them. After a moment, he said, Hokage-sama, I suspect these are spies from other villages trying to seize the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, or perhaps stir internal strife in Konoha. If they destabilize us, they might launch an attack when we're at our weakest. His hypothesis was based on future plotlines and the current political turmoil in Konoha. There was no way he'd mention Black Zetsu's true identity, that would spoil the whole plot. It would be foolish to give that away. Worse, if he exposed Black Zetsu's origins, the Sage of the Six Paths, who had long been in the Pure Land, might step in. That would be a whole new level of complication. As a spectator, you may guide the narrative, but never deviate from the script. Your logic holds merit, the third Hokage remarked. Upon hearing this speculation, the third Hokage nodded in agreement, casually brushing away ash from his cigarette. Exhaling a smoke ring, he continued, however, there's another matter of concern. Another matter? Uchiha Soyuki was taken aback. Yes, that's precisely why I summoned you here. Reaching into a drawer, the third Hokage retrieved an ancient scroll and handed it over. The scroll appeared weathered, covered in dust and showing signs of neglect. Warring States. Seal History Scroll. Uchiha Sogetsu read aloud, his confusion growing. Hokage-sama, is this? In this scroll lies the history of the Warring States period, including the history of Konoha. It also records dangerous individuals sealed away by powerful clans of Konoha in Warring State period, the third Hokage explained, setting aside his pipe and intertwining his fingers in a pensive gesture. Initially, it slipped my mind, until the events of last night brought it to the forefront of my thoughts. You mean, the individual who surfaced last night might be one of those dangerous figures from the Warring States period? Uchiha Sogetsu's astonishment was evident. He had managed to deceive the third Hokage and stumbled upon new revelations. The sealed history of the Warring States period was absent from the original narrative, and there was no mention of dangerous individuals being sealed. According to reports from Jiraiya and Orochimaru, it's highly probable, the third Hokage asserted gravely. Individuals proficient in yin-based ninjutsu are a rarity in today's shinobi world. While there's a chance they're a defector from another village, I suspect they may also be one of the dangerous figures sealed away by our ancestors. What are you suggesting? Uchiha Sogetsu ventured a guess at the task the third Hokage intended to assign him. That I investigate. Check the location specified in the scroll to verify the integrity of the seals. Yes, only you are suited for this task, the third Hokage affirmed, nodding once more. Though the Warring States period is long past, those sealed away remain. The individual may have long perished, but it's imperative we investigate for certainty. Understood, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Sogetsu accepted the assignment eagerly. I will follow the markings on the scroll and thoroughly inspect the status of the seals. This is a S-rank mission. The third Hokage picked up his pipe, took a deep drag, and said, I've sent someone to assist you. They'll meet you at the Konoha gate. Understood, Hokage-sama. I'll set off to meet them, Uchiha Sogetsu replied as he stowed away the scroll containing the seal locations, his expression laced with a hint of irony. He wondered if it was truly assistance or just surveillance. But then again, knowing Sarutobi Hiruzen's nature, it seemed reasonable. How could he send just one Uchiha for such an important mission? The world of politics was intricate, and Hiruzen Sarutobi was only scratching the surface. Uchiha Sogetsu left the office, gripping the scroll tightly in his hand. A faint smile played on his lips as he mused to himself, seal history scrolls from the Warring States period. This could be interesting. How can I make use of this? Chapter 18, Tsunade and Sojetsu. After Uchiha Sogetsu left the Hokage's office, another figure entered, his wooden cane thumping against the floor with every step. Thud. 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 The third Hokage, without looking up from his documents, continued his work, his voice laced with irritation. Danzo, what do you want? If this is about the Uchiha clan, I've already given my answer. Danzo's expression was as dark as his voice was hoarse. Hiruzen, you're too complacent. His voice betrayed his anger, and the third Hokage could hear it. What happened last night at the Uchiha compound isn't as simple as you think, Danzo added. The third Hokage paused, his pen hovering over the document he was working on. His eyes held a mix of annoyance and indifference. So, what do you want? Give me that Uchiha kid, Danzo said, his voice icy. I'll get the truth out of him. No, the third Hokage replied sharply, denying him without hesitation. You'd be sowing chaos in Konoha, and I'm not going to let that happen. This isn't up for debate, Danzo. Danzo's anger flared. Hiruzen, you're being naive. The Uchiha are a ticking time bomb, even our teacher knew that. It's your weakness that's emboldened them. There's something in that Uchiha kid's genjutsu, I'm sure of it. This is my last warning, Danzo. The third Hokage's voice grew stern, and he stopped pretending to be civil. Stay out of this. I have my own plans for Uchiha Sogetsu. Danzo's teeth clenched, but he knew when he was beaten. His words dripped with spite as he spoke. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. I'm the Hokage, Danzo. The third Hokage's words were final, and Danzo could only leave, his frustration palpable as he slammed the door behind him. Meanwhile, at the Konoha gate, Uchiha Sogetsu stood waiting. He glanced around, looking for the person he was supposed to meet, but no one was there. Did they forget, he wondered, scratching his head. Who in Konoha would dare to ignore an order from the Hokage? As he puzzled over it, a shadow loomed behind him, and before he could react, a hand grabbed his head and shoved him face first into a soft, plush surface. Hey, kid, a voice called out. Uchiha Sogetsu had no time to respond, he was too busy trying to extricate himself from the unexpected ambush. Although the texture was soft to the touch, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance, the mature allure caused his heart to skip a beat. But, he was on the verge of suffocation. Uchiha Sogetsu struggled to break free from the waves, gasping for fresh air. That was so close, I almost suffocated. Ha 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 ha, you're so cute, kid. Let's go. A familiar female voice, tinged with playfulness. Tsunade-sama, please mind the impact next time, all right? Uchiha Sogetsu remained composed, stepping back slightly to avoid another suffocation, and continued, and you shouldn't address me by name. My current designation is ANBU, so you should use my code name. Though the identity of ANBU was highly confidential, it wasn't surprising for someone like the Sannin, directly connected to the Hokage, to be aware of it. Sorry, my bad. I'm just so used to it. Tsunade patted her chest reassuringly, then chuckled, I'll be more careful next time. Despite being a woman, she was as magnanimous as any man, she could even be considered the most magnanimous person in the ninja world. Uchiha Sogetsu secretly admired her braids before steering the conversation. Tsunade-sama, aren't you supposed to be at Konoha Hospital right now? What brings you here? Any guesses? Tsunade's eyes glinted mischievously, her slender, jade-white fingers lightly brushing against her red lips as she tilted her head and smiled. Impressive. Even Uchiha Sogetsu, a beyonder of spectator pathway, had to acknowledge that a woman exuding mature charm, with a voluptuous figure, and especially captivating movements, was incredibly tempting, pulsating with allure. Suppressing his stirred thoughts, Uchiha Sogetsu spoke impassively, Tsunade-sama, I'm on a mission. TSK, such a boring kid. Tsunade rolled her eyes and sighed, all right, no more teasing. It was the old man's idea for me to come. Do you get it now? Uchiha Sogetsu was left speechless. Had Sarutobi Hiruzen lost his brains, sending Tsunade to assist him on the mission? Was this assistance, or was it like being tasked with babysitting? Just the thought of dealing with Tsunade, who was even less reliable than Jiraiya and had a fear of blood, gave him a headache. What? You think you have a say in this? Tsunade glared at the young man with sudden anger, then playfully slapped him on the head. I'm one of the legendary Sannin. Do you have any idea how valuable a Sannin is? And I'm the strongest among them. You should be honored that I'm willing to help you with this mission, kid. The slap was light, but Uchiha Sogetsu winced slightly, feeling the sting. Of course, it's a great honor, Tsunade-sama, he replied, emphasizing his words with a touch of sarcasm. Humph, that's more like it. Tsunade crossed her arms, apparently not picking up on his tone, her face radiating satisfaction. Uchiha Sogetsu felt a sense of resignation. If it were anyone else, he might have found a way to ditch them during the mission. But with Tsunade, things were different. If they ran into hostile ninjas, her hemophobia could leave her vulnerable. Now he not only had to complete the mission but also make sure Tsunade stayed safe. Talk about an SS-level headache. Tsunade's demeanor shifted back to seriousness, as if she guessed what he was thinking. Don't think this is just about the Hokage assigning you to babysit me, she said, lowering her voice. Most of the dangerous individuals mentioned in that scroll were sealed away by the Uchiha and Senju clans. Sealed away by the Uchiha and Senju. Sojetsu was taken aback. He hadn't expected the scroll to contain such a major secret. Tsunade grinned, then flicked Sojetsu's forehead. Yeah, there are a few sealed individuals who hail from those clans too. Sojetsu felt a rush of surprise at this revelation. What could it mean? Why hadn't anyone told him about this? Tsunade pursed her lips, displaying her usual confidence. Oh, and by the way, thanks to your treatment, my hemophobia has gotten a lot better. Really? Sojetsu was genuinely surprised. Yeah, so don't worry about me, she said, patting her chest. On this mission, I'll be the one protecting you. Meanwhile, in a remote cave, an elderly Madara Uchiha was barely clinging to life with the aid of machines. His breathing was faint, and his frail body was a far cry from the formidable Super Kage-level ninja he once was. He was connected to various medical tubes, his vitality almost entirely drained. Suddenly, Madara's eyes opened slightly, showing a hint of fatigue. Black Zetsu, is that you? A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, but it looked quite battered. Only half of its body remained. Its voice was a mix of relief and complaint. Yes, Lord Madara, I'm back. Madara observed the bedraggled Black Zetsu and remained silent for a moment, his eyes narrowing. What happened to you? He asked, his voice low and stern. Didn't Madara send Black Zetsu to Konoha to find him a suitable heir? It's such a straightforward task, and it doesn't even involve fighting. How could Black Zetsu mess this up? Madara-sama, here's what happened. Black Zetsu recounted the entire story, embellishing a few details along the way. After listening to the explanation, even the usually composed Uchiha Madara was at a loss for words. It takes a special kind of talent to be this unlucky. Chapter 19, Jigen. Should we head to Tanzaku town first? Uchiha Sogetsu eyed Tsunade skeptically and asked, are you sure you're not secretly planning to gamble? You look like you're ready to roll the dice again. Ahem. No way. Tsunade stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at him. Do I seem like the type who can't stay away from the casino? Her words said one thing, but her guilty expression told a different story. Sojetsu's skepticism was well-founded. After all, Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, the founder of Konoha's medical ninja system, and the director of Konoha Hospital, almost gambled away the entire hospital in one night. If it hadn't been for the intervention of the Hokage's personal guard, ANBU, she might have gambled herself into oblivion. It's no wonder he was wary of her intentions. Tsunade blushed under Sojetsu's probing gaze. She tried to defend herself, but her confidence faltered. Well, there's a seal south of Tanzaku town, so I thought it would be convenient to go there. Sojetsu, unfazed, pointed at the scroll to show the actual distance between their current location and Tanzaku town. The town is in the southwest, and it's more than 170 kilometers away from our current destination. Are you sure this is a simple side trip, Tsunade-sama? It's on the way south, isn't it? Tsunade looked like a reprimanded schoolgirl as she twisted her jade-like fingers together and pouted. Besides, we need to disguise ourselves a bit if we're traveling this much. Don't want to draw too much attention, right? She had a point. The scroll listed more than a dozen sealing locations scattered across the land of fire. With Sojetsu wearing an ANBU mask and Tsunade's reputation, they were bound to attract attention. Her idea of blending in by buying disguises seemed plausible. However, Sojetsu wasn't buying it entirely. He saw through her ruse. Then why didn't you mention this when we were in Konoha this morning, he challenged. I forgot. Tsunade spread her hands with a fake innocence, a weak attempt to defend her oversight. Sojetsu sighed, knowing he'd have to give in. Alright, fine. We'll go to Tanzaka town first, but we're only staying for 1 day. Deal. Alright. Tsunade's eyes flashed with a hint of mischief, her smile revealing a sense of triumph. Having settled on a plan, Uchiha Sogetsu didn't waste time. His goal was to get to Tanzaka town as quickly as possible, rest for the night, and then move on to the location of the seal. The journey was quiet, with only the rustling of leaves and distant bird calls to keep him company. By the time he reached Tanzaka town, the sun was setting, casting a warm orange glow over the neon signs. He'd been running nonstop since the previous night, and the fatigue was starting to catch up with him. Huff, huff. He bent over, hands on his knees, breathing heavily. TSK, kid, not much stamina, huh? Getting tired already. Tsunade stood nearby, looking completely unbothered. Her breathing was steady, and her expression was calm, but her teasing tone was undeniable. Why don't you call me sis? Maybe then I'll teach you a thing or two when I'm happy. No thanks, Tsunade-sama, Uchiha Sogetsu replied, straightening up after a deep breath. Remember, you promised me something else. Oh, I know. Tsunade's voice turned cold as she rolled her eyes, her lips curling slightly. If you don't want to ask nicely, then I'm not interested in teaching you. With that, she brushed past him and walked into the lively streets of Tanzaka town, leaving him to his own devices. Women, such a hassle, Uchiha Sogetsu sighed. He followed her into the heart of Tanzaka town, curious about the bustling nightlife. Despite all his missions, he'd never had a chance to visit Tanzaka town before. It was the entertainment hub of the Land of Fire, filled with casinos, amusement parks, and luxury hotels. Neon signs blazed from every corner, and people filled the streets, enjoying the lively atmosphere. It reminded him of the modern cities from his past life. He had taken off his ANBU mask, hoping to blend in. Following Tsunade's lead, he checked into a hot spring hotel. As if catching the infectious energy of the city, Tsunade didn't even bother to rest, she left without a word, no doubt heading to a casino. Well, I might as well explore too, he thought to himself. Tanzaka town truly came alive at night, and Uchiha Sogetsu wasn't about to miss out on the experience. The street was bustling with tourists, with charming women on both sides enticing passers-by. It was Flower Street, where lively chatter and colorful sights met at every corner. Uchiha Sogetsu wandered down the street, seemingly detached from the chaos around him, as if he were invisible to everyone else. He was here to observe the crowd, to understand the hidden narratives that unfolded amidst the buzz. There were always interesting things to notice among the constant flow of people. Something felt off. There were hardly any ninjas among the crowd. Were they rogue ninjas? Or perhaps spies from another village? Uchiha Sogetsu mused over the possibilities. No wonder Jiraiya favored this place for gathering intel. Flower Street had always been a hotbed for information. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as Uchiha Sogetsu, deep in thought, collided with someone. He stumbled back a couple of steps. The man he bumped into was large and muscular, with a towering presence. He wore a simple white monk's robe, and his hair was neatly gathered at the top with a long braid hanging down his back. Under his left eye, a small black Roman numeral 4 tattoo stood out. Despite the imposing appearance, he clasped his hands and bowed deeply, speaking with a gentle tone. Namo Amitba. I'm sorry, my friend. I was lost in thought and didn't see you. I hope I didn't hurt you, he said with genuine concern. Uchiha Sogetsu rubbed the back of his head, flashing a sheepish grin. No harm done. I should have been paying more attention. He noted the monk's youthful face, guessing he was about 20 years old. The monk nodded and bowed again, ready to leave. If you're okay, I'll take my leave now, he said courteously. But just as the monk turned to go, Uchiha Sogetsu called out, Wait, Mr. Mong. I have a question for you. The monk was taken aback for a moment, then halted and looked back at the person addressing him with a puzzled expression. May I ask what you need, donor? Since we've met, it must be fate, Uchiha Sogetsu replied with a smile. My name is Uchiha Obito. What about you? The Uchiha clan. The famous one. The monk was briefly stunned. He hadn't expected the young man to be so direct, but he quickly composed himself and replied with a friendly smile, I'm Jigen, a wandering monk. Jigen, that's a wonderful name, Uchiha Sogetsu remarked thoughtfully. It's a pleasure to meet you. If there's a chance, I hope we can meet again. Goodbye, young monk, he added as he turned to leave. Jigen smiled and pressed his hands together in a respectful gesture before quickly continuing on his way. Ah, Jigen, Uchiha Sogetsu murmured as he watched the monk's retreating figure. His gaze grew colder as he observed the monk's departure. Earlier, Sojetsu had been using his psychological invisibility ability, so no one, whether pedestrians or ninjas, had noticed him passing by. But Jigen not only noticed him, he had even bumped into him. Coincidence? That's an excuse that might work on a child, but it's not fooling me, Sojetsu thought to himself. The fact that Jigen showed up is telling, he mused as he looked up at the moon in the sky. This ninja world is becoming more and more interesting. Meanwhile, Jigen, who had been leaving, stopped and turned around, sensing something amiss. He looked back down the road where he'd come from. Was that an illusion? He muttered to himself with a frown. That kid's gaze was strange. Chapter 20, The Second Gathering. It was late at night when Uchiha Sogetsu returned to the hotel. Tsunade still hadn't come back, and it seemed she was preparing for a prolonged battle. He could only hope she wouldn't be in too much trouble. Uchiha Sogetsu was staying at a hot spring hotel, and he wasn't about to miss out on the chance to relax, especially since it was all covered as a business trip. As he soaked in the soothing hot water, he closed his eyes and let his mind wander. I hadn't planned on moving this quickly, but now it looks like I have no choice, he thought. The unexpected encounter with Jigen had changed his plans, and now he had to act. He left the hot spring, got dressed, and went back to his room. Before doing anything else, he checked the room for any signs of tampering, then set up a few traps for good measure. He pulled out a brass candlestick from his scroll, infused it with spiritual energy, and lit it. A mysterious force swept him into a deep, dark dream. He felt like he was being drawn into a vast black void, and his spirit drifted among the stars. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was about to wrap up his latest experiment when he suddenly felt an overwhelming drowsiness. He said, a bit surprised. But he quickly realized he was being summoned. He found a chair, sat down, and let himself relax, allowing the force to pull him in. His spiritual body descended through the endless black mist until it reached its deepest point. At the heart of the boundless ocean of subconsciousness, in a dreamlike landscape, stood a grand church made of bones. It had an ancient, almost otherworldly feel, and two indistinct figures were seated at a long, weathered bronze table. Good evening, Mr. Adam, Orochimaru greeted, bowing deeply. Thank you for your help last time. Mr. Adam, Itachi Sakumo said, his reaction more subdued. Please, take a seat, Uchiha Sogetsu said, his voice calm and inviting. His figure was cloaked in shadow, but his gesture was gentle. The two guests sat down, and for a moment, the silence was heavy. Finally, Orochimaru spoke up, breaking the quiet. Mr. Adam, why have you called us here tonight? The ninja world has been at peace for far too long, Uchiha Sogetsu replied, his tone hinting at something ominous. Uchiha Sogetsu tapped his fingers on the table, a faint smile playing on his lips, suggesting he knew something others didn't. It seems some people are getting restless, he remarked. Itachi Sakumo, who had been silent until now, visibly tensed. Are you saying the ninja world war is about to start again? Orochimaru's mocking laugh broke the tension. What's so surprising about that, White Fang? You still have such a naive view of the world, he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. The resources of the major ninja villages are limited, but Konoha has occupied the most fertile lands. After the death of the first Hokage, the other villages were always ready to make their move. 2 wars had already happened and the third one isn't surprising either. Though I'm quite intrigued by the upcoming war, he added, glancing away from the men seated in the high-back chair. Orochimaru's eyes held a hint of fear. From your tone, Mr. Adam, it seems this war won't be as straightforward as it seems, right? There are always people who prefer to operate in the shadows, don't you think? Uchiha Sogetsu stopped tapping his fingers and leaned back in his chair. To be honest, I didn't plan on getting involved, but those people want to challenge the Lord's will, and I can't let that happen. Oh. It just happens that my research has hit a dead end, so I might as well do something productive. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed slightly as he licked his lips, a dangerous gleam in his gaze. Going out for a stroll sounds like a good idea. Who knows, I might even find some new inspiration. It's not a good idea for you to get involved, Uchiha Sogetsu said calmly. These people are cowards. If they see you, they'll just burrow deeper into hiding. I'll do it, Mr. Adam, Itachi Sakumo spoke up. Everyone thinks I'm dead. Dead people don't attract much attention. Very well, Sakumo, it's in your hands, Uchiha Sogetsu agreed. Then he turned to Orochimaru. I have a different task for you, Orochimaru. Mr. Adam, tell me what you need, Orochimaru said, bowing his head in respect. His tone was serious, he knew this was a crucial moment. Whatever it is, I'll do my best to accomplish it. Just one black cell had given him a glimpse of the future. The vitality contained within was remarkable, akin to the Hashirama's cells, yet not entirely human. It was a pure concentration of Yin release chakra. After delving into the study of black Zetsu cells, Orochimaru had a chilling realization. He wasn't entirely sure about his theory, but it made him even more resolved to follow the Twilight Hermit order. There's no need to be so serious. This is a relatively simple task for you. Uchiha Sogetsu's voice was calm, but the instruction was clear: collect as many Byakugan as you can, without attracting attention. Byakugan. Orochimaru seemed taken aback by the request. With all due respect, Mr. Adam, even though it's considered one of Konoha's two major bloodline limits or dojutsu, it's not quite as important as the Hashirama cells or Sharingan. In my opinion, the Byakugan doesn't compare to either of them in terms of value. Hatake Sakumo, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. It was a common sentiment in Konoha. The Byakugan and the Sharingan might be equally famous, but those who truly understood their potential knew they weren't on the same level. Sure, the Byakugan may have an edge before 3 Tomo Sharingan, but once the Sharingan awoke to Mangekyo, it was a different story entirely. You guys are underestimating the Byakugan, Uchiha Sogetsu said, a knowing smirk on his face. Both the Byakugan and Sharingan are the bloodline limit of sages. Sage. Orochimaru and Hatake Sakumo were stunned by the revelation. You mean, the Sage of Six Paths? Uchiha Sogetsu's smile deepened, but he said nothing, confirming their suspicions without a word. Both Orochimaru and Hatake Sakumo gasped in unison. So the myth is actually true. Orochimaru, more curious than shocked, leaned in. As a scientist, nothing was more captivating than uncovering secrets. He felt a shiver of excitement, not fear, but an eagerness to explore the unknown. If the Sharingan can evolve into the Mangekyo, then the Byakugan. What could it become? He licked his lips, already thinking of all the experiments he could conduct. I understand, Mr. Adam. I will look into it. Hatake Sakumo saw Orochimaru's eager expression and couldn't help but cringe. He could almost hear the Hyuga clan's cries in the distance. But then he shrugged. After all, as far as he was concerned, he was already a dead man. Why should he care? Okay, that's enough for today, Uchiha Sogetsu cut in, sensing someone approaching. He glanced at Hatake Sakumo and added, I'll give you more details about the person you're supposed to find later. Chapter 21, Sealed Uchiha. The next day, as expected, Tsunade lost everything. Uchiha Sogetsu had to advance her shopping money, asking Tsunade to sign an IOU to repay him when they got back. But considering Tsunade's reputation, the chances of her paying him back were slim. They both dressed up again. Uchiha Sogetsu wore a white outfit, with disheveled black hair, sharp eyebrows, and piercing eyes, making him look like a handsome young man. Tsunade changed into a white tube top, a dark blue robe, loose wide-leg trousers, and her long blonde hair tied into 2 ponytails. To avoid being recognized, she used a transformation technique to alter her appearance. From an outsider's perspective, they looked like a pair of traveling siblings, not ninjas. Following the directions on the scroll, they reached Morinama by late afternoon. It was a vast basin with a diameter of several kilometers, filled with a lush primeval forest. Tall ancient trees shot up from the ground, their dense branches and leaves forming a canopy like a vast green dome. I never thought I'd be back here, Tsunade said, a touch of nostalgia in her voice as she gazed at the forest. You've been here before? Uchiha Sogetsu asked. Yeah, she replied tersely, then jumped off the cliff without further explanation. Okay, Uchiha Sogetsu said, shrugging, before jumping after her. As they entered the primeval forest, the energy of the place hit them. Uchiha Sogetsu was awestruck. What an incredible surge of life energy, he exclaimed. The energy was palpable, as if the forest itself had a heart, beating with strong, vibrant pulses. With each pulse, the energy seemed to course through the forest's veins, nourishing every corner of the woodland, giving it vitality and vigor. No wonder the vegetation and trees here grow so large, thought Uchiha Sogetsu, watching Tsunade's back as they walked through the forest. The place felt odd with its intense life energy, yet something about it seemed unsettling. Let's keep moving, Tsunade said abruptly. Noticing that Sogetsu had stopped following, she didn't turn around, her voice sharp with impatience. Don't ask questions. I don't want to talk right now. You'll understand once we reach the sealed area. The aura surrounding her seemed to reflect her mood, a deep blue, filled with melancholy and sadness. Uchiha Sogetsu knew better than to press her with more questions. She'd likely punch him if he did. Instead, he kept his thoughts to himself and continued following her deeper into the forest. As they walked, the dense vegetation thinned out, replaced by small earthen mounds, unmarked and without tombstones. Hundreds of these mounds stretched out before them, the resting places of those who once lived in the heart of this ancient forest. It dawned on Uchiha Sogetsu that the rich life energy that filled the forest emanated from these silent graves. As he surveyed the area, he saw a pattern etched into a cave wall, the family crest of the Senju clan. The twin swirl-shaped sunflowers, resembling branches spreading out, were unmistakable. Seeing the emblem, Uchiha Sogetsu finally understood why Tsunade had been so reluctant to talk. It was clear now why this place carried such sadness for her. I'm sorry. I get emotional every time I come here, Tsunade said quietly, her voice soft and wavering. Her long eyelashes trembled as she bit her lip, her sorrow palpable. The people buried here were once her family, her grandfathers, uncles, and even her beloved brother. Tsunade-sama, would you like some assistance? Uchiha Sogetsu asked, adjusting his glasses and keeping his voice gentle. There's no need. It's all over, Tsunade said, taking a deep breath. With her hands on her hips, she added with a touch of indifference, besides, kid, do I look like the kind of woman who needs rescuing? Definitely not, Uchiha Sogetsu replied, his response heartfelt and sincere. He wasn't just flattering her, he genuinely believed it. After all, Tsunade had lost so many family members, elders, relatives, and her lover, yet she still rose to become one of the legendary Sannin. That alone spoke volumes about her strength. You do know how to say the right things sometimes, Tsunade remarked, pleasantly surprised. Her previously somber expression lightened, and she gave him a smile that was both charming and confident, her allure evident. Let's go, kid. The seal is over there. As they stepped into the cave, the candles on the walls flickered to life, casting a warm glow. Uchiha Sogetsu peered into the dimly lit space and saw an altar-like structure with 8 trigram seals arranged around it. The seal looks intact, Tsunade noted, visibly relieved. She turned to Sogetsu with a sly grin, her red lips curving seductively. Speaking of which, the person sealed here has a connection to you. A connection to me? Uchiha Sogetsu furrowed his brow in confusion. Do you know who's sealed in the Senju clan's forbidden area? Tsunade asked, her voice teasing, her eyes filled with mischief. Is it someone from the Uchiha clan? Sogetsu ventured. Considering that the person was sealed in the Senju clan's forbidden area, it seemed likely that it was someone from the Uchiha clan. He couldn't think of any other clan that fit the criteria. Ha ha ha, you're quite sharp, kid, Tsunade said with a chuckle, confirming his assumption. The person sealed here is indeed from the Uchiha clan. My uncle once mentioned him. Apparently, he was instrumental in helping the Uchiha clan achieve many victories in past battles. So why was he sealed by the Senju clan? Sogetsu asked, perplexed. No, that's not quite it, Tsunade replied, shaking her head. Her voice lowered as she explained, this person was sealed by the Uchiha clan itself. After they founded Konoha, they approached the Senju clan, proposing that the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques be used to keep this person sealed indefinitely. Sealed by the Uchiha clan. Sogetsu was baffled, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Why would they seal someone who had done so much for them? And why hand him over to the Senju and Uzumaki clans? It seems like they were afraid of his power or something. Tsunade nodded, a hint of skepticism in her eyes as she glanced at the altar. I'm not entirely sure. I asked my great-grandfather about it when I was a child, but he brushed it off, saying the person was just a bit troublesome. Uchiha Sogetsu smirked, recalling an old saying, if I can dominate the world with just a single swipe of wood, then what do I have to fear? When in doubt, take the high road, let your presence be known and voice your authority. Kyubi, the 9-tailed beast, is like a pet chicken to him. So why should he be afraid of anything? It's not like he hasn't beaten legendary shinobi before, right, Uchiha Madara? Since the seal is intact, can we leave? Uchiha Sogetsu asked. There were more places to go and seals to inspect. Yeah, let's move, replied Tsunade, about to leave, but her eyes caught something unsettling on the altar. She paused and frowned, it seems the 8 trigram seal is slightly damaged, probably due to age. I'll fix it. With that, she moved toward the altar to begin repairing the seal. Buzz. A sudden burst of spiritual energy sent an alarming shockwave through the area. Uchiha Sogetsu's Sharingan flared to life as he sensed danger, his 3 tomo spinning within his red pupils. The altar reflected an ominous dark chakra, boiling with countless layers of hatred and resentment. The energy coalesced like a ghostly specter, surging from the 8 trigrams seal's damaged section. Tsunade, get away from there, now. Sojetsu shouted. Chapter 22, Uchiha Girl. Tsunade, get out of there quickly. Uchiha Sogetsu knew something was off, but by the time he shouted to warn her, it was already too late. She inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. Tsunade tightened her fists, and chakra surged through her meridians, intensifying and converging at her fists. Oh no. That thought raced through Uchiha Sogetsu's mind. His pupils contracted sharply, and he quickly assumed a defensive stance. Golden dragon scales rapidly spread across his skin. Boom. Tsunade's massive punch obliterated the entire altar. The cave's rock walls and even the ground above shook violently, emitting a bone-chilling roar. The shockwave that followed seemed like a speeding train as it hurled Uchiha Sogetsu backward. Arg. Blood splattered from his mouth as he flew back dozens of meters. He gouged a deep trench into the ground, broke through several massive trees, and finally stopped. His entire body ached, and it felt like his internal organs had been scrambled. Only one thought persisted in his mind: no wonder Jiraiya was hospitalized for 3 months after taking one of her punches. This is insane. The entire cave collapsed from Tsunade's punch. What just happened? Why did Tsunade destroy the altar? Uchiha Sogetsu wiped the blood from his mouth. He stared toward the cave's ruins, anger and confusion flashing in his eyes. Moments later, Tsunade staggered out from the debris, stepping over chunks of rock. Tsunade-sama. Uchiha Sogetsu's eyes narrowed. Wait, something's not right. Uchiha Sogetsu had the ability to perceive the spiritual aura of living things, but he couldn't make out Tsunade's mental state because it was shrouded in a dark energy that had her in a trance-like state, almost as if she were under hypnosis. From deep within the rubble, a voice filled with loathing echoed through the ancestral grounds of the Senju clan, resembling a vengeful ghost crying out for retribution. The intense chakra emanating from the voice seemed to unleash the accumulated hatred and anger that had been held back for ages. The ground trembled as debris shattered, sending dust and smoke into the air. In the midst of the ruins, at the heart of a broken altar, stood a young girl, stark naked. Her skin was unnaturally pale from being kept in the dark for untold years, resembling the whiteness of snow. Her long, unkempt black hair framed her delicate face, casting a shadow over her high cheekbones. Her lips were almost devoid of color, as if drained of blood. There was a tragic beauty about her, a sense of vulnerability that could tug at anyone's heartstrings. Yet, what struck fear into Uchiha Sogetsu was the hatred burning in her eyes that swirled with the Mangekyo Sharingan, resembling windmill blades, indicating that she was a Uchiha, and a powerful one at that. Uchiha. Uchiha Sogetsu couldn't hide his shock at seeing the Mangekyo Sharingan in a girl from the Senju ruins. This was unprecedented. He felt the intensity of her hatred, which seemed to surge to the sky, her eyes practically aflame. She stepped forward with a deadly grace, her murderous intent as sharp as a blade. Despite the imminent danger, Uchiha Sogetsu couldn't help but glance down, catching a glimpse of her feet as she walked on the rubble. Her feet were petite and beautifully shaped, with 5 delicate toes that looked like fine pink petals. It was tempting to look further, but he quickly stopped himself, knowing that any further curiosity might lead to trouble. Whoa, let's not jump to conclusions, he said, trying to calm the girl down. There seems to be some kind of misunderstanding here. Before he could finish his words, Tsunade, seemingly under the same dark influence, charged at him like a cannonball, breaking through the ground. Uchiha Sogetsu barely had time to use a substitution technique to evade, leaving a wooden log behind, which Tsunade pulverized in a single punch. Tsunade turned her head sharply, her eyes locking onto Uchiha Sogetsu's new position, and immediately began chasing him. The chakra gathering in her fists made him shudder just from the sight. It was clear she was being controlled, likely through some form of genjutsu. He needed to figure out a way to free Tsunade from this dark power while also keeping the girl with the Mangekyo Sharingan at bay. All the while, the sound of crumbling ruins and the echo of hatred filled the air, suggesting that this confrontation was just beginning. You can't face her head-on. The spectator pathway doesn't have strong offensive abilities in the early stages, and Tsunade's superhuman strength alone is enough to render his defensive skills useless. The Dragon Scale's defense, even though it's at sequence 6, wouldn't hold up against her punches. If I actually get hit, I might not get back up. Boom. A punch grazed Uchiha Sogetsu's cheek, creating a gust of wind sharp enough to leave a bloody cut on his face. But as long as I don't get hit, I'm fine, Uchiha Sogetsu exhaled, his Sharingan spinning rapidly, locking onto every detail of Tsunade's movements. He analyzed the tension in her muscles, the flow of chakra in her body, and her fighting style to predict her next attack. Whoosh whoosh. Tsunade rained punches down on Uchiha Sogetsu, her relentless strikes creating shockwaves that roared through the air. The atmosphere itself seemed to break apart under her onslaught, as if she aimed to obliterate everything in her path. Uchiha Sogetsu danced within this storm of violence like a tiny boat on a raging sea, avoiding the crushing force by the slimmest of margins. It was like dancing on the edge of a blade, one wrong step and you'd be cut to pieces. From the sidelines, a girl formed hand seals and took a deep breath. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Boom. A massive wave of fire erupted, roaring across the battlefield and engulfing both combatants. The girl showed no concern for Tsunade's safety, continuously pouring more chakra into her attack. The flames grew hotter and brighter, reaching near-white intensity, instantly scorching the earth and setting the dense vegetation and trees ablaze. A wall of red flames shot into the sky, painting half the night in a hellish glow. Whoosh! A figure leaped out from the fire. It was Uchiha Sogetsu, barely managing to survive thanks to his dragon scale defense. But the respite was short-lived. The next second, Tsunade, now engulfed in flames like a demon from hell, charged at him again with no sign of slowing down. Seal, release. Tsunade formed a hand seal, and the purple diamond-shaped mark on her forehead dissolved into a pattern that spread across her entire body. The charred skin peeled off quickly, revealing fresh pink skin beneath, and the chakra within Tsunade also increased several times. Her strength seemed to grow with each passing moment. The pressure Sojetsu felt was mounting. Tsunade's relentless resilience was becoming a problem. Uchiha Sogetsu gritted his teeth, realizing that he couldn't outlast her in a prolonged battle of endurance. He needed to change tactics. Turning his attention to a new target, he set his sights on a young girl among the ruins. If he could eliminate her, he might gain the upper hand. Gathering his chakra, he launched a massive fireball from his mouth, aiming it directly at the girl. Great Fireball Jutsu. Tsunade's reaction was swift. She changed direction in midair, crashing through a large tree as she intercepted the fireball's path. Strength of 100 seal. Her sheer strength allowed her to meet the fireball with a devastating punch, shattering it into pieces. However, Uchiha Sogetsu was ready for this. As the fireball disintegrated, he used a body flicker technique to appear directly in front of Tsunade. His Sharingan, with 3 tomo spinning rapidly, locked onto her. He seized this brief opening to unleash his most potent mental attack, focusing all his spiritual energy to break into Tsunade's subconscious mind. In an instant, Tsunade's mental defenses crumbled. The shock of the intrusion was immediate, unleashing a torrent of emotions. Tsunade screamed, clutching her head in agony as waves of pain, sadness, and anger swarmed through her mind like a colony of ravenous ants. The mental assault was so intense that it nearly shattered her soul. Blood trickled from her ears and eyes as her consciousness faded, and she fell from the sky. The game is over, Uchiha Sogetsu declared, descending to the ground with a sense of grim satisfaction. He landed softly beside the girl, confident that his strike had turned the tide of battle in his favor. Chapter 23, Shinen no Shomei. Game. The nameless Uchiha girl heard the word and her eyes blazed with fierce hatred. Do you think that all of this, everything I've been through, is just a game? Uchiha Sogetsu's seemingly casual remark struck a deep chord with her, stirring up old wounds and unresolved pain. Her rage and anger burned fiercely, scorching the remnants of her already shattered heart. Her subconscious mind was in tatters, each fragment an echo of the pain she carried. I meant. Uchiha Sogetsu didn't get to finish his sentence before he was cut off. Hand signs blurred in the air. Wind style, vacuum sphere. The girl moved so quickly that even the Sharingan couldn't track her movements. Wind chakra-based projectiles shot from her mouth, leaving vacuum-like streaks in the air. At point-blank range, Uchiha Sogetsu could only dodge by a hair, avoiding a critical hit. Thud, thud. The chakra projectiles pierced his left shoulder, right abdomen, and calf, leaving holes as wide as a thumb. Despite his injuries, Uchiha Sogetsu managed to close the distance. With his fist covered in fine dragon scales, he focused his chakra into one point and launched a powerful punch. Though it couldn't compare to Tsunade's formidable strength, his punch was still devastatingly strong. Boom. The impact echoed like a clap of thunder, tearing through the air. The shockwave sent rubble flying for dozens of meters, and deep fissures spread outward from their feet. Around the girl, blood-red chakra solidified into the shape of a skeleton. Her intense emotions had activated the Mangekyo Sharingan in both eyes, unleashing the Uchiha clan's ultimate technique, Susanoo. Susanoo, huh? Uchiha Sogetsu wasn't surprised to see the layer of blood-red bones forming around her. Shut up. Fueled by her hatred, the skeletal arm of her Susanoo swung wide, ready to strike. Boom. Large chunks of debris and ruins were crushed by Susanoo. Uchiha Sogetsu, who was flying through the air, narrowly avoided the sweeping attack. As he glanced at the massive handprint left in the rubble below, he couldn't help but marvel at the destructive power of Susanoo in its original form. This was truly the god of destruction, and its might was well beyond the capabilities of an ordinary jonin to handle. With excellent defense and overwhelming destructive power, Susanoo could be considered a perfect ninjutsu that combined both offense and defense seamlessly. Especially for Uchiha Sogetsu, with his current skill set, there were almost no ninjutsu that could penetrate Susanoo's defense. The spectator pathway is too weak at its early stage, Uchiha Sogetsu muttered to himself, having distanced himself from the chaos. The situation was getting a little tricky, and he frowned slightly. It looks like if I want to end this, I'll have to close the distance and use that. While he strategized, the unnamed Uchiha girl clenched her fists, her chakra boiling with intense energy. Fueled by hatred, Susanoo grew even further. What was initially a partial skeleton expanded into a complete humanoid form, mirroring the girl's agony. It stretched out like a wild beast, standing on all fours, roaring with unrestrained rage. The blood-red chakra emanated a sinister aura. Roar. With a mighty bellow, Susanoo became even more bestial, with violent chakra gathering in its gaping maw. Now. Uchiha Sogetsu saw his chance and instead of retreating, he dashed towards Susanoo. Die. Boom. The compressed chakra exploded outward like a cannonball. The shockwave in the air caused a temporary vacuum to form around Uchiha Sogetsu. The deafening roar of the explosion generated thunder, and the blood-red chakra tinted the sky. In a blinding flash, the unleashed energy tore through the atmosphere like a torrent, creating a vacuum corridor that sucked everything in its path. Uchiha Sogetsu, who was in midair, had no room to dodge and was swallowed by the bloody surge. Rumble. Smoke and dust filled the air, blotting out the sun. A deep trench was gouged through the forest, with ancient trees burning to cinders. The blistering heat permeated the surroundings as the beast-like Susanoo looked to the sky and let out a feral roar. The burning blood-red chakra seemed to be an outpouring of the unending rage and torment in the Uchiha girl's heart. Susanoo slowly dissipated, leaving the girl unsteady on her feet. She swayed weakly, almost collapsing to the ground from exhaustion. "No, this isn't over," she declared, her voice filled with hatred. "Uchiha ninja. I'll destroy everything." But before she could muster her strength to continue, a calm voice came from behind her. "It's taken me quite a bit of effort to get this close to you." Startled, the girl spun around to find Uchiha Sogetsu standing there, unharmed. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible. I hit you. I saw it. That wasn't some illusion or a substitution technique." Her Sharingan could see through those. How could he still be standing? "I had to use a special item to get this close," Uchiha Sogetsu explained. "To be precise, I used the moon paper figurine. It's an item that can take a fatal blow in your place." That explained his presence. With the moon paper figurine, he could survive a deadly strike and still appear perfectly unharmed. "While rage might fuel your Susanoo, your actions are just reckless outbursts," Sogetsu continued. "Your chakra reserve seems low. Can you even use Susanoo a second time?" His words hit a nerve. The girl had been expending a lot of chakra, and it was clear she couldn't summon Susanoo again. Sogetsu had taken a calculated risk, using the moon paper figurine to get close when she was at her weakest. "How dare you? Don't lecture me." Uchiha Sogetsu's words, with their constant undercurrent of mockery, pushed her to her limit. The girl's rage boiled over, chakra erupting from her like a fiery explosion. "Do you think you can beat me without Susanoo?" Her chakra roared like a flame, but Sogetsu seemed unimpressed. He had gambled everything on this moment, knowing full well that she was at her breaking point. The battle was far from over, but he had the upper hand, at least for now. Tsukuyomi. The Manjikyu Sharingan, a manifestation of pure hatred, released its unique ocular technique. In an instant, Uchiha Sogetsu was helplessly drawn into a spiritual world crafted by the girl's power. The blood-red sky was drenched in torrential rain. A full moon loomed high, casting its ghostly light over towering piles of corpses, and weapons strewn across the landscape, forming a chaotic mountain of blades. "I want you to experience the ultimate pain," she declared, standing barefoot atop the grisly corpse mountain, her long black hair billowing wildly. The windmill-like pattern of her Manjikyu Sharingan spun rapidly, reflecting the eerie full moon above. "I'll show you another power of my Manjikyu, one that even the Uchiha clan fears." Buzz. The full moon, hanging in the blood-red sky, mirrored the swirling pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Instantly, an enchanting purple moonlight poured down like a torrent from the sky, descending in a surge of silvery mercury, flooding every corner of the Tsukuyomi realm. Uchiha Sogetsu couldn't escape the purple glow as it washed over him. "This is my ocular technique, Shinen no Shomei," she said, her cold eyes locked on him as she clenched her slender fingers. "Any object that touches my chakra is marked with the Shinen no Shomei seal. Once marked, I control everything about it." "Ah," Uchiha Sogetsu muttered, piecing it together. "When Tsunade repaired the seal, she came into contact with your chakra, and you used that moment to mark her with your ocular technique." "Exactly," the girl sneered, her voice laced with cold malice. "But don't worry, soon you'll be under my complete control, just like that woman." Chapter 24, A Nameless Tool. Shinen no Shomei. Uchiha Sogetsu felt a strange sensation. He looked down at the back of his hand to see a lavender mark. The girl standing across from him smirked, her eyes filled with malice. "Your body, mind, chakra, memory, and perception," she said with a cruel grin. "I'll strip them from you bit by bit. You'll feel the worst pain imaginable, just like you did to me." Seconds passed, and Sogetsu didn't seem fazed at all. The girl's confident expression began to falter. "You can't control me, can you?" Sogetsu asked calmly, standing under the eerie glow of the blood moon. The girl frowned, her voice tinged with frustration. "Why? How can you resist? The Shinen no Shomei's mark is clearly there." Sogetsu pushed his glasses up his nose and replied with a slight smile, "It's simple. I wanted you to use your ability on me." The girl's eyes widened with surprise. "You induced me." Suddenly, the girl seemed to realize something, and her expression changed. She said, Are you manipulating my emotions? It was only then, as she took a moment to calm down, that she recalled everything that had happened earlier. It dawned on her that something wasn't right. Her rage had clouded her reason and judgment. That's right, Uchiha Sogetsu replied with a slight smirk, lightly adjusting his glasses with a finger. I've been messing with your mind from the start. See, my day job is a psychiatrist, not like your typical ninjas with their brute strength, he continued. So I have to rely on psychological tricks. Sogetsu had been plotting from the very beginning. He constantly used words and psychological cues to agitate the girl's emotions, fueling her anger and distorting her judgment. When her remaining logic was entirely consumed by rage, he capitalized on it, guiding her using spectator pathways abilities, manipulating her with words, gestures, eye contact, and other psychological techniques to trap her in a cascade of suggestions. Every action, every decision, even her thoughts, were under the sway of these psychological suggestions. This was the way a beyonder of spectator pathway fights. This is how I fight, Sogetsu said, a hint of pride in his voice. I use your emotions against you. Welcome to the battle of the mind. The battle is over, Uchiha Sogetsu repeated. Release Tsunade from your control, and maybe we can talk. Dream on. The girl stomped on the ground, dashing toward him. It's just one Mangekyo ability. It's just a Shinen no Shomei ability. Don't forget you're still in my Tsukimi space. It's not clear who'll win. Heh, Uchiha Sogetsu sighed as he watched the girl charge at him. Didn't I just tell you? The battle is over. He slowly reached into his clothes and pulled out a charm. With a quiet sizzle, the charm ignited. Suddenly, an otherworldly sound, utterly vile and dissonant, assaulted the girl's ears. The cacophony was horrid, piercing with an intensity that could shatter stone. What is this? The girl cried, clutching her head, her delicate face straining with pain as veins bulged on her forehead. The sound grew louder, an infernal scream, a whirlwind of insane howls and roars that felt like 1,000 scorching steel needles stabbing deep into her mind, thrashing and twisting with violent force. Is this what you meant? Uchiha Sogetsu held up the burning charm and chuckled. I call it language of foulness. You could think of it as the voice of a madman. Language of foulness can make enemies hear horrific screams and can even drive them to madness. Produced by true masters of rap, guaranteeing top quality. The girl was in severe agony, with blood and tears streaming from her eyes. Her veins and blood vessels protruded across her body, like writhing snakes, as if they were about to burst through her skin. She screamed, her cries filled with evil and pain, beyond the limits of human endurance. Crack! The entire Tsukimi space shattered like a broken mirror, splintering into countless cracks. In an instant, the mirror fragmented completely. Uchiha Sogetsu looked at the tortured girl, now barely recognizable as human. He put away his cruel words and asked, "Can you calm down and talk to me? You know, always being in the darkness. How do you think that makes me feel?" The unnamed Uchiha girl shot him a look of intense hatred, her delicate face twisted by anger and resentment. Her scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan glowed with malice as she snapped, "Don't look at me with those sympathetic eyes. You don't understand me at all." Uchiha Sogetsu remained silent, his pupils swirling with hypnotic spirals. Hypnosis. The girl's eyes grew hazy at first, then her thoughts turned increasingly muddled. Uchiha Sogetsu penetrated directly into her consciousness, diving deep into the island of consciousness. Memories belonging to the girl flooded into his mind. She had no parents, no friends. No one to rely on, no one to depend on. She lived like an object, mechanically following orders from those around her. You were born solely to ensure the clan's prosperity. Nanashi, nameless, prepare yourself to destroy our enemies. Face death without hesitation. You don't need emotions. Never forget, Nanashi, you are just one of our weapons. Survive the battlefield as long as you can. You have no family. You exist to serve the Uchiha clan. Understood. The voices of those who commanded her echoed in her mind. Cold Sharingan eyes, devoid of emotion, issued orders, directing her to one bloody, ruthless battlefield after another. However, even the emotions they forcibly erased became tools for the Uchiha's victory. Yet her ultimate fate was still to be discarded by the Uchiha clan, sealed in the darkness of the underground. Alone and filled with bitter resentment, she was sealed in endless darkness. No sound, no light, only the haunting silence of the void. The despair was like bone-eating maggots, slowly consuming her sanity. Bit by bit, it drew her deeper into the abyss of despair. Why? Why could those ninjas who tormented her live without a care? Why? Why should she bear all the pain and hatred alone? Why? Why was there no one willing to help her? It was as if everyone inherently despised, hated, or feared her. Ultimately, in the vast darkness, her spirit was tormented over and over. In the abyss of hatred and anger, the nameless Uchiha girl became almost ghost-like. Revenge was the only thing that kept her going. To destroy all the ninjas who had caused her pain and suffering, even if it meant destroying the entire ninja world. Uchiha Sogetsu rubbed his forehead, feeling a weight bearing down on him. Just like the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, once remarked. Uchiha are born with an inherent madness, and they also possess the deepest love. But this intense love carried with it the risk of losing control. Once an Uchiha loses that strong love, it gets replaced by an even stronger hate, often leading them down a path of extremism. I've lost. The girl's eyes were empty as she spoke, devoid of any anger. Now, you can seal me away or kill me. Only when she mentioned death did a flicker of life return to her vacant eyes. Perhaps she wanted him to end it all for her. Nameless Uchiha, do you believe our meeting has a deeper meaning? Uchiha Sogetsu removed his glasses, his calm gaze like a still pond, with gentle ripples reflecting his inner thoughts. Those deep eyes seemed to carry some kind of mystical power, soothing the girl's shattered heart. For a brief moment, the nameless Uchiha girl seemed to feel something shift within her. I believe the encounters between people are guided by fate. Uchiha Sogetsu slowly walked up to her, extending his hand to lift her delicate face. His voice was soft yet magnetic, as if laced with enchantment, just like how you and I met. If there's a reason, it must be the guidance of fate. Chapter 25, Uchiha Hikari. The nameless girl bit down on her lower lip. Are you pitying me? Her fists clenched tightly, nails piercing her skin, drawing bright red blood. Drops of it splattered onto the ground. Uchiha Sogetsu shook his head and slowly took off his coat. He said nothing, letting his actions speak for him. He gently draped the coat over the girl's shoulders, shielding her from the harsh sunlight. The coat was a bit worn and dirty from battle, but to the girl, it brought a touch of warmth into her otherwise cold and dark world. The nameless girl was taken aback. Her expression became complex, and she lowered her head. She gripped the coat's cuffs with her slender, white fingers, feeling the fabric between her hands. A faint scent caught her nostrils. Uchiha Sogetsu noticed her disheveled hair and reached out to push a strand away from her face. No. I don't need your pity. The girl recoiled as if she had been touched inappropriately. She pushed him away with a sudden burst of strength, her voice full of hostility and fear as she glared at him. But from Sogetsu's perspective, her reaction seemed like that of a scared cat, all fur and hissing, trying to appear tough to mask its vulnerability. Beneath her messy black hair, her eyes glistened with tears. Her darkened heart felt a jolt, and as she met the young man's gentle gaze, she experienced a warmth she hadn't felt in a long time. I'm not telling you to let go of your hate, and I'm not pitying you, Sogetsu said, taking a step forward with a soft smile. He raised a hand to smooth her messy hair, his voice gentle yet firm. I can't understand the suffering you've endured, so I won't ask you to forgive anyone. If you want to take revenge on the Uchiha clan, I won't stop you. That's your choice. If you think the world is broken, then you should fix it. His voice was calm, but to the girl, it resonated deeply, like a bell tolling in her soul. You're not going to stop me, she asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. The unnamed girl bit her lip involuntarily. Don't you think I'm being too harsh? Why should I tell you to stop, replied Uchiha Sogetsu, looking at her intently. If someone urged you to let go of your resentment and forgive those who caused you pain, who would atone for the crime of sealing you in a dark underground chamber for decades? It's easy to preach kindness when you've never experienced suffering yourself. If it had been him, sealed away by the Uchiha clan for decades, his response would have been far more radical than the girl's. Thank you, she said, her voice low, her head bowed. Her black hair cascaded down, obscuring her expression. But the quivering of her shoulders hinted at the turmoil she felt inside. What will you do with me, she asked, after a moment of visible emotional struggle. She took a deep breath and raised her gaze to meet his. You've seen what I can do. You know my power, it has a high value. Uchiha Sogetsu smiled and shook his head. From now on, you're free. No one gets to decide your future for you. Freedom. The girl was taken aback, as if the concept were entirely foreign to her. That's right. You're free, he reiterated with a gentle chuckle. From this moment on, you can live your life however you choose, whether that means seeking vengeance against Konoha and the Uchiha clan, or finding a way to release your hatred. This is your path, no one can dictate your future. Are you lying to me? Her eyes widened, skepticism and uncertainty etched on her delicate features. Why would I lie? Uchiha Sogetsu asked calmly. But aren't you afraid of me? Her voice faltered as she locked eyes with him, her large pupils trembling with doubt. You've seen my eye technique. It lets me control someone's thoughts and memories. Doesn't that scare you? She was well aware of the threat her eye technique, Shinen no Shomei, posed to anyone who knew its power. Because of her formidable abilities, the Uchiha clan joined forces with the Senju and Uzumaki clans to seal her away in a dark underground chamber. Your pupil technique is impressive, but it's not enough to affect me, Uchiha Sogetsu remarked with a confident smile. Sojetsu was a beyonder of the spectator pathway. As such, even the most powerful genjutsu, Koto Amatsukami, couldn't manipulate his will. Am I truly free? The girl asked, looking down at her hands in disbelief. Yes, you're free, Sojetsu replied, repeating himself to reassure her. From now on, you can do whatever you like. But I don't know what I want to do, the girl said, confusion in her eyes. Her life had been so dominated by revenge that she had never considered what she'd do once she was free. Sojetsu thought for a moment before offering a suggestion. How about taking a bath, putting on some fresh clothes, and sampling the delicious food of this era? Am I really allowed to do that? She asked, her interest piqued but still uncertain. Can I really do anything I want? Of course, Sojetsu said with a playful smirk. If you want, you can even fall in love. A trace of longing appeared in the girl's eyes at the mention of love. Perhaps she'd lived in darkness for so long that she could barely believe in the possibility of light. Yet the warmth in Sojetsu's gentle gaze seemed to break through the icy walls around her heart, offering her a glimpse of serenity. She had endured the darkness because she had never known the light. Cruelty and coldness had been like a protective shell, shielding her fragile heart. Anger and hatred had been her hard armor and sharp sword, defending her fragile sense of self. But she still yearned for redemption. The deeper one is submerged in darkness, the stronger the desire for light becomes. It is like a drowning person clutching a thin straw in a turbulent sea. Even if it seems hopeless, there's a spark of hope in that final grasp. The girl's wavering heart steadied, her resolve solidifying in that moment. She was desperate to grasp that ray of hope, that glimmer of light. Just like a moth flying towards a flame, even knowing it could end in ashes, she wanted to feel the warmth that the flame could offer. Can I come with you? She asked hesitantly, clutching at her tattered clothing. Her cautious eyes held a mix of hope and deep-seated fear, like a stray cat who longs for a home but fears rejection. Uchiha Sogetsu observed her, seeing the reliance in her eyes. After a moment of watching the girl grow increasingly anxious, he nodded with a gentle smile and said, "Sure." Everything was unfolding as he had anticipated. The more desperate someone is for salvation, the easier they are to manipulate. Like a person dying of thirst in a desert, even a small sip of water can rejuvenate their parched spirit. The price is simply offering them hope that costs almost nothing. "Hikari," the girl whispered as she gathered her courage, tugging on his sleeve with her eyes downcast. "What?" Uchiha Sogetsu didn't quite catch her soft, mosquito-like voice. "Hikari," she repeated, this time looking up, tears flowing freely down her delicate cheeks as her nose twitched and she sobbed, "My name is Uchiha Hikari." Chapter 26, Tsunade's disciple. It hurts so much. Tsunade rubbed her temples, feeling them throbbing and swollen. As she slowly opened her eyes, her whole body felt like it had been through a harsh battle, with aches all over. Looking around, she saw an unfamiliar hotel room and felt a wave of confusion. What am I doing here? I remember. Ow, my head hurts so much, I can't remember anything. Just as she was trying to piece together what had happened, the door burst open with a loud crash. You got here at just the right time. I was looking for you. Wait, who's this? Uchiha Sogetsu entered, and as Tsunade was about to question him, she noticed a young girl behind him, probably around 12 or 13. The girl had long black hair tied into a high ponytail, was dressed in black, and had a very composed demeanor. "Hey, Tsunade-sama, you're finally awake," Uchiha Sogetsu said with a smirk, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "If you didn't wake up soon, I would have thought you were dead." Tsunade, catching the sarcasm, felt a twinge of guilt as she rubbed her nose. She asked tentatively, "Did I drink?" "What do you think?" Uchiha Sogetsu curled his lips. "You can't smell the alcohol stench in the room." Tsunade coughed twice, feeling even weaker, and mumbled, "I can't smell it. Am I still drunk?" But as she said that, something felt off. She glanced at the young girl again, puzzled, and asked, "Wait, weren't we in the forest? Why did I end up drinking? What happened in between? I don't remember a thing." "Tsunade-sama, try thinking a bit harder," Uchiha Sogetsu replied, raising his eyebrows. "After we repaired the seal in the forest, you dragged me out to celebrate, and then got absolutely smashed." Tsunade strained to remember, and sure enough, the memory slowly came back. After they repaired the seal, she felt a bit down and impulsively grabbed Sojetsu, saying she needed to let off some steam. From there, they went to a nearby entertainment district and hit up a pub, getting wildly drunk. They even caused quite a ruckus, smashing the place to pieces. Tsunade realized she had messed up and apologized without hesitation. "I swear, I won't drink again next time. Now, let's focus on this mission." "Oh, I really hope that's true," Uchiha Sogetsu replied skeptically. "Ahem, kid, don't get caught up in the small stuff. Girls don't like that." Tsunade quickly changed the subject and looked at the quiet girl standing nearby. She seemed oddly familiar. By the way, who is she? Oh, her name is Hikari, the new disciple you took in after you got drunk last night. Uchiha Sogetsu paused, and with Tsunade's surprised expression, he pulled down his shirt to reveal some bruises. Yes, and you punched me hard enough to send me flying several meters. I'm not that violent, right? Tsunade saw the clear bruises on the boy's chest and felt uneasy. Even if she couldn't remember much from the previous night, the evidence was damning. Yeah, not too violent, just a couple of blocks away, Uchiha Sogetsu said, smirking as he adjusted his glasses. If I hadn't been lucky last night, you'd be holding a funeral for me today. How far did I send you? Tsunade's eyes widened, and her lips parted in shock. Haha, not too far, just 3 blocks. Uchiha Sogetsu chuckled. Also, it's only 3 million ryo in damages. I've already sent the bill to the Hokage, including my medical expenses. He then added, almost as an afterthought, by the way, I got a glimpse of your seal, Princess Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Quite impressive. Ah. Tsunade was beyond arguing at this point. She sat down formally and said, Sogetsu-kun, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. She felt a pang of guilt, realizing she might have released some chakra from her seal in her drunken state. Don't worry about it, I'm okay, Uchiha Sogetsu sighed, ready to let it go. But what are you going to do about Hikari? You were pretty drunk when you made her your disciple. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Tsunade pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling a headache coming on. What a day. How did things end up this way? It wasn't enough that she destroyed 3 streets in a drunken rampage and almost beat Uchiha Sogetsu to death. Now, she has taken on a disciple. Why did she ever agree to this? Tsunade-sama, you don't have to feel bad, a soft voice spoke. Uchiha Hikari, who had been quiet this whole time, now bit her lip, her little hands twisting together. She looked up at her with tearful eyes, trying to suppress her emotions, but the tears welled up regardless. With a choked whisper, she said, I'm the one who caused you trouble. I'll leave right away. Her voice cracked as she sobbed quietly, her tiny face streaked with tears. The pitiful sight melted Tsunade's heart. She'd felt guilty from the start, but now, seeing Hikari's sorrowful expression, her resolve softened. She gritted her teeth and slapped her knee. No, you're not causing any trouble. It's nothing like that. I, Tsunade, keep my word. From today on, you're my disciple. Really? Hikari gasped, her eyes wide with surprise. Are you really taking me in as your disciple? Of course, it's true. Tsunade thumped her chest with a smile. From today on, you're my first disciple. Hikari threw himself at Tsunade, sobbing, Sensei. Thank you, Sensei. She was overjoyed, her tears flowing freely. I have a sensei now. This is amazing. Silly girl, why are you crying? Tsunade ruffled her hair, pulling her into a warm embrace, her eyes softening with motherly care. You're not alone anymore. With a sensei like me, no one will dare bully you again. It was a heartwarming scene. Uchiha Sogetsu, the orchestrator of this whole situation, stood back, watching the events unfold with admiration. Hikari was indeed a natural spectator. Her expressions, her movements, even the precise intonation of each word, she had meticulously planned everything to tug at Tsunade's heartstrings, expertly exploiting her empathy and remorse. A flawless execution. By using the pupil technique, Uchiha Hikari manipulated Tsunade's memory with the Shinen no Shomei. In this way, she created a new identity for herself. Uchiha Hikari became the first disciple of Tsunade Haim, the legendary Sannin, the princess of the Senju clan, the heir to the founder of the medical ninjutsu system, the legendary Big Fat Sheep, and more. She collected a series of prestigious titles that made her virtually untouchable in Konoha, with only a few brave souls daring to challenge her status. However, Uchiha Sogetsu suddenly realized a potential issue that could prove problematic for both Tsunade and himself. Logically speaking, if Uchiha Hikari was already around when Tsunade was born, and even the first Hokage was still a child, then by this logic, wouldn't Tsunade have to call her apprentice grandma? Chapter 27, Akatsuki. Ever since entering the land of rain, the weather had been a constant downpour. Tsunade, wrapped in a raincoat, glanced up at the overcast sky through her bamboo hat and grumbled, It's been years since I was last here, but the land of rain is still just as miserable. I don't know how the people here can stand it. Tsunade-sama, are you sure we don't need to hide? Uchiha Sogetsu adjusted his ANBU mask and scanned the surroundings, lowering his voice. What if we get caught by Hanzo? That could be bad. The reason they were in the land of rain was simple. The final sealing point indicated on the scroll was located within its borders. As a shinobi from another village, entering the territory of the Rain Ninja Village was risky. Hanzo, the leader of the Rain Ninja Village, was formidable enough to have once faced off against Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade all at once. If the balance of power hadn't been in Konoha's favor, those three might not have made it out alive. It was Hanzo who had given them the title Konoha Sannin, a name that would follow them for the rest of their life. There's no need to hide, Tsunade said dismissively, waving her hand. Besides, what's the point? The moment we set foot in the land of rain, it was only a matter of time before Hanzo found out. It's better to just walk in openly. He's not likely to make a move against us. Are you sure about that? Uchiha Sogetsu asked, sounding doubtful. What else? Tsunade shot him a smirk. If Hanzo was really that reckless, he wouldn't have let the three of us leave alive the first time. From her tone, there was a hint of resentment. Seemingly aware that the Uchiha kid might not trust her, Tsunade explained, don't worry, there's no direct conflict between Konoha and the Hidden Rain Village. Hanzo is a shrewd politician, he won't act impulsively. It wouldn't be in his best interest to start a war in the land of rain. Uchiha Sogetsu frowned, questioning, but if we're out in the open, how can we avoid Hanzo's attention while checking the seal's location? Why would you need to avoid it? Tsunade asked, reaching into her robe to pull out a piece of candy, which she handed to Hikari. Here, have some candy, it'll keep you warm. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Hikari accepted the toffee and carefully placed it in her mouth. The sweetness of the candy seemed to lighten her mood, and she couldn't help but squint her eyes in satisfaction. Just tell Hanzo directly. Tsunade clapped her hands with a smirk. Even if he finds out, what's the worst that could happen? Do you think he'd dare interfere with the seal? I'm not underestimating Hanzo, but he's a cautious politician who understands the situation in the Rain Village. He's not going to risk provoking Konoha. Uchiha Sogetsu looked at Tsunade with a raised eyebrow, feeling that her words held more than a little irony, hinting at something deeper than just Hanzo. Look, Tsunade said, pointing ahead, someone's coming to greet us. Sure enough, a figure was approaching, wearing the forehead protector of the Hidden Rain Village. He walked up respectfully but had a hint of disdain in his eyes. Tsunade-sama, Lord Hanzo sent me to greet you, the ninja said with a forced politeness, though there was a noticeable edge to his voice. To avoid any diplomatic issues, may I ask what brings you to the Hidden Rain Village? Even though it wasn't wartime, the sudden appearance of one of Konoha's legendary sannin in their territory was enough to make the smaller village's residents uneasy. The memories of the Second Ninja War were still fresh, and they knew the power of the 5 great ninja villages. By order of the Hokage, we're on a critical mission, Tsunade replied without a hint of concern, ignoring the ninja's thinly veiled animosity. It involves the Hidden Rain Village, so tell Hanzo to come speak with me directly. You're not worth my time. She had the confidence to speak like that, backed by her strength and the reputation of the village behind her. There was no doubt that her words would carry the weight they needed to. For the ninjas of the Rain Ninja Village, this was undeniably humiliating. When the leader of a village's ninja force is summoned to personally resolve a matter, it's clear that the balance of power is skewed. You. The lead Rain Ninja's expression contorted with anger, his eyes brimming with hatred. Tsunade stepped forward, crossing her arms as she gave a stern look at each of the Rain Ninjas. Instead of wasting time arguing, you'd be better off heading back. And don't say I didn't warn Hanzo. We may not complete our mission this time, and things could get very difficult for him. The threatening tone made the Rain Ninjas hesitate. The leader's fury grew, but he knew he couldn't act recklessly. He turned away with a scowl. You lot, follow them. Don't do anything without authorization. I'll report to Lord Hanzo. Okay, let's go, Tsunade said, ignoring the Rain Ninjas like they were nothing. She took Hikari's hand, suggesting they explore the Rain Village. The dozen Rain Ninjas followed them, fuming but unable to do anything. Confronted by elite ninja from Great Ninja Village, even Hanzo, known for his mastery of water jutsu, had to swallow his pride. Suddenly, an explosion rang out in the distance. The blast's brightness pierced the constant rain, lighting up the village. Someone's fighting, exclaimed a Rain Ninja. A figure in a black robe dashed toward them. It's those damn traitors. The Akatsuki. They're with the Akatsuki. The Rain Ninjas immediately identified the intruder. The Akatsuki member, with spiky orange hair and fierce eyes, was charging toward them with a kunai in hand, crouched low to the ground. Akatsuki. Uchiha Sogetsu, who had remained silent to maintain his ANBU composure, showed a spark of interest. The spiky orange hair was a dead giveaway. This was Yahiko, the founder of the Akatsuki organization. Quick, stop him, a Rain Ninja shouted, but it was too late. Yahiko was upon them in an instant. With a single kick, he sent the nearest Rain Ninja flying. The impact was so intense that the Rain Ninja coughed up a mouthful of blood, his chest collapsing as he fell to the ground. It was clear he wouldn't survive. Ninpo technique, Rain of Senbon. Another Rain Ninja seized the moment, summoning water into dozens of sharp senbon that whistled through the air towards Yahiko. In midair, Yahiko quickly formed a hand seal. Ninja technique, water formation wall. Given the perpetual rain in the land of rain, water-based ninjutsu was prevalent, and rain ninjas excelled at its use. Yahiko was no exception. A massive wall of water materialized out of nowhere, blocking the incoming barrage of senbon. Konan. Yahiko called in a low voice. Suddenly, paper cranes rose from all around, fluttering like a swarm of butterflies. The next instant, the paper crane soared toward the attacking rain ninjas. Chi. A burst of flames ignited. No, they're explosive tags, one of the rain ninjas exclaimed, but it was too late. Boom. 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 A series of violent explosions erupted, enveloping the group. In just a few seconds, a dozen rain ninjas were completely wiped out. With the chaos over, Yahiko turned his attention toward a familiar face. Long time no see, Tsunade-sama, Yahiko said, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. How's Jiraiya-sensei doing? Chapter 28, Yahiko and Konan. Are you Yahiko? Tsunade's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the young man before her. You really are Yahiko. You've grown so much. Tsunade-sama, do you know him? Uchiha Sogetsu, a Konoha ANBU, spoke in a low, measured voice. His demeanor reflected caution as he subtly stepped back, placing his right hand near his waist. Beneath his owl mask, 3 red Sharingan eyes whirled. Pardon my rudeness, Tsunade-sama, but please be careful. This man is likely a wanted criminal from the hidden rain village. Yahiko felt uneasy under the intense gaze of the Sharingan. He frowned. Konoha's ANBU, I'm not here to cause trouble, so drop your hostility. And let's not forget, this is my village, and you're the outsiders. His tone hinted at a degree of respect toward Tsunade, thanks to his connection to her fellow Sannin, Jiraiya. However, he had no such affinity for Konoha's ANBU. In the hidden rain village, the common sentiment toward the ninjas from the larger villages was far from positive, largely due to the devastation caused during the Second Shinobi World War. Konoha and the hidden sand village had turned the rain village into a battleground, leaving many orphans in their wake, including Yahiko. A criminal wanted by Hanzo from the hidden rain village doesn't get to say that, Uchiha Sogetsu replied with a hint of arrogance, not taking Yahiko seriously. Tsunade-sama, if we hand him over to Hanzo, that would be quite the gift, don't you think? Yahiko's youth and fiery spirit couldn't ignore the provocation. Being referred to as a gift to the rain village's notorious leader, Hanzo, hit a nerve. If you've got what it takes, come and try it. That's exactly what I intend to do. Uchiha Sogetsu quickly formed a hand seal, his Sharingan spinning with anticipation. Konoha's ANBU, I suggest you stay put, Yahiko said with a sneer. He pointed to Sojetsu's feet, his expression smug. Look down and see what's there. If you don't want to get blown to pieces, I'd recommend keeping very, very still. Sojetsu glanced down to find his legs surrounded by over a dozen explosive tags. A flurry of paper swirled around Yahiko, converging to form a human shape beside him, a girl with long light blue-purple hair and a paper flower in her hair. Her expression was as cold as ice as she looked at Sojetsu. The ANBU from Konoha, we only want to talk with Tsunade-sama, Konan said, her voice cold. Don't make any sudden moves, or I'll blow your legs off. Enough. The tension was palpable as Tsunade, holding her forehead and sighing, finally stepped in to calm the situation. Don't worry, Tsunade-sama, Yahiko replied in a more soothing tone. Konan won't harm him, we don't mean any trouble. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, indicating she wasn't addressing Yahiko. No, not you, Yahiko. I'm talking to my own people. Owl, cut it out. We're not here to fight. This is an internal matter of the Rain Village, and it's not our place to interfere. Yahiko and Konan were taken aback. They had clearly assumed the upper hand here, but Tsunade seemed to suggest otherwise. Understood, Tsunade-sama, came the voice from the ANBU, Uchiha Sogetsu. But as soon as he spoke, he vanished, like a reflection dissipating in disturbed water. In that moment, the intense feeling of being watched disappeared, leaving Yahiko and Konan visibly shaken. The sudden shift was chilling, and their expressions changed drastically. It's an illusion. Yahiko's eyes widened with shock. How is that possible? When did it happen? They hadn't even noticed when the illusion began. Is this the power of the Sharingan, the bloodline limit that made the Uchiha clan famous? Yahiko thought, realizing the immense power they were up against. Who gave you the nerve to confront an Uchiha? Uchiha Sogetsu appeared in front of them, his eyes mocking and filled with a touch of arrogance. He clapped slowly, as if applauding their audacity. The message was clear, challenging an Uchiha was a risky move, and they should consider themselves lucky it didn't end badly. Few ninja in the entire ninja world have the courage to challenge Uchiha. Yahiko knew this. He had just faced off against Uchiha Sogetsu and lost, but he stood tall and met the Uchiha's gaze without fear. I lost this time, Yahiko admitted, his voice calm despite the disappointment in his eyes. But it was because of my own carelessness. When we meet again, I won't lose. Sojetsu studied Yahiko, who was supposed to be the legendary founder of the Akatsuki organization. There was no denying Yahiko's leadership skills, he could admit his mistakes and learn from them, a quality not often seen in the ninja world. But Sojetsu couldn't help but feel a little let down by Yahiko's lack of raw strength. In a world where power was everything, Yahiko's reliance on strategy and political acumen seemed almost quaint. After all, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, didn't unify the warring clans with diplomacy, he used sheer force. Similarly, when Sasuke Uchiha was pardoned in the original storyline, it wasn't because the 5 great nations had become compassionate. It was because no one wanted to provoke Naruto Uzumaki, who could send a tailed beast bomb flying from miles away. And Sasuke's own strength was something other villages couldn't deal with. Sojetsu's attention shifted to Konan, who was standing nearby. She was different from Yahiko, exuding an air of quiet strength and focus. He found her intriguing, even as the distant noise of activity signaled that their time together was coming to an end. It seems there's no time for reminiscing, Yahiko said, noticing the approaching sound of ninja activity. He looked at Tsunade with gratitude. Tsunade-sama, could you please tell Jiraiya-sensei that we send our regards? Tsunade nodded. She had a lot to say, but in the end, she simply replied, I will. But please, be careful out there. I hope that when you visit the hidden rain village again, you'll see a new and thriving village, Yahiko said with conviction. His confidence in the future was palpable. As they prepared to leave, Konan cast a final glance over her shoulder. She felt a twinge of unease, as if someone was watching them from the shadows. But no one was there. That night, at the Akatsuki secret base, Konan was sorting through the supplies they'd gathered during the day. The organization was still young and struggling to find its footing. They lacked manpower, funding, and even basic resources. And on top of all that, they were constantly being hunted by Hanzo's forces. Konan rubbed her temples, feeling the weight of exhaustion. Am I just tired, she thought, leaning against a nearby seat. Maybe I just need a little sleep. Chapter 29, Blindness. Konan had a long, haunting nightmare. In her dream, she saw how the Akatsuki organization, under the leadership of Yahiko, grew from a small group to a large force with hundreds of members. However, as their power expanded, they became a threat to Hanzo, the leader of the Rain Village. The tension between the Akatsuki and Hanzo escalated, ultimately leading to open conflict. Initially, with Nagato's strength, the Akatsuki won many battles. But then, at a pivotal moment, Yahiko, the leader and heart of the organization, met a tragic end. This event sent Nagato into a frenzy. Though he ultimately defeated Hanzo using a forbidden technique, it came at a great cost. From that point on, Nagato's personality shifted dramatically. He became obsessed with vengeance, deviating from the original ideals of the Akatsuki. Nagato, consumed by hatred, was manipulated by a mysterious figure, leading him to launch an attack on Konoha. He ultimately met his demise at the hands of a young man with blue eyes and yellow hair. Konan's own fate in the dream was equally tragic. After Yahiko and Nagato's deaths, she returned alone to the Rain Village to guard their bodies. However, a mysterious man killed her, sinking her into the ocean. The dream felt incredibly real, and when Konan awoke, tears streamed down her usually stoic face. Why did I have such a dream, she thought, wiping the wet streaks from her cheeks, her eyes filled with a hint of fear. Just then, Yahiko entered the room. When he saw her crying, he immediately rushed over, his voice filled with concern. What's wrong, Konan? Who upset you? Don't cry. Tell me what happened, and Nagato and I will make it right. They had all grown up together and trained under Jiraiya, forming a deep bond. As the only girl among them, Yahiko and Nagato were always especially protective of Konan, ensuring she never faced any harm. Seeing Konan in tears made Yahiko anxious. Konan, tell me, who hurt you? Nagato and I will handle it. Konan shook her head, biting her lip, her eyes still clouded with worry. No one hurt me, Yahiko. It's just, what if, this is just a hypothetical, what if I had a dream, a really vivid dream, where you and Nagato died and our ideals were twisted into someone else's weapon? What would you think? Yahiko's expression shifted, disbelief flashing across his face. Nagato and I died, he echoed, almost in a daze. He had imagined thousands of possibilities, but nothing prepared him for this. No, Konan, a familiar voice called from the doorway. A red-haired Nagato entered, his presence strong but calming. As long as I'm here, I won't let anything happen to you and Yahiko. Yahiko laughed, his tone light-hearted despite the somber topic. Exactly, Konan, he said, ruffling her lavender hair. Don't forget, Nagato has the bloodline limit of the Sage of Six Paths, the legendary Rinnegan. We're not going anywhere. Nagato nodded slowly, brushing his hair aside to reveal his iconic Rinnegan eyes. Yet, his calm demeanor couldn't mask the underlying tension. Conan clutched her chest, a slight frown forming. But, that dream felt too real, she said, her voice laced with unease. She could still feel the echoes of sorrow from her nightmare. Nagato remained stoic, but there was a hint of empathy in his gaze. It was just a dream, Conan, he said, his tone indifferent but not unkind. He wasn't dismissing her concerns, he simply saw it as a matter of fact. Conan's eyes darkened with lingering sadness. Yahiko, it's not too late to turn back, she pleaded, her voice cracking with emotion. In her dream, the pain of losing those she loved was raw and visceral, like an open wound that refused to heal. Compared to Yahiko's grand ideals, her own dreams seemed simple, almost trivial. She just wanted to keep her friends safe, even if it meant living a life less extraordinary. Yahiko's brow furrowed, his usual cheerful demeanor darkening. Conan, we can't turn back now. We've made our choice, and I'll go through with it, no matter what it costs. Conan felt her heart sink. She knew Yahiko's resolve was unshakable. Even if it meant walking toward certain death, he wouldn't hesitate to give everything for his ideals. Nagato, often quiet, spoke suddenly. Conan, do you remember who killed us in the dream? He asked, his voice steady but intense. Conan blinked, trying to recall, but her memory was hazy. I don't remember, she admitted, confusion washing over her. The dream's painful emotions were clear, but the details had slipped away. Who killed Yahiko? What forbidden technique did Nagato use? Who manipulated them from the shadows? It was all shrouded in a fog of uncertainty. Nagato knelt beside Conan, taking her hand gently. It was just a dream, Conan. It's not real. Yahiko and I aren't going to die, I promise. Yahiko took her other hand, smiling warmly despite the gravity of their conversation. Exactly. Don't worry, Conan. I promise I won't ever abandon you. Together, we'll change the Hidden Rain village. The warmth of their touch reassured her, the uncertainty in her heart slowly fading. Though doubts lingered, the presence of her friends grounded her. Whatever awaited them, they would face it together. All right, I believe you. Conan's usual stern demeanor softened, replaced with a warm smile. Are you sure you don't need my help, Sojetsu? She asked. In the dimly lit room, Hikari was sitting cross-legged on the tatami, tilting her head with a playful expression. If it were me, I'd take care of those three in no time. Uchiha Sogetsu leaned against the wall, his clothes hanging loosely, revealing a well-defined chest. He rubbed his chin, his lips curling into a smirk. No need, Hikari. I appreciate the offer, but those three aren't quite worth the effort yet. Just be patient. Hikari responded with a gentle caress, like a cat rubbing against its owner's hand. You can use my power however you want. Just don't push me away, Sojetsu. Don't say things like that, Sojetsu replied, gently lifting Hikari's chin. His gaze softened as he looked at her delicate features. I want you by my side, not just as a tool, but as a companion. Understand? Got it, Hikari answered with a smile that warmed her heart. How bad are your eyes, really? Uchiha Sogetsu asked, his eyes fixed on Hikari. The Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan was immensely powerful, but it came with heavy risks. The more potent the eye techniques, the more they strained the user's body and vision. Frequent use could eventually lead to blindness, as was the case with Uchiha Sasuke, whose eyesight quickly declined after using the Mangekyo a few times. Excessive use could also affect the user's overall health, requiring them to rely on medication. Given the clan's history, it was likely that Hikari's eyesight had been strained from repeated use of her powerful eye technique, the Shinen no Shomei. This worried Sojetsu. Under Sojetsu's intense gaze, Hikari seemed uneasy, as if afraid of being abandoned. She leaned in and hugged him tightly, her voice barely above a whisper and quivering slightly. I'm fine. I can still use my techniques plenty of times. Don't worry about me, Sojetsu. Hikari, look into my eyes. Uchiha Sogetsu's eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of pressure filled the room. I don't like being lied to, so tell me the truth. How bad are your eyes? I'm sorry, Sojetsu. I was wrong. Hikari's voice was meek as she lowered her head, biting her lower lip like a scolded child. I can probably use them 3 or 4 more times. Chapter 30, Testing. Uchiha Sogetsu leaned against the windowsill, the soft moonlight cascading through the window and bathing his form. He wore loose-fitting clothing, his demeanor serene yet reserved. He glanced down at the girl beside him, curled up like a kitten, her breathing calm and her face at peace. He sighed quietly, pinching the bridge of his nose as he considered, researching the cells of the first Hokage should be prioritized. After his intense discussion with Hikari, he had gained a clearer understanding of the Mangekyo Sharingan technique known as Shinen no Shomei. Of all the Mangekyo Sharingan abilities currently known, Shinen no Shomei was possibly the most formidable. Unlike Amaterasu or Tsukuyomi, it did not cause direct harm to its target. Instead, it functioned like a greatly enhanced version of the Koto Amatsukumi, with the ability to completely control the target's spirit and chakra through contact with the user's chakra. It could erase memories, implant false ones, and essentially brainwash and control anyone subjected to its power. But the Shinen no Shomei technique wasn't without its risks and flaws, like all ninjutsu, save for the exceptional power of the first Hokage. The most glaring risk was its high consumption of ocular power. While it wasn't as extreme as the Izanagi, which could take years to recover, during the control period, the constant drain on ocular power was significant. If the technique was used on too many people at once, it was like a high-power water pump, quickly leading to blindness. The flaws, however, had been addressed by the Uchiha clan's ancestors. Hikari's Mangekyo Sharingan had been specifically engraved with two other techniques, Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. Tsukuyomi compensated for the vulnerability of the Shinen no Shomei by ensuring that any person under Tsukuyomi was instantly imprinted with the seal. This eliminated the need for physical contact with chakra, broadening the scope of the Shinen no Shomei effectiveness. However, using both Tsukuyomi and Shinen no Shomei at the same time amplified the strain on the user's Mangekyo Sharingan, leading to rapid depletion of ocular power, a massive energy drain, akin to feeding an insatiable beast. Even with the cells of the first Hokage implanted, one had to exercise caution, treating the ability as a trump card unless one considered her as a disposable resource. As Uchiha Sogetsu sat in quiet contemplation, dawn began to break, the night passing in contemplative silence. Early the next morning, Hanzo, who had spent the entire night in contemplation, finally made up his mind to officially receive his guests. Uchiha Sogetsu donned his ANBU mask once again, assuming his role with the typical discretion and reserve of an ANBU operative, following Tsunade and Hikari in their audience with Hanzo. The architecture in the village hidden in the rain, a megakure, is distinctive, with steel pipes running throughout the village in a complex network, creating a unique visual backdrop. The tall towers that dominate the skyline are entwined with dense pipelines, making them unattractive for residential purposes. Most people in a megakure reside in the lower levels. The rain ninja escorting them led the group deep into a dark, damp pipe system with an intricate internal structure. The countless intersecting pipes, combined with the dim lighting, made it nearly impossible to navigate without guidance. It was like a massive underground maze. This elaborate underground network was a clear indication of Hanzo's fear of assassination. Constructing such a labyrinthine setup helped reduce the risk of attacks and invasions from other ninja nations. Soon, they reached their destination, a simple sliding Japanese-style door. The rain ninja opened the door and stepped aside, gesturing for them to enter. "Please come in. Lord Hanzo is waiting for you in the inner room." Passing through the corridor, Tsunade opened the innermost door. "Long time no see, Tsunade-heim," greeted an elderly man dressed in a kimono, sitting cross-legged on the tatami. A small table with 2 cups of steaming tea sat before him. He wore an iron respirator on his face, his hair cascading down casually. Although he was no longer the formidable ninja of his youth, his body worn from years of conflict, he still exuded an air of intimidation. If anything, the passing years and accumulated wisdom made him more cunning and composed. "You're getting old, Hanzo," Tsunade remarked, showing no fear as she took a seat across from him, her eyes scanning the men who had once defeated them. "It's better to skip the small talk," Hanzo replied without even raising an eyebrow, taking a slow sip of his tea with a neutral expression. "What brings you here?" "TSK. Still as insufferable as ever," Tsunade grumbled, crossing her arms in frustration at his lack of reaction. "You've heard of the Warring States period, right?" "Of course." Hanzo frowned. He finally looked at them and spoke slowly. "So, you're here for those dangerous individuals sealed during the Warring States period?" "Just investigating," Tsunade replied, her tone slightly provocative. "I'm curious to see how much power the legendary demigod has left. Is that Konoha's stance or just yours?" Hanzo's question shifted the atmosphere in the room. The once informal setting grew tense, a heavy pressure filling the space. Hanzo might have looked like an aging man, but now he resembled a tiger baring its fangs. His mere presence felt threatening. Though he made no sudden moves, the intensity in his eyes seemed like it could devour the 3 ninjas before him. The aging warrior still held immense power within his frail body. "Don't be so intimidating, Hanzo." Tsunade appeared unfazed. She picked up the cup of tea on the table and took a sip. "Does hiding in a place like this really make you feel secure?" "Shut up." Hanzo's brow twitched, his voice laced with anger. "Can the old demigod still control those who plot in the shadows?" Tsunade played with the teacup, a slight smirk on her lips. "Hanzo, you're not the same man you used to be. You've grown weak with age, lost the vigor of your youth. Now you just pursue power and are driven by a lust for control. I told you to shut up, Tsunade-heim." Hanzo's anger flared, his eyes bloodshot. He seemed to be close to losing his composure. "I feel nauseous just looking at you." Tsunade put down the teacup, her smile cold. Do you smell that, Hanzo? That rotten, dirty, foul odor coming from you. Boom. Suddenly, the entire room shook. A torrent of chakra erupted like a flood, carrying a chilling murderous intent. It tore through the nearby tatami mats, sending them flying. In an instant, the sound of metal clashing rang out. The shockwave was visible to the naked eye. Uchiha Sogetsu reacted swiftly, grabbing Hikari and pulling her into his arms before leaping back more than 10 meters. Swish, swish, swish. A large number of Rain Village ninja quickly surrounded them, their expressions tense and filled with hostility. In the center of the smoke-filled battlefield, Hanzo and Tsunade were exchanging powerful blows, each one causing shockwaves that shattered the ground around them. Cracks spread like spider webs with every strike, illustrating the intensity of their confrontation. Uchiha Sogetsu, who had been observing from a distance, now understood why the third Hokage had sent Tsunade to accompany him. This wasn't just a simple reconnaissance mission, it was a test. The ninja world was in chaos, and at this critical juncture, the strategically placed hidden Rain Village was becoming a key focus for Konoha. Understanding Hanzo's intentions and gauging his strength had become paramount to Konoha's security. The third Hokage's stated reason for this mission, investigating the seal history from the Warring States period, was merely a cover. The real aim was to determine Hanzo's position and strength, ensuring that Konoha could navigate the complex political landscape in this turbulent time. Chapter 31, Hanzo. Withdraw. Hanzo waved his hand, signaling the Rain Ninja to disperse. Though hesitant at first, the Rain Ninjas quickly bowed their heads and complied, scattering like birds at the coldness in his gaze. It's best to stop this pointless testing, Hanzo said, regaining his composure. He reached for the intact tea table, took a cup, and raised it to his lips. The ninja world is not at peace. Go back and tell Sarutobi Hiruzen that this should be the first and last time, otherwise, he should be aware of the consequences. Despite the intense clash between Hanzo and Tsunade, the tea table nearest to them remained undamaged, with not even a drop of tea spilled. This highlighted just how formidable a true Kage-level ninja could be when it came to controlling their power. Uchiha Sogetsu observed this and realized he was still a long way from reaching such mastery. I will report everything to my teacher, Tsunade replied, setting aside her earlier contempt. She slowly stood and added, let us know when you're ready regarding the seal. Though it had been a brief encounter, Tsunade had learned much about the demigod in front of her. Despite his age, Hanzo's power was still formidable. Let's go, she said, turning to call Uchiha Sogetsu and Hikari, indicating it was time to leave. A Rain Ninja led them out of the room. Back in their quarters, Tsunade seemed to relax. She sat on the ground, letting her guard down, and remarked, that was exhausting. If I knew it would be this tiring, I wouldn't have agreed to this. But Hanzo isn't just any ordinary old man. Tsunade-sama, your hand, Uchiha Sogetsu said, his eyes narrowing as he noticed something amiss with her right hand. I didn't realize Hanzo was so skilled with poison, I only noticed it because of my Sharingan. During their brief clash, Hanzo had managed to poison Tsunade using an almost imperceptible technique. Oh, it's been so many years, and he's still playing with the same tricks, Tsunade replied, waving her hand dismissively. It's fine, I can cure his poison easily. It'll just take a little effort, that's all. Meanwhile, after Tsunade and her team left, Hanzo sat in silence for a long time. Slowly, he pulled his hand out from his sleeve, revealing a deformed palm that trembled uncontrollably. The pain from his shattered bones didn't faze him, but he stared at it for a moment, and a look of deep helplessness eventually crossed his face. No matter how much he tried to hide it, the truth was clear. Hanzo felt his age creeping up on him. The years had taken their toll, draining him of chakra and sapping his energy and strength. He wondered how much longer he could keep going like this. His eyes showed a flicker of doubt. He had spent a lifetime fighting, but the hidden Rain Village still bowed to the will of the 5 great ninja villages, its people trapped in a constant cycle of war and violence. Even worse, he had become a monster in the process, something he despised. The sound of approaching footsteps snapped Hanzo back to reality. He immediately buried his feelings of vulnerability, transforming back into the cold and ruthless Hanzo of the Salamander, the feared leader of the hidden Rain Village. What's going on? He asked, his voice devoid of emotion as he looked down. Hanzo-sama, there's someone here to see you, a Rain Ninja reported, half kneeling. What day is it today? Hanzo asked, frowning slightly. He clenched his bony fist, the wrinkles on his face deepening as he sneered. Is even that rat from the gutter trying to test me? Send him to room B, Hanzo decided after a moment. In his underground labyrinth of hideouts, he often switched residences to avoid assassination attempts. The Konoha ANBU with an animal mask was escorted to room B by the Rain Ninja. The room was sparse, with simple tatami mats and no unnecessary decorations. Hanzo sat with his back to the entrance, facing the wall. He didn't even turn around when he heard someone enter. What's the matter? He asked, his tone indifferent. The Konoha ANBU was slightly offended by the lack of courtesy, but he kept his composure and spoke in a rigid tone. I'm Bat. Lord Danzo asked me to convey his greetings and discuss a potential deal. A deal? Hanzo's eyelids lifted slightly, showing interest. Go on. Tsunade and her team should have arrived at the Hidden Rain village by now, Bat said, lowering his voice. He didn't directly state the purpose of the visit but hinted at Tsunade's presence and what it could mean. Whoosh! A sharp glimmer zipped past Bat's mask and lodged deep into the wall behind him. The animal mask cracked, and Bat's eyes shrank in fear as the hair on his body stood on end. I don't have time for your nonsense. Hanzo's voice was as cold as a winter gust. Next time, I'll take your head off. Lord Danzo wants you to capture the ANBU who was with Tsunade. Bat, feeling the chilling aura emanating from the old man facing the wall, spoke quickly, his words tumbling out like beans from a broken stalk. If Hanzo said he'd take your head, even Danzo wouldn't be able to save you. So, after a brief pause, Bat hurriedly added, Danzo-sama also said that if capturing the ANBU doesn't work, you can take his Sharingan. That would still count as fulfilling the mission. Sharingan. Hanzo pondered for a moment and asked, what's special about his Sharingan? I'm sorry, that's confidential, Bat replied, lowering his head deeply, his expression tense. It's an order from Danzo-sama. I don't know why. Hanzo understood and didn't press further. After thinking for a moment, he said, I can take the job, but the price has to be worth it. 10 tons of ore, military ration pills, explosive tags, medicinal herbs, and other war materials, Bat rattled off the terms. Additionally, Danzo-sama also promised to send Root elites to help you eliminate any rebellion in the Hidden Rain village. That's not enough, Hanzo's gaze grew sharper. If I get involved, Tsunade will definitely find out. Offending a Sannin requires more than this. You need to offer more. Bat gritted his teeth. Danzo-sama can give you a maximum of 100 tons of supplies. That's the limit. Any more, and the third Hokage will find out. Hanzo finally nodded. All right, I'll accept the mission. Now leave. Tomorrow, I'll go with you, Bat said respectfully. I'll do my best to distract Tsunade. The rest is up to you. Hanzo sat with his eyes closed, appearing to be asleep. This wasn't unusual, he often appeared to drift off in thought. Seeing no response, Bat slowly rose and carefully exited the room. Not long after Bat left, a tiny black insect, about the size of a grain of rice, crawled out from the tatami mat where Bat had been sitting. It quietly made its way toward the crack in the door. Suddenly, a thunderous snort echoed through the room. The air current from Hanzo's breath sent the insect flying into the wall. It flailed briefly, seemingly aware it had been discovered, then began buzzing as it frantically flapped its wings, heading for the door at high speed. But before it could escape, a kunai flashed like lightning, piercing through the room and nailing the insect to the doorframe. Hanzo, who had been facing the wall, had turned around, watching the pinned insect with cold, cloudy eyes. Sending these little bugs, what a pointless trick, Hanzo muttered, his voice laced with disdain. No wonder Hiruzen always finds a way to crush them. Chapter 32, Hikari and Tsunade. The air feels so much better here, Tsunade remarked, fresh from her soak in the hot springs. She wore a loose kimono and sat down in front of the young man, letting out a sigh of relief. It's always raining in this place, and I'm perpetually drenched. It's a nightmare. Her pale skin had a rosy glow from the heat, and her long golden hair, pulled back into a ponytail, was still damp. She brushed a few stray strands from her forehead with slender fingers, exuding the seductive air of a mature woman. There was a light fragrance from her bath that hung in the air, mingling with the warmth. The relaxing atmosphere had her stretching out comfortably, which made her already loose cream-yellow kimono slip open slightly, revealing a hint of cleavage. Her full bosom pressed against the fabric, creating a deep valley. She sat cross-legged on the tatami mat, her thighs crossing over one another. Through the slightly parted kimono, one could glimpse a trace of lace in the soft, smooth curve of her pale skin. This woman truly has no sense of restraint. Uchiha Sogetsu, sitting across from her, raised an eyebrow at her display, feeling himself pulled from his normally stoic demeanor. No wonder Tsunade earned the title of 5th Hokage. She certainly knows how to leave an impression. Hey, kid, are you enjoying the view? Tsunade teased, resting her elbows on the table, her head in her palms, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Tsunade-sama, could you be a bit more mindful? Uchiha Sogetsu adjusted his glasses, maintaining his usual emotionless expression. The sound of footsteps echoed softly as Hikari entered the room, her hair flowing in soft waves down her back. Her cheeks were flushed from the warmth of the hot springs, and she looked adorably radiant. The kimono she wore was shorter than usual, revealing her slender legs that were smooth as polished jade. Her delicate toes seemed to shimmer like crystals. The atmosphere in the room was calm, but there was a hint of excitement. Tsunade exuded confidence and maturity, while Hikari's youthful charm added a fresh energy to the scene. Uchiha Sogetsu, now a sequence 6, found himself catching his breath for a moment. But he quickly regained his composure, pretending to remain unaffected by the lively energy around him. Hikari sat down quietly, her eyes darting back and forth, sometimes peering at the stunning figure beside her, sometimes glancing at her own reflection with a hint of disappointment. "Don't worry," Tsunade said with a comforting smile, reaching out to tousle Hikari's hair. "You're still young, you'll grow up in no time." "Really?" Hikari asked, clenching her kimono's sleeves. Her eyes lit up with hope. "Of course." Tsunade replied with a playful grin, hugging her warmly. "You're adorable. You've got plenty of potential." "Where?" Hikari asked, turning beet red from embarrassment. Uchiha Sogetsu couldn't help but twitch a little at this exchange. He was tempted to remind Hikari of the obvious, she wasn't exactly a young girl by ninja standards, but decided to keep quiet. He'd let her enjoy her dreams. The girl shyly bit her lip, her eyes sneaking glances at the boy across from her. Her hands fidgeted with her kimono sleeves, a typical gesture of a young girl with a crush. Does she like that brat? Tsunade thought to herself, noticing the interaction between Hikari and Sogetsu. It wasn't that she had anything against Uchiha Sogetsu, but given the political climate within Konoha, there were bigger issues at play. Since Sakumo Hataki's tragic death, the election for the fourth Hokage had intensified, and tensions ran high. The entire village seemed to be on edge. After a moment of stress, Tsunade felt a sense of relief. Why stress about all of this, she thought to herself. After this mission, I'm out of Konoha. When they return to Konoha later, Hikari can understand her feelings more clearly due to her mature age. "Oh, and by the way," Hanzo replied to me, Tsunade mentioned, taking a few bites of her meal. "He said he needs some prep time, but he can help us with the resealing early the day after tomorrow morning." "The day after tomorrow?" Uchiha Sogetsu raised an eyebrow, a hint of skepticism in his voice. "Do you think he have any other plans?" "Probably not," Tsunade replied with confidence. With the old men in charge, Hanzo wouldn't dare try anything tricky unless he wants to start a war. Uchiha Sogetsu nodded, content with her answer. He focused on his dinner, deciding to eat his fill, especially since it was rare for Tsunade to foot the bill. He might as well take advantage to make up for that previous psychological treatment fee. "Ah!" Konan jolted awake, eyes wide with terror as she sat up in bed. She'd just had another nightmare. It was the same haunting dream, but this time, unlike the last, the details were sharp and impossible to forget. It was like they were burned into her soul. The nightmare revealed a terrible truth: she was the cause of all the tragedies. In the dream, Konan was taken hostage by the enemy, forcing Yahiko into a deadly trap, leading to his demise at Nagato's hands. "What's wrong, Konan?" Yahiko and Nagato burst into the room, responding to her scream. Konan's face was ashen, her eyes unfocused and empty. The two friends quickly figured it out: she'd had another nightmare. "It's my fault," she sobbed, tears streaming down her cheeks. "It's all my fault, Yahiko." "Konan, it was just a dream," Yahiko said, trying to dismiss her fears. "You said it yourself, dreams are." "No. It's not a dream." Konan cut him off, her voice raw with desperation. "I remember it. It's not just a dream." Even if she couldn't explain why, she had an unshakable feeling that the nightmare was a revelation of fate. "Konan, calm down," Yahiko pleaded, waving his hands frantically, not sure how to handle her breakdown. He looked to Nagato for support. "All right, Konan, tell us," Nagato said with calm reassurance. "What happened in your dream?" As Konan felt the concern of her two companions, she gradually regained her composure and wiped the tears from her cheeks. With a trembling voice, she recounted what she had seen in her dream, detail by detail. "That's definitely something you do," Nagato said after hearing the full story. He glanced at Yahiko, who sat beside him, looking somewhat embarrassed. If something like this were to happen, this idiot would probably be the one to do it. "Hey, why am I an idiot?" Yahiko shot back, not pleased with Nagato's comment. He leaned forward slightly, challenging Nagato. "Wouldn't you do the same thing?" "Absolutely," Nagato replied without hesitation. Konan and Yahiko noticed a faint smirk on Nagato's usually stoic face, his lips curling ever so slightly. Yahiko grew serious. "Did you get a good look at who the enemy was, Konan?" he asked. "It's Hanzo." Konan, who was normally calm and gentle, now had a sharp edge to her voice. "He conspired with Konoha's ninjas, setting up a trap ahead of time, then pretended to propose peace talks to lure us in." "Hanzo." Nagato's Rinnegan eyes darkened, his gaze cold and filled with a growing sense of menace. Chapter 33, Trap. Hanzo rubbed his temples, feeling a twitch in his right eyelid. Ever since the day he agreed to work with Danzo, he couldn't shake the sense of unease. It was as though an invisible net had been cast over him, and he was trapped like an insect, struggling against its threads. It seems the older you get, the more you worry, he muttered, pressing his fingertips to his furrowed brow. If he were 10 years younger, he wouldn't have these concerns. Back then, everything was clear-cut, and there was no need to second-guess his decisions. Lord Hanzo, it's time to leave, a voice called from outside the door. It was his most trusted elite jonin, ready to give orders. Today was the agreed-upon day. Let's go, Hanzo replied, slowly getting to his feet. His eyes became steely, filled with renewed determination. He was still the leader of the village hidden in the rain, the legendary Hanzo of the Salamander, who had once defeated the legendary Sannin of Konoha. This mission was just a formality for him. It wasn't complicated compared to the countless other operations he'd undertaken. The only complication was Tsunade. The skies above the rain village were overcast, the clouds hanging low and oppressive. Hanzo hadn't been outside in months, having been holed up in his underground lair, but now he was leading a group of elite jonin to the designated meeting point. Tsunade had already arrived, accompanied by Hikari and Uchiha Sogetsu. They were a formidable group, yet Hanzo showed no sign of intimidation. He radiated an aura of dominance, reminding everyone that he was still in control. Is this the kid? Hanzo glanced at the ANBU accompanying Tsunade, carefully observing him without drawing attention. It was crucial not to attract the suspicion of the Uchiha, so he quickly shifted his gaze and turned to Tsunade. In case of unexpected developments, I brought along my best ninja from the Rain Village. Given this effort, I'd expect some kind of compensation from Konoha. Wouldn't you agree, he said with a slight smirk. I'll report to the Hokage, Tsunade replied evenly. That's acceptable, Hanzo said, squinting as if he was pleased with her response. He avoided further eye contact with the mission target, knowing he had to play it cool. Once Tsunade was occupied with the Root agents, he needed to act quickly to complete his part of the plan, ensuring he could justify his actions afterward. Deep in thought about his next moves, Hanzo didn't realize he was being watched. Hanzo glanced at me but pretended to be casual about it. Hanzo, who thought he hid his intentions, couldn't escape Sojetsu's perceptive gaze. Out of caution, Sojetsu frequently used spirit vision to silently assess people's ether body, mental states, body language, and facial expressions from a detached, third-party viewpoint. The moment they met, Uchiha Sogetsu detected something off about Hanzo. Despite Hanzo's efforts to maintain a composed demeanor, subtle movements and faint micro-expressions on his face hinted that he was concealing something. Hostility, plain and simple. Even a master of disguise can't hide their emotions from the beyonder of spectator pathway like Sojetsu. The aura of Hanzo's ether body unmistakably glimmered with hostile intent, suggesting he was planning an attack. However, it couldn't be Tsunade who was in danger, Sojetsu quickly concluded. With Hanzo's background, he wouldn't dare risk causing offense by targeting the last surviving member of the Senju clan, that would be akin to challenging the third Hokage. Behind his mask, Sojetsu's lips curled into a smirk. If Tsunade wasn't the target, it could only mean Hanzo was coming after him. The whole thing seemed odd. Uchiha Sogetsu had never met Hanzo before, and even during their brief encounter 2 days earlier, there was no sign of enmity. Why would Hanzo suddenly show such open hostility? Uchiha Sogetsu had a hunch, thinking, oh, is this Danzo's work again? Upon reflection, it seemed the most likely explanation. Danzo, among others, would have reasons to manipulate things this way. Anyone else who might be involved, like the schemer Black Zetsu, would have more pressing matters than stirring up trouble with Hanzo. Should I call it fate? Sojetsu mused, glancing at Hanzo with a knowing look. It's like the universe just handed me a perfect reason to fight back. If Hanzo was out for blood, then Sojetsu would return the favor. The stakes had just gotten higher. Though this analysis might seem long, only a few seconds had passed since the initial eye contact. Time to make the next move. After getting a clear understanding of the situation, Uchiha Sogetsu stopped talking and quietly waited to see what Hanzo would do next. He had already figured out Hanzo's intentions, but now he was curious to see how Hanzo planned to lure Tsunade away from him later. The group continued through the canyon in silence, each person lost in their own thoughts. Soon, they reached the location where the sealing had taken place. This is it, said Uchiha Sogetsu, confirming the seal's location based on the scroll he was holding. However, the area near the seal was heavily damaged, suggesting that someone had been there before them and had taken something. Tisk, Tsunade frowned, realizing that this meant more work for her. Someone broke the seal recently, Hanzo noted, it seems like our movements have been compromised. Now we're in trouble, Tsunade sighed, pressing her hand to her forehead, we need to adjust our mission. We have to track whoever did this. It was clear that whoever had broken the seal hadn't completely erased their traces, giving them a lead to follow. As they followed the trail, they soon encountered a fork in the road. There were 2 sets of tracks, one leading left and the other right. It looks like we need to split up, Hanzo said, his voice steady. The enemy's clever, Tsunade agreed, understanding that this was the best course of action given the circumstances. We'll take one path, and you take the other. Understood. Hanzo and his team took the left path, while Tsunade, along with Hikari and Sojetsu, followed the right. The scenery blurred past them as they moved quickly through the canyon. Found it. Tsunade's eyes brightened as she spotted something ahead. It's on our side. A figure appeared in the distance, carrying something wrapped in black cloth. When he noticed them chasing, he quickened his pace. Think you can get away? Tsunade shouted, stamping her foot into the ground. Boom. The ground shattered beneath her, sending shockwaves rippling through the canyon. With a powerful impact, Tsunade was propelled through the air like a cannonball. Stop, she shouted, raising her right leg high and coming down from the sky like a battle axe. Boom. The ground shattered over dozens of meters, sending shockwaves into the air. The force of the impact crushed the hard rock, creating a massive crater as if a meteorite had struck. The ninja in front was thrown back by the air wave, coughing up blood. His chest was caved in, and he looked unlikely to survive. Tsunade stormed up to him, hands on her hips, glaring down with authority. Who sent you here? She demanded. But the ninja, instead of showing fear, grinned in an unsettling way. He laughed, hee. Tsunade sensed something was wrong. Before she could react, she noticed from the corner of her eye that the rocks nearby were starting to shift. Something was moving underneath. No, she exclaimed, spinning around and sprinting toward Hikari. Get out of there, quick. In her eagerness to pursue, she had left Hikari alone, with Uchiha Sogetsu not too far away. In the blink of an eye, the shifting rocks burst open, and several dark figures emerged, grabbing Hikari and dragging her toward the jungle. Ah! Hikari screamed, but she was yanked into the trees before she could do much else. Damn it! Tsunade's pupils widened with fury. She stomped the ground, leaving afterimages in her wake as she sped toward the scene. Uchiha Sogetsu watched Hikari being kidnapped and remarked to himself, even though it's an old trick, it's pretty effective. He stepped over to the dying ninja on the ground and looked down at him. The ninja, with a cruel smile, croaked out, Uchiha Sogetsu. Danzo-sama sends his regards. Oh, Uchiha Sogetsu replied nonchalantly and brought his foot down hard on the ninja's neck. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed. The ninja's eyes widened, a faint glimmer of life in his pupils. But soon after he slipped into death. Uchiha Sogetsu had no use for conversations with the dead. He took off his mask and tossed it aside, then adjusted his black-rimmed glasses. If you see Danzo in the future, give him my regards, he said calmly. Chapter 34, Hanzo vs Sojetsu. The troublesome one is gone now. Uchiha Sogetsu adjusted his glasses and spoke with a calm demeanor. By the way, it's time for the real protagonist to show up. There's no need to worry, Hikari. If he hadn't given prior instructions to Hikari to keep a low profile in front of Tsunade, those few thugs wouldn't have even made it close, they'd have been reduced to ashes by Amaterasu. Not many can survive Amaterasu, and those goons definitely aren't among them. Alright, here he comes. In an instant, a figure appeared, moving quickly towards them. When they were about 10 meters apart, both sides could see each other clearly. Hanzo suddenly stopped, surveying the area with careful scrutiny. After ensuring everything was clear, he asked, what happened? Where is Tsunade? Tsunade-sama's disciple was kidnapped by those people, replied Uchiha Sogetsu, keeping a sharp eye on Hanzo. 10 meters, it's a significant distance. If they need to retreat, there's plenty of space for a quick escape. But if they need to engage, it's close enough to strike lethally in one move. Even if the opponent is just a jonin, you must remain cautious and ready for anything. As the saying goes, when a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses all its strength. Hanzo embodied this caution perfectly. Uchiha Sogetsu narrowed his eyes, impressed. Hanzo was indeed a seasoned veteran who'd survived the Second Great Ninja War. His meticulous caution, even in a seemingly simple situation, was a testament to his experience. Is this guy one of their group members? Hanzo seemed more at ease now that Tsunade wasn't there. He then glanced at the ground and asked with feigned nonchalance, did you find any information on him? Yes, Uchiha Sogetsu responded with a subtle nod. What's this information? Hanzo wasn't particularly concerned about his plan being exposed. He knew Root's method, and as he approached Uchiha Sogetsu with a seemingly casual attitude, he asked, feigning interest in the well-being of his allies, do you know who he is? What brings him to the Hidden Rain village? As long as he could get close enough. He could rush to him and cut his throat with a single slash. Even with the Sharingan, there'd be no time to react. Oh, he said he was from the Root. Uchiha Sogetsu tilted his head, eyeing Hanzo with a curious expression, a half-smile playing on his lips. He also mentioned that. Bang. Hanzo suddenly lunged forward, his scythe slicing through the air, aiming straight for Sojetsu's throat. He didn't need to wait for him to finish talking, he already knew his cover was blown. In this situation, it was better to strike first. However, Uchiha Sogetsu was clearly prepared, gripping his kunai and countering with a swift block. Clang! The kunai and the scythe collided, sending sparks flying. The esteemed leader of the Hidden Rain village is attacking a ninja from Konoha without a word. Uchiha Sogetsu remarked with a hint of sarcasm. If word gets out, your reputation will be in shambles. Ninjas don't need fame, Hanzo replied in his low, gravelly voice. As long as I kill you, no one will know. Hanzo's weapon was unusual, a long-handled scythe with a chain attached at the end. At the far end of the chain was a heavy iron ball. He would typically entangle his enemies with the scythe and then swing the chain, using its force to smash the iron ball into them. Whoosh! The heavy iron ball tore through the air with a dull sound, signaling its deadly intent. Hanzo felt confident. If none of the Konoha Sannin could best him, what chance did this mere ANBU Jonin have? In his mind, Hanzo had already rehearsed the entire battle. Uchiha Kid will try to retreat and then use the Great Fireball technique to stop me from pursuing. But that's fine, I can use the Water Flicker technique to escape before he hits me, and then, while he's disoriented, I'll cut him down with one clean stroke. Unfortunately for Hanzo, he encountered Beyonder of Spectator Pathway. Uchiha Sogetsu's eyes narrowed slightly, with shallow whirlpools swirling within his Scarlet Sharingan. While the Spectator Pathway's direct combat ability ranks low among the 22 pathway, even at bottom at early stages, but it's adept at a form of observation akin to mind reading. It can sense hidden emotions, detect subtle hormonal changes, and even read faint facial expressions. This lets Uchiha Sogetsu accurately deduce what his target is thinking. If Hanzo was strategizing at a higher level, then Sogetsu was already on a completely different plane of understanding. As Hanzo adjusted his stance, Sogetsu anticipated his move. He swiftly twisted his waist and delivered a heavy side kick to Hanzo's lower ribs. Boom. The kick landed squarely on Hanzo's liver, sending a shock of pain through his body. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as his facial muscles twitched from the sudden agony, his mind momentarily blanking out. The legendary Hanzo of the Salamander isn't as formidable as they say, Uchiha Sogetsu remarked, standing in place without pressing the attack. His demeanor was calm, almost as if he were waiting for Hanzo to regain his composure. Even the most powerful ninja can't escape the ravages of time. Kid, Hanzo muttered through gritted teeth, glaring at his opponent. You'll regret saying that. Oh, will I? Let's see, Sogetsu replied, crossing his arms with a look of arrogance. His attitude only fueled Hanzo's rage. Very well, kid. You've managed to irritate me, Hanzo replied, biting his finger and pressing it against the ground with a look of fierce determination. I didn't want to cause too much commotion, but you've left me no choice. Summoning technique, Salamander Abuse. Bang. A massive cloud of smoke erupted out of nowhere. As the wind dispersed the smoke, a giant black salamander emerged, towering like a mountain. So, this is the famous salamander. Uchiha Sogetsu remarked, showing no signs of fear as he sized up the massive summoned beast. Let's see what makes it so formidable. Abuse, release the poison mist. Hanzo, standing atop the giant black salamander, commanded with a steely voice. The salamander's belly swelled, and it spewed a dense cloud of purple poison from its mouth, infused with Hanzo's chakra. The mist was so thick that even the Sharingan couldn't penetrate it. But the real problem was that the poisonous mist showed no signs of dissipating. Instead, with the aid of the wind, its range expanded, threatening to cover a radius of nearly 100 meters. Your Sharingan won't help you here, kid. Hanzo's voice echoed through the toxic fog, though his location remained hidden. Abuse poison is lethal. An ordinary person only needs to inhale it for half a minute to become paralyzed, their heart will stop, and they'll be dead. He had complete confidence in the poison of abuse. Most of his victories were attributed to it. It was precisely because of this dangerous toxin that he had climbed the ranks to his current position. I beg to differ, replied Uchiha Sogetsu, standing in the midst of the fog. Tsunade-sama has already developed an antidote for your abuse toxin. Do you have anything new up your sleeve? A long silence filled the air from within the fog. Really, Lord Hanzo? Uchiha Sogetsu said, rubbing his forehead in disbelief. You once defeated Konoha Sannin, but that was 6 years ago. The proud toxin of abuse has long been neutralized by Tsunade-sama. Yet you still rely on it like it's your trump card. Shut up, Uchiha brat. Hanzo snapped, his veins bulging with anger, and his eyes turning bloodshot. You may have an antidote for the poison, but do you really think you can defeat me? Boom. The massive abuse stomped its legs, rumbling like a black mountain coming to life. Ha! Uchiha Sogetsu smirked, his eyes flashing with a hint of gold. Suddenly, abuse froze in place. To the beast, the small ninja in front of it seemed to transform into a giant grey dragon. In those golden eyes, a profound dark ocean surged with tremendous fury, radiating an intimidating, abyssal pressure. Begone! Uchiha Sogetsu shouted, his eyes glowing light gold. His voice carried a force akin to a god's wrath. The sheer intensity of the spiritual shockwave overwhelmed Abuse, sending it fleeing back to its home. Hanzo, left behind in the poisonous mist, was utterly confused. Chapter 35, Dead. What's happening here? Hanzo of the Salamander froze in shock. He'd been fighting alongside the Abuse for decades, but he'd never seen anything like this before. Let me give you a piece of advice, Hanzo, said Uchiha Sogetsu, raising a finger to his lips and smirking slyly. Be careful of spectator. Hanzo was taken aback, then clenched his teeth in anger. The nerve of this brat. Uchiha kid, I don't know what tricks you used, but don't think that just because Abuse isn't here, you'll have an easy time with me. Don't underestimate me, child. Aside from his reputation as the Hanzo of the Salamander, Hanzo was also a master of water release techniques. Water release, water wave. Cracks formed in the ground at Hanzo's feet, and from them, torrents of water burst forth, forming a towering tsunami several meters high. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Uchiha Sogetsu countered with his own jutsu, unleashing a massive blaze that clashed with Hanzo's tsunami. The ensuing steam and heat waves distorted the air, creating a blinding fog. You're angry, but also scared, aren't you? Uchiha Sogetsu's voice echoed through the smoke. As you age, your body weakens and your chakra declines. You're losing control of everything in the Hidden Rain village. More and more people are resisting your rule in secret. Shut up. Hanzo's fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked, veins bulging on his forehead. You wretched brat, I'll rip you apart. He had never hated anyone more. Each word from the Uchiha kid felt like a sharp knife, piercing the taboos and weaknesses he'd worked so hard to keep hidden. He'd sacrificed everything for the Hidden Rain village. He wouldn't let anyone insult his ideals or trample on his beliefs. Kid, I'll make you regret stepping foot in this world. Hanzo formed hand seals, and water began to swirl around him. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The water reversed its flow, spinning into a fierce vortex. Then, a massive water dragon emerged, roaring and surging toward Sojetsu, its powerful waves crashing with violent intensity. Oh, are you mad? Looks like I hit a nerve. Uchiha Sogetsu taunted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You rule the Hidden Rain village with an iron fist, refusing to let anyone challenge your authority. But are you sure that's the right choice? Has the village actually improved under your leadership? Hanzo roared, a primal sound that echoed through the air. His eyes turned blood red, seething with murderous rage. The scythe in his hand sliced through the air, whipping up gusts of wind with each swing. His attacks were fierce and relentless. He abandoned his usual defensive style, focusing solely on taking down the foul-mouthed Uchiha brat in front of him. You used to be the protector of the Hidden Rain village, but now you've become an obstacle to its progress. Uchiha Sogetsu easily dodged Hanzo's attacks, his eyes showing faint whirlpools, suggesting he was manipulating the older man's emotions with psychological cue and hypnosis. Shut up, you brat. Hanzo shouted, his voice strained with fury. It was as if something snapped in Hanzo's mind. All the suppressed anger he'd been harboring erupted like a bomb from Sojetsu's words, shattering any remnants of his sanity. He was consumed by a violent rage, descending into the depths of madness. What are you afraid of, Hanzo? Uchiha Sogetsu asked calmly, his voice almost soothing, guiding Hanzo's emotions with precision. Is it that new organization? The one with the leader named Yahiko? Why are you scared of him? You want to make the village better, don't you? I'm the only one who's right. Hanzo yelled, his breath heavy and labored. His face, lined with age and covered in wrinkles, became veined with black blood vessels, and his blood-red eyes glowed with murderous intent. He resembled a feral beast, lost in a frenzy. They don't understand. Everything I do is for the Hidden Rain village. Look, Hanzo, you're getting old, Uchiha Sogetsu said, his voice dropping to a whisper, almost like a devil's whisper. It won't be long before they realize that the demigod Hanzo isn't as invincible as he used to be. What do you think they'll do when they find out? Kill. Kill. I'll kill you. Hanzo screamed, his rage turning the air around him into a thick, oppressive presence. Yes, they'll kill you, Uchiha Sogetsu replied softly. In Hanzo's mind, he could see the Hidden Rain villagers, sneering at him, mocking him, laughing at his weakness. He felt like an old lion being thrown to the wolves. The scarred old lion had lost his edge, his fur was matted and dull, his claws blunted, his once mighty roar reduced to a hollow echo. He relied on what little power he had left to intimidate the younger lions in the pride, who were eager to challenge him. But there would come a day when his facade would fail. A new lion, growing stronger with each passing day, would bare his sharp fangs, sink them into the old lion's neck, and raise his bloodied head in triumph, declaring himself the new king with pride. Hanzo. Look into my eyes. Uchiha Sogetsu's voice boomed like thunder, his spiritual power emanating from every syllable. Hanzo, dazed and disoriented, felt a sudden shock, like a thunderclap inside his mind. Instinctively, he looked up, locking eyes with Sojetsu. In those crimson eyes, 3 tomo spun rapidly. An illusion. And hypnosis. The illusion of the Sharingan, combined with the battle hypnosis, broke through Hanzo's mental defenses in an instant. A sharp buzzing sound rang in Hanzo's ears. His eyes lost focus, and his body stiffened. I warned you, be careful of spectator, said Uchiha Sogetsu. His Sharingan faded, and he adjusted his glasses calmly. But you didn't listen. Even though targeting a mentally aged man with intense psychological pressure might seem morally questionable, he couldn't help but think that in a fight involving the spectator, this was just how things went. After all, it was better to fight smart than fair. A moment later, Sojetsu's expression changed to something of a smirk. If I keep talking like this, I might turn into one of those ninjas who never shuts up, he mused. Oh well, guess I'll roll with it. Not much choice when the spectator lacks power in the early stages. Sojetsu then focused on Hanzo, implanting a psychological suggestion into the depths of the man's subconscious. He murmured to himself, after all this preparation, don't disappoint me, Hanzo. A slight grin crept across his lips. The timing is perfect, just as I planned. Now, I'll leave the rest to you, Lord Hanzo. In an instant, Hanzo snapped out of his trance, his eyes flaring with deadly intent. Little brat from Konoha, let me send you to the afterlife. The sharp edge of a scythe flashed, and Uchiha Sogetsu's eyes widened in shock as his throat was cut open. Blood spurted out like a geyser, and Sogetsu clutched his neck, his eyes full of terror as blood bubbled from his lips. Kid, don't blame me, Hanzo said coldly, his expression harsh as he gripped the scythe tightly. If you want someone to blame, blame Danzo. He's the one who ordered your death. Chapter 36, Akatsuki vs. Hanzo. Uchiha Sogetsu clutched his neck tightly, trying to stem the flow of blood gushing out. It was a futile effort, the main artery had been severed, and even Tsunade, with her unparalleled medical skills, wouldn't have been able to help. I'll take your eyes, Hanzo said, reaching out with 2 fingers to gouge out Sojetsu's Sharingan. Stop, Hanzo. Water release, water dragon technique. A high-pressure blade of water shot through the air, arcing sharply and cutting through rock formations as if they were paper. Hanzo's reflexes were fast, he quickly pulled back his outstretched arm and leaped 10 meters away to a safer distance, turning to face the source of the attack. It was a group he had come to see as a threat, the Akatsuki. Yahiko stood at the forefront, his expression torn between anger and pain. Hanzo, you've joined forces with Danzo, he said, his voice heavy with disappointment. Konan, standing beside him, was cold as ice. The beauty of her face was marred by a flash of twisted hatred. Do you see now? The source of our suffering is Hanzo. He's not the protector he once was. If we don't stop him, he and Danzo will kill us all. Nagato, his deep purple eyes reflecting the darkness of his intent, sided with Konan. It wasn't just a dream. It was a vision from the god. It led us here to uncover Hanzo's deceit and expose the truth. Yahiko looked conflicted, his heart filled with turmoil. He had once admired Hanzo, but now the men stood against everything they believed in. He didn't know what to do. Meanwhile, Hanzo clutched his head, his thoughts muddled. Something wasn't right. It felt as though he was forgetting something crucial, a vital piece of his memory slipping away. But before he could make sense of it, the confrontation escalated, and the tides of fate began to shift. Why is the Akatsuki here? No, that's not important. Hanzo's eyes burned with a sinister intensity, his expression ferocious as he barked at the 3 people in front of him, the rats hiding in the sewers. I'll take you all out in one fell swoop. A voice in Hanzo's mind urged him on, whispering in his ear. Kill them. Once they're dead, you'll keep your position, and no one will dare challenge you again. The Hidden Rain village belongs to me. Hanzo roared. He ripped off his respirator and unleashed a cloud of purple poison from his mouth. His disheveled hair whipped about as he growled, no one can take it away from me. Hanzo-sama. Yahiko's voice was laced with a mix of sorrow and anger. I misjudged you. Once, Yahiko had revered the men before him, a leader who protected the Hidden Rain village during war and whom he considered an idol. But as Hanzo grew older, he became crueler, intolerant of dissent, and reigned with fear. The oppressive clouds and mist that hung over the Hidden Rain village were a perfect metaphor for the despair that had settled into the hearts of its people. Yahiko and his friends, having suffered through the war, believed that violence couldn't solve their village's problems. They were determined to find a new way forward. Despite their differences, Yahiko had always believed that he and Hanzo were fighting for the same cause, just with different approaches. But now, all illusions were shattered, his faith in the leader utterly broken. "Hanzo of the Salamander, you've changed," Yahiko said with grief in his voice. "You're no longer a hero. You've abandoned your ideals, your dignity, and you're nothing but a butcher corrupted by power. You're just a pack of wild dogs. Who are you to question my authority?" Hanzo lunged at the three of them in a frenzy, hurling his sickle with brutal force. The chains on his sickle clanged loudly, drawing a dark arc in the air as the poison-coated blade sliced toward Konan. "Konan, watch out." Nagato was quick to react. He stepped in front of his companions, forming hand seals, and shouted, "Earth release, Earth-style wall." A thick, solid earth wall rose up, blocking the incoming flying scythe. Paper shuriken. From behind the earthen wall, dozens of white paper shurikens shot out. "Konan, fall back." Nagato's eyes narrowed, sensing danger. The nightmare had shaken Konan, and she was so upset that she couldn't maintain her usual calm. Facing a powerhouse like Hanzo, she charged right at him from the front. "Yahiko, stop Konan." Nagato channeled chakra to his feet, trying to rouse the disoriented Yahiko, and then dashed to save his teammates from another angle. "Don't be impulsive, Konan, get back here." Yahiko finally snapped out of his daze. "We're not here to fight." The original reason they came here was to calm Konan down and keep her from dwelling too much on her nightmares. But things had taken a sudden turn toward violence. Clang, clang, clang. Hanzo swung his chain and hammer in a whirlwind of metal, creating a storm-like barrier. All the white paper shurikens were deflected. Hanzo spun his body halfway and launched his hammer with all his might, sending it hurtling toward Konan like a meteor. Buzz, buzz. Yahiko threw 3 shurikens, aiming them into the gap between the hammer's chain links. His aim was spot on, stopping the hammer mid-air and knocking it off course. At the same time, Nagato, seizing the opening, burst forward with a surge of chakra. As he closed the distance, he formed hand seals and unleashed a jutsu, wind release, gale palm. The compressed wind shrieked as it flew toward Hanzo's neck, a sharp and transparent blade of air. At the same time, Yahiko, positioned to the left, finished his hand seals and took a deep breath, fire release, flying flame. The wind fueled the fire, and the fire strengthened the wind. The synchronized attacks from the two ninjas instantly cut off all of Hanzo's escape routes. "Damn you, kid." Hanzo growled, his eyes narrowing as a sinister glint crossed his weathered face. "You think you can kill me? You're way too young." Water release, water body flicker. Hanzo, caught in the wind and fire assault, suddenly dissolved into a puddle of water and vanished. However, before he could launch a surprise attack, Hanzo's stealth was foiled when the red-haired boy shouted out his location. Konan, 15 meters behind Yahiko, to the right. Hanzo. Konan's paper wings unfurled behind her, lifting her into the air. Her pretty face turned cold and murderous as she locked onto her target. "If I kill you, then the future I saw in my dreams won't happen." The prophetic visions she'd experienced were coming true, one after another. She couldn't accept the tragic fate of losing Yahiko and Nagato. The thought of enduring that kind of pain again was unbearable. If that's the case, she would sever the future at its root. Dance of the paper shiki. Her paper wings disintegrated into countless razor-sharp shards, cascading down like a storm of blades. Boom, boom, boom. The rain of paper swords struck with ferocious intensity. The ground, solid rock, was as soft as tofu against the onslaught, leaving it riddled with holes. Underground, Hanzo, trying to evade the attack, was shredded by the paper swords, bleeding profusely. "Oh. Damn you, brats." Hanzo, bloodied and with his clothes in tatters, had none of his former heroic presence. He looked like a cornered beast, his expression wild and desperate. "You've pushed me too far. Be careful, he's about to go all out." Nagato felt a shiver of fear as he saw the madness in the opponent's eyes. His heart raced, and he immediately warned the others. "Hold on a minute, Hanzo, let's not overreact." Yahiko's expression changed drastically. He sensed something was off and yelled out, "Konan, Nagato, slow down. Something's not right." He felt a strange tension, as if something was amiss, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Unfortunately, no one was listening to him. Konan, plagued by dark premonitions, was convinced that Hanzo had to be killed to prevent a terrible future from unfolding. Nagato, siding with Konan, also believed that Hanzo needed to be eliminated. Hanzo, perceiving the Akatsuki as a threat to his position, decided he needed to take drastic action to eliminate those who challenged him. Everyone seemed to have their own reasons. But, it all left Yahiko with an uneasy feeling he couldn't shake off. It all seemed too coincidental. Chapter 37, Yahiko dead. Something's not right. Yahiko felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead, his instincts screaming that something was wrong, an ominous premonition filling his mind. Among the trio, he was the one who could see the bigger picture, often noticing things that the others couldn't. That's why he was the leader of the Akatsuki, and his charismatic personality attracted others to their cause. But right now, Yahiko felt like he was losing control, as if everything was slipping through his fingers. Yahiko, snap out of it. Look at Hanzo, he's completely lost it. Nagato shouted, crouching low and slapping the ground to form a hand seal. Conan, back me up. Though he usually seemed reserved, Nagato was actually the most impulsive of the three. Once he deemed someone a threat to Conan or Yahiko, he'd stop at nothing to eliminate the danger. At this point, even the usually calm Conan had been drawn into the chaos, her instincts telling her that Hanzo was the source of all their pain. Boom. The next moment, Nagato and Hanzo clashed. Kunai met scythe, sparks flew through the air, and the sound of metal clanging echoed throughout the battlefield. Water release, water dragon bullet. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Ninjutsu explosions tore through the terrain, widening the battlefield almost instantly. On one side, you had Hanzo, famed for his mastery of water release techniques. On the other side, Nagato, wielding the Rinnegan and mastering all 5 chakra nature, proving he was born for ninjutsu. Nagato unleashed a barrage of different techniques without missing a beat, while Hanzo, already weakened from his battle with Uchiha Sogetsu, struggled to keep up, drained of chakra and strength. Facing the might of the Rinnegan, Hanzo seemed on the verge of collapse. Ninja art, poison mist. Hanzo opened his mouth and unleashed a large plume of purple smoke. The toxic cloud rapidly spread out, carried by the gusting wind. Conan, fall back. Nagato commanded, swiftly retreating while forming a hand seal. Wind release, great breakthrough. Whoosh. 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 A strong blast of wind roared through the area, kicking up sand and stones. The violent storm scattered the encroaching poison mist, halting its advance. But at that very moment, Hanzo suddenly lunged from the other side, his target set on Conan, who was still in midair. I'll deal with you first. With a sharp metallic sound, a chain shot out like a venomous snake. Conan, caught off guard in midair, was instantly ensnared by the iron chain. Hanzo gave a mighty yank, dragging Conan downward and slamming her into the ground with tremendous force. Boom. The impact was so severe that Conan cried out in agony, feeling as if her entire body had been shattered. Gotcha. Hanzo shouted as he leaped high, raising his scythe for a finishing blow, the blade reflecting the cold glow of moonlight. Conan. Yahiko's eyes turned red with fury. He threw caution to the wind and rushed in to save her. Clang. A kunai intercepted the descending scythe, preventing it from striking Conan. Despite the tremendous force from above, Yahiko managed to hold his ground. But the struggle was intense. Yahiko, overwhelmed by the force of Hanzo's attack, was forced to his knees. The scythe dug into his shoulder, drawing a stream of blood as it pierced his flesh. Nagato. Yahiko's lips bled as he shouted for help. Get out of here. Nagato roared, his voice filled with fury, while a blast of fierce wind and blades erupted from him. With a violent slash, Nagato's wind blade severed one of Hanzo's arms. Blood gushed out in torrents, and Hanzo's face contorted with pain. Yet, his glare grew even more vicious. You took my arm. You'll pay dearly for this. Hanzo was ready. He'd set a trap for this moment. Fire release, exploding flame formation. Suddenly, the ground around Yahiko and Conan was covered with explosive tags. Hanzo controlled them, and they swarmed toward Yahiko and Conan like a pack of hungry sharks, drawn to blood. The situation became dire. Without hesitation, Yahiko made a quick decision. Instead of blocking the scythe hovering over his head, he grabbed Conan by her cloak. Nagato. Yahiko shouted. Summoning all his strength, Yahiko ignored the searing pain in his shoulder and threw Conan toward the oncoming Nagato. As Nagato caught Conan, his relief quickly turned to despair. The next moment, he saw a sight that shattered his heart. Hanzo struck Yahiko with a powerful kick, propelling him backward. As he retreated, Hanzo quickly formed a hand seal. No. Yahiko. Explode. Boom. A massive explosion filled the sky with flames, completely engulfing Yahiko. Hundreds of explosive tags detonated simultaneously, creating a wave of destruction that caused the ground to collapse. The force scattered debris in all directions, transforming them into lethal projectiles. Yahiko. Nagato charged forward, disregarding the intense heat from the flames. What he saw left him cold, like he'd been plunged into an icy abyss. Yahiko lay in a charred crater. His entire body was scorched, and his legs had been blown off. The once-spirited leader of the Akatsuki now lay motionless, barely clinging to life. Conan stood nearby, seemingly in shock, her eyes vacant and devoid of emotion. Ahem. Pft. Yahiko's weak cough caught Nagato's attention, shattering his thoughts. He cradled his friend's head as Yahiko leaned on his shoulder. Raising a trembling, bloodied hand, Yahiko touched Nagato's cheek. "Take care of Conan." "Yahiko. Yahiko. Yahiko." Nagato was paralyzed, his lip quivering as he desperately clung to his friend. "Please don't die. Don't die." But no matter how much he shouted, Yahiko's body grew colder in his arms. Slowly, he fell silent. "Take care of Conan," he had said. Nagato's heart sank. Yahiko's final request was a solemn vow, and he knew he had to honor it, even as grief consumed him. The light in Yahiko's eyes gradually dimmed. He whispered, "Our dream is in your hands now." With those words, Yahiko closed his eyes, and his lifeless arms fell to the ground. "No." Nagato threw his head back and roared at the sky, his heart filled with a deep and agonizing pain. Seeing his friend die right in front of him was like having a piece of his soul ripped out. The grief and despair felt like an unbearable weight pressing down on him, as if countless invisible hands were pulling him into a dark abyss. All the anger and sorrow he had held back exploded in that moment. "Hanzo!" Nagato's scream was like that of a wild beast, and tears of blood streamed from his purple eyes. "I swear I'll make you pay." He bit his finger and slammed his hand into the ground. Summoning technique, demonic statue of the outer path, Ghetto statue. The earth trembled, and a monstrous, fearsome creature rose from it like a giant elephant, but with a menacing aura. Even the battle-hardened Hanzo felt a chill run down his spine. "What on earth is that?" he muttered in disbelief. The demonic statue of the outer path slammed its massive hands into the ground, letting out a bone-chilling roar. Black rods shot out from its abdomen, piercing Nagato's back. He cried out in pain, but the physical torment couldn't compare to the searing agony in his heart. "Hanzo!" Nagato's voice was filled with rage, but even the most excruciating physical pain was nothing compared to the overwhelming emotional anguish he felt at that moment. The loss of his friend and the shattered dreams fueled his relentless thirst for revenge. He gritted his teeth through the excruciating pain as he formed seals to control the Ghetto statue looming behind him. Roar! Ghetto statue roared, opening its massive mouth and unleashing dozens of purple chakra dragons. Hanzo's pupils constricted, and his face grew pale. Instinct told him this attack was incredibly dangerous. Just as Hanzo was about to flee, a sudden shock struck him deep in his mind, as if he'd been hit with a hammer. It left him dazed for a split second. But that split second was all it took to shatter Hanzo's hope of escape. Boom. The chakra dragons, filled with intense hatred and murderous intent, descended upon him. Ah! Hanzo, wrapped in the onslaught, could only widen his eyes in terror. He felt his life force and chakra draining away at a frightening pace. His already aged face grew more terrifying as the chakra slipped away. In a matter of breaths, Hanzo was reduced to a withered husk, his skin as thin and dry as old tree bark, clinging to his bones. With his life force completely drained, Hanzo's lifeless body plummeted from the sky. The battle was over. The rain poured down as if to mourn in silence, the only witness to the tragedy that had just unfolded. Chapter 38, Be wary of the spectator. Several figures darted through the dense forest, moving quickly but with a distinct sense of urgency. They were trained ninjas, but their usual confidence had evaporated, replaced by fear and desperation as they sprinted through the trees. The look on their faces suggested they were fleeing from something truly terrifying, something that felt like it could reach out and grab them at any moment. "Faster! Move it," shouted Bat, the leader of the group. He was from the root, and his voice cracked with anxiety as he urged his companions to increase their pace. He kept glancing over his shoulder, as though expecting to see some monstrous form emerge from the shadows behind them. "Don't slow down. That kid's still on our tail." Their labored breathing filled the air, each inhalation accompanied by a searing pain in their chests. They were pushing their bodies to the limit, lungs burning with effort, but no one dared to slacken their pace. How did it come to this? Bat's thoughts raced, replaying the events from just a few minutes ago. Their plan had seemed perfect. They'd successfully kidnapped the child who was with Tsunade, using the distraction to lure her away from Uchiha Sogetsu, creating an opening for Hanzo's attack. But then everything went terribly wrong. The girl they kidnapped turned out to be far more than they expected. She unleashed a burst of horrifying power, slicing the ANBU holding her into pieces within seconds. The sight of her Sharingan spinning like a windmill, stained with the blood of her captor, was seared into Bat's mind. "We have to report this to Danzo-sama," he thought frantically, feeling the murderous intent drawing closer. The Uchiha clan is hiding something much bigger. However, there wouldn't be a next time for them. A small figure dressed in black suddenly appeared in front of the crowd, halting everyone in their tracks. In an instant, more than a dozen root ninjas seemed to be under some sort of paralyzing spell, their eyes wide with terror as they stared at the petite figure standing on the branch before them. "I hate it when people touch me." Uchiha Hikari's face was devoid of emotion, like a cold and unfeeling killing machine. It made everyone shudder. Who said you could touch me with those filthy hands? Despite the calm tone, the chill in his words struck fear into the hearts of those around him. It was as if a razor-sharp blade was pressed against their throats, the icy touch causing goosebumps to ripple across their skin, every hair standing on end. The air grew heavy, almost as if it had frozen, and the bone-chilling murderous intent dropped the temperature. Fear spread uncontrollably, swallowing their reason like a ravenous beast. We need to attack together. Bat knew that waiting would only allow fear to crush their spirits. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Hikari covered her eyes as she laughed wildly, the sound filled with a sickening twist. I belong to him. Only he is allowed to touch me. You disgusting vermin. You all deserve to die. Go. The faces of the Root ninjas twisted in rage and fear as they let out a collective roar, charging forward. Uchiha Hikari shielded her eyes with one hand as her Mangekyo Sharingan flared to life, the scarlet light glistening in the stormy downpour. She opened her mouth, her voice resonating with anger. Fight to the death with each other, you bastards. The sky was dark with clouds, and rain poured down relentlessly. Konan stood in the deluge, her heart heavy with grief. Hanzo was dead, killed by the Ghetto statue and an enraged Nagato. But, this wasn't the outcome she had hoped for. Konan, Nagato's voice was weak, his eyelids drooping, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. With the last of his strength, he said, "Take us back." Then he collapsed, unconscious. The uncontrollable Ghetto statue dissipated into smoke, vanishing from sight. Nagato. Konan rushed through the mud, heedless of the dirt, and cradled the unconscious Nagato in her arms. The sight was startling. The Ghetto statue had drained a significant amount of Nagato's chakra. If it weren't for his Uzumaki lineage, he might have died. Yet even with his strong constitution, Nagato had paid a heavy price, he was as thin as a stick. The black rods piercing his body had caused him severe trauma, and he needed immediate treatment, or his life would be at risk. Why? Why did it have to end like this? Konan's sorrow overflowed, tears mingling with the rain as they streamed down her cheeks. Konan was soaked by the relentless rain, her tears mingling with the downpour as she sat there, huddled on the ground, sobbing in despair. Why do you treat me like this? She shouted, her voice breaking. You let me see a glimpse of destiny, but you don't allow me to change it. I hate it. If only she hadn't believed in the prophecy from her dreams and dragged Yahiko and Nagato to follow its message, perhaps none of this would have happened. But there are no ifs in reality. Yahiko had died, just as the dream foretold, sacrificing himself to save her. Nagato was left crippled, forced to call upon the Ghetto statue to exact vengeance on Hanzo. No matter how hard they had tried, the outcome seemed fixed, inevitable, like destiny itself was mocking them. Yahiko, I'll take you home, Konan whispered, her voice trembling. She wrapped Yahiko's body in her paper and then carefully lifted the unconscious Nagato. With heavy, weary steps, she began her journey back home, her heart filled with desolation. We'll go home together, just like we promised, she said softly, the words nearly lost in the roar of the rain. Each step felt as if it required every ounce of her remaining strength, yet she kept walking. As she passed a Konoha ANBU who had been struck down by Hanzo, she paused out of instinctive kindness. Despite her own pain, she couldn't ignore someone in need. The ANBU, a member of the Uchiha clan, was barely conscious. A ghastly wound marred his chest, the gaping gash revealing bone beneath, blood soaking the ground. It seemed he was at the brink of death. At least it's not fatal, Konan remarked to herself as she bandaged his wound. If I can stop the bleeding, Tsunade-sama might be able to heal him when she returns. Her voice was heavy with sorrow as she struggled to carry both Nagato and Yahiko away from the grim scene. The rain continued to fall, its steady rhythm the only sound that accompanied her down the long road back to their shattered dreams. After some time, Uchiha Sogetsu slowly opened his eyes, sat up, and touched the scar on his chest. Transferring the damage, magicians really do have useful abilities, he remarked. He glanced at Hanzo's desiccated corpse lying not far away, then adjusted his glasses, his expression devoid of emotion. If there's a next life, remember my advice, be wary of the spectator. It had been quite a show. But the true spectacle was orchestrated by the men behind the scenes, Uchiha Sogetsu. Hanzo, Konan, Yahiko, Nagato, they were all just puppets on strings. The story unfolded step by step according to a pre-written script, leading to the predetermined conclusion. I'm sorry, Yahiko, Uchiha Sogetsu murmured, lowering his eyes. In my future plans, there's no place for you. Chapter 39, Danzo, wait for me. The rain fell steadily, like a curtain descending, creating a gentle mist that hung in the air. Don't let anything happen to you, kid. Tsunade carried the unconscious Hikari on her back. Her clothes were soaked through, clinging to her well-toned frame and revealing subtle, graceful contours. The scenery blurred as she sped by, wind whipping at her ears. Hanzo, you better pray that he's okay, or I swear I'll kill you. Her voice was filled with anger and regret, chiding herself for falling into such a blatant trap. She was usually more cautious, but this time she'd let her guard down. Just 15 minutes earlier, she'd found Hikari abandoned in the forest, realizing that it was a setup by the enemy to lure her away from Uchiha Sogetsu. Though she didn't fully understand why Hanzo would do this, she knew one thing for sure: Uchiha Sogetsu was in danger. With Tsunade running at full speed, it took her about 15 minutes to get back to the area. This is... She stopped abruptly, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. The entire valley was in ruins, bearing signs of a brutal battle. Scorched ground, uprooted trees, and craters from powerful ninjutsu like fire release and wind release spread across the scene. He has to be okay. Tsunade bit her lower lip, trying to calm herself. Taking a few deep breaths to steady her nerves, she pressed on. The ground was slick with mud and rain, with faint traces of blood stains being washed away. Tsunade followed the trail of blood, eventually finding the boy lying behind a broken boulder, unconscious from his severe injuries. A large pool of blood surrounded him. Kid. Tsunade was startled as she rushed over to the injured boy, crouching down to assess his wounds. Luckily, no vital organs were hit. There's a lot of blood loss, though. She frowned, clenched her teeth, and her usually bright eyes burned with fury. The poison from abuse, it must be Hanzo. But it seemed that someone had managed to bandage the boy's injuries, allowing him to survive until she arrived. The tension in her heart began to ease, and her worst fears had not come true. Tsunade's taut nerves finally relaxed, and the nightmare that had haunted her mind seemed to dissipate. The boy would live, for now. Don't worry, kid, she whispered, her eyes softening as she brushed a hand across his pale face. I won't let you die here. In that moment, the past and present blurred together in Tsunade's mind. The unconscious boy before her looked eerily like a young Nawaki. The resemblance brought back painful memories, and she struggled to keep her composure. Stay calm, Tsunade, she muttered to herself, taking deep breaths. Although she still felt the grip of her hemophobia, she managed to keep it under control. Suddenly, the tense atmosphere was shattered by a commotion nearby. Hanzo-sama is here. Someone's killed Hanzo-sama. Who did it? Look, it's Tsunade. She must have done it. Elites from the hidden rain village burst onto the battlefield, finding Hanzo's body mummified and lifeless. The elite Jonin, already hostile toward the Konoha forces, turned their suspicion immediately toward Tsunade, believing she was responsible for Hanzo's death. In an instant, Tsunade found herself in the center of the storm, surrounded by enemies ready to strike. Tsunade. How dare you kill our leader? Capture her. Make sure she's buried with Lord Hanzo. A dozen elite rain ninjas launched their attack without hesitation, surging toward Tsunade. However, Tsunade remained calm. She bit her thumb and pressed it to the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Katsuyu. With a puff of smoke, 2 large slugs materialized, each the size of a human. Protect them, she ordered the slugs. Understood, Tsunade-sama, they replied before enveloping 2 of her companions, ensuring their safety. As the slugs secured the area, Tsunade stepped forward to face the advancing rain ninjas. Her usual playful demeanor was replaced with a cold, resolute expression. The sound of her knuckles cracking echoed as she clenched her fists tightly. Since Hanzo is gone, you owe me a debt, she said in a low voice. And I'm here to collect. What's there to fear? She's just one woman. The rain ninja leader tried to rally his men. There are over a dozen of us. Are you telling me she can take us all down? Yeah, exactly, the others chimed in, brandishing their kunai. We're trained by Hanzo-sama himself. There's no way she can defeat us. They lunged toward Tsunade, confident in their numbers and skill. But amidst the chaos, one rain ninja chose a different path. Instead of charging at Tsunade, he turned and fled, not daring to look back. Kill Tsunade. That's insane, he muttered to himself while sprinting away. We're just low-level soldiers. Who are we to challenge Konoha's Sannin? Having survived the Second Great Ninja War under Hanzo's command, he understood the significance of the Konoha Sannin title. Taking on one of them alone was a fool's errand, and he had no intention of being the next casualty. Heavenly Foot of Pain. Angry Tsunade leaped high into the air, and her right leg came down like a battle axe. Boom. The earth seemed to tremble, shaking with a cacophony of noise. Tsunade, who once struck fear into the entire ninja world, unleashed her full destructive power. Her foot slammed into the hard stone ground with the force of a meteorite, creating a shockwave that surged tens of meters into the air, sweeping out with devastating force. In an instant, a dozen elite rain ninjas were decimated, crushed into unrecognizable pieces by the overwhelming force. The rain ninja who was fleeing felt his vision blur and his throat tighten as if gripped by an iron vice. When his vision cleared, he saw a face that was both beautiful and mature, yet ice-cold. You've got one chance, Tsunade said, her fingers tightening as she lifted him off the ground. Her eyes were as sharp and cold as blades. Who ordered Hanzo to attack him? Yes, yes. It was people from Konoha, the rain ninja stammered, struggling to breathe as he spoke. His face turned red as he fought to get the words out, knowing he couldn't hide anything. He continued, Danzo sent someone here. He told Hanzo to kill that man and take his Sharingan. It's Danzo again. Tsunade's eyes flared with rage, her cold gaze flashing with a hint of murderous intent. I'll deal with you when I get back, she said, her voice low and furious. Overcome with emotion, she lost control of her strength. Click. The rain ninja's eyes widened, his neck snapped, and life drained from his pupils. He hadn't expected to meet such an unjust end. Despite having spilled valuable information, he couldn't escape his fate. Tsunade, her expression impassive, seemed to sense the question in the rain ninja's dying gaze. She felt no guilt, simply shrugging and saying, oops, guess I lost control for a second. You shouldn't have had such a breakable neck. A little squeeze and, snap. She discarded the body without a second thought, her anger simmering as she spat out, Danzo, right? Just you wait. Storming away, Tsunade's frustration grew. Did he really think there's no one backing me up? If I don't make him cough up blood, he won't understand just how strong the Senju clan is. She was Tsunade, descendant of the Senju clan, apprentice to the third Hokage, founder of Konoha's medical system, and interim director of Konoha Hospital. Today, she was going to test just how capable Danzo's root is. Chapter 40, Danzo's Troubles. A ninja dog appeared outside Konoha village, carrying a scroll in its mouth. The scroll bore a unique seal pattern, one that belonged to Root, a secretive division within the ANBU. The Root ninjas assigned to watch over Konoha knew that something serious must have happened upon seeing this. One of them quickly retrieved the scroll from the ninja dog's mouth. It's a message from Bat. Seeing the mark on the scroll, he prepared to deliver it to Danzo. Just then, a figure appeared, focusing on the scroll before speaking in a deep voice, Shinji, what's going on? Ryoma-sama. Shinji hesitated, then respectfully answered, it's from Bat. It could be urgent news from the Land of Rain, and I need to deliver it to Danzo-sama. The Land of Rain, Ryoma muttered to himself, his eyes narrowing with a cold gleam. Forgive me, Ryoma-sama, but I need to deliver this urgently, Shinji said, carefully tucking the scroll away and stepping past Ryoma to reach Danzo. But after just 2 steps, he felt a searing pain in his chest. Thump. Shinji looked down to see a hand piercing through his heart. Ryoma-sama. Shinji gasped, eyes widening in disbelief as he turned to face Ryoma, why would you betray Danzo-sama? You don't need to know, Ryoma replied coldly as he pulled his hand back, his gaze then shifting to the ninja dog. Betrayal? No, he had simply been momentarily blinded. Now, he had found the true light. Woo, woof. The ninja dog sensed danger and tried to escape, but it was too late. A swarm of insects burst forth and tore it apart until nothing was left but bones. Ryoma casually wiped the blood from his hands and retrieved a scroll from Shinji's body. He opened it and glanced at its contents, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Just as Lord Sojetsu told me, he muttered, these rats from the sewers always use the same tricks. Although he wasn't sure about the status of the Uchiha girl, Ryoma knew he had to tie up any loose ends for Lord Sojetsu. He tossed the scroll to his insects, and they consumed it instantly. Lord Sojetsu, as long as I'm here, no one will harm you. Ryoma declared with a steely resolve. He cleaned up the scene, erasing any traces of his presence, then vanished as if he had never been there. Meanwhile, at the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was busy dealing with a mountain of paperwork. The aftermath of White Fang's death, along with the recent maneuvers by other ninja villages, had left him feeling both physically and mentally drained. Just then, a critical message from Tsunade arrived, delivered by the ANBU. After scanning the scroll, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his blood pressure spike and almost fainted from shock. Danzo. The veins in Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead bulged as he slammed his hand on the desk. His eyes blazed with anger as he shouted, "Find Danzo. Bring him here, now." "Yes, Hokage-sama." The ANBU outside the door exchanged uneasy glances. They fell silent, listening to the third Hokage's rage echo through the corridors. The third Hokage, usually gentle and composed, became frighteningly angry. Soon, Danzo entered the Hokage's office, his face filled with confusion and uncertainty. Smack. As soon as he stepped in, before he could say a word, a scroll was thrown at his face. "Hiruzen, are you out of your mind?" Danzo's eyes were dark with rage, and the muscles on his face twisted in anger. He yanked the scroll off his face and snapped, "What's your problem?" "My problem." Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a cold smile and snorted, "Take a look at what you've done, Danzo." Danzo felt a twinge of unease as he bent down to pick up the scroll from the floor. As he skimmed through its contents, he almost choked on his rage. You're bold, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen seethed with anger, glaring at him. You conspired with Hanzo to assassinate one of my Konoha ninjas, and then you used your root ninjas to ally with the rogue Akatsuki organization to assassinate Hanzo, the leader of the Hidden Rain village. You've outdone yourself, Danzo. Slander. This is complete slander. Danzo felt his face flush with indignation, the veins in his forehead bulging. You're talking nonsense, Hiruzen. Slandering me like this. Am I slandering you? Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table, standing up with fire in his eyes. Check the facts yourself. Did I make anything up? Does any part of that scroll misrepresent what you did? Danzo's mouth twitched, but he kept his defiance. Fine. I admit I asked Hanzo to kill that Uchiha kid, but I never intended to kill Hanzo. Oh, you didn't kill Hanzo. Then who did? Sarutobi Hiruzen folded his arms, giving him a hard stare. Was it Tsunade? Uchiha Sogetsu? Or maybe those Akatsuki kids? Danzo was choked with frustration, finding it hard to respond. He wanted to defend himself, but the truth was, he'd been up to shady business from the start. He originally just wanted to take out the Uchiha kid and get his Sharingan, to study its genjutsu abilities. But things had spiraled out of control. Hanzo was dead, and the blame somehow landed squarely on Danzo's shoulders. It's like getting yellow mud smeared on your crotch, no matter what you do, it looks like something nasty, he muttered to himself. Anyway, I didn't do it, he said, denying any involvement. I'm just trying to do what's best for Konoha. Hiruzen, your methods are too soft. Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising in anger. I'm the Hokage. Who gave you the right to meddle in the affairs of the Hidden Rain village? Are you trying to start a war? Do you even respect my authority as a Hokage? Danzo took a deep breath, realizing that he needed to calm down. Hiruzen, it's not as simple as you think, he said, his voice steadying. Give me some time, and I'll investigate. I'll find out who's really responsible. Hiruzen was having none of it. You don't need to give me an explanation, he said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You should think about how you're going to explain this to Tsunade. To Tsunade? Danzo's brow furrowed, he didn't see why she mattered in this situation. Why do I need to explain anything to her? Hiruzen sat back in his chair and lit his smoking pipe. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled slowly and replied, because, just half an hour ago, Tsunade notified Konoha Hospital and all the medical ninjas that they are no longer allowed to treat anyone from the root. If they do, they'll lose their medical licenses. Danzo, who hadn't initially cared about the threat, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Hiruzen, she can't just do that. She's openly undermining Konoha's ANBU. Konoha could afford to lose some ANBU members, but not its medical ninjas. More than 90% of the village's medical professionals had been trained by Tsunade. While there were some ninjas with medical skills who weren't in her group, they were a small minority, barely enough to meet the village's needs. Seeing the worried look on Danzo's face, Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Arrogance gone just like that. Hiruzen, are you just going to sit back and watch? Danzo grumbled through clenched teeth, trying to salvage what little remained of his plans. This is all for Konoha. Tsunade's actions are weakening our strength. Hiruzen Sarutobi calmly exhaled a puff of smoke and replied, now you come to me. I can't do much about it. Tsunade established and improved Konoha's entire medical system. If she's reluctant to lend her support, you have only yourself to blame for angering her. Even I am not as influential in the eyes of many as she is. Perhaps my relaxed approach made many people, subconsciously, overlook Tsunade's latent political power. Just like Danzo did. He forgot a key rule, never offend the doctor, or you'll regret it. Danzo broke out in a cold sweat. He finally realized how enormous and terrifying the force he'd previously underestimated could be when fully mobilized. Chapter 41, Confused Conan. Tsunade-sama, I'm really fine now. In a somewhat tidy but modest room, Uchiha Sogetsu was wrapped up like a mummy, exuding a clear sense of exasperation. No way, I'm the medical nin here. Or are you the medical nin? Tsunade replied, sprawled out carelessly beside him in a loose, light green kimono. Her outfit was revealing, showcasing a deep cleavage that emphasized her mature allure. At the hem of the kimono, her smooth legs were crossed, her feet casually stretched out with delicately painted pink toes, reminiscent of the sheen of white jade. This woman has no shame. Uchiha Sogetsu covered his eyes and sighed. Tsunade-sama, I've told you countless times, could you please be more modest? Oh, what are you so scared of? Tsunade replied with a sly grin, leaning in closer. You sure you're not thinking of something inappropriate? Sorry, but older women just aren't my type. Uchiha Sogetsu snapped back firmly. Tsunade retorted with a dismissive wave of her hand. Don't flatter yourself. I have zero interest in brats like you. The conversation hit an awkward pause, the air suddenly becoming tense. By the way, where did Hikari go? Uchiha Sogetsu broke the silence, coughing awkwardly to break Tsunade's intense gaze. Ugh, you little pervert. Tsunade rolled her eyes and said, relax, I sent Hikari to run some errands. This place is a good distance from the village hidden in the rain. It's perfectly safe. Okay. Uchiha Sogetsu remained quiet after that. Hey, come on, tell me honestly, do you like Hikari? Tsunade asked with a teasing smile as she leaned in closer. Uchiha Sogetsu was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect Tsunade to suddenly get so close, her refreshing scent filling his nose. If he just glanced down a little, he'd be right in view of her ample thoughts, a display that almost snapped him out of his usual spectator state. No, you're misunderstanding, he said, pushing up his glasses, his voice steady. I don't have feelings for her, I'm just concerned for my comrades. Tsunade, apparently not buying it, retorted, sure, you say one thing but mean another. She then playfully scolded, you tricky brat, don't embarrass me. Uchiha Sogetsu shook his head without replying. Have feelings for someone? No, he couldn't afford that. Ever since he took the potion to walk the spectator pathway, emotions became a luxury he couldn't risk indulging in. The room was tense when Hikari pushed the door open and entered. Tsunade-sama, I'm back. Ah, thank you for your hard work, Hikari, Tsunade replied, sprawled out on the bed like a sloth, her eyes half closed in satisfaction. Uchiha Sogetsu glanced over and saw that the supplies Tsunade asked Hikari to fetch were mostly packed with beer and bento boxes. He sighed. Tsunade-sama, didn't you say you weren't going to drink? Ah. Did I say that? Tsunade's eyes darted around as if looking for an escape route. Haha, maybe I did, but the mission's over, so what's a little drink, right? It wasn't long before she drank herself into a deep sleep, her tolerance clearly not matching her enthusiasm. Uchiha Sogetsu shook his head and turned to Hikari. Hikari, I have to leave for about 2 days. While I'm gone, I need you to help cover for me. Implant a false memory for Tsunade, please. Sure, no problem, Hikari replied, her fingers fidgeting. Then, she asked tentatively, can I come with you? No, I need to go alone. You'd be more useful here. He ruffled her hair, smiling gently. Besides, it's safer for you. Okay, she replied, though a bit dejected. But then she straightened up, determined. I won't let her mess things up. Uchiha Sogetsu nodded, feeling a pang of guilt as he turned to leave. But he knew this was the right choice, both for him and for the mission. He couldn't afford distractions, especially not when he was about to face what lay ahead. It feels reassuring. Uchiha Sogetsu adjusted his clothes, donned a bamboo hat, and tugged on the brim with both hands as he opened the window. I'll leave it to you, Hikari, he said before leaping out into the dark night. Whoosh. With a few swift leaps, he vanished into the shadows, as silent as a ghost. Hidden Rain Village. It was a typical gloomy day, with a steady drizzle falling from the overcast sky. Pedestrians hurried about their business, shops were open as usual, and street-side taverns bustled with activity. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Yet beneath this mundane exterior, there were signs of unrest. They're definitely keeping Hanzo's death under wraps, thought Conan as she stood under a paper umbrella, her black hood shielding her from the rain. The village was as familiar as always, but a heavy sadness hung in the air. Unfortunately, this brief peace won't last. Everything is about to change. In just 2 days, her world had turned upside down. Yahiko's tragic death had left the Akatsuki leaderless, and Nagato, the only one who could have stabilized the situation, had suffered severe chakra depletion due to a forbidden summoning technique. His body had become frail and emaciated, and he could barely stand. The only sliver of good news was that the Rain Ninja had misattributed Hanzo's murder to Tsunade, one of Konoha's legendary Sannin. This gave the disoriented Akatsuki a brief respite from scrutiny. Yahiko, what am I supposed to do now? Conan whispered to herself, wandering the rain-soaked streets. Her lonely, slender silhouette, holding a paper umbrella, seemed to exist in a world apart from everyone else. She walked aimlessly, not realizing she was going in circles. Eventually, she found herself at a small street stall, tucked away at a remote intersection where few people passed. The stall was crammed into a narrow space under the overhanging eaves of a building, offering barely 3 square meters of shelter from the rain. The stall's owner was a middle-aged man with a gentle demeanor. He wore a simple white robe, with a cross pendant hanging from his neck, and was engrossed in reading a black book. Conan found him intriguing, almost enigmatic, upon first meeting him. The bustling surroundings didn't seem to bother him. There was a serene aura about him that drew her closer, almost subconsciously. Perhaps it was that sense of calm that appealed to her. Lost soul, he said, setting down the book he'd been reading and looking up at her. His voice was gentle, like a warm breeze. Do you think it was fate that brought us here today? What do you mean, she replied, a little taken aback by his words. She had been feeling a sense of confusion and disorientation, and his question struck a chord deep within her. She stared at him, her dark eyes reflecting a mix of innocence and turmoil. I can see that you're troubled, he said, his hands resting lightly on his lap, his legs crossed. If you'd like, you can talk to me about it. Maybe I can help lighten the load. No thanks, she replied, shaking her head with a bitter smile. No one can help me. But thanks, anyway. She turned to leave. She had come out to run errands, and it was time to head back. But after just a couple of steps, his voice stopped her in her tracks. Fate can be harsh, don't you think? He asked. Conan froze, his words hitting her hard. She spun around to face him, her eyes narrowed. Every gift from fate comes with a hidden cost, he continued, his eyes calm and penetrating. The question is, are you okay with that cost? Chapter 42, Sage of Six Paths. Who are you? And what do you want? Conan was on high alert, her senses sharp, fully considering the men before her an enemy. My name is Adam, replied the man with a slight pause, then continued with deliberate slowness, as for my purpose, he leaned forward with an air of mystery. In the name of Lord, I act on his behalf, walking through this world to save the lost lambs. Adam was playing a role, pretending to be someone he was not. Lies were a useful tool, and he wielded them like a master. He had to admit, he was good at it, so good that even Conan seemed hesitant to dismiss him. Are you calling me a lost lamb? Conan's voice was cold, her icy demeanor reflecting in her eyes. You say that every gift from fate carries a price. What do you mean by that? Have you not seen the signs of fate? Adam gently tapped his slender fingers on a worn book he carried. The price is what happened to your dear friend, Yahiko. Who are you? How do you know this? And why? Conan's voice trembled as if she was on the brink of losing control. Her face grew pale, and her body felt as if all warmth had been drained. Adam's tone was calm, almost casual. Didn't I already answer this? As for how I know, it's simple, I am the one who shows you your destiny. It's you. Conan's emotions burst forth like a dam breaking. The grief, regret, and anger from the past few days swirled together, igniting a fire within her that she could no longer contain. Her eyes grew fierce, red with fury, like a wild animal cornered and desperate to strike. She was ready for a fight. Conan felt as though she might rush forward and tear the men before her to shreds. Her rage was almost palpable. Yet she knew she couldn't act recklessly, that would lead to her demise, and if she died, who would take care of Nagato? Yahiko's death had taught her that giving in to uncontrolled anger and panic would only make things worse. The best path forward was to calm down and seek a solution. Suppressing her hatred, Conan tried to maintain her composure as she spoke. Can you tell me why you chose me? It wasn't my choice. It was the Lord's, Uchiha Sogetsu replied with a calmness that hinted at something deeper. I merely followed the Lord's will, extracting a small fragment from the torrent of fate and presenting it to you in a dream. What you do with it is up to you. You may choose to change the outcome, but know that it won't be easy. Conan clenched her fists and bit her lip until it bled, the metallic taste of blood filling her mouth. It was agonizing to watch events unfold, unable to change them, like grasping for something to hold onto while drowning, only to find more despair. It was as if an unseen hand pulled her deeper into the abyss, away from any hope. It's cruel, she said, the bitterness of helplessness evident in her voice. Sojetsu simply nodded, his eyes steady like a still lake. I understand, but I've done my duty. Your fate is not altered by this warning. What you saw will still happen. So, what will you do? Will you succumb to fate, or will you carve your own path through the darkness? Do I even have a choice? Conan replied, her voice heavy with hopelessness. I tried to change things, and it only brought Yahiko's death sooner. What kind of irony is that? My actions to prevent a tragic future only made it happen faster. It would have been better if I hadn't known. Her body sagged with the weight of her words. If she hadn't tried to change things, perhaps Yahiko would still be alive, and he could continue to lead the Akatsuki. Now, everything was bleak and uncertain, as if every step she took brought her closer to a destiny she couldn't escape. This shocking revelation sent shivers down her spine. She dared not tamper with the thread of fate, fearing it might hasten the end. The key question is, Uchiha Sogetsu's voice was deep and laced with a subtle psychological edge, do you have the courage to let go of everything? Everyone has their moments of hesitation, he continued. It's not the hesitation that's the problem, it's failing to act in spite of it. Because once you make a decision, you're no longer uncertain, you'll head in the direction you've chosen. Conan paused, conflicted and unsure of what to do next. Uchiha Sogetsu's words echoed in her mind, did she become a puppet of fate and allow a tragic outcome, or did she carve a new path in this bleak landscape? She couldn't decide. I don't know, she admitted, her voice fraught with confusion. It was always like this for her. If only Yahiko were alive, she thought. He'd know what to do, right? If you can really foresee fate, tell me, Conan said, her voice trembling with emotion. Her eyes were moist, her lips quivering. Why is fate so cruel to us? Yahiko, he always wanted to change the ninja world, make it better for everyone. Why did he have to die? The harsh truth is, Uchiha Sogetsu knew exactly how to frame this in a way that made sense. Yahiko's death was necessary. It was the only way to propel Nagato's transformation. Nagato. Conan's eyes widened in shock, her pupils dilating. What does Yahiko's death have to do with Nagato? Because Nagato. He spoke with a calm yet unnerving indifference, his eyes carrying a heavy intensity. Nagato is the catalyst for the prophecy and the child of prophecy. The fate of the entire ninja world depends on him, and from the moment Nagato was born, today's situation was destined to happen. Who is he? What is this child of prophecy? Conan felt her mind spinning, overwhelmed by the information. It was too much to process. But a voice seemed to whisper in her heart, a name that held power and reverence throughout the ninja world. A name known only in legends. Conan felt a growing fear, and she couldn't bring herself to meet Uchiha Sogetsu's gaze. The blue-eyed boy who tames the nine tails, he is the child of prophecy. Uchiha Sogetsu gave her a calm glance and said, you already know who he is, don't you? So why do you need me to confirm it for you? The Sage of Six Paths, Conan muttered under her breath, stepping back instinctively. Her heart raced with fear. Many people believed that the Sage of Six Paths was merely a legend, but Conan knew for sure that he was real, a living person from the past. After all, Nagato possessed the Sage's eyes, the Rinnegan. Was everything we went through just for the child of prophecy? Conan's heart swelled with resentment. She had never felt such anger before. She wanted to shout at the Sage of Six Paths, asking why he would destroy everything she held dear just because of some absurd prophecy. But then, Conan felt a crushing sense of helplessness. She looked to Adam, seeking guidance. What should I do? You need to ask yourself that question. Uchiha Sogetsu gestured towards her heart, speaking gently, look within. What does your heart tell you to do? Conan slowly closed her eyes. Memories flooded her mind, flashing by like a whirlwind. Yahiko's smile and dreams, Nagato's determination and suffering, and the complexities of their past and future all came rushing back. At last, the whirlwind of images paused. When Conan opened her eyes, they were no longer clouded with uncertainty. At that moment, she transformed, as if she had been reborn. I don't want to be a slave to fate. Her voice was resolute, her pupils burning with a fierce determination. I will not be a pawn in someone else's prophecy. I will carry on Yahiko's dream. In your eyes, I see enlightenment. Uchiha Sogetsu extended his hand with a warm smile. Then the Twilight Hermit Order welcomes you. Meanwhile, in a realm beyond time and space, a figure dressed in pure white sat cross-legged, a Zen staff laid across his legs, with several black orbs hovering behind him. The white-clad figure opened his eyes, a hint of perplexity in them. Fate. A new choice has emerged. Who could it be? His eyes, with their distinctive purple concentric circles, were the legendary Rinnegan, a dojutsu that held a unique power. Chapter 43, Change. Twilight Hermit Order. Conan whispered these words, and a wave of mysterious energy surged deep within her. It was as if she had been plunged into a sea of endless darkness. Through the dense black fog, she saw an enormous, imposing cathedral built from bones. Inside the stark white church, black stone pillars stood tall, inlaid with the bones of countless creatures. At the far end of the church, a massive bone cross held a figure that defied description, its silhouette seemingly bridging the gap between sky and earth. The moment she gazed directly at the glowing figure, something triggered in her mind. A torrent of thoughts overwhelmed her like a rushing tide. She clasped her head, her eyes widening as pain shot through her mind. It felt as if her very identity was being torn into countless pieces, each fragment screaming with a different voice, whispering, shouting, or roaring into her ears. No, no more. Conan's eyes lost focus, turning blank as her mind fell into a state of emptiness, like a marionette whose strings had been cut. At that moment, Adam intervened. Just as Conan endured the agony of thousands of conflicting thoughts, a figure cloaked in radiant light descended upon her, almost angelic in presence. The angel, bathed in light, gently laid a hand on the crown of her head, his touch soothing and warm. The cacophony in her mind subsided, replaced by a calm that flowed through her like a comforting embrace, like a child nestled safely in a mother's womb. Gradually, the pain receded, and Conan opened her eyes to see Adam standing before her, the light surrounding him like a halo. The clarity and purity of those eyes were like a baby's, with a soft golden sheen, which put Conan at ease. What was that just now? Conan's eyes still held traces of fear, unsettled by the scene she had just witnessed. The towering church made of bones, the massive light and shadow bound to a cross of bones, and the angel that appeared at the end, these were far beyond the limits of the ninja world as she knew it. So this is the real ninja world. In the past, she'd been like a pet in a fish tank, unaware of the deeper truths around her. But now, it felt like she had glimpsed them for the first time. I'm sorry, I should have warned you, Uchiha Sogetsu said gently. In the future, don't speak that name in private without my permission. In fact, he had done it on purpose. People feared power, not morality, and sometimes, words alone couldn't compare to displays of force. He couldn't simulate the true divine aura or summon the ancient sun god, so what she saw was just an illusion. However, even a fake scene had its roots in something real, language of foulness. The blasphemous sounds, those obscenities from the true creator, had proven to be surprisingly useful. Excuse me, could you explain it to me? Conan hesitated but couldn't hold back her curiosity. What exactly was that? You can call him the creator, Uchiha Sogetsu said calmly. He is the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient, the source of everything great, the beginning and the end, the god of gods, ruler of the vast astral world, and the reason why the Twilight Hermits Order was founded. Wasn't it the Sage of Six Paths who created everything? Conan asked, visibly confused. This was completely different from the legends she'd heard. The so-called myths or legends are just stories retold and reinterpreted by later generations, Uchiha Sogetsu replied with a smile. The Sage of Six Paths, as you know him, would likely disappoint you if you learned the original story. Conan wanted to ask more, but Uchiha Sogetsu raised his hand, signaling her to stop. Don't say anything. Don't ask anything. It wasn't that he was trying to be cryptic, but he didn't want the conversation to continue down that path. Even though he had a destiny doll, and was confident in its ability to block the scrutiny of the Sage of Six Paths and the Great Toad Sage, he knew this Beyonder item wasn't powerful enough for extended use. A few brief interactions were fine, but if he spoke too much or stayed too long, there was a risk of being discovered. I understand, Mr. Adam. Conan quickly realized what he meant and fell silent. Our connection ends here. Uchiha Sogetsu stood up slowly, picking up his black book. He looked at her with his pale golden eyes. I hope that the next time we meet, you can show me your awakening. Wait, Mr. Adam. Conan felt a surge of panic as he was about to leave. How can I contact you? How can I change my fate? No, it's not the right time for that, Uchiha Sogetsu replied, glancing at the sky. Besides, you don't need to contact me. As for changing your destiny, I've already given you the answer. With that, he stepped out into the rain. As if by coincidence, the sky cleared, the rain stopped, and the clouds dispersed. A ray of sunlight illuminated his back, making him appear like a deity walking through the world. The Lord said, when he awakens from the sleep of death, the kingdom he envisioned will surely come to this world, the future he foretold will surely become a reality. The chanting faded, and Adam seemed to vanish as if he had never been there. Conan bowed her head, her fingers clutching the fabric over her chest, turning white with tension. Her eyes were resolute. Hidden Rain Village needs change. The Akatsuki organization also needs change. Nagato, I need you, she said as she sat beside Nagato's hospital bed after returning from her journey. Without knowing the details, Nagato, who saw Conan as a sister, immediately agreed without hesitation or questions. Okay, just tell me what to do. I want to cleanse Akatsuki, Conan replied. Conan's voice was as cold as ice from an eternal glacier, and her gaze held a certain determination. What did you say? Nagato rubbed his eyes, thinking he might have misheard her. I said we need to clean up Akatsuki, Conan repeated, her eyes locked on him. Yahiko is gone, but his will endures. I want to carry on his legacy and build a world without oppression. Nagato, will you help me? Nagato felt a pang of surprise as he looked at the woman before him. The once shy girl who always leaned on him and Yahiko now spoke of inheriting Yahiko's will and leading a cause. Can you explain why, Conan? Nagato asked, his expression complex. If our fate is truly sealed, then we're already dead, Conan said, her eyes ablaze with a fierce intensity. But before that happens, I'll use all my power to change it. Nagato saw something different in Conan's eyes, a black flame that burned with cold, sharp ferocity. It made him feel reassured, knowing that she was as determined as he was. I understand, Conan, Nagato said, slowly sitting up, using the edge of his bed for support. He knew he could trust Yahiko's will, and now he could trust Conan's too. I'll help you, even if it means going against destiny and the entire world. Thank you, Nagato, Conan replied, feeling warmth in her heart. Her hands tightened into fists with resolve. So, what's the plan? Nagato asked, his voice weak as he coughed twice. To consolidate Akatsuki and take control of the Hidden Rain Village, Conan replied, revealing the strategy she had already crafted. If someone doesn't follow orders, Nagato began, but then paused to think. He now had a clear understanding of the current state of Akatsuki. After Yahiko's death, many members had left the group. Even among those who remained, some were plotting to seize control. These individuals had been part of Akatsuki since its earliest days, respected as its founding members. It's very simple, Conan replied calmly and with a steady voice. Eliminate those who don't comply and keep those who do. The world of shinobi wasn't as complex as it seemed. The strong made the rules, and the weak obeyed them. Chapter 44, Tsunade's disappointment. My head is killing me, Tsunade grumbled, pinching the bridge of her nose. Her cheeks were unusually flushed, and her voice had a slur. I suggest you drink less, Tsunade-sama, Uchiha Sogetsu commented dryly, shooting her a sidelong glance. The implanted memory trick was useful, but having Tsunade drinking for 2 days straight was excessive. It was a miracle they hadn't been found out already. Hikari lowered her head, her hands fidgeting. She felt guilty but kept quiet. She was envious, but she'd never admit that to Uchiha Sogetsu. Kid, I can't walk anymore, Tsunade said abruptly, giving Uchiha Sogetsu a mischievous smile. Then, without waiting for a response, she flopped onto his back and pinched his cheek. We're almost there, anyway. Just carry me the rest of the way, would you? Think of it as payment for my medical bills. Ninjas don't wear much in terms of clothing, and Tsunade's well-known figure wasn't helping matters. The weight on his back was substantial, to say the least. No wonder they called her 106. Speaking of bills, Tsunade-sama, you still owe me 500,000 ryo, Uchiha Sogetsu muttered, carrying her on his back and continuing down the path. He couldn't just leave her there. Sometimes he wondered if the psychological suggestions he implanted into Tsunade's mind were messing with her common sense. Their doctor-patient relationship was more than a little awkward, and he wasn't sure if he was helping or making things worse. Ah, I'm so sleepy. Tsunade mumbled, shifting her position to get comfortable on his back. Crunch. Wait, what was that sound? Uchiha Sogetsu looked around, puzzled, only to find Hikari glaring at him, her teeth clenched and her eyes ablaze with anger. Ah, right. He'd almost forgotten about her. There was another patient at the medical center with a more severe psychological problem. Overall, the journey was manageable, and with Uchiha Sogetsu's careful supervision, nothing went wrong. As they neared Konoha, Sogetsu woke Tsunade. He didn't want to risk any rumors about a small horse pulling a large cart or getting involved with a wealthy woman. Ah, that felt so good. Tsunade stretched and her ample chest swayed with the motion. Thanks, kid. No need for thanks, Uchiha Sogetsu replied indifferently, rubbing his sore shoulders. Just remember my 500,000 ryo. Ugh, that's disappointing. It's just 500,000, right? Tsunade said, sticking out her lip in mock irritation. When I get back, I'll make sure I win some money, and I'll give it back to you. Really? Uchiha Sogetsu thought to himself, smirking. If she actually did that, half of Konoha would be dead. He nodded superficially to Tsunade's response and said, sure. I'll be waiting. As they continued talking, the gates of Konoha came into view. Eager to be rid of Tsunade, Uchiha Sogetsu quickened his pace, wanting to hand off his mission report to the Hokage and get some rest. But nothing in Konoha escaped the watchful eyes of Root. As soon as Danzo learned that Uchiha Sogetsu and Tsunade had returned, he practically leapt from his seat, not bothering with the usual cane he liked to carry for show, and dashed toward the Hokage's office. During that time, he could barely contain his grumbling thoughts. Being a ninja was already a high-risk profession, but working in the ANBU. It was the most dangerous of all. Those ninjas were about to rebel when they found out they had been dismissed by all the top medical ninjas. But the tricky part was, they couldn't afford to create a fuss. The medical ninjas were all on edge. It wasn't just Tsunade's reputation causing this tension, even the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had given his silent consent for this pressure. Danzo, the leader of the Root, was well aware of the power dynamics at play. The growing influence of Root had begun to worry the Hokage. It was clear that Hiruzen felt threatened by Danzo's expanding power and control, which is why he subtly supported Tsunade's actions to curb him. Danzo, having anticipated this, walked into the Hokage's office. He briefly glanced at Uchiha Sogetsu with a hint of disdain, then turned his attention to the third Hokage. Ahem, Tsunade, I'm here too. Shut up, Tsunade snapped, cutting him off. She treated him as if he were invisible and continued talking to the third Hokage. Old man, I'd like you to meet my new disciple. Danzo wasn't surprised by her cold dismissal. He had expected this sort of treatment and remained calm, waiting for his turn to speak. A young girl stepped forward shyly, clutching her sleeves and partially hiding behind Tsunade. Hello, my name is Hikari, she said, showing just half her face. You can call me Hikari. Hiruzen Sarutobi stroked his beard thoughtfully. He, It's amazing how quickly you've taken on a new disciple, he said, his tone light. She seems like a good child, but Tsunade, you really shouldn't gamble so much anymore. You have a responsibility now. What if you lead Hikari into trouble? Tsunade rolled her eyes. Okay, old man. Stop lecturing me, she said, tapping her ear as if to block out his words. If that's all you wanted, I'm heading out. Hold on, Hiruzen said, raising his hand to stop her. He glanced at Danzo, who stood nearby. Don't be in such a hurry. If you're going to cause this much trouble, you need to take responsibility for fixing it. Danzo, sensing his opportunity slipping away, spoke quickly. Hokage-sama, I should be going now. Uchiha Sogetsu, having completed his mission report, nodded knowingly as if he understood what was happening. Okay, you can go, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, though he still took the opportunity to push his own Arutta and do some brainwashing. I'll make sure Danzo explains himself about this. Don't worry, we're all from the same village. I won't let you down. Yes, Hokage-sama, replied Uchiha Sogetsu, who cast a cold glance at Danzo before leaving the office. Danzo's expression remained stoic, but internally, he was seething. Asterisk, you're just an Uchiha. Once this is over, I've got plenty of ways to get rid of you, asterisk. Stepping out of the Hokage's office, Uchiha Sogetsu, who saw through Danzo's intentions, smirked slightly. Asterisk, want to kill me? Ha. I'd like to see you try. Just don't disappoint me, asterisk. Back in the Hokage's office. Hikari was taken outside by Hokage's personal ANBU guards, leaving only Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and Tsunade. Hiruzen tapped his tobacco pipe, refilled it, and took a deep drag. We need to resolve this situation. If it continues, it won't be good for internal stability, and it's not just Konoha that would be affected. The other ninja villages are looking for any excuse to cause trouble. If things get out of hand, it won't be pretty. Tsunade sat on the couch, her legs crossed, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Danzo. With the actual responsible person remaining silent, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache coming on. He fixed his gaze on Danzo with a slightly intimidating stare. This situation is because of you. How do you plan to fix it? Knowing he had to make some concessions, Danzo took a deep breath before responding in a low voice, Hiruzen, I won't interfere with the Hokage election, and I'll give up some of the Root members. Will that do? It wasn't a price that would affect him, but it was definitely a heavy cost. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in approval, then turned to Tsunade. What's your take on this? He intends to kill Uchiha Sogetsu, Tsunade replied coldly. Are we just going to let this slide? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed, and his gaze darkened slightly. Anyone who knew Sarutobi Hiruzen could tell this was a very unsatisfactory response, but because of his position, he still said, I will compensate the Uchiha clan for Uchiha Sogetsu's case, and I'll also warn Danzo not to act against them in the future. Will that be enough? Is that all? Tsunade was immediately furious at yet another superficial attempt to keep the peace. Danzo colluded with outsiders to assassinate a Konoha Jonin, and you're just going to let him off without punishment. Tsunade, I'm trying to consider the bigger picture. You have to understand my efforts. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was not used to being contradicted by his former student, felt his temper flare. You have to be considerate of my position. Danzo has made significant contributions to Konoha, and the ninja world is far from peaceful. We need root strength. If we move against Danzo rashly, we will only weaken ourselves. The bigger picture. The bigger picture. Tsunade snapped, standing up from the table in anger and glaring at her former mentor with bitter disappointment. You keep talking about the bigger picture, but what about the White Fang? Those two words pierced Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart like a steel needle. His expression turned dark, and he slammed his hand on the table. Enough. Tsunade, he shouted, his voice cold as ice. This matter is settled. Tsunade saw the hard look in her teacher's eyes and felt the last flicker of hope within her begin to fade. The face she once knew so well now felt like that of a stranger. Chapter 45, Minato visits. As soon as he returned, he had visitors waiting for him. Uchiha Sogetsu was dressed in casual clothes with a towel draped over his head. His skin was still giving off steam, he had just finished showering. Brother Sogetsu. The loud, cheerful voice from outside the door was unmistakable, it could only be Uchiha Obito. Can't catch a break, can I? Uchiha Sogetsu sighed softly, went to open the door, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. Obito wasn't alone, he had brought two other people with him. One of them was instantly familiar to Sogetsu. A young man with blonde hair and a friendly, handsome face, exuding a warm and approachable aura. It was Namikaze Minato, one of the elite Jonin in Konoha village, and a disciple of Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin. He was also the future fourth Hokage, famously known as the Yellow Flash for his incredible speed. The other visitor caught Sojetsu's eye as well, a shy girl standing behind Minato. It was Nohara Rin, the perfect example of the saying, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Without this girl, the Naruto story would probably have taken a very different turn. Noticing Sojetsu's gaze, Nohara Rin blushed slightly and said quietly, "Hello, my name is Nohara Rin, I'm one of Minato-sensei's disciples." "Long time no see, Sojetsu," Namikaze Minato greeted him with a big, hearty smile and a hint of apology. "Sorry to bother you right after your mission." "Not at all, please come in," Uchiha Sogetsu replied with a warm smile, stepping aside to let them enter. The three of them stepped into the house, taking off their shoes and finding their places in the living room with polite nods. Uchiha Sogetsu served 3 cups of green tea, changed into more relaxed clothing, and then sat down across from his guests. With a serious expression, he asked, "Minato, what brings you here today?" Minato Namikaze had a somber look on his face. He seemed hesitant to speak, starting and stopping a few times before finally finding his words. "I need your help with something," he said. Seeing Minato's hesitation, and noticing Obito and Rin sitting beside him, Uchiha Sogetsu took a sip of tea, pondering the situation. "Let me guess," he said, his voice even, "does it have something to do with the late White Fang's son, the prodigy of the Hitaki clan, Kakashi?" "You're sharp as always, Sojetsu," Minato replied with a sigh. "We're hoping you can help that boy. He's been struggling since his father's death." Obito Uchiha, with a rare display of solemnity, sat down on the tatami and bowed his head. "Please help, Sojetsu-san. Kakashi is my best friend, and I can't stand seeing him like this. Please help him, Sojetsu-san," added Rin Nohara. "He's been shut in for days. The villagers won't stop talking about the incident, and he's refusing to come out. We're really worried." Uchiha Sogetsu was about to respond when a transparent line of text appeared before his eyes. "Side mission, shattered faith. The once steadfast belief has been shattered. Guide the boy toward the path you believe is right. Reward, Tinder. Corresponding characteristics, error path, sequence 6 Prometheus. Appearance, red gloves. Abilities, these gloves can enhance the user's charisma, making their words exceptionally persuasive, and can steal a beyonder ability or ninjutsu from any target within a range of 50 meters. The more familiar you are with the target, the easier it is to take what you want. If you're less familiar, the outcome becomes more random and depends on luck. Once successfully stolen, the target loses the beyonder ability/ninjutsu for at least 12 hours. Meanwhile, the user can use the ability proficiently for about 10 minutes. Negative effects, while wearing these gloves, there's a small chance of randomly losing an item on your person, and one of your own beyonder abilities may also be lost for 12 hours, though only one at a time. I know this makes you feel really awkward. After all, the situation with White Fang involves a lot of issues. Seeing that the other person wasn't responding for a long time, Namikaze Minato's expression grew increasingly apologetic, as if he'd made some kind of difficult decision. "But if you're willing to help, I can agree to one principled request within my power." A glint of curiosity flashed through Uchiha Sogetsu's eyes behind his glasses. He hadn't expected his silence to be misinterpreted by Namikaze Minato as reluctance to get involved in the sensitive matter surrounding White Fang. However, this misunderstanding was actually quite convenient. "Man, Minato, you really put me in a tough spot." Uchiha Sogetsu put on a dramatic expression, pretending to be troubled. "But since it's you asking, how can I say no?" "Really?" Obito's face lit up with excitement. "Yes, I'll help." Uchiha Sogetsu nodded with a grin. "We all belong to the same village, after all. Plus, White Fang has always been kind to me, so how could I just look the other way?" "Thank you, Sojetsu," Namikaze Minato said, gratitude in his eyes. "No need," Uchiha Sogetsu replied with a smile. "However, I just got back today and need some rest. Can we meet again tomorrow?" "Of course, no rush." Namikaze Minato gave a gentle smile. "We'll leave you to it then. Goodbye, Sojetsu-san." "Goodbye, brother Sojetsu." After sending Minato and the others off, Uchiha Sogetsu barely had a chance to sit down when a letter from Tsunade arrived. It was short and to the point, asking him to meet her at a specific tavern on a particular street. It seemed important. Always something, he sighed. With little choice, he changed clothes and headed out. The tavern wasn't busy in the daylight, and Tsunade was alone in a corner, drinking heavily. The sight made him a little uneasy. "Tsunade-sama, why did you call me here?" he asked as he sat across from her. As he did, he activated his spirit vision. The aura around her was filled with a gray sadness, with hints of red anger and deep black despair mixed in. It didn't take much to guess this had something to do with the third Hokage. Uchiha Sogetsu grabbed the bottle from her hand and said calmly, "Tsunade-sama, when you're in a bad mood, alcohol only makes it worse. I don't want to see you wreck this place like you did last time." Tsunade's gaze was hazy, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, giving her an air of mature allure. "Kid, why do you think people change?" she asked, her voice soft but with an edge of uncertainty. Sojetsu raised an eyebrow, looking straight at her. "Environment, experience, desire, emotion," he replied, matter-of-factly. "Time changes people in a lot of ways. Very few remain unchanged from start to finish." Tsunade let out a hollow laugh, leaning back in her chair and covering her eyes with her hand. "I just can't understand why everything is different now," she murmured. "Jiraiya, Orochimaru, even the teacher. None of them are the same. Yet here I am, stuck in the same place, not changing. Is that wrong?" Listening to Tsunade's faint words, Uchiha Sogetsu shook his head. "There's no absolute right or wrong in many things. If you believe it's right, then hold on to it." "Heh, seems like you're pretty good at giving advice." Tsunade smiled, wiping her eyes. They were still a bit red and swollen. She bit her lip and looked at him with a puzzled expression. "What about you? Will you change?" Uchiha Sogetsu paused for a moment. After a brief silence, he adjusted his black-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose. In the dimly lit izakaya, he pursed his thin lips, then gave a faint smile. His eyes were calm and indifferent, like a bottomless lake. "No, I won't change, Tsunade-sama," he replied. "I've always been this way, and I will stay this way. This is who I am." Chapter 46, What is the strongest ninjutsu? No matter how big the problem is, it always finds a reasonable resolution in the end. Or, to put it another way, it's solved in a way that everyone can accept. The so-called art of politics is about compromise, and nobody embodies that better than the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. By confronting Danzo's ambition and reigning in some of his control over Root, while simultaneously reducing Tsunade's overwhelming influence within Konoha's medical system, he managed to balance the power structure in Konoha. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a long drag from his pipe, exhaling thick smoke while gazing at Konoha through the clear window. His expression was uncertain. He'd just received a letter from Tsunade. The message was brief, stating that she was leaving for a while and that her return date was unknown. There was a sense of deep disappointment in the air. Has she really left? Hiruzen asked one of the ANBU stationed beside him, his voice tinged with melancholy. Yes, Hokage-sama, Kirikaku responded. This morning, Tsunade-sama and her apprentices departed from Konoha. I see. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked toward the village gate. A wave of regret washed over him, perhaps he'd been too harsh. But he quickly squashed that thought. No, I did the right thing. It's Tsunade who's too immature. As the village's leader, his duty was to ensure its continuity and prosperity, even if it meant making tough decisions or sacrificing certain individuals for the greater good. Rinko, please summon Uchiha Sogetsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he sat down, his voice firm. Since Tsunade's departure was now a reality, he had to take measures to stabilize the village, at least on the surface. Not long after, Uchiha Sogetsu entered the Hokage building, his presence commanding attention. Hokage-sama, why did you call me here? Uchiha Sogetsu asked, his eyes downcast and his expression tense. Though he tried to conceal it, the experienced Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed the faint traces of indignation and confusion in the young man's demeanor. After all, he was young and believed he had hidden his feelings well. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled gently, an amiable expression on his face. I know you're feeling a bit off-kilter right now. You're questioning the decision I made, aren't you? No, not at all, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Sogetsu quickly panicked and denied any such feeling. Haha, it's fine, I understand, Hiruzen replied with a wave of his hand. I was young once, too. It's normal to lose your temper sometimes. And, let's be honest, you're not wrong to be upset with the choices Danzo made, right? Hokage-sama, I'm not dissatisfied with you, just a bit confused, Uchiha Sogetsu replied, his head bowed and his fists clenched in anger. There are some things I can't explain right now, Hiruzen said after taking a puff of his pipe. He paused briefly, then continued, Danzo did overstep a bit, which is why I called you in today. I have two things to discuss with you. With a quick tap, he knocked the ashes out of his pipe before setting it aside. Sarutobi Hiruzen then said, First, let's talk about this mission you completed. You did an excellent job, so as a reward, I'm letting you choose a jutsu from the Scroll of Seals. Uchiha Sogetsu was taken aback, his expression turning to one of disbelief. Hokage-sama, isn't that a bit? The Scroll of Seals is one of the most important treasures in Konoha village, left behind by the first Hokage. It contains a collection of unique and powerful jutsu. Techniques like the Reaper Death Seal, the Four-Symbol Seal, the Impure World Reincarnation Jutsu, the Eight Gates, the Flying Thunder God Technique, and more are recorded within its pages. These jutsu will play pivotal roles in future conflicts, especially during the Fourth Ninja War. Normally, learning the jutsu from the Scroll of Seals is nearly impossible without special permission, requiring significant accomplishments or a close relationship with the Hokage's faction. It's even more challenging for someone from the Uchiha clan. Hokage-sama, this is too generous, said Uchiha Sogetsu, his voice tinged with hesitance. Though he was tempted to accept immediately, he couldn't seem too eager. He had to maintain his composure. Hiruzen Sarutobi waved off his concerns, as if expecting this response. I know what you're going to say, but I trust you, Uchiha Sogetsu, he said. Despite the misunderstandings and conflicts between the Uchiha clan and the village, we're all from Konoha. I believe you embody the will of fire. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Sogetsu responded, letting a hint of emotion show. Sarutobi nodded and continued. This is also my way of compensating you, he explained, an edge of regret in his voice. Let's put this matter with Danzo to rest. I've already warned him, and this won't happen again. I hope you understand my intentions. Uchiha Sogetsu internally scoffed. Understand. He had no plans to let Danzo off the hook. He was just getting started. But outwardly, he had to play along. He paused, pretending to think, then nodded, saying, I understand, Hokage-sama. With the growing tension in the ninja world, Danzo's root is a necessary force for Konoha. I'll let it go. Anyone who was paying attention knew that this was just rhetoric. If they really cared about doing the right thing, why did they force White Fang to commit suicide? It was all about consolidating power and eliminating opposition. Yes, I knew I could count on you, Uchiha Sogetsu, Sarutobi said, patting him on the shoulder. He added with a serious expression, you have a bright future. With the right mindset, it's not impossible to imagine someone from the Uchiha clan becoming Hokage one day. Uchiha Sogetsu was unimpressed by the Hokage's grandiose talk. At this level, maybe you should go back and study with those who worked under the 996 schedule. They were much better at selling dreams and promises, he thought. After another round of brainwashing attempt, Hiruzen Sarutobi handed Sojetsu a scroll. This contains some ninjutsu from the Scroll of Seals. You can take a look and see if there's anything you'd like to learn. If so, I'll have someone make a copy for you. Of course, Sarutobi wasn't about to give Sojetsu the original Scroll of Seals. Uchiha Sogetsu accepted the scroll, pretending to look through it, but he already had a plan in mind. Unsurprisingly, there was no record of Reaper Death Seal or Impure World Reincarnation Jutsu. After a while, he closed the scroll and said, Hokage-sama, I'd like to learn the mutually multiplying explosive tags. Mutually multiplying explosive tags? Sarutobi was taken aback. He had expected Sojetsu to choose something like the Flying Thunder God technique. Choosing a forbidden technique like this made Sarutobi frown. This jutsu is designed to self-destruct and can be fatal to both the user and their enemies. When combined with the Shadow Clone technique, it consumes a huge amount of chakra. Are you sure about this? I am sure, Hokage-sama, Sojetsu replied. The mutually multiplying explosive tags is often seen as a close-range self-destruct ninjutsu when used with Shadow Clones. While it is powerful, it consumes a great deal of chakra and isn't considered practical for general combat. However, in Sojetsu's eyes, its potential was far greater than any Impure World Reincarnation ninjutsu. With this technique, combined with Conan's paper release, even the Sage of the Six Paths might kneel and call him Daddy. Forget about the Raiznon, Tailed Beast Bomb, and would release. This was the strongest offensive ninjutsu in Ninja World. Chapter 47, Kakashi Psychotherapy. Sarutobi Hiruzen could tell that Uchiha Sogetsu was not easily swayed. His expression softened as he sighed, knowing that there was no point in arguing further. All right, if that's what you've decided, then so be it, he said, lighting his pipe. After a couple of puffs, he continued, the second matter, I'd like you to oversee this year's Chunin exam as an invigilator. Me. Uchiha Sogetsu was taken aback, struggling to process the request. Typically, the Chunin exam invigilators were closely tied to the Hokage's administration. In Naruto's generation, those tasked with overseeing the exam included the likes of Mikarashi Anko, Gecko Hayate, and Ibiki Marino, individuals with strong connections to the Hokage's inner circle. Such positions were significant. They not only promoted the Hokage's reputation but also allowed them to cultivate their close associates. An Uchiha as an invigilator? That was unheard of. What was Sarutobi Hiruzen playing at? Sojetsu decided to probe. Hokage-sama, I'm with the ANBU. Doesn't this disrupt the usual protocol? Hiruzen, with his trademark calmness, smiled as if he'd anticipated the question. It's not a problem. Don't overthink it. Having you as an invigilator not only shows that I trust you, but it's also a test for you. A test? Sojetsu echoed, puzzled. Hiruzen's smile deepened, his demeanor becoming somewhat cryptic. Let's just say it's a good opportunity for you. Narashikaku will fill you in on the details. just know that it's an honor and a stepping stone for you. I understand, Hokage-sama, Sojetsu replied, nodding in acceptance. Being an examiner for the Chunin exam wasn't a bad deal. It was a high-profile role that could bring unexpected opportunities. Sojetsu wondered what else might unfold as he prepared to take on this new responsibility. Uchiha Sogetsu carefully placed the newly acquired mutually multiplying explosive tags into his pocket, heading towards the Hitaki residence. It was once lively and vibrant, but since the tragic death of White Fang, the atmosphere had become as silent as a graveyard. White Fang's only son, Kakashi, had shut himself in his room, not wanting to speak to anyone. His isolation seemed complete, as if he were suffering from some sort of withdrawal from the world. Seeing the abandoned courtyard, Uchiha Sogetsu knew knocking wouldn't work. He'd need a different approach. With a light leap, he vaulted over the high wall and landed softly inside the grounds. Almost immediately, a small, slender figure appeared in the courtyard's corridor. Half of his face was concealed by a black mask, but the rest revealed a strikingly handsome young man with silver hair catching the sun's rays. His energy should have been boundless at his age, but his demeanor was far from it. Kakashi seemed older and more jaded than his 6 or 7 years. Uchiha Sogetsu, what are you doing here? Kakashi's voice was rough, as if scraped with gravel. It was hard to believe it came from someone so young. Someone sent me to check on you, Sojetsu replied, straightforwardly. You don't look like you've eaten in a while, right? It's none of your business. Kakashi's tone was cold and harsh. You're not welcome here. Leave. Are you still upset about your father's death? Sojetsu asked, looking Kakashi directly in the eyes. As he did, he observed Kakashi's ether body. Sadness cloaked the boy's spirit, a deep mourning for a lost parent. But beneath it all, a hint of anger simmered, faint but detectable. This anger was directed at the people responsible for his father's fate, including the villagers who spread rumors, leading to White Fang's tragic end. But it wasn't enough, not enough to bring about a real change in Kakashi. Sojetsu knew that he had to draw out more of that anger, to lead Kakashi further into the depths of despair and rage, if he was to help him realize his true potential. I'll say it one more time, get out of here. Kakashi's patience had worn thin, his voice laced with anger. Are you angry? Or just showing off? Sojetsu asked, his eyes narrowing as he prepared for what might come next. Uchiha Sogetsu wasn't going to let Kakashi leave without adding a little more fuel to the fire. He smirked and said, with all due respect, acting like this only makes you look more cowardly. Kakashi spun around, his eyes flaring with anger. What did you say? Cowardly. The word hit Kakashi like a punch to the gut, causing his rage to spike. His fierce gaze locked onto Sojetsu, like a lion about to pounce. Sojetsu adjusted his glasses, his eyes glimmering with amusement. That's more like it. You've got a bit of the White Fang in you when you're angry. But that doesn't change the fact that you're still a coward, Kakashi. You. Kakashi's hand flew to his sword, drawing it halfway out of its sheath. His voice was low and deadly. Apologize. If you had the guts to actually use that sword, maybe I'd consider it, Sojetsu replied, his lips curling into a mocking smile. But you don't. You're too scared. It's disappointing, really. Your father was the Konoha's White Fang, and you're, well, just a cowardly son. What a waste. That's it. I'll kill you. Kakashi couldn't hold back his anger any longer. With a sharp clang, he drew his short sword completely, its blade gleaming in the light. The leaves swirling in the corridor were caught in the sudden gust from his movement as he lunged toward Sojetsu, swift as a shadow. Kakashi's attack was aimed slightly off-center, targeting a non-lethal spot. He wanted to injure Sojetsu, not kill him, but enough to keep him in the hospital for a few days. However, things didn't go as planned. As Kakashi's blade was about to connect, Sojetsu's hand shot out, grabbing Kakashi's wrist with surprising speed. His grip was like iron, and with just a slight squeeze, there was a distinct cracking sound from Kakashi's wrist. Ah! Kakashi's right wrist felt like it had been shattered, sending waves of excruciating pain through his body. Sweat broke out on his forehead, and his heart raced. I must commend you, Uchiha Sogetsu taunted, his Sharingan spinning with a hint of mockery. Your obvious attack intentions and clumsy moves would make White Fang's sword skills look useless. He pretended to sigh regretfully, shaking his head. Let me give you some advice, don't go around saying arrogant things. It only reveals your weaknesses. Kakashi had just opened his mouth to respond when Sojetsu seized his wrist and swung him like a piece of trash. Kakashi crashed through the wooden pillars lining the corridor and landed with a hard thud in the next room. He tried to get back up, but his wrist was broken, and the impact had badly bruised his internal organs. He made several attempts to rise but failed each time, his body too damaged to cooperate. All he could do was glare at Sojetsu, trying to communicate his hatred through his eyes. Sojetsu stood in the courtyard, smirking. Let me tell you something, Kakashi, he said, his Sharingan Tomo reflecting the dim light. When you think of the word ninja, you should also remember kill him. Before Kakashi could react, Sojetsu rushed into the room and delivered a swift kick to Kakashi's abdomen, sending him flying. The blow landed with a sickening thud, and Kakashi was in pain as he tumbled backward. He smashed through a flimsy wooden door and continued flying until he hit a solid cement wall, where he finally stopped. The pain in his abdomen was unbearable, and Kakashi felt like his organs had been displaced. He couldn't even stand up, his eyes tearing up from the pain. Wow, Kakashi muttered through his ragged breaths, his mind spinning with confusion. He couldn't understand what was happening or why Uchiha Sogetsu was attacking him. Was it because Obito had some grudge against him? Had his old friend sent Sogetsu to settle a score? What was the real reason behind this brutal assault? Chapter 48, Kakashi hypnotized. Kakashi was beaten without warning, so he instinctively shifted the blame to Obito. However, it seemed like his ordeal was far from over. That damned Uchiha Sogetsu was approaching him slowly, his pace casual and relaxed. Is this the best the White Fang's son can do? He taunted. Shut up. Kakashi snapped back, swallowing the blood in his mouth. He glared at Sogetsu with eyes that were almost glowing with anger. You don't understand anything. Bang. Sogetsu's punch landed directly in Kakashi's abdomen. The impact shattered 7 or 8 ribs, and Kakashi coughed blood. Sogetsu grabbed Kakashi by the hair, spun him around, and tossed him aside. Kakashi tumbled over the ground, rolling more than 10 times before Sogetsu stomped on his back, pinning him to the dirt. Kakashi's head pressed into the ground, his face nearly submerged in the soil. Kakashi, your father died because he chose to protect you, Sogetsu said, standing over him. Kakashi, blinded by anger, spat back with gritted teeth. If the White Fang could see you now, holed up at home, complaining like this, he'd be disappointed, wouldn't he? Don't you dare mention that guy's name. Kakashi shouted, nearly breaking his teeth from clenching them so hard. His eyes were filled with hatred. He broke the ninja's ironclad law. He deserved what he got. Sojetsu, sensing Kakashi's turmoil, pressed on, implanting psychological suggestions with his words. The so-called rules are for those who can't survive without them, he said with a sneer. And what about you? Kakashi shot back, his voice strained with pain. Don't you live by those same rules? The memory of his father flashed through Kakashi's mind, how he sat alone in his room, the look of disappointment etched across his face, and the final moment when the door opened to reveal the pool of blood. Wasn't the White Fang supposed to be a strongman? Kakashi screamed, his voice hoarse with rage. With a burst of strength, he broke free from Sojetsu's grip and rolled to the side, gripping his knife with his left hand. If he was so strong, why did he die? Tell me. In the ninja world, rules are ironclad. Sojetsu replied coldly. Ninjas who can't complete their missions should be discarded. He swung blindly, his tears flowing down his father's sword. Kakashi felt like a hedgehog, bristling with pain and helplessness, his body brimming with sharp thorns of despair. A wild strike like this posed no threat to Uchiha Sogetsu, who calmly clenched his fist and struck Kakashi in the face. Boom. The force sent Kakashi crashing into the wall. The sword slipped from his grasp, hitting the ground with a dull thud as Kakashi slid down, all his strength gone. His eyes were hollow, the emotion drained from them. Uchiha Sogetsu stepped closer, squatting down to meet Kakashi's gaze. Now, have you calmed down? He asked, his voice cool but steady. Kakashi bowed his head, tears splattering onto the floor. His voice trembled as he spoke, the grief in his heart finally breaking free. They all said my father was worthless, that he brought great harm to the village. Tell me, did my father really do something wrong? Were they right? Is a ninja useless if they can't complete their mission? Don't listen to them, Uchiha Sogetsu replied, his tone softening as he ran a hand through Kakashi's hair. Those are the words of people who have failed in life. The strong don't complain about the world, they shape it into what it should be. The strong shape the world, Kakashi repeated quietly, almost to himself, as if he were searching for meaning in the words. For a moment, something shifted in his heart. It was like a gray sky being pierced by a shaft of sunlight, a glimmer of hope lighting up his darkened world. White Fang died because he wasn't strong enough, Sojetsu continued, his eyes narrowing. His gaze seemed to hold a deep abyss within it, a swirling vortex of shadows. White Fang wasn't strong enough, Kakashi echoed, his voice barely a whisper. Suddenly, his mind seemed to drift, his defenses lowering as his eyes grew blank and unfocused, sliding into a trance-like state. By guiding Kakashi step by step, Uchiha Sogetsu could gently place him in a state of hypnosis. This way, his words would embed themselves deeply into Kakashi's soul, acting like a brand, forcing him to follow Sojetsu's will without even realizing it. Though the process was tedious, it ensured stability. However, at his current level of Sequence 6, Sojetsu couldn't perform deep hypnosis, he couldn't make the target do things that might put them in mortal danger or go against their core beliefs. White Fang's death made you furious, Sojetsu said, his voice low and compelling. It made you question the rules and the strict laws you once believed in. Uchiha Sogetsu spoke in a gentle voice. Deep down, you're starting to doubt if White Fang's actions were truly right, whether all he sacrificed his life for was worth it. You're beginning to suspect that the rumors that led to his disgrace weren't just coincidence. Maybe they were part of a deliberate trap set by the teammate who betrayed him. But you know you're still too weak. Even if you discover the truth, you can't change anything or seek revenge for your father. So, you decide to suppress all the hatred in your heart. You believe what Uchiha Sogetsu said is true. Weak people have no right to discuss the state of the world, let alone change it. So, you need to become strong. It's Uchiha Sogetsu who made you realize the reality of the world and showed you the right path. He's your guide, your role model. You will trust him completely, Kakashi. That gentle voice seemed to align with Kakashi's deepest thoughts. It was like being submerged in a warm sea, where the words felt like his own inner voice, resonating with his core beliefs. Remember these words. This is your subconscious reflection. But when you wake up, forget what I've said, forget any strange behavior you might exhibit. However, deep down, you'll feel dependent on Uchiha Sogetsu, and unconsciously accept his philosophy. After saying this, Uchiha Sogetsu snapped his fingers. Snap. Kakashi's unfocused eyes suddenly became alert. He looked at Uchiha Sogetsu standing before him, feeling a deep sense of connection with him, along with a surge of anger toward those responsible for his father's death. You're right. My father wasn't wrong. It's the world that's flawed. I won't let his sacrifice be in vain. I'll become strong just like you said. Kakashi suppressed the anger rising in his chest, maintaining an unusually calm demeanor. Uchiha Sogetsu, thank you. Your words have given me a new perspective on the world. No need to thank me, it's my duty, Uchiha Sogetsu replied, watching Kakashi's reaction to gauge whether his suggestion had taken effect. Satisfied with the results, he gave a slight smile. Now that the therapy is complete, it's time for me to take my leave. Thank you, Mr. Sogetsu, Kakashi responded courteously. I'm looking forward to seeing you again. The therapy fee is 100,000 Ryo, thank you for your patronage, Uchiha Sogetsu said with a grin, extending his hand for payment. Hypnosis might be his trade, but he still needed to make a living. The next day, when Minato's team heard that Kakashi had been cured, they organized a visit to check on him. But when they opened the door, Rin and Obito were immediately shocked. Who on earth was this guy? The person in front of them had a face as swollen as a pig's head and was wrapped in bandages. Was this really Kakashi? Even Minato, usually known for his calm demeanor, struggled to keep a straight face. After scrutinizing the telltale white hair and cold eyes, Obito finally realized that this pig-headed person was indeed Kakashi. Ah, Kakashi? Obito asked hesitantly. Yeah, Kakashi replied coldly. Kakashi, who did this to you? Despite the look of concern on Obito's face, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch upward in amusement, betraying his true feelings. As they stared at Kakashi's beaten appearance, Minato was suddenly reminded of what had happened the previous day. Well, it took some effort, but I'm glad we got a good result in the end, Uchiha Sogetsu had said with a thumbs up. Kakashi has successfully overcome his inner turmoil, so don't worry. Wait, a psychiatrist. Is this really how you help someone work through their psychological issues? Though the technique seemed somewhat crude, its effectiveness was undeniable. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but feel a strong sense of suspicion. Chapter 49, Plans. Hikari, I hope this letter finds you well. I miss you a lot, even though it's only been a few days since we last spoke. I'm aware of the situation, and there's no need for you to worry. I have my own plan, so just trust me and watch what happens. How is your eyesight holding up? How much longer do you think it will last? Please be honest with me, I'm doing everything I can to find a solution. Also, please be careful. When you investigate Jigen and Shell, Kara, make sure you stay safe. If your identity is compromised, you must protect yourself. Uchiha Sogetsu paused briefly, then carefully folded the letter, sealed it with a fire stamp, and applied a sealing technique. When he was done, he handed the letter to the ninja cat who had been quietly waiting under the table. Thanks, Ricky. Uchiha Sogetsu patted the ninja cat gently and playfully rubbed its head. Take care and make sure you give this to her. Meow. The ninja cat lazily meowed, then grabbed the letter in its mouth and disappeared into thin air. I suddenly feel more relaxed, but that makes me a bit uneasy. Uchiha Sogetsu sipped his tea, letting himself enjoy this brief moment of leisure, and contemplated his next move. Overall, he had completed about 50% of the preparations for the Third Ninja War. Right now, the power he had accumulated could potentially change the outcome of a local battle. Though his plans were still in the early stages, he was relieved to know he had 3 to 4 years before the war began. There's no need to rush, there's still plenty of time. Next, I need to deal with Danzo and Uchiha clan. Uchiha Sogetsu rubbed his temples. These two groups were particularly sensitive. If he used too much psychological suggestion and hypnosis, he could attract unwanted attention. At this point, the key was to stay hidden, any exposure could ruin his plans. The biggest challenge ahead was figuring out the ritual process. Beyonders of the 22 pathways to godhood undergo a transformation when advancing from sequence 5 to sequence 4. This transformation is the first step on the path from mortal to god. Sequence 4 Beyonders beings are often referred to as demigods because they belong to the higher echelons of the Beyonders hierarchy. Their life force and soul undergo significant transformations, giving them an initial touch of divine nature. This shift extends their lifespan and grants them abilities far beyond the realm of ordinary humans, including the capacity to assume mythical creature forms. However, from sequence 5 onward, further advancement requires the ingestion of a Beyonder potion, supplemented by a specific ritual. Though the ritual isn't mandatory, drinking the potion alone carries a significant risk of losing control. Because of this risk, Uchiha Sogetsu, who doesn't consider himself particularly lucky, dismissed the idea of advancing without a ritual. The ritual for ascending to sequence 4 along the spectator pathway involves taking the Beyonder potion in a setting with at least 10,000 people, where their collective emotional resonance is intense. There isn't much time to meet the requirements, Sogetsu thought, his eyes glimmering as he considered his options. To choose the most suitable moment for the sequence 4 ritual, there are currently only 2 possibilities. He dipped his finger into a cup of tea and drew 2 dots on the table, marking the times he was considering. It was a habit from his previous life, when faced with a complex problem, he would write down his thoughts to help organize them. The 2 times he identified were the 49th and 51st years of the Konoha calendar. Each had its own significant event. The first was in Konoha 49, when the Third Ninja War erupted. The IWA ninja secretly amassed 10,000 warriors to corner the Third Raikage. After 3 days and nights of intense combat, the Raikage finally succumbed to exhaustion and died. This timing had a clear advantage, it met the ritual's requirement for 10,000 people. However, the challenge lay in directing their emotional resonance. How could he orchestrate the shared emotional impact among so many ninjas? Sogetsu had a few ideas, like using tailed beasts or triggering localized skirmishes, but these required extensive preparation and commitment to align with IWA Ninja and the ongoing war. The short-term gain was clear, but the long-term impact on Iwagakure's structure and direction made this a less appealing option. The second option was in Konoha 51, which was Sogetsu's preferred choice. The Nine-Tails Rebellion exploited the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's vulnerability during childbirth to incite the Nine-Tails Rebellion, leading to the deaths of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. The chaos in Konoha village during the Nine-Tails Rebellion met the conditions required for the ceremony. Additionally, triggering intense emotions among the villagers was quite easy. However, the event was delayed by 2 full years compared to the original plan. Being fast has its advantages, but moving slowly can have its reasons as well. From the current perspective, both paths seem equally viable. Focus on setting up within Konoha village, but we also need backup plans, Uchiha Sogetsu finally decided. He chose to pursue both strategies simultaneously, allocating part of their resources to infiltrate Iwagakure. Boom. A sudden knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Uchiha Sogetsu frowned slightly, swept the moisture off his desk with a quick motion, and stood up to answer the door. Uchiha Sogetsu, someone's here to see you, announced a Uchiha clansman with a dismissive attitude, his eyes filled with barely concealed disdain. I know, replied Sogetsu calmly. TCH, traitor, muttered the man under his breath, shooting him a venomous glare before turning to leave. Watching the other man's retreating figure, Sogetsu's expression remained composed, refusing to let it affect him. No wonder Fugaku failed. The Uchiha were doomed never to become Hokage from the beginning. Among the Uchiha clan, his reputation was almost as notorious as Uzumaki Naruto's a decade later. As one of the Uchiha clan's prodigies, I declined the invitation to join the Uchiha police guard, opting instead to align myself with the Hokage's faction. Originally, I wasn't too unpopular in the clan, but then the Hokage announced that he was considering me as one of the Chunin examiners. Overnight, I became a celebrity within the Uchiha clan, and let's just say it didn't sit well with some. Don't ask why, it's just jealousy. Everyone knows the Uchiha have long had their eyes on the Hokage's seat. This ambition wasn't new, it had been brewing for decades. The clan's rhetoric had always been about protecting the second Hokage, fighting for the third and fourth, and aiming for the fifth, sixth, and seventh. So, what happened? Decades passed, and the clan's metaphorical sword had almost worn down from all the struggle. The Uchiha, as a clan, couldn't even get close to any position of power associated with the Hokage, let alone attain the position itself. It became clear that as long as the fundamental dynamics didn't change, Uchiha would never get their chance. But that's okay. Uchiha Sogetsu smirked, adjusting his glasses. I'll fulfill your wishes my own way. Just don't blame me for how it ends. He strode confidently out of his house, ignoring the resentful looks from his fellow Uchiha clan members. Shikaku. It was Nara Shikaku, heir to the Nara clan and a close ally of the Hokage. His hair was braided, and he had a calm demeanor. Sojetsu, I'm here to discuss the Chunin exams with you, on orders from the Hokage-sama. Do you have time to talk? Chapter 50, Times have changed. Nara Shikaku looked strikingly like his son Shikamaru, wearing the characteristic Nara clan ponytail and a green jounin vest. Despite his youthful appearance, his calm demeanor and adeptness at handling people made it clear why Sarutobi Hiruzen had entrusted him with significant responsibilities at such a young age. Thank you for your hard work. Since it's Hokage-sama's orders, let's get started, Shikaku said politely. Uchiha Sogetsu had some free time on his hands, so he nodded in agreement. No problem, he replied. Shikaku smiled and continued, it's reassuring to have someone from the Uchiha clan for this Chunin exam. Your clan's reputation is well deserved. I look forward to working with you. After some polite exchanges, they left the Uchiha clan territory together. As they walked, Shikaku suddenly brought up a new topic. I heard you're quite skilled in illusions, Sojetsu. Uchiha Sogetsu pushed up his glasses and replied calmly, yes, my Sharingan seems to have a talent for genjutsu. Why do you ask, Mr. Shikaku? While replying, he subtly activated his spirit vision, observing Nara Shikaku's mental state. He detected hints of wariness, suspicion, and confusion. Shikaku's emotions seemed to be quite active. Ah, ha ha ha, Shikaku laughed nervously. No reason, just a little curious. A gleam appeared in Nara Shikaku's eyes, but he quickly masked it with a casual demeanor, pretending to engage in light conversation. He said, to be honest, I've been feeling a bit off lately. I heard you're quite skilled in this area, so I thought I'd try out your psychological therapy. Of course, for you, Mr. Shikaku, I can offer a 20% discount, replied Uchiha Sogetsu with a gentle smile. His response was flawless, and his facial expression showed no hint of deceit. Great, I'll give it a try once I'm done with my current obligations, Shikaku replied. He then shifted his focus, suppressing his suspicions for the time being. Let's get going, the others should be there by now. Understood, Mr. Shikaku, Sogetsu replied calmly. As they walked, Sojetsu's inner thoughts raced. It seemed like Danzo's recent tirades, though often nonsensical, had caught the attention of the higher-ups. Nara Shikaku's subtle tests indicated that he might be acting under Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, tasked with discreetly investigating whether Sojetsu's therapy techniques or his genjutsu held any threat to Konoha. If Sojetsu's instincts were right, then Shikaku wasn't working alone, there was probably someone else involved in this secret investigation. Given the specialized nature of the inquiry, it was likely someone from the Yamanaka clan, known for their expertise in mind-related techniques. Sojetsu inwardly smirked. Haha, let them investigate, he thought to himself. He felt no concern about being secretly examined, in fact, he welcomed it. During his therapy sessions, he had planted deep-seated psychological suggestions in his patients. Knowing there would be investigations, he had hidden these hints well within the soul's island of consciousness. Even if Yamanaka and Noichi were to probe the minds of all those involved, Sojetsu was confident that the suggestions he implanted would remain undetectable. This confidence stemmed from the unique traits of the spectator pathway. If a Sequence 6 hypnotist could be uncovered so easily, then Sojetsu would have chosen a different pathway, perhaps error from another sequence group. As Sojetsu and Shikaku reached the Hokage building, they found that several others had already gathered. Those present represented Konoha's new generation and high-ranking officials, including Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and his advisors, alongside notable figures such as Orochimaru, Namikaze Minato, representatives from the Ino-Shikicho clans, and members of the Hyuga clan. Uchiha Sogetsu was somewhat puzzled. It was unusual for so many influential figures to gather for a Chunin exam. Even though it was an important event, it typically didn't warrant this level of attention from Konoha's top political leaders. Why would all these people show up just for a Chunin exam, he thought to himself. Something felt off, suggesting that this exam was far from ordinary. Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat, tapping his pipe against the table to gather everyone's attention. Now that everyone's here, let's get started, he announced. This Chunin exam is going to be different from the past. Considering the current unstable situation in the ninja world, I propose that we change the old system and invite Tsunade and Iwata to co-host the exam. I'd like to hear your thoughts. With that one statement, Hiruzen set the tone for the entire meeting. It was now up to the others to discuss the implications. Sitting at the end of the table, Uchiha Sogetsu glanced at Orochimaru, noting that he seemed detached, his expression revealing little interest in the proceedings. Hiruzen, I disagree with your decision, said Koharu, one of the Hokage's advisors, as she immediately challenged the Hokage. Your idea is too risky. What if someone uses this opportunity to launch an attack from within Konoha? Yes, Hiruzen, Mitokato Hamura, another advisor, chimed in. I also agree with Koharu. Don't forget, the Chunin exam system was established by Tobirama-sensei. Changing it without careful consideration could lead to more harm than good. Sarutobi Hiruzen's usual calm demeanor seemed to crack slightly at the opposition from his advisors. He turned his attention to Narashikaku, signaling him to weigh in on the matter. With all due respect, the advisor's concerns are valid, said Narashikaku, who understood that it was his turn to speak. But I believe that Hokage-sama's proposal holds more advantages than risks. Without giving Koharu and Mitokato Hamura a chance to argue, Narashikaku continued, after the second Hokage's death, the truce between the major ninja villages has only been temporary. The situation has gotten increasingly tense, and we can't just sit around and do nothing. That's why the third Hokage invited the Kages from Iwagakure and Tsunade. Partly, it's to take the lead in forming alliances, but it's also to showcase Konoha's power. Orochimaru smirked, his eyes filled with sarcasm, but he kept silent. Advisors, we can't delay just because we're afraid of war, Shikaku stated firmly. We need to be prepared in advance. We can't let what happened last time happen again. We need to unite with our allies, and at the same time, show our strength to let them know that even though the second Hokage is gone, Konoha is still a force to be reckoned with. Koharu and Mitokato Hamura exchanged uneasy glances. It was clear they hadn't thought this through completely, and they hesitated. Ahem, yes, Shikaku is right, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, tapping his pipe thoughtfully. That's exactly what I mean, Koharu, Hamura. Times have changed. The decisive statement felt like a dagger's thrust, showing Sarutobi Hiruzen's new assertiveness. Koharu and Mitokato Hamura's expressions shifted instantly, as did those of the representatives from the Hyuga clan. Everyone understood the message behind Hiruzen's words. This wasn't the second Hokage's era anymore, it was the third Hokage's, and he wasn't one to back down. Refuse? Impossible. Koharu and Mitokato Hamura shared a helpless look. They knew there was no stopping Sarutobi Hiruzen's momentum. If they refused, what could they even do? Chapter 51, Chunin Exam. No, it's a battle royale. With just a few words, he effectively removed the advisor's right to influence the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a good mood. He took a puff from his pipe, glancing at his two now disheartened companions, and felt a smirk spread within. The advisory system that the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had established was useful at first, but lately, it had become a hindrance. Now that it was finally dismantled, Hiruzen could operate without anyone holding him back. However, his mood contrasted sharply with the two advisors beside him. They used to have some sway over the Hokage's decisions, occasionally causing a bit of trouble for Hiruzen and facilitating Danzo's schemes. They'd found ways to enjoy their role in this hidden interference. Yet, while they were enjoying a hot pot dinner and singing, within minutes of sitting down, they found out that their influence had vanished. Adding to the insult, the prominent clans in Konoha had already aligned themselves with Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaving the advisors feeling utterly defeated. Now that his path was clear, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood was buoyant, his face wrinkling with each satisfied puff. He remarked, since this Chunin exam will involve 3 different ninja villages, it can't be like before. We need to make some changes, show them what Konoha is made of. Narashikaku, as insightful as ever, immediately understood the Hokage's intention. So you're saying we need innovative content, something challenging? Exactly. Hiruzen was quite pleased with Shikaku's quick understanding. Having a subordinate who could anticipate his needs made everything so much easier. It's as if he didn't even have to say much, his trusted team could figure things out without him stressing over details. What could be better? Uchiha Sogetsu, standing by, felt his lips twitch. This scene was all too familiar, leaving him at a loss for words. What's this? Sojetsu, it seems like you have an idea. Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed Uchiha Sogetsu's peculiar expression, thinking he had something on his mind. Stroking his beard, he smiled and encouraged, don't be shy, be bold. It's fine even if you're wrong, we're just brainstorming. Uchiha Sogetsu, whom the Hokage had just addressed, suddenly became the center of attention. After pausing to feign contemplation, he adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, put on a gentle smile, and said, Hokage-sama, I do have a suggestion, but I'm not sure if it's appropriate. Don't worry, let's hear it, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, raising his hand to indicate Sojetsu should continue. According to your guidance, Hokage-sama, the upcoming Chunin exams, jointly held by the 3 major ninja villages, will showcase Konoha's heritage and strength, and at the same time, revamp the traditional exam structure and content. Uchiha Sogetsu paused before suggesting, I think the focus of this Chunin exam should be on Genjutsu. Genjutsu? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, seemingly not entirely pleased with this proposal. Hey, Sojetsu, is this the grand plan you've come up with? Koharu, who had been quiet for a while, finally had a chance to vent. She glared at Sojetsu, saying, determining whether someone can become a chunin requires considering many factors. It's not just about genjutsu, it also involves endurance, physical skills, and other key aspects, like leadership and organizational abilities. How can you decide if someone's fit to be a chunin based solely on genjutsu? You're still too young. Seizing his moment, Hamura, not one to stay silent, added with a mocking tone, I know you're skilled in genjutsu, Sojetsu, but you're underestimating the other village's ninjas. What if they break your genjutsu? Konoha would be a laughingstock. The back-to-back criticisms were like jabs at Uchiha Sogetsu, putting Sarutobi Hiruzen in a tight spot. Not wanting to show weakness, he raised his hand to interrupt them. All right, Sojetsu's idea has merit, but it's a bit premature. Wait, Hokage-sama. Nara Shikaku interjected. He sensed there might be more to Sojetsu's idea and said, let's hear him out. There might be something interesting we haven't considered. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a moment to consider. He glanced at Uchiha Sogetsu, who stood with a calm, enigmatic smile. Sojetsu seemed unfazed by the anticipation surrounding his plan. Sensing the atmosphere, Hiruzen gave him the go-ahead. All right, Sojetsu, you may continue. Thank you, Hokage-sama, replied Uchiha Sogetsu, bowing slightly. I've thought about the concerns raised by the two advisors, which is why the illusion I propose requires collaboration with the Yamanaka clan. Together, we'll create a large-scale genjutsu that can hold many people simultaneously. A large-scale genjutsu that can encompass many people. This idea piqued the interest of everyone present, even catching Orochimaru's attention, who'd been keeping a low profile until then. Go on. Sarutobi Hiruzen urged, leaning forward with curiosity. I plan to create a massive genjutsu dreamland that will involve all the candidates, Uchiha Sogetsu continued with a smile. His voice had a soothing quality, his words seeping into the minds of everyone listening. You may be familiar with the genjutsu technique I developed, wish fulfillment, which can create an almost realistic dream that's challenging to detect from within. If we connect this genjutsu with the Yamanaka clan's abilities, we can create a collective dream where many people can interact. Sojetsu's tone was confident, his words carefully crafted. The significant advantage of this genjutsu is that we don't have to worry about physical harm. We can run multiple tests and challenges to evaluate the candidate's suitability for the chunin rank without risking injury or death. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes brightened as he listened, growing increasingly impressed by the idea. He couldn't help but admire Sojetsu's ingenuity. It's indeed a clever idea. Nara Shikaku nodded in agreement. Using genjutsu eliminates the risk of casualties, giving us more flexibility in how we test the candidates. Won't this make the chunin exams too difficult? Namikaze Minato asked hesitantly after a long pause. He'd heard that Obito was eager to take the chunin exams, and the mention of casualty rate worried him about the level of difficulty. As long as it's controlled properly, Nara Shikaku responded, providing some reassurance. Besides, having a challenging chunin exam is a good thing. It shouldn't be too easy to become a chunin. Namikaze Minato sighed helplessly. He had already done everything he could. Now, all that was left was to wait and see if Obito and Rin would argue and sort things out between them. Advisors, do you have any more questions? Uchiha Sogetsu asked with a pleasant smile, clearly trying to diffuse the tension. The two advisors were visibly frustrated, and their frustration quickly turned to anger, causing them to go silent. Inoichi, what do you think of this idea? Third Hokage asked. Yamanaka Inoichi glanced at Nara Shikaku, who gave him a subtle nod, signaling that everything was under control. Inoichi then nodded and said, it seems like a solid plan. If Sojetsu's genjutsu can cover all participants, then there's no issue with the chunin exams. This is a very feasible approach. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, visibly enthusiastic, and addressed the group. This year's chunin exams conduction method is settled. Sojetsu, since you proposed the idea of using genjutsu, you probably have some thoughts on the content, right? Nara Shikaku, always quick to grasp the situation, chimed in with a grin. Now that Hokage-sama is here, why don't we discuss it together? That way, everyone can give their input. Of course, I have a few ideas, Uchiha Sogetsu replied with a slight smile, adjusting his glasses. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he spoke. My idea is to create an environment that revolves around horror, survival, and escape. Think of it as a battle royale. Battle royale. Escape. Horror. Survival. Everyone seemed intrigued by the concept. They began exchanging glances, hinting at their curiosity about the upcoming chunin exams and what Uchiha Sogetsu had in mind. It was clear that this chunin exam would be unlike any other, and the mere mention of battle royale had sparked a new level of anticipation among them. Everyone was confused by these unfamiliar terms and didn't really get what they meant. Uchiha Sogetsu grinned and said, to put it simply, if they run, we hunt them down and kill them. Devilish. Just hearing him say that was enough to send shivers down your spine. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but cover his face, already feeling a pang of sympathy for his disciple. Chapter 52, Investigation. When the meeting concluded, Namikaze Minato lingered for a moment, eyeing Uchiha Sogetsu with a mix of concern and disbelief. The young Uchiha's innocent and cheerful demeanor seemed at odds with the ruthless plan he'd just presented. Minato couldn't help but wonder, how could someone so outwardly friendly devise such a diabolical scheme? At the same time, a sense of relief washed over him. As a Jonin, he was safe from whatever might happen during this year's Chunin exams. If he were still a genin, he'd dread facing Sogetsu's twisted tactics. With a heavy sigh, Minato silently wished for the best, thinking of the hopeful candidates taking the exams. May they come out of this without any lasting trauma, he murmured. When it came to Obito and Rin, all he could do was hope they would make it through unscathed. As people left the meeting, the representative from the Hyuga clan shot a harsh glare at Uchiha Sogetsu before storming off, muttering curses under his breath. He was heading back to his clan to warn everyone to be extra cautious during the Chunin exams. It was better to back out than to end up with psychological scars from Uchiha's ruthless approach. Orochimaru, always intrigued by chaos, smirked as he looked at Sogetsu. Interesting idea, he said with a hint of amusement. You've done extensive research on genjutsu. Perhaps we could discuss it more in depth when the opportunity arises. Without waiting for a response, Orochimaru departed, unconcerned with the skeptical gazes of the others. The two advisors left with a sour expression, clearly displeased with how things had turned out. Their authority had been undermined, and their pride took a hit. They didn't even bother with a polite farewell as they exited the room. Uchiha Sogetsu, on the other hand, felt no remorse for his scheme. If anything, he seemed quite pleased with himself. He mused to himself, why should I shelter others from the storm if I'm not the one caught in the rain? It didn't bother him to leave people without protection, especially when it made his life more interesting. Just as he was about to leave, a series of translucent words appeared before his eyes. New mission, he thought, his curiosity piqued. With a sly grin, he prepared for whatever came next. Side mission, the deepest fear. Fear is one of the most intense human emotions. Your task is to instill a memorable fear into the genin participating in the Chunin exams. Reward, Witch's Ring. Made from the Beyonder characteristic of Demonis Pathway Sequence 5, Afflictions. A silver-black ring with a unique shape and inlaid with rubies. Extraordinary ability, significantly enhances the wearer's charisma, endows them with witch-like characteristics, and can create viruses and bacteria, leading to the spread of various plague diseases. The first 10 minutes after wearing it are safe, but as time and the spread of these diseases increase, the negative effects also escalate. Negative effects, prolonged wear subtly corrupts the user, gradually transforming them into a Demonis sequence Beyonder. The side mission's details left Uchiha Sogetsu speechless. It's not that the rewards were bad, but they seemed a bit too risky. The negative effects of this item were greater than its benefits. However, everything has two sides. Although the negative effects were severe, the ring still had its uses. After pondering for a while, Uchiha Sogetsu came up with a plan, and a cryptic smile spread across his lips. It felt like things were about to get interesting. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi were about to leave when they were stopped by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shikaku, Inoichi, hold on a moment, Sarutobi said. After the others left, Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat and gave a signal to the ANBU guard. The guard immediately closed the door, understanding the implication. He then stood outside, ensuring that no one could eavesdrop on the conversation. After Sarutobi Hiruzen sat down, he lit his pipe again, a sharp glint in his otherwise clouded eyes. He asked, Shikaku, what do you think of Uchiha Sogetsu? Nara Shikaku took a moment to ponder before he answered. He's the exception among the Uchiha clan, he said thoughtfully, recalling his recent interactions with Sojetsu. He comes across as a kind, polite, and gentle young man. His evaluation was impartial and didn't carry any hint of bias despite Sojetsu's Uchiha heritage. From what he had seen, Sojetsu was genuinely charming and had a calm demeanor that drew people in. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't seem entirely satisfied with this response, furrowing his brow as he took a few more puffs of his pipe. He then turned to Yamanaka Inoichi and asked, Inoichi, what's your opinion on him? Yamanaka Inoichi glanced at Shikaku, feeling a little uneasy. He didn't know Sojetsu well, but when the Hokage asked, he had to come up with something. Hokage-sama, I don't interact with him much, he said, but Uchiha Sogetsu has a good reputation in Konoha. Despite having to improvise, his answer wasn't wrong. Sojetsu's role as a psychiatrist in the village had garnered him a positive reputation among Konoha's ninjas. His gentle nature and lack of arrogance were unlike the typical Uchiha attitude, making him quite popular among the civilian population. All right, I understand, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, rubbing his temples as if he had a headache. Initially, he had seen potential in Sojetsu and thought he could be useful for the Hokage's faction, much like Uchiha Kagami had been. He could also help calm the more restless elements among the Uchiha clan. However, Danzo had been in his ear, whispering his usual anti-Uchiha rhetoric. It was as if Danzo had a personal vendetta against the Uchiha, constantly promoting the idea that they were a threat to the village. The more Danzo spoke, the more Hiruzen found himself questioning his own initial impressions. One of Danzo's comments, in particular, had stuck with Hiruzen, making him decide to conduct his own secret investigation into Sojetsu. He needed to be sure about the young Uchiha's true intentions, especially with Danzo's constant pressure in the background. Hiruzen, have you forgotten about the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan? This question jolted Sarutobi Hiruzen's memory back to the man who had been a shadowy figure in Konoha's history for decades, one of the village's founders, Uchiha Madara. Although the Uchiha clan hadn't seen a Mangekyo Sharingan in decades, Hiruzen knew he couldn't ignore the possibility. He might not need to worry about someone with the standard 3 tomo, but an Uchiha with a Mangekyo Sharingan was a different story entirely. If the Uchiha clan became even more restless, who could predict the chaos they might cause? As a Hokage, he knew he had to quell any threat before it had a chance to grow. Shikaku, let's continue our investigation, Hiruzen said, exhaling slowly. The past few days of non-stop work had left him feeling drained. But be discreet, and try not to let him catch on to us. Chapter 53, Conspiracy Against Danzo. Returning to his room, Uchiha Sogetsu had just sat down when he sensed something unusual. On the table, there was a cup of freshly brewed green tea, steaming gently. Long time no see. I was starting to wonder if something had happened to you. How are you? His tone was casual, like he was greeting an old friend, as he glanced toward a shadowy corner of the room. The next moment, the shadow shifted, and a figure emerged from the wall. The man wore a white ANBU animal mask. He dropped to one knee respectfully, bowing his head as he spoke in a hoarse voice, Lord Sojetsu, forgive me for not coming sooner. Danzo's been extra cautious lately, and this was the first chance I had to see you. Raise your head, Ryoma. Uchiha Sogetsu showed no sign of blame. His dark eyes held a calm, gentle look, there's nothing to apologize for. I understand. Seeing those eyes, Ryoma felt an unexpected sense of warmth, something he hadn't experienced in a long time. There was something indescribably soothing about Sojetsu's gaze, a magical quality that eased his mind and filled him with a sense of peace. Yes, Lord Sojetsu, he replied, relishing this newfound calm. The tea's good. You've always been attentive, Ryoma. Uchiha Sogetsu picked up the teacup, took a sip, and smiled. Given your nature, you wouldn't just drop by without reason. Let me guess, it's about Danzo, isn't it? My tea-making skills aren't that great, but I'm glad you like it, Ryoma said, feeling a surge of excitement as he watched Sojetsu enjoy the tea. It was a far cry from his usual life in the shadows. He added, Lord Sojetsu, Danzo, and the third Hokage are quietly investigating you. Do you need me to step in? Why would you need to intervene? Uchiha Sogetsu replied, his voice calm and even. I'm worried that if the investigation continues, it may. Ryoma trailed off, leaving his words hanging in the air. It was clear he was concerned that Uchiha Sogetsu's secret might be uncovered. No matter how well something is hidden, clues are bound to surface eventually. Though Ryoma didn't know exactly what Uchiha Sogetsu was planning, he felt obligated to share his concerns with his master. It doesn't matter, let them investigate. Uchiha Sogetsu appeared unconcerned, showing no signs of anxiety about the ongoing investigation. Ryoma, however, was less composed. Lord Sojetsu, as far as I know, the third Hokage had a long private meeting with Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi. It seems like they're planning to investigate you. Nara Shikaku is not to be underestimated, he's excellent at piecing together clues to find the truth. Oh, that's not important. Uchiha Sogetsu shook his head with a casual smile. From the beginning, he hadn't been concerned about what Nara Shikaku and the third Hokage had discussed. His idea was to let Shikaku Nara and Inoichi Yamanaka use the Chunin exams to keep an eye on the Uchiha clan, including himself. Given the Uchiha clan's less-than-stellar reputation, it was no surprise that they were being investigated. They had a dark history, and many among them were dissatisfied with the restrictions placed on them by the third Hokage. It's not just the legacy of Uchiha Madara, many in the clan had become arrogant and overconfident. As a result, the Uchiha often clashed with others in Konoha. But they still held themselves in high regard, sowing the seeds of their own destruction. Despite being one of Konoha's founding clans, led by Fugaku, the Uchiha clan showed little restraint. Their behavior had alienated them from the village's other clans, contributing to the tragic events that led to their extermination. However, this had little to do with Uchiha Sogetsu. In his plan, he would be long gone by the time the clan faced its ultimate fate. Don't worry about this for now, he said, dismissing Ryoma's concerns with a wave of his hand. Uchiha Sogetsu gently caressed the surface of his teacup with his fingers. As for Danzo, he said calmly, I'll deal with him soon, once my hands are free. Ryoma knew that further persuasion was pointless, so he just sighed. If there's nothing else, I should leave early. Staying out too long might raise suspicions, he said, sensing it was time to go. But then, something unexpected happened. Ryoma straightened his spine, adjusted his posture, and knelt on the ground, bowing at a 90-degree angle with his forehead touching the floor. Lord Sojetsu, I have another request. Please, I beg you to grant it. Uchiha Sogetsu was slightly taken aback by this formal display. Oh. What's the matter? Go ahead. Ryoma, still kneeling, bowed even lower, bending at the waist. He raised his head to look at Sojetsu, his expression intensely serious despite the awkward posture. My life doesn't matter, he said with deep reverence. But if anything happens that could endanger you, I ask that you abandon me without hesitation. Sacrificing my insignificant life to help you, even just a little, would be an honor for this Aburame Ryoma. His eyes were full of zeal, almost like a devout believer. You don't need to tell me this, Ryoma, replied Uchiha Sogetsu with a gentle gaze. If it's necessary, I won't hesitate to abandon you. Was this strange? No, not at all. In fact, this was exactly as Uchiha Sogetsu had expected. From the moment he met Aburame Ryoma, he'd used psychological suggestions and hypnosis to gradually manipulate him. This is the spectator pathway. Uchiha Sogetsu couldn't fight head-on, but he had the ability to manipulate minds and twist loyalties. Now, with just one look, he could make Ryoma lay down his life for him. Ryoma, Sojetsu said, is there something else you'd like to ask? Ryoma nodded cautiously. My cursed tongue eradication seal is still there. I don't understand how you bypassed it to make me talk about Danzo. Could you explain how you did it? Can I now freely speak about him? The cursed tongue eradication seal is a technique that targets the neural pathways in the brain, Uchiha Sogetsu explained. He anticipated Ryoma's question, so he pulled out a charm from his robe. You don't really need to understand the specifics, he said. This charm will help you achieve what you need. The charm was infused with the power of a Sequence 6 hypnotist, making it an extraordinary tool created by Uchiha Sogetsu himself. It had one main function, to break the cursed tongue eradication seal, a binding and restriction placed deep within the brain's neural pathways. Ryoma accepted the charm with both hands, bowing deeply, his knees touching the floor. Slowly, he merged into the shadows in the corner of the room. He left without a sound, he had other matters to attend to. Danzo is really like a rat in the gutter, just as Sogetsu-sama said. Ryoma, as he vanished into the shadows, felt a rush of excitement, his whole body quivering with anticipation. This is the peace of mind I've been seeking, he thought. Lord Sogetsu, what are you pursuing? I hope I get to see that day. But even if I don't, it's okay. I promise there will be many more people like me. From today, he would transform the entire route, a massive overhaul. Meanwhile, in the underground darkness, Danzo felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Strange. Why do I have this ominous feeling, he muttered to himself. Chapter 54, Training Team Obito. The next day, around noon. Uchiha Sogetsu walked slowly toward the Konoha training ground in the forested area behind the village. The previous night, Obito had come to him unexpectedly. He probably heard something from Minato about the upcoming Chunin exams and asked Sogetsu to help him train. Initially, Uchiha Sogetsu had planned to refuse. For one, he didn't really like Obito all that much. And two, he thought it would be a waste of time to train him. He'd rather spend his time at Konoha Hospital to meet a few patients and complete his system's tasks. But Obito had been persistent, practically begging for training, so Sogetsu eventually gave in. Train? Not exactly. Sogetsu wasn't sure how to train people, he could only fight them. Since Obito wanted it, Sogetsu decided to use the opportunity to stretch his muscles a bit. Soon, he arrived at the Konoha training ground. Nohara Rin, Uchiha Obito, and Kakashi, with his head bandaged, had already been waiting for a while. You're late, brother Sogetsu. Uchiha Obito scowled at him with a hint of annoyance. Didn't I tell you yesterday that we'd start in the morning? It's noon. Sorry, Obito, something came up, Uchiha Sogetsu replied with a smile, but he wasn't actually sorry. Anyway, I'm here now. Besides, you don't really need to start early to train. What do you mean, you don't need to start early? Obito's straightforward nature made him instantly defiant, especially with his crush standing nearby. He frowned and stood up straight, trying to look tough. Brother Sogetsu, don't underestimate us. That's exactly what I mean, Uchiha Sogetsu replied with a light smile. He scanned the faces of the three and then calmly said, before we start, I should clarify something. Although Obito asked me to train you all, I'm not really the best person for it. The only thing I can actually teach you is... Uchiha Sogetsu narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of mischief in his gaze. My training methods are quite unique, he said, his voice calm but with an undercurrent of intensity. I hope you're ready for it. Kakashi, his head still bandaged, felt a shiver of unease run down his spine. He had seen that look before, and it never meant anything good. Obito, on the other hand, seemed confused, scratching the back of his neck. The weather wasn't cold, but he suddenly felt a chill. What kind of training is it? He asked, his voice uncertain. Don't worry, Mr. Sojetsu, chirped Nohara Rin, her innocence evident in her earnest expression. We'll do our best. No matter what kind of training you give us, we'll persevere. Excellent, Uchiha Sogetsu replied with a nod, his eyes lingering on the determined young Kunoichi. I like children with courage. The sense of unease grew stronger in Kakashi's mind, and he glanced sideways at Obito, who still looked eager and confident. It was too late to back out now, but he couldn't help but feel that this training was going to be far more challenging than they'd expected. The training is straightforward, Sojetsu said, raising one finger. Before the sun sets, you must inflict an injury on me, any injury, using any means necessary. Ha! That's it. Easy. Obito exclaimed, puffing out his chest. Brother Sojetsu, you're underestimating me. But before Obito could finish his bravado-filled declaration, he was suddenly launched into the air like a cannonball, slamming into a tree with a loud thud. He stuck to the trunk for a few moments before sliding down with a groan, his limbs spread out awkwardly. The unexpected attack left Obito stunned and in pain. It took a moment for him to realize what had happened, and when he did, the agony hit him like a ton of bricks. He nearly lost his breakfast, his stomach churning from the shock. Oh, I forgot to mention one thing, Sojetsu said, stretching his legs casually. He glanced at the dumbfounded Nohara Rin and Kakashi, his smile unnervingly gentle. Training starts now. As soon as the words left Sojetsu's lips, Kakashi's instincts kicked in. He quickly grabbed Nohara Rin, who was still in shock, and dashed into the nearby forest, chakra exploding from his feet as they disappeared into the trees. A clever move. Uchiha Sogetsu adjusted his glasses and narrowed his eyes slightly. When facing an opponent you can't defeat, you hide your presence and wait for the right moment to strike. He's a smart ninja. Ack. That really hurts. Obito clutched his stomach, grimacing in pain, and looked at Sojetsu in shock. Brother Sojetsu, isn't this supposed to be training? Why'd you attack me by surprise? Sneak attack. Obito, what do you think this is? You think ninja battles are just games? Sojetsu slowly walked toward him. No, ninja battles are about life and death. If you don't get that, maybe you should reconsider being a ninja. Yeah, I get it, Obito muttered, clearly annoyed but starting to understand the rules. He pulled out a kunai and gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll treat you like an enemy, okay. Boom. Dust swirled around Obito's feet as he charged forward. Rushing in head-on. Sojetsu showed no emotion, waiting to see what Obito was planning. When he got within 10 meters, Obito suddenly stopped and dropped a smoke bomb. Thick yellow smoke spread out, obscuring his form. Buzz buzz. A shuriken spun out from the dense smoke. Sojetsu didn't even need to look, he threw a few shurikens backward, perfectly intercepting the incoming attack. But then, through the smoke, more than a dozen flaming bursts, like flowers blooming, shot toward him. Using smoke to conceal ninjutsu, clever, but... Sojetsu watched the incoming attack and smirked. This tactic only reveals your position. The Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu hit where Sojetsu stood, exploding into a burst of fire and sparks. But to Obito's surprise, Sojetsu disappeared, replaced by a puff of smoke. That's a shadow clone. Kakashi, hidden in the darkness, felt his pupils constrict as he noticed the deception. Obito also realized he had been duped, but before he could reposition himself, he felt a chill on his back, sending shivers up his spine. Boom. A heavy fist landed squarely on Obito's face. The force of the punch sent Obito crashing to the ground, hitting it hard, rendering his mind blank for a moment. Uchiha Sogetsu wasn't finished. With a smirk on his lips, he reared back his fist, slowly gathering more strength. You need to remember this lesson, he said with a dangerous edge in his voice. Boom. Another punch, even more powerful, drove Obito half an inch into the ground. Dust and debris were kicked up into the air, swirling around, while the nearby trees trembled, causing leaves to rain down. The sheer force of the attack was staggering. Obito. Nohara Rin couldn't watch anymore and rushed out from her hiding spot, disregarding the risk of exposing herself. Mr. Sojetsu, please. But her plea was cut short when Uchiha Sogetsu's gaze locked onto hers. Gotcha. His eyes, usually calm, were now filled with a chilling bloodlust. Ah. Nohara Rin froze in fear, unable to move under his intense gaze. Uchiha Sogetsu felt no pity. He stamped his foot, releasing a burst of violent chakra that shattered the ground beneath him. He moved with the speed of a wild beast, leaving after images in his wake as he lunged directly at the petrified Nohara Rin. Obito, who had been lost in thought, suddenly snapped back to reality when he saw the girl he cherished get punched square in the face. Crack! The punch was so powerful that even Obito, who was several meters away, heard the distinct sound of bone breaking beneath the force of the blow. With blood spewing from his mouth, Uchiha Sogetsu twisted at the waist, summoning all his strength to unleash another brutal Konoha whirlwind kick at Rin, who was still in midair. Boom! The sharp pain from the impact to her abdomen caused Rin's mind to go blank momentarily. The next moment, her body shot through the air like a cannonball, leaving a half-meter-wide gash in the turf-covered training ground where she landed. Kakashi, hidden in the shadows nearby, suddenly sensed a familiar feeling in the air. Yes, this was the same technique that had beaten him senseless before. It was exactly the same. Chapter 55, Rin is dead. Rin is off limits. The shout came from behind, filled with defiance. Uchiha Sogetsu raised his eyebrows, showing mild surprise as he turned to face the young man struggling to his feet. You're still standing. Looks like I underestimated you, Obito. Obito had clearly taken a beating, but the sight of the girl he cared about getting hurt seemed to ignite a new source of strength within him. Arg. Uchiha Obito wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, bracing himself with one hand on the ground as he shakily stood up. His eyes burned with anger. I don't care who you are, I won't let you hurt Rin. TSK, looks like the beast is baring its fangs. Uchiha Sogetsu frowned slightly, but his face showed no real emotion. His voice remained flat as he said, but in your current state, what makes you think you have the right to talk to me like that? Clearly, Obito was still struggling, and not hitting hard enough to make a difference. Sogetsu didn't give him a chance to speak, he moved in close, swift and sudden. Damn, he's fast. Obito tried to form a hand seal, but a solid punch landed right in his face. Boom. Too slow. Sogetsu's strike broke Obito's concentration, then he grabbed a fistful of Obito's hair and slammed his head into the ground. Boom. Another brutal hit that sent shockwaves through Obito's skull, making him wonder if he'd be left brain damaged. Then Sogetsu unleashed a flurry of punches, a relentless torrent that rained down on Obito's body, focusing particularly on his face. Ag. I give up. Stop hitting me. Spare me, brother Sogetsu, I was wrong. He couldn't remember how many punches he'd thrown. By the end of the fight, Obito seemed to have lost the strength to scream. His body was in immense pain, and he was muttering incoherently about Rin. You're quite tenacious, Uchiha Sogetsu exhaled slowly. After all those hits, you still care about others. Now. Kakashi, who had been keeping his presence hidden, finally saw his chance. He knew Uchiha Sogetsu's skills well. If he didn't take advantage of this moment, it would be too late, and rushing out without a plan would be futile. So, even though he saw Obito getting beaten, Kakashi chose to stay concealed, waiting for the right moment. And now that moment has come. Swish, swish, swish. 3 kunai shot out from the dense forest, forming a pincer movement. Uchiha Sogetsu seemed a bit slow to react, only dodging at the last moment as the kunai zipped past him. In an instant, Kakashi burst out from another direction, closing in with remarkable speed. He drew the short ninja sword from his back, recalling his father's white-fanged sword technique. He merged his breathing with his chakra and unleashed a dazzling blade strike from a challenging angle. It's about time you showed up. Uchiha Sogetsu smirked, clearly amused. I've been waiting for you, Kakashi. A trap. Kakashi realized he was tricked, but it was too late to retreat. If there's no turning back, then fight. Kakashi steeled himself, gathering his chakra. At that moment, he felt a new connection to the true essence of his father's white-fanged sword style. The sword shone like a dragon, gleaming like the moon. A blade infused with a deadly chakra sliced downward from above, like a streak of cold light piercing through the air. Clang. In the next moment, 2 slender fingers intercepted the blade, pinching it between them. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. No matter how much force he applied to the sword, he couldn't move the blade even a fraction of an inch. It was as if it were clamped by iron tongs. Uchiha Sogetsu smiled and counted down from 3. Bite down, Kakashi. Boom. The next instant, Kakashi was hit with a powerful punch to the face, sending him spinning backward. He tumbled twice on the ground and rolled over a dozen times before finally coming to a stop. The left side of his face went numb, and he felt one of his front teeth loosening. One more thing, Uchiha Sogetsu announced. He raised his foot and stomped down hard. Boom. The impact drove Uchiha Obito's head into the ground, with cracks spreading out like a spider's web. Sogetsu slowly raised his right hand, gathering an ominous chakra. He glanced at the 3 severely injured ninja, then spoke with a chilling indifference. In ninja combat, medical ninjas shouldn't be on the front lines. Otherwise. The highly concentrated chakra underwent a sudden and drastic change. Buzz. The air around him roared with an intense buzzing sound as nearby currents gathered, causing debris and leaves to swirl wildly. Finally, the strong winds concentrated in Sojetsu's palm, forming a translucent ring that spun and vibrated at such a high speed it was almost invisible. What incredible wind chakra! Kakashi's pupils shrank to pinpricks. And it's like Minato-sensei's Raise-Non. Though the techniques looked different, their essence was the same. Ninjutsu that can be executed without forming hand seals is collectively called sealless ninjutsu. Kakashi stared at Uchiha Sogetsu, contemplating the wind attributes' chakra nature and form. An idea sparked in his mind. Maybe I can try it too, he thought, by changing the lightning attribute's shape and form in my hand. It might look something like this, Sojetsu said, tossing a rapidly spinning ring towards Nohara Rin, who was immobilized. Wind release, 8-point light wheel. The light wheel whirred as it spun at high speed, cutting through the air like a blade. The high-density wind chakra was compressed to the extreme, creating a gear-like shape with jagged edges. As it was released, it tore into the ground, leaving a deep gash behind and a shrill, grinding sound. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. Did he really just throw it? He couldn't believe Sojetsu would use such lethal ninjutsu on them, especially against an injured Nohara Rin. But he did throw it, and his target was the critically wounded Rin. Is this a joke? Kakashi felt a chill run through his body as his pupils dilated in horror. What he saw next was like a descent into hell, the gruesome reality hit him hard. Rip. Rin was cleaved in half. Blood gushed like a fountain, and her body fell into two pieces. Her face still held a trace of life, mixed with disbelief and terror. The two halves of her body dropped to the ground. Her once familiar face was now reduced to just one side, facing Obito with vacant, lifeless eyes that seemed to ask, "Why didn't you save me?" Ah! Obito was paralyzed with shock as he took in the scene before him. His initial shock gave way to an indescribable rage, emotions swirling violently, causing his eyes to turn red, veins bulging. It was as if time had slowed in his field of vision. No. Obito went berserk, transforming into a wild beast, his eyes ablaze with fury as he roared, "Uchiha Sogetsu. I'm going to kill you. I will kill you. Don't look at me like that, Obito." Uchiha Sogetsu raised his hand to adjust his glasses, his voice icy and edged with a sinister undertone. "You know what's pathetic? You're so weak that it's not even worth my time to kill you. Your hatred doesn't run deep enough." Obito's head was driven into the ground, his face smashed against the dirt, his bloodshot eye glaring with intense hatred. "I swear. I will kill you." Chapter 56, Obito's Sharingan. Pain. Hate. Regret. Anger. Malice so intense that it felt like it could crush nerves and pierce bones coursed through the air like a pack of ravenous wolves, threatening to tear away all reason. The tragic death of Nohara Rin, her eyes filled with questions, and the devilish whispers from Uchiha Sogetsu pushed Uchiha Obito to the brink of the abyss. Boom. Suddenly, something snapped in Obito's mind. The world in Obito's eyes transformed into a deep shade of scarlet, as if everything was drenched in blood. Nothing seemed the same anymore. He could see the flight pattern of every bird in the sky, each flap of their wings in slow motion, the swirling dust and gravel became magnified, and the men he despised in front of him became a living map of chakra, revealing the flow of chakra within his body. Power surged through him. Ah! With a primal roar, Uchiha Obito shook off the shackles of control. He rolled on the ground, barely keeping his balance, and quickly assumed a combat stance, crouching low as if he were a bolt of lightning, darting toward Uchiha Sogetsu. Rat tiger dog ox rabbit tiger, ***. Fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Obito rapidly formed the hand seals, releasing dozens of small fireballs from his mouth. The flying sparks spread in all directions, showcasing their nimbleness, then converged at the target's location. Boom. A large plume of smoke rose where the fireballs hit. Out of the smoke stepped Uchiha Sogetsu. Aside from his slightly charred clothing, he seemed unharmed. Thump thump thump. The sound of footsteps approached. Uchiha Sogetsu caught a glimpse of Obito charging from the corner of his eye. Obito's kunai lashed out, but Sogetsu dodged just in time. Seizing the moment, he spun in the air and delivered a powerful whip kick, channeling the strength of Konoha's mighty whirlwind. Obito suddenly dropped down, his movements fluid and quick, showing no signs of the serious injury that seemed to have slowed him moments earlier. Not only did he dodge the attack, but he also found an opportunity to counterattack. He gripped his kunai with both hands and stabbed upward with all his might, aiming for the opponent's exposed mid-air position. The target was a crucial spot. Thwack. The kunai struck a wooden log. Phew, that was close, Uchiha Sogetsu said, pretending to pat his chest in relief. You almost had me. I knew you'd use the substitution technique. Obito said, turning around. Without anyone noticing, he had already formed the tiger seal. His chest expanded as he took a deep breath. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Whoosh. A massive fireball, 3 meters in diameter, shot forward with intense heat. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Uchiha Sogetsu replied, using the same technique. However, his chakra reserves were much greater than Obito's. His fireball was larger, and its heat was more intense. Boom. The two fireballs collided midair, and the intense heat wave exploded outward, igniting nearby vegetation. The ground within a 10-meter radius cracked from the impact, and a visible shock wave swept outward, stirring strong winds and scorching heat. How could you kill Rin? Obito cried, covering his face in anguish. His body trembled, his muscles tensed with rage, and deep hatred flashed through his fingers. I can't forgive you, Uchiha Sogetsu. Ugh, what an idiot, Uchiha Sogetsu sighed, clearly bored. He was done playing games. Training is over, Obito. Time to snap out of it. Uchiha Obito had completely lost control. Even as the flames still roared around him, he rushed out as if he couldn't hear the warning. His Sharingan eyes glowed with a blood-red hue, the three tomo spinning wildly with a manic, violent energy. His voice was raw with rage, I'll kill you. Obito's Sharingan was active, enhancing his speed and reflexes to a level that made him confident he could take on anyone. Really? Uchiha Sogetsu watched Obito charge at him, his expression turning icy. Can't you hear me? The training is over. In an instant, Sogetsu vanished from sight. Obito felt a sudden chill down his spine as he heard a voice right behind him. Time to sleep. A swift chop landed on Obito's neck, causing his pupils to dilate and his blood pressure to drop sharply. His vision went dark, and he collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Uchiha Sogetsu clapped his hands and turned to Kakashi, who had been watching nearby. I'll leave the rest to you. Is that okay? Kakashi nodded, albeit with a hint of reluctance. Yeah, no problem. I'll explain everything to Obito. He couldn't help but feel that his involvement today had been somewhat painful. But it wasn't all bad. Watching Uchiha Sogetsu's ninjutsu, particularly the sealless jutsu, gave Kakashi a new idea for his own jutsu. It sparked something in him, and for that, he felt grateful. Kakashi expressed his thanks earnestly, Brother Sogetsu, thanks for the help today. Don't mention it, Sogetsu replied, waving him off casually as he walked away, leaving Kakashi to handle the rest. Kamui haha. We'll meet soon enough. It would be a shame to let spatial abilities like Kamui stay with Uchiha Obito. He stopped and turned to look at the unconscious Obito, smiling slightly. Thanks for the gift, Obito. The sun was setting. Obito, who had been unconscious for who knows how long, finally opened his eyes. His neck felt as if it were broken, and his bones ached all over, causing him to groan in pain. Memories started to come back, little by little. Rin. Rin. Obito looked up at the sky and screamed, pounding the ground in anguish, Ah, Rin. At that moment, a pair of warm hands touched his head gently, and a familiar voice spoke. I'm okay, Obito, don't cry. Rin. Is that Rin's voice? Obito wiped his tears and raised his head. When he saw Nohara Rin, he was so startled that he almost fainted again. He backed away, using all 4 limbs, as if he'd seen a ghost. Ah. Ah. Are you a human or a ghost? Obito stared at Rin in horror, his face pale. Really, Obito, I'm getting angry. Nohara Rin puffed out her cheeks in irritation, her hands on her hips, glaring at him with a mock-threatening expression. Look carefully. Am I a human or a ghost? Obito took a while to process it, wiping his eyes and squinting at her for a long time, still in disbelief. Are you really Rin? But I clearly saw Uchiha Sogetsu slice you in half, just like that, with all the blood. He gestured as he spoke. Idiot. Kakashi emerged from the shadows, his face more swollen than before, arms crossed over his chest, and gave Obito a withering look. We were all deceived. It was just an illusion. An illusion. Obito was taken aback, then he looked closely and saw that Rin was indeed alive. But her face was as puffy as a balloon. Brother Sogetsu used it to push you. Kakashi flashed a hint of envy that quickly vanished as he spoke in a cold tone, your training paid off. You unlocked the Sharingan. Sharingan. That's right. Obito's confusion transformed into pure elation, I've unlocked the Sharingan too. Ha ha ha. Yeah, you did, idiot. Kakashi turned away, a look of disdain across his bruised face. Chapter 57, the first Konoha Battle Royale trial. Word quickly spread through Konoha about the major changes to the upcoming Chunin exams. When the genin heard that this year's exams would be a joint event with Tsunade and Iwagakure and would feature entirely new content, their reaction was mostly despair. The Chunin exams were already notoriously difficult, with a pass rate of less than 1%. This joint format only made things worse. I swear, if I find out who came up with this idea, I'm going to hunt them down, one genin exclaimed. I knew I should have taken the exam last year, another groaned. Who would have guessed they'd change everything this year? Among the disheartened genin, those who graduated last year were the most vocal. If they'd known that this year's exams would be so different, they might have tried their luck the year before. But these concerns were of little interest to Uchiha Sogetsu. His focus was on something else entirely. Our goal is to eliminate 99% of the candidates, declared Shikaku Nara, his hands crossed and resting on his chin. His eyes held a hint of menace, signaling that he wouldn't tolerate failure. Who got on his bad side? Sojetsu mused, though he was also curious about the reasoning behind this drastic approach. If we eliminate so many candidates, won't it affect the following year? This was Hokage-sama's intention, Shikaku Nara explained patiently. The Chunin exams aren't solely about the final outcome, they're about performance throughout the process. Plus, this year, we want to make an impression on Tsunade and Iwagakure, show them Konoha's strength, and build alliances. So it's a strategic move. Now Sojetsu understood, the high elimination rate wasn't a problem, just follow the plan. With these instructions from leadership, everything seemed clearer. Sojetsu, since you're the one who proposed this plan, can you explain what comes next? Shikaku asked with a serious tone. If you need others to assist, I can make the arrangements. This is the first time I've tried illusion techniques on such a large scale, Uchiha Sogetsu replied, thinking through the details. We'll also need to work with Inoichi-san. I might need guidance on possible issues that could arise during the process. I suggest bringing in some jonin for initial testing to identify and resolve problems beforehand. Good point. We definitely need to test first, Shikaku agreed, nodding. I'll handle contacting jonin. You and Inoichi can collaborate to create the Genjutsu world. No problem, we'll take care of it, Yamanaka Inoichi replied cryptically, sharing a knowing look with Shikaku. The years of tacit cooperation had given the two men a sort of unspoken communication, allowing them to understand each other's thoughts without needing to exchange words. Uchiha Sogetsu, fully aware of this, remained composed, feigning ignorance, and turned to Yamanaka Inoichi, asking, Mr. Inoichi, how should we proceed with the cooperation? I'll use my psycho mind transmission to enter your mental space, replied Yamanaka Inoichi. Not wanting to raise suspicion, he quickly added, don't worry, I will control my thoughts to avoid prying into your memories. Uchiha Sogetsu's expression changed slightly, showing a hint of concern. Mr. Inoichi, is there any other way to accomplish this? The mental world is delicate, you know. Even Nara Shikaku, known for his high intelligence, saw nothing suspicious in Sogetsu's hesitation. He assumed it was just common sense and reassured him, Sogetsu, I can personally vouch for Inoichi. He won't delve into your memories. And if we want to create a large-scale genjutsu environment, this is the only way. This. Uchiha Sogetsu still seemed reluctant. And that was reasonable. After all, who would willingly allow others to invade their mental space without absolute trust? As Shikaku and Inoichi took turns patting their chests, making promises, and swearing solemn oaths about their noble intentions, this is all for Konoha, Sogetsu found it hard not to scoff inwardly. He knew full well that neither of these men had pure motives. He could see through Shikaku's plan. It was clear he wanted Inoichi to use this opportunity to sift through Sogetsu's memories under the guise of the genjutsu setup. But everything could be deceived. Except for the memory in one's mental world, that couldn't be falsified. Of course, memory can't be falsified, provided it's real memory. Uchiha Sogetsu utilized his beyonder ability to project the perfect blend of worry and internal conflict, maintaining a subtle, controlled expression. However, behind that facade, his mind remained detached, watching this drama unfold from a third-party perspective. Okay, I understand, he said after a long pause, as if he had no other choice. I trust you, Mr. Shikaku and Mr. Inoichi. What's the next step? Seeing that Uchiha Sogetsu finally agreed, Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi shared a glance and let out a simultaneous sigh of relief. It's not easy to convince someone to allow an intrusion into their mental world. Afraid that Sogetsu might change his mind, Inoichi quickly explained, it's straightforward after this. You just need to create the genjutsu world in your mind, and then I can use my mind-body transmission technique to share your illusion with others. This way, we can establish a group illusion space. Nara Shikaku simplified it further, think of Inoichi as a relay. This way, your chakra consumption is minimal, and the duration of the shared genjutsu can be extended. Sogetsu smirked and complimented Shikaku lightly, as expected of the future head of the Nara clan, you really think through things thoroughly. He then nodded and agreed, okay, I'm in. Once all the jonin are here, we can start the trial. To be honest, I'd just like to double-check the details, Shikaku replied, relieved that the biggest hurdle was cleared. The rest would be minor tweaks. I'll get the jonin ready, he said, leaving to gather the others. Uchiha Sogetsu and Yamanaka Inoichi continued to discuss how to refine the shared illusion while making other preparations. It took about as long as it takes to burn a stick of incense before Shikaku returned with the jonin, showcasing impressive efficiency. The first group of jonin invited to take part in the Grand Genjutsu Dream test included Namikaze Minato, Abirame Shibi, Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, Hyuga Hayashi, Inazuka Tsum, and Hinata Hisashi. As Uchiha Sogetsu glanced over the selected participants, he felt a twinge of disappointment. The one person he was most excited to see in action, Uzumaki Kushina, wasn't there. Thinking it over, he understood why. Uzumaki Kushina was Konoha's nuclear weapon. She needed to be stable and focused at all times. Sending her into a potentially scary or unpredictable situation like this test could have catastrophic results. If she lost control and turned into her tailed beast form, the fallout would be disastrous. All right, everyone, please prepare yourselves, Uchiha Sogetsu announced, giving the group a warm smile. I officially declare Konoha's first battle royale test run open. With that, the instructors began the experiment. Genjutsu, Dreamscape. Ninjutsu, Mind-Body Transmission Technique. Ninjutsu, Psycho-Mind Transmission. A moment later, Namikaze Minato and the other jonin felt their vision blur, and everything went dark. What happened in the dream world of the Genjutsu test was known only to those who experienced it. When it was over and Namikaze Minato exited the room, his legs were shaky, and he jokingly referred to Uchiha Sogetsu as the devil. Moreover, every single jonin who had taken part in the internal test returned to their teams with a serious expression, advising their students and fellow team members to reconsider entering this year's Chunin exam. From that point on, Uchiha Sogetsu gained a new nickname in Konoha Village, the Devil. Chapter 58, Sorry, you're too slow. Time flies. The day of the Chunin exams had finally arrived. Genin teams from Tsunade and Iwagakure, accompanied by their elite jonin leaders, began arriving at Konoha Village's main gate one by one. At this point in history, the relationships between the major ninja villages were far less harmonious than they would be in the future. As a result, the Kazekage and Tsuchikage did not attend the event themselves. It makes sense, the presence of a Kage in a rival village could lead to dangerous complications if anything unexpected were to happen. Due to the large number of participants from other villages, Nara Shikamaru was tasked with receiving the representatives from Iwagakure, while the team from Tsunade was assigned to Uchiha Sogetsu. Outside Konoha's main gate, Uchiha Sogetsu stood with his arms crossed, dressed in black, waiting for the Tsunade group to arrive. Before long, his targets appeared. A group of 8 Tsunade members, dressed in protective robes against the wind and sand, came into view. As they drew closer, one of them stepped forward and removed his wide, white hood. Beneath it was a gentle face with delicate features, sandy brown hair cropped to shoulder length, and striking indigo eyes, resembling a finely cut gem. She wore a sand ninja forehead protector on her neck and cautiously introduced herself in a clear voice, "Hello, I am one of the jonin leaders from Tsunade, Ginko." Following her, another person stepped forward and removed her hood. "I am the leader of the Tsunade team, Pakura." Pakura wore her hair in a bun, with the top section dark green and the bottom orange. Her amber eyes had a cold demeanor, mixed with an air of detachment, as she looked at Uchiha Sogetsu with a hint of provocation in her gaze. Uchiha Sogetsu greeted the guests with a friendly demeanor, lightly adjusting his glasses with a gentle push of his index finger. "I'm the one assigned to welcome you, Uchiha Sogetsu," he said. Tsunade's guests, Pakura and Ginko, exchanged glances. The mission to Konoha for the joint Chunin exam was expected to be straightforward, but they didn't anticipate the level of tension upon meeting their guide. Sogetsu's eyes seemed to analyze them with an uncanny intensity, making them both uneasy. Pakura, a strong-willed ninja, narrowed her eyes. "What are you staring at?" she snapped, her voice laced with annoyance. Sogetsu raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence. "Oh, nothing," he said with a calm smile. "If you'll follow me, your accommodations are prepared." He turned away, leaving Pakura with her thoughts. Her gaze followed him, a mix of curiosity and competitiveness burning in her eyes. The Uchiha clan's reputation had always piqued her interest, and now she had the opportunity to test herself against one of them. However, Ginko, the more diplomatic of the two, gently tugged on Pakura's sleeve. "Pakura," she whispered, "we're in Konoha. Let's keep a low profile." She sighed but nodded. I know. "I won't start anything," she replied, forcing herself to relax. It was their first time in Konoha, and the last thing they needed was to cause trouble. As they walked through the village, the stark contrast to their own homeland became increasingly evident. Konoha's streets were spotless, bustling with life and activity. The air was clear, free from the sandstorms and dust they were accustomed to. Lush greenery lined the pathways, and the scents from food stalls were tantalizing. It was a far cry from the harsh desert environment of Tsunade. They couldn't help but notice the extravagance, the use of water to clean streets, tend to gardens, and even for play. Water, a resource so precious in their home, was abundant here. The sight stirred a deep sense of jealousy within them. Why was life so different here? Why did Konoha have so much while their village had so little? The questions lingered as they followed Sojetsu through the village, each step serving as a reminder of the vast disparities between the two ninja lands. The residents of Tsunade were accustomed to surviving in harsh desert conditions. They had to deal with frequent sandstorms, relentless heat, and scarce water sources. On the other hand, the people of Konoha lived comfortably in a lush, vibrant environment with abundant resources. This contrast in living conditions created underlying resentment among the people from Tsunade. As they saw the contentment in Konoha, the anger grew, and their gazes toward Konoha's inhabitants began to carry a hint of hostility. Konoha and Tsunade shared a border, which meant they often clashed. This relationship was still strained from past conflicts, especially since the Second Great Ninja War had only ended a few years earlier. The wounds from that war were still fresh, and hatred easily spread among the survivors. As a group of Suna ninja entered Konoha, the villagers didn't hold back their disdain. "Where did these beggars come from, asking for our food?" someone muttered. "Do you smell them? It's like they haven't bathed in ages." "They stink," another voice chimed in. "Yeah, they reek of sand and sweat," a third person added. The villagers openly mocked the sand ninjas, making no effort to hide their contempt. The Suna ninjas, not ones to take insults lightly, grew increasingly agitated. One young genin, Sentaro, couldn't take it anymore. He shot a glare full of malice at the villagers and snapped, "Say that again if you dare." His sudden outburst startled the villagers. The one who had taunted him first stumbled back, fear evident in his eyes, and fell to the ground. Seeing their reaction, Sentaro's confidence grew. He sneered, "Is this all the courage Konoha has? Pathetic." "Sentaro, stop it," said Ginko, the Suna ninja leader, with a hint of worry in her voice. She knew that escalating the situation wouldn't lead to anything good. Sentaro, however, didn't seem to care. He shrugged and shot another glare at the villagers. "Cowards, all of you. If we were on a battlefield, you'd all be dead by now. Get out of here, you sand ninja scum." A young boy, seemingly provoked by those words, picked up a stone from the ground and threw it with all his might. Thud. The stone struck Sentaro in the eye, taking him by surprise. Although the stone wasn't thrown with great force, the stinging pain in his eye and the mocking expressions on his teammates' faces made Sentaro furious. "You little brat. You're dead meat." Without hesitation, Sentaro threw a shuriken at the child who had thrown the stone. "No, Sentaro, don't." Ginko shouted, trying to stop him, but she was a moment too late. The shuriken whizzed through the air with a sharp, slicing sound. The child turned white with fear, and his parents screamed in terror. Just as it seemed that the child's life would end in a bloody mess, a black-clad figure appeared between the child and Sentaro. Clang. The shuriken was caught effortlessly between two fingers. The symbol of the Uchiha clan, a red and white fan, was emblazoned on the back of the black robe, leaving a strong impression on the sand ninja who witnessed the scene. "I'm terribly sorry for the trouble caused," Ginko said, sighing with relief. She realized the gravity of the situation and quickly tried to explain, her voice tense with anxiety. "Sentaro didn't mean it, please forgive him. A minor scuffle could be brushed off, but throwing a shuriken at a child in another village, that could lead to serious consequences." Sentaro, standing in the midst of his teammates, began to grasp the seriousness of what he had just done. His face turned pale, and his lips trembled slightly. He knew he had crossed a line, and everyone around him knew it too. When Sojetsu Uchiha threw his shuriken aside, he turned to face the nervous sand ninjas, smiling gently as he said, "No need to apologize, young ones. It's normal to be impulsive." Huh. Ginko let out a sigh of relief and showed a hint of gratitude on her face. "Thank you for forgiving him for his mistake." Sentaro also breathed easier but had a trace of contempt in his heart. So this is all Konoha has to offer. However, in the next moment, Uchiha Sogetsu changed his tone. "But if you make a mistake, there are consequences. What do you intend to do?" Pakura's eyes narrowed, sensing the underlying threat in Sojetsu's words. Suddenly, Uchiha Sogetsu vanished from the sand ninja's sight without any warning. The speed was unimaginable. By the time Pakura and Ginko realized what had happened, Sojetsu had already used his body flicker technique to appear behind Sentaro, like a ghost in the night. Sentaro felt a chill down his spine, his eyes wide with fear. This Uchiha's teleportation technique was impossibly fast. "Wait, stop," he shouted in desperation. "Stop." Pakura and Ginko tried to intervene, but they were too late. They were still a few meters away from Sentaro, and that was more than enough time for a jonin to act. Crack. A sharp noise echoed as Sentaro's neck was violently twisted, his head turning a full 180 degrees. In front of all the sand ninja, Uchiha Sogetsu effortlessly snapped the neck of a sand shinobi. He then calmly took out a handkerchief and cleaned his hands, a gentle smile still on his face. "Sorry, you're too slow," he said, his voice calm and polite. Chapter 59, Ginkgo, I'm very interested in you. Sentaro. Pakura's voice was filled with rage, her eyes radiating murderous intent. You killed him. The other sand ninjas were struck with shock and disbelief. They had considered countless scenarios, but never imagined that Sentaro would meet his end like this. How could this guy do such a thing in front of Pakura and Ginkgo, two elite jonin? Why are you looking at me like that? Uchiha Sogetsu asked, his face showing a hint of confusion as he faced the angry glares from the Suna ninjas. He intended to harm someone in Konoha, so I stopped him. What's wrong with that? What's the problem? But didn't you save the child? Ginkgo's eyes were red, her teeth clenched in anger. If the child is alive, why did you kill Sentaro? When you put it that way, I don't get it either, Uchiha Sogetsu replied, adjusting his glasses with a smile. I could save the child because I could. You didn't save Sentaro because you didn't want to. Am I wrong? Ginkgo and Pakura were left speechless, their anger stalling. Didn't they want to save him? Anyone with a discerning eye could tell there was no way to reverse his fate, right? Is this how Konoha treats its guests? Ginkgo asked angrily, taking deep breaths to calm down. Her chest heaved with frustration, and she clenched her fists. This is how Konoha ninjas handle things, Uchiha Sogetsu said coolly as he threw a handkerchief over Sentaro's face, covering his death stare. If you have complaints, you're welcome to discuss them with the Hokage. That's right, added another Konoha ninja. These sand ninjas need to understand what the strongest ninja village is really like. Yes, we are the Konoha. The villagers of the Konoha regained their spirit, their cheers growing louder and louder. Even the Uchiha clan emblem, which used to be despised, suddenly seemed more attractive. It was hard to deny, it felt good to stand up for their village. Why should we let the other ninja villages scum come and stir up trouble in Konoha, they thought, their tempers flaring. The sand ninjas, however, held their tongues, their eyes brimming with rage. If looks could kill, Uchiha Sogetsu would be in pieces. I've always heard the Uchiha clan in Konoha are a bunch of arrogant snobs, Pakura said, her fiery personality impossible to contain. The threat in her voice matched the spark in her eyes. But I don't know if they're as tough as they claim. Care to prove it? From a young age, Pakura had heard stories in her village about the Uchiha clan's prowess. Now that she was in Konoha, she was determined to see for herself if they were really the strongest clan in the ninja world. What makes the Uchiha so special? Just because they're labeled geniuses doesn't make it true. Uchiha Sogetsu, unfazed by her challenge, replied calmly, if this were the battlefield, I'd agree to your little test. But this is Konoha. Are you sure you want to do this? What's the matter? Are you scared? Pakura crossed her arms, lifting her chin in defiance. Dear Uchiha, afraid to take on a simple challenge? Your provocations are quite basic, Sojetsu said with a faint smile. But if this is what you want, I suppose I can humor you. As the tension mounted between them, the surrounding air grew thick with anticipation. It felt like a fight could break out any second. Hold on, Pakura. Don't be tricked. Ginkgo, who'd been silent, spoke up, breaking the stalemate. Despite her anger, she still had her wits. The goal of their visit to Konoha wasn't to start a fight but to gather information and understand the internal dynamics. Pakura's ninjutsu scorch release was notoriously dangerous. It didn't matter who won the challenge, by participating, they were risking the wrath of Konoha. Moreover, this can be regarded as a direct violation of orders of third Kazekage. Sensing the rising tension, Ginkgo intervened, turning back to Pakura with a stern look. I'll report this to Kazekage as it is, she declared. Huh, you're lucky, Pakura replied with a cold smile, backing off from the challenge. She had no intention of pushing further. Of course, that's your choice. I have no right to interfere, Uchiha Sogetsu added, shrugging. He glanced at the sand ninjas with a casual smirk, but watch your words and actions. Wouldn't want a repeat of this incident, would we? Despite the tense atmosphere, he could still laugh about it. This attitude didn't go unnoticed by Ginkgo and Pakura, they couldn't forget this cocky Uchiha who seemed to find humor in breaking rules. Ginkgo frowned, her cheeks puffing slightly, giving her a surprisingly cute appearance despite her anger. She snapped at him, don't worry. Uchiha Sogetsu, watching from a distance, seemed more intrigued by Ginkgo. He flashed a subtle smile and said without warning, I'm more interested in you, before turning to leave. Ginkgo looked confused. Is he flirting with you? Pakura asked with a raised eyebrow. Sojetsu's words were definitely open to interpretation. Pa. He's just a jerk. Ginkgo retorted, turning her head in annoyance. The brief commotion ended, and they followed Uchiha Sogetsu out of the area. The incident had clearly left an impression, as the sand ninjas seemed more cautious and subdued on their journey back. This group of visiting ninjas from other villages was now positioned near the back mountain. To keep an eye on them, the ANBU had deployed more agents to monitor their every move. After returning to the room, Ginkgo immediately approached Pakura with a serious expression. "Pakura, you were too impulsive today," she said with a hint of concern. "If you start a fight with that guy from Konoha, we're definitely going to be in trouble." Pakura clenched her fists, her eyes filled with anger. "I know, but I just couldn't let it go," she snapped. "That guy was so arrogant. He killed Sentaro right in front of us." Ginkgo softened her tone, taking a seat on the edge of the bed. "I understand how you feel, believe me, I do. I'm angry too," she said gently. "But have you forgotten the instructions from Lord Kazekage?" Pakura took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. "I remember, Ginkgo. Don't worry, I'll keep my cool." Ginkgo nodded, relieved by Pakura's response. "So, what do you think of that Uchiha Sogetsu?" she asked, still feeling a hint of anger as she recalled the arrogant face of the Uchiha. "He's a young jonin with an incredibly fast body flicker technique," Pakura replied, her voice edged with caution. "He's clearly among the best of Konoha's new generation." Even though it was only a brief encounter, Uchiha Sogetsu's presence left a strong impression. He was one of those ninjas who, once they make a move, leave no room for doubt about their skill. Ginkgo gritted her teeth as she thought about it. The body flicker technique is one of the advanced techniques among the 3 basic ninja techniques. To use it with such mastery shows he's no ordinary ninja. Pakura nodded, but there was a sense of resolve in her eyes. "It might be tricky, but it's not a problem we can't handle." Pakura shrugged confidently, a subtle smile playing on her lips. "Besides, Ginkgo, don't forget that I'm a ninja with the Scorch release. If we end up fighting, there's no way that guy can be my match." The Scorch release is a Kekkei Genkai that combines wind and fire chakra, yielding a destructive force capable of evaporating all moisture from an opponent's body in an instant, leaving behind a mummified husk. This deadly technique has earned the young Pakura quite a reputation among the newer generations in Tsunade, making her one of their most promising ninja. This Chunin exam, hosted by the 3 major ninja villages, isn't going to be as straightforward as it seems, Ginkgo said with a grim expression. Thinking of this, her face darkened, her voice growing quieter as she spoke. "Sentaro was the most talented among the genin, but it's a pity. That guy is pure evil. Not only had he killed Sentaro, but he had also humiliated her." Ginkgo seethed with anger, her hatred for that Uchiha deepening. Chapter 60, give the genin a little shock. After a few days of rest, the ninjas from Iwa and Suna villages who had traveled a long way to Konoha were finally ready for the Chunin exams. The massive Konoha exam hall was almost packed to capacity. Most of the Konoha genin stuck together, casting cautious and sometimes hostile glances at the ninjas from the other villages. The relationship between Iwa and Suna villages was lukewarm at best, so their respective genin kept to themselves, grouped in opposite corners of the hall. "TCH, are Konoha's genin really this mediocre?" One of the Suna village ninjas shot a glance at the Konoha genin, immediately sneering. "They're sending old men and uncles who've been genin for decades to take the Chunin exams. What a joke." His companions laughed heartily, their words dripping with sarcasm. "Yeah, Handa, don't underestimate them. Those old men and uncles might be Konoha's secret weapons." "Ha ha ha. Exactly. Check it out, ha 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 ha." Another Suna ninja pointed at a Konoha genin. "That uncle is wearing green tights, and his hairstyle is ridiculous." The Suna genin had clearly been holding back their disdain for some time, and now they saw no reason to hide it. Their loud mockery drew sharp glares from the Konoha ninjas. "Seriously, why did Hokage-sama let these guys take the Chunin exams?" A Konoha genin muttered under his breath, feeling a mix of embarrassment and frustration. "Might Guy and Kosuke Maraboshi, these 2 eternal genin, are here to embarrass us. Now those Suna guys are laughing at us. If you talk about eternal genin, you have to mention these 2 legendary figures in Konoha. Might Guy, who always wears green tights, is a genin with no ninjutsu or genjutsu skills, but he excels in taijutsu and is a passionate, somewhat clueless guy. The other is Kosuke Maraboshi, who is in his 50s and still a genin." Soon, the examiners responsible for the first exam entered the hall. "Quiet, you little brats." The scar-faced examiner surveyed the noisy candidates with a wry grin and an almost menacing tone. "If I hear even a whisper, I'll disqualify you from the exam." Faced with the examiner's threat, the room fell silent, with the genin not daring to make a sound. The entire hall became deathly quiet. The examiners seemed satisfied with the group of candidates. There were no apparent slackers or pranksters among the genin this time. "The first test is a written exam," announced the scar-faced examiner. "You have 60 minutes to complete it. No talking or whispering, and no cheating. If you're caught cheating twice, you and your entire team will be disqualified. Understand? He didn't wait for a response. Instead, he distributed the exam papers, passing them out to each candidate individually. The rules were simple enough. If you didn't understand them, no amount of repetition would help. And if you did, there was no point in explaining again. With the instructions given, the exam began. The Chunin examiners patrolled the room with sharp eyes, scanning the candidates for signs of cheating. Occasionally, they would stop to write names on a board, noting those who had been disqualified. Number 28, eliminated. Number 12, eliminated. Number 47, eliminated. Number 52, eliminated. One by one, candidates were asked to leave, and the crowded classroom grew emptier by the minute. Of the original 80 candidates, nearly 2/3 had been disqualified, leaving fewer than 30. Konoha had the most candidates remaining, while Iwagakure, which had brought over 20 genin, was down to just 9. Meanwhile, Tsunade, which had carefully selected its genin, saw most of its candidates pass the test. This round of eliminations had made it clear which teams had prepared properly and which had not. Bah, the level of Konoha is nothing but this. Sand Ninja Shimizu crossed her arms and shot a scornful glance at the fewer than half of the Konoha genin who were left, letting out a mocking laugh. Shimizu, don't say that. You know, they've been working hard, but they're just not strong enough, his companion Daigo said, though the meaning behind his words clearly suggested that Konoha's genin were seriously lacking. His grin was laced with undisguised contempt. After the first written test, not only did the Suna ninjas look down on Konoha, but so did the IWA ninjas. Weak. Way too weak. It seemed like Konoha was in serious trouble, especially with a younger generation this feeble. In my opinion, the genin from the Kusagakure are probably better than these Konoha guys, Daigo added, rubbing his chin with a smug expression. Kusagakure? Who even are they? How could they be compared to Konoha? Daigo's comment instantly earned him furious glares from the Konoha genin. Oh, scary, isn't it? Shimizu sneered, unbothered by their reactions. She looked over to the examiner, who stood nearby. Hey, examiner, should we be worried about our safety? The Konoha Chunin supervising the exam replied with a blank expression, fighting is prohibited in the exam hall. Relax. Good, Shimizu shrugged, feigning concern. Then, she turned to her companion and shouted, Daigo, we better be careful. If these Konoha genin get riled up and snap, we're at a serious disadvantage with so few people. Yeah, we have so few numbers, we gotta watch out, Daigo chimed in, his smile betraying that he wasn't the least bit scared. Okay, enough chit-chat, said the scar-faced examiner, standing up to intervene before things got out of hand. First off, congrats on passing the first stage of the Chunin exam. Hey, examiner, when do we start the next part? Shimizu cut him off, folding her arms with an arrogant smirk. There's no need to congratulate us for such an easy test. Yeah, this wasn't difficult at all, Daigo chimed in. Examiner, don't waste our time. If I knew it would be this simple, I would have just stayed back in the village. The announcement was met with approval from the Iwagakure ninja. Even though half of their team was wiped out, those who survived were the best of the best. Excellent. It seems everyone is still in high spirits, the scar-faced examiner said with a smirk. Rather than being angry at the near decimation of the group, he seemed oddly amused, speaking in a tone that hinted at something hidden. Enjoy this moment while it lasts, kids. Because soon you'll wish you had been knocked out in the first round. His words sent a shiver down the spines of the candidates. There was something ominous in his eyes, almost like pity. But why pity? What did he know that they didn't? The unsettling feeling grew among the participants. TSK, trying to be all mysterious, huh? Shimizu muttered under her breath, gritting her teeth. She forced herself to keep calm. I want to see what kind of tricks Konoha has up its sleeve. The second Chunin exam was held in the Forest of Death, and the instructions were deceptively simple. Reach the tower at the center of the forest and retrieve a scroll. It sounded easy enough, but everyone knew there had to be a catch. Shimizu and her two companions proceeded with caution, expecting traps, ambushes, or worse. But their journey through the forest was eerily uneventful. No traps, no hidden enemies, just a clear path to the tower. It was unsettling, like the calm before the storm. What is Konoha planning? Shimizu wondered aloud as they reached the tower. It felt too easy, and that only made them more anxious. When they finally opened the door to the tower, the sight that greeted them was a shock. It wasn't at all what they expected. Inside the dimly lit tower, the ground was littered with dismembered body parts, hacked and slashed as if by a crazed butcher. The thick stench of blood filled the air, and the acrid odor made you want to retch. Ugh, Daigo couldn't hold it any longer and vomited, gagging as the bile rose. What happened here? Shimizu's face turned pale, her skin breaking out in goosebumps. Just then, a man staggered toward them, covered in blood, with half his head chopped off, exposing his white hair and brain tissue. His broken right hand reached out, and his expression was twisted in terror as he croaked, "Run! Please, go report to Lord Hokage. Konoha is under attack. All candidates and examiners are being lured here by him." As the men stumbled closer, the fear in Daigo and Shimizu's hearts reached a fever pitch. They recognized him. It was Uchiha Sogetsu, the one who had killed Sentaro the day before. "It's him." Shimizu gasped. Quickly, Uchiha Sogetsu tried to say something more, but a sudden flash of steel cut him short. Snap. A sickening crack like a watermelon splitting echoed through the air. Shimizu, Daigo, and their companions watched in horror as Uchiha Sogetsu's head exploded from the force of the blow. Crimson and gray matter splattered across the floor as his headless body collapsed. Standing behind him was a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, built like a tank, wearing a blood-red mask. His apron was splattered with viscera, and he wielded a rusted hammer in one hand and a serrated meat cleaver in the other. "It's your turn," he growled menacingly. Chapter 61, It's your turn. It's your turn. The tall and burly figure seemed to merge with the shadows, disappearing into the depths of darkness. His voice, raspy and grating, was like a blade dragging across glass, sending chills down the spines of Shimizu and Daigo. The sound was unnerving, crawling into their ears like an unwelcome intruder. What was happening? Countless thoughts raced through their minds, each one quickly dismissed as they faced the terrifying scene in front of them. This was entirely beyond their expectations. An incident had disrupted the Chunin exam. Konoha had been infiltrated by mysterious ninjas, leaving examiners and candidates alike dead in their wake. Shimizu sifted through the chaos in her mind, trying to make sense of it all, but the more she thought, the more terrifying it became. Who had the power to invade Konoha, the most powerful ninja village, and kill so many people without anyone noticing? A cold sweat ran down her back as her pupils constricted with fear. Then, a surge of killing intent washed over them like a tidal wave. It was dense, almost tangible, making the very air feel heavy. The murderous aura felt like it had a life of its own, crashing into them with force. Shimizu, Daigo, and their companion looked up, their eyes meeting the bloodshot gaze of a tall, muscular man emerging from the darkness. He was covered in flesh and blood, his presence as ominous as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His gaze was sharp and jagged, like a dull blade slowly tearing through skin. Every inch of their bodies felt exposed under his scrutiny, like they were cattle being prepared for slaughter. Zzzzz. The butcher's serrated cleaver scraped across the stone floor, sending a shower of sparks into the air. Each step he took was slow and deliberate, crunching over corpses and discarded flesh. The thick stench of blood was overwhelming, hitting the trio like a hammer to the head. Thud. 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 Each step he took resonated like a drumbeat, amplifying the pressure bearing down on them. It felt as if the entire room was pulsing with his heavy footsteps, echoing their impending doom. The air around them seemed to freeze, turning into countless icy steel needles that pierced through every nerve in their brains. The intense chill surged in waves, driving their hearts into turmoil. The atmosphere was suffused with the sharp scent of blood, and fear reached its peak. Run. We need to run. A previously unnoticed companion suddenly grabbed both Shimizu and Daigo by the arms, trying to pull them to safety. "Why are you just standing there?" he shouted. His loud voice snapped them out of their stupor, jolting them awake. Blood stained their clothes, and they began sweating profusely, as if all moisture was being sucked out of them. Yes. Why were they standing still? They needed to escape. Moments earlier, they had been paralyzed, unable to move under the chilling gaze of the mysterious figure. "Let's go." Shimizu quickly formed a hand seal and took a deep breath. Wind release, great breakthrough. A gust of wind blasted through the area, sending sand and rocks flying, creating a cloud of dust that obscured vision. "Now." Shimizu shouted to her companions as they turned to flee toward the exit. However, just as she turned back, a rusty hammer, coated with a sticky white-red substance, came crashing down on her companion's head with a sickening thud. Bang. The impact was brutal, shattering her companion's skull like a fragile watermelon. White and red matter splattered everywhere, with chunks flying in all directions. The thick, warm, nauseating fluid hit Shimizu and Daigo's faces, leaving them gasping in horror. "Kiyoshi!" Shimizu screamed, her eyes wide with fear. But Kiyoshi could no longer hear her. His head had been crushed to bits. "Come on, Shimizu." Daigo reacted quickly, grabbing her by the arm and pulling her toward safety. The object strapped to his back, concealed under tight wrappings, now revealed its true form, a sophisticated wooden puppet. Sound of grinding, creaking. Daigo's fingers flickered as he controlled his humanoid puppet with chakra threads. The puppet's joints creaked as it moved, raising its arms to reveal black copper tubes in its palms. A flurry of sharp silver needles shot out like a storm, aimed directly at the massive, menacing figure in front of them. Thud, thud, thud. The silver needles struck with precision, piercing the butcher's thick skin. Blood spurted out as he staggered back a few steps. Hurry, Shimizu. Daigo grabbed Shimizu, who was still frozen in shock, and started running. He didn't even dare to glance back. The heavy breathing, coarse and beast-like, trailed behind them, indicating that the butcher wasn't dead yet. As they turned the corner and took a few quick steps, the sinister sense of murderous intent was upon them once more. The butcher's jagged meat cleaver scraped along the stone pavement, the grating sound slicing through the air. It felt as if the killer's shadow was pressing down on them. The mere 10 meters to the exit seemed like a vast, impassable distance to Shimizu and Daigo. They pushed themselves to their limits, racing toward the door. Just one more step. They reached out, arms straining, fingers stretching toward the door that shone with a sliver of light. It was their beacon of hope, their escape from this butcher's lair of carnage. Closer, closer. The tips of their fingers finally touched the door. Freedom was just a push away. With all their strength, they pushed, eager to escape this hell of butchered bodies and meat, away from the relentless, terrifying butcher. Creak. But the moment Shimizu's fingers touched the door, it felt as solid as a rock. No matter how hard they pushed, the door wouldn't budge. I can't open it. Shimizu's expression changed drastically. Fear seeped into her eyes. Step aside. Let me try. Daigo gathered his chakra and punched the door with all his might. Boom. Ripples spread across the wooden door, like stones thrown into a pond. But the door held firm. It's a barrier. Daigo's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he gritted his teeth. There's a barrier here, he exclaimed. A faint light shone through the gap in the door, hinting at freedom. But that hope was short-lived, plunging the pair into deeper despair. A monstrous figure, the butcher, dragged a serrated cleaver, inching toward them step by step. The massive blade scraped against the ground, sending sparks flying and producing a grating sound that made Daigo and Shimizu's hearts nearly stop. Fight him. Daigo yelled, his fingers tugging on the chakra threads connected to his puppet. Shimizu, cooperate with me. The puppet's limbs shook and trembled erratically before darting toward the butcher, hovering just above the ground. Realizing escape wasn't an option, Shimizu steeled herself. She threw several shurikens while rapidly forming hand seals. Wind release, wind blades. The wind blades hit the butcher's body, digging deep into his flesh. The razor-sharp wind blades that followed sliced through him, sending a spray of blood into the air. As the puppet approached, its mouth opened, releasing a dense cloud of purple poisonous mist. This is Tsunade's secret poison. Daigo pulled hard on the chakra threads. Try this on. Under his control, the puppet extended its arms, deploying multiple hidden weapons to encircle the towering figure within the poisonous mist. The weapons burst forth with a roar, a storm of metal and death cascading toward the butcher. Shimizu wasn't done yet. She took a deep breath and unleashed her chakra, blowing a powerful gust of wind into the thickening mist. The butcher was now engulfed in a storm of toxins and projectiles, but was it enough to stop him? The tension in the air was palpable. Would their combined assault be enough to defeat the nightmare that stalked them? Wind release, sky cannon. A blast of highly compressed wind chakra shot through the thick poisonous mist like a barrage of cannon fire. The tall figure hidden within the toxic cloud was struck directly by the powerful wind attack. He's done for now. Shimizu was confident there was no way the guy could survive Sky Cannon's force. Both she and Daigo were breathing heavily, exhausted from the intense battle. Shimizu kept her eyes on the poisonous mist, but her expression grew increasingly tense. Her pupils slowly shrank, and fear began to settle in again. It's impossible, she whispered. From the dense fog, a tall and muscular figure emerged, wielding a massive serrated cleaver in one hand and a hammer in the other. Despite having several large holes blown through him by the cannon, with blood flowing freely, and steel needles and other hidden weapons sticking out from his body, he continued to move, like an emotionless machine. It's your turn, he said. Chapter 62, Hide and Seek. Is this guy unkillable? Shimizu gasped for air, her heart racing with fear. Her facial muscles were tense with disbelief and shock. She and Daigo had hit him with ninjutsu, stabbed with hidden weapons, and exposed to a deadly amount of toxic gas. He had bled more than enough to kill several people over, yet he was still standing. He wasn't even close to falling, let alone dying. What kind of monster is this? The fear that had been momentarily suppressed was now overwhelming, completely overpowering any sense of reason. They were up against an indestructible beast. The butcher raised his enormous serrated cleaver. Behind his blood-red mask, the cold, ruthless eyes of the butcher stared at them like they were livestock, like two helpless lambs at a slaughterhouse. Suddenly, they couldn't breathe. A deep and boundless fear, like an invisible hand, squeezed their hearts. Run. Run. Shimizu's last shred of sanity snapped. The urge to flee flooded her mind, and she panicked, abandoning her companion, Daigo. She dashed away, screaming, "Help! Somebody help me!" Her voice echoed through the empty, dark tower, bouncing off the walls without a single response. In truth, you couldn't really blame Shimizu. The sheer sense of dread and the unimaginable fear brought by that towering figure were beyond human comprehension. Shimizu. Daigo's face paled, shocked to see his comrade fleeing like a coward. He didn't expect to be abandoned so quickly. But as he prepared to run, a strong metallic scent filled his nose. The terrifying blood-red figure lunged forward, bringing down the serrated cleaver in one brutal stroke. At the critical moment, Daigo pulled his puppet back to him. Crackling. The wooden puppet shattered under the force of the serrated meat-chopping cleaver, turning into a pile of debris. Despite the puppet's destruction, Daigo used this brief moment to his advantage. Desperate and driven by a life-or-death situation, he burst out with chakra and dashed to the side. But could he really escape? The butcher swung the serrated meat-chopping cleaver in a wide arc slash. Daigo had just taken a step when he felt an excruciating pain in his legs. In a sudden, horrifying moment, he collapsed to the ground. Looking back in terror, he saw his leg muscles twisted and twitching, black veins protruding, his eyes bloodshot, and he screamed in agony, "Ah! My legs! My legs!" Both of his thighs had been severed at the base. Judging by the cross-section, the flesh and blood were in fine mints, showing that the cuts were brutally forceful. The pain overwhelmed his senses, and Daigo shrieked, "No, don't come closer. Someone help me. Shimizu, come and save me." Shimizu, hearing his cry for help, quickly rushed to his location. Her face was pale with fear as she took in the scene. The butcher, covered in steel needles and hidden weapons, with several bloody holes in his chest, approached with wide steps. He stood over Daigo's waist, holding the half-curved cleaver, its serrated edge dripping with fresh blood and minced flesh, and raised it high above his head. "Help me." Daigo's voice trembled with fear, his eyes wide and bloodshot. He was terrified. He looked to his companions as his last hope for survival, eyes full of desperation. The two companions stood at least 10 meters apart, their gazes locking. Shimizu's lips turned pale as her body trembled. She wanted to help Daigo, but instinct held her back. The urge to survive overpowered her sense of duty. Her foot, which had just taken a step forward, retreated slowly. Shimizu. Daigo couldn't believe his eyes. The serrated meat cleaver descended swiftly. Click. It sliced through Daigo's lower abdomen, nearly cutting him in half. "Ah!" Daigo's scream pierced the air, his body writhing in excruciating pain, on the verge of losing consciousness. The butcher, however, lifted the cleaver again, his eyes coldly assessing Daigo's position, as if calculating where to strike next. "Help me! Help me!" With his last ounce of strength, Daigo pleaded with his companion. His face, contorted by agony, was now a mask of absolute terror. Looking into her companion's eyes, Shimizu was gasping for air. Her face turned pale, her pupils trembled, and she finally bit her lip, whispering to herself, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Suppressing the guilt within her, she turned around and fled without a second thought. "Shimizu, I hate you." Daigo, abandoned by his companions, was now consumed by resentment, his eyes full of hatred. He regretted everything. If only he had left Shimizu behind, he might be the one still alive now. But unfortunately, there's no way to undo what's been done. "I hate you, Shimizu. Aya. I curse you. No, please. Please, spare me. Ah. Just kill me. Kill me." Daigo's voice grew quieter and quieter until it finally vanished. Shimizu was running through the tower. As her companion's screams faded into silence, the fear in her heart grew. She knew she was next. But there was some good news. Using the time bought with the lives of her companions, Shimizu discovered that the inside of the tower was like a labyrinth. There were countless passages, rooms, and hidden tunnels where one could hide. She crawled into a narrow secret passage, a place typically used for ventilation, making it hard for anyone to find her. After crawling for a while, Shimizu felt exhausted and decided to rest for a bit. "He won't find me here," she thought, controlling her breathing and heart rate to stay calm. Just then, the sound of a serrated meat cleaver scraping against the green bricks echoed above the passage. That was the sign. "It's coming." Shimizu clamped her hands over her mouth, trying to stifle any sound. She couldn't even breathe, her eyes were like pinpricks, trembling, and her heart was racing so fast it felt like it might burst from her chest. Each scrape of the serrated cleaver above her head triggered a deep sense of fear, sending shockwaves through her nerves and making her entire body shiver. Time became a blur. The sound of the cleaver scratching above her head slowly began to fade away, moving farther from her. Is it leaving? As she heard the butcher disappearing, Shimizu felt a wave of relief, and the tension in her body eased just a bit. The sanity that had been teetering on the edge of fear and madness started to steady. I need to find a way out. With her mind slowly clearing, Shimizu's trembling eyes grew calmer. This is the ventilation duct. I need to find a weak spot in the barrier and break through. No time to waste. This ventilation duct was extremely tight, especially for a big man. To move through it, she had to rely on her abdomen, her feet, and her fingers, wriggling forward like a snake. Shimizu inched forward, her skin scraping and bleeding, but she didn't stop. Finally, persistence paid off. After crawling through the dark, narrow duct for over 10 minutes, she spotted a faint light. Is that the exit? Her eyes widened with hope, and there's no barrier blocking it. At the end of the ventilation duct, there was an iron grate. What made her even more excited was that there was no barrier covering it. If she could just get there, she could escape. Shimizu grimaced in pain as she crawled toward the exit, her skin bruised and covered in blood. She moved like a wounded caterpillar, inching her way toward the faint light at the end of the narrow passageway. It's almost there. It's almost there, she whispered to herself, desperate to reach freedom. The soft glow of daylight grew larger as she approached, filling her with a sense of warmth and relief. She had never felt light so welcoming before. Just a little more, and she would be out. She could taste the fresh air, free of the stench of blood, as it filled her lungs, bringing her a surge of hope and energy. I'm out, she exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she finally poked her head through the exit. But then, a harsh, raspy voice shattered the moment of triumph. I found you. Shimizu's heart skipped a beat, and her joy turned to shock. She twisted around, peering back into the dark, narrow tunnel. From the shadows, a figure emerged, wearing a blood-red mask. Cold hands clamped onto his ankle, gripping him with bone-crushing strength. No. Don't do this, she screamed as she felt herself being dragged back into the darkness. Her fingers clawed at the ground, trying to hold onto anything that could save her, but the force was too strong. Her fingernails scraped against the floor, leaving deep, bloody scratches as she was pulled back into the abyss. As she disappeared into the darkness, her screams echoed through the tunnel, a chilling reminder that hope can quickly turn into despair. The deeper the hope, the greater the despair when it's ripped away. Chapter 63, Obito's decision. The environment was cold, damp, and dark. The air was thick with a strong, metallic stench of blood. Water dripped steadily from the ceiling, following a network of rusty pipes, eventually landing with a splash. The drops hit Obito's skin, jolting him awake from his unconscious state. He had been out for a while, so his brain felt foggy. Blinking in confusion, he looked around, puzzled. Where am I, he wondered, still disoriented. Am I here for the Chunin exam? His last memory was entering a tower with Rin, but everything after that was a blank. As his senses slowly returned, a sharp pain struck him. He winced, his left eye hurting. But when he glanced down, his expression changed from confusion to shock, his voice erupting in a horrified scream. What is this? The first thing he noticed was that his limbs were bound to a heavy metal chair by iron rings. The chair was bolted to the ground, keeping it from moving despite his struggles. The most terrifying part, however, was the massive metal contraption locked around his neck. It resembled the gaping jaws of a beast, with jagged spikes inside, stained with dark, dried blood. In front of him, there was a table with a sharp scalpel and a ticking alarm clock. Obito's initial struggles exhausted him quickly. He was breathing heavily, frustrated and scared, when a sudden creaking noise shattered the silence. The eerie sound put him on edge. He tensed up and looked toward the source of the noise. In the dim light, he saw a small figure slowly approaching. The sound grew louder, accompanied by a rhythmic squeak. With his Sharingan, Obito could finally make out the details. It was a small doll, its movements stiff and unnatural, riding a bicycle with rusty gears. Its eyes were blood red, its cheeks painted with red spirals, and its lips painted with a bright red smile. It wore a black suit with a red bow tie, giving it a sinister look in the darkness. The doll stopped in front of Obito and looked up at him, its jaw moving awkwardly as it spoke in a low, raspy voice. Hello, Uchiha Obito. I am Jigsaw, and I want to play a game with you. Jigsaw? Who are you? Obito snapped, his eyes turned red. Stop hiding behind that puppet. Show yourself. I'm not playing any game with you. Let me go now, or I'll show you what real cruelty is, he shouted, gritting his teeth in rage. You've got a talent that others would give anything for, but you never appreciated it, the Jigsaw said, circling Obito on his bicycle. Everyone knows the gifts and privileges you've wasted would take a lifetime of hard work for most to achieve. But all you seem to care about is love. Compared to those who grind day in and day out, do you even realize how lucky you are? Love? What? Where's Rin? Is she okay? Obito's mind was spinning in chaos, ignoring the doll's words. His only focus was on Rin's safety. Most people live their whole lives in a haze, never really understanding gratitude, Jigsaw replied, stopping his bike. Despite being just a puppet, its eyes gave Obito chills. Consider yourself fortunate to be tested like this. It's only through facing death that one can truly be reborn. A wave of dread washed over Obito, his throat tightening as he swallowed. What are you planning to do? He asked, his voice strained with anxiety. I told you, Jigsaw replied in a casual tone, I want to play a game with you. He paused, his voice eerily steady. The device around your neck will snap shut in 1 minute. All you have to do, before that happens, is use the scalpel on the table in front of you to remove one of your eyes. Inside, you'll find the key to unlock the device. If you don't do it in a minute, well, you know what happens. The puppet's voice was calm, almost as if it were discussing the weather. But for Uchiha Obito, it was like a clap of thunder. His face went pale, and his lips turned a shade of purple. What did you just say? He stammered, disbelief coloring his voice. If you don't value your talents, then let's make them worth something, Jigsaw replied, his blood-red eyes locking onto Obito's. I'm curious, can you see anything besides Rin with those eyes of yours? Wait, who are you? Obito demanded, struggling against the restraints. He felt the clamp holding his right hand loosen slightly, offering a glimmer of hope. But before he could act on it, the puppet's cold voice echoed again, the game is about to begin. Jigsaw slowly pedaled away on his small bicycle, disappearing into the encroaching darkness. Damn it, come back. Obito yelled, his voice a mixture of shock and rage. Where's Rin? What did you do to Rin? Tell me. But his cries were met with only silence. Suddenly, a sharp click rang out, followed by the mechanical sound of an alarm clock starting. A large display in front of Obito revealed a countdown, and his heart raced as the seconds ticked away. The countdown, blaring in bright red numbers, showed 59, 58, 57. Every passing second like a death knell tolling in his mind. Panic, fear, anxiety, all these emotions collided and exploded, overwhelming Obito's senses. For a moment, his brain went blank, his body paralyzed with dread. When he snapped back to reality, Obito's face had turned pale as a ghost. He shouted, voice trembling, there's only 40 seconds left. Each drop in the countdown hit his heart like a sledgehammer, thudding and echoing in his chest. But could he really do it? Could he use a scalpel to gouge out his own eye while still alive? The thought alone made Obito falter. He was just a kid, how could he have the courage to go through with something so brutal? Staring at the scalpel, his single good eye focusing on its glinting edge, Obito's mind flashed with images of Rin's smile. He knew what he had to do, and it terrified him. But he was running out of time. Wait for me, Rin, he screamed, summoning every ounce of courage he had. His hands shook as he picked up the scalpel and pointed it at his own eye. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. The countdown ticked to 20 seconds, and Obito's forehead beaded with sweat. He tightened his grip on the scalpel, his resolve firming with each second that passed. Finally, with a burst of determination, he drove the scalpel into his eye. A sickening pop, then a piercing scream echoed through the room as Obito collapsed, the pain unbearable. The intense pain made Obito scream, barely able to hold onto the scalpel. It really hurt. He thought about quitting several times, but every time he did, Rin's smile grew clearer in his mind. Ah! Obito yelled in agony as the scalpel moved in his eye socket. Blood gushed uncontrollably, completely destroying his left eye. The excruciating pain assaulted his nerves, almost numbing his mind. Bang! Obito threw the scalpel away, gasping for air. His bloodshot right eye locked onto the countdown timer, 20 seconds left. He knew there was no time to waste. He forced his trembling fingers into the bloody eye socket, searching for the key. Finally, he found it, but the countdown showed less than 10 seconds remaining. Uchiha Obito took a deep breath. Despite the searing pain, he still managed to insert the key into the slot with precision. Click. The key turned with a crisp sound. In the next moment, the heavy metal device around his neck dropped to the ground with a loud clang. Chapter 64, Chapter 64, How much blood are you willing to shed for the one you love? Only then did Uchiha Obito breathe a sigh of relief. He had endured so much, but the pain that followed immediately made him cover his eyes with his hands, letting out agonizing groans. The pain was excruciating, so much so that it was unimaginable for someone to gouge out their own eyes while still alive. Blood streamed through his fingers, mixed with fragments of translucent crystals. Wait for me, Rin, he muttered, taking deep breaths to slightly ease the pain. He focused his remaining right eye, which now displayed 3 tomo, and spoke with determination, I'll save you, no matter what it takes. I won't let anything happen to you. Sometimes, a heart driven by love can accomplish incredible things. Damn puppet. Jigsaw, I'll remember you. Once I get Rin out of here, I'll make sure Brother Sojetsu avenges me. Obito was seething with rage. He covered his missing eye sockets and groped through the darkness, using the wall for support as he carefully exited the room. But the ordeal brought about one small victory: he had awakened his Sharingan. Fueled by anger and hatred, Obito cautiously made his way through the pitch-black hallway, relying on the wall to guide him as he navigated the shadows. After about 10 meters, he paused and listened carefully. Is that a sound? Obito held his breath and pressed his ear to the wall, picking up a faint whimper from somewhere nearby. Though the sound was indistinct, he was certain it came from a woman. A woman's voice. Obito's expression changed slightly, thinking it might be Rin. His heart raced, and he sprinted through the darkness toward the source of the noise. Hang on, Rin. I'm coming to save you. After turning a corner, he reached a heavy iron door at the end of the corridor. The small window on the door was open, allowing a glimpse inside. Obito pressed his face to the window, peering through with his one remaining eye to assess the scene. He saw his first love, Nohara Rin, bound to an iron chair. It was a setup similar to his own ordeal, but what caught his attention was the terrifying contraption on Rin's head, a large, beast-like iron jaw clamped around the lower half of her face. Rin. Obito's voice cracked with emotion as he saw the state Rin was in. He shouted desperately, I'm here, Rin. Are you okay? He tried to pull open the iron door, but it was locked from the inside. It wouldn't budge. Rin's eyes were filled with tears, her whole body trembling. She was scared, terrified, even. Seeing her like this made Obito's heart ache. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Just hold on, Rin. I'll get you out of there. He took a few steps back and formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Nothing. The fireball he expected to explode from his hands was reduced to a wisp of smoke. It was as if the heat had been swallowed by some invisible force. Why can't I use ninjutsu? Obito was shocked. It seemed like his chakra had been sealed off. As a ninja, not being able to use chakra was like losing a limb. Even if I can't use ninjutsu, I'll still save you. He was determined to find another way. Thankfully, the puppet holding Rin captive hadn't taken his ninja tools. Obito pulled out a kunai, aimed at the lock, and struck it hard. Clang. Sparks flew, but the lock didn't give way. The intense counterattack force nearly made the kunai slip from Obito's hand. Obito gripped his bleeding palm, realizing that the strike had barely left a mark on the iron door. If he intended to use force to break through, it wouldn't be easy. At that moment, a familiar and eerie voice echoed from within the room. Was it who he thought it was? Obito quickly pressed his face to the window, peering inside. Hello, Nohara Rin. A familiar voice came from within the room again. Out of the shadows, a figure on a rusted bicycle rolled forward. It was Jigsaw, his expressionless mask turning stiffly as he looked at Obito through the window, his bloodshot eyes locking onto him. His voice, low and rough, filled the air. I want to play a game with you. Rin whimpered, her tears flowing freely from the terror she felt. Get out. Jigsaw. Obito shouted, his grip tightening on the iron bars. His head was pressed against the metal, his eyes blazing with rage. If you want someone to fight, come at me. I won't let you harm Rin. But his threats seemed to fall on deaf ears. Jigsaw remained unfazed, continuing in a calm voice, the device on Rin's face is called a jaw splitter. If it's not removed within the time limit, it will tear her head apart. Rin's eyes widened in shock. She thrashed about, trying to rid herself of the horrifying contraption, but it was firmly in place. Jigsaw's stiff neck twisted in a half-circle as he looked at the struggling Rin and said coldly, It's unfortunate, Rin, but the choice of whether you live or die isn't in your hands. It's up to Uchiha Obito outside the door. His decision will determine your fate. What kind of game? Tell me. Obito had a general understanding after going through this ordeal. As long as he played by this man's rules, Rin would be fine. Despite the fact that he was the one who had to take part in this game, he felt a strange sense of relief. At least this way, he was confident that Rin wouldn't be harmed. No matter what the game is, just tell me what I need to do, he declared, glaring through the heavy iron door and window at Jigsaw. I swear, nothing will happen to Rin. Jigsaw's voice was calm, raspy, and low, yet tinged with a hint of amusement. You've proven yourself by sacrificing an eye to save someone else. But I really want to know, would you be willing to go even further for her? Would you sacrifice your other eye for her? The other eye. Upon hearing Jigsaw's demand, Obito was completely taken aback. Even Rin, who was sitting on the chair, widened her eyes in shock, looking at him through the window with a mix of fear and confusion. If you never valued your gifts, then it's time to give them back, Jigsaw's chilling voice echoed through the room. You have 1 minute to gouge out your own eye and place it on the scale in the next room. Only then can you unlock the device. Once you pour enough blood into the container, the acid chamber holding the key will open. Take the key that's been submerged in acid and return to this room to unlock the trap on her head, he explained. Uchiha Obito, how much are you willing to sacrifice for the one you care about? Now it's time to prove yourself. And remember, Jigsaw warned, move quickly. The key won't last in the acid for long. Chapter 65, Obito's desensitization training. Tick-tock. 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 The sound of the clock ticking away marked the start of the countdown. Each tick resonated like a hammer striking against the hearts of Obito and Rin. MMMMMMPH. Rin, just a young girl, couldn't endure the pressure of her impending doom. The cold metal pieces in her mouth muffled her words, reducing her voice to mere whimpers. Tears rolled freely down her cheeks, her eyes filled with terror as she looked at Obito for reassurance. Though guilt tugged at her, her instincts for survival and fear of death left her with no choice but to pin her hopes on Obito. Rationally, she knew she shouldn't force him into this, but she couldn't help it, she didn't want to die. I'll save you, Rin. Obito's voice came through the thick iron door, firm and unwavering. Sorry, Obito, but I don't want to die. Feeling the strength in Obito's words, Rin closed her eyes, her heart heavy with guilt. With a nod that seemed to take all her energy, she silently agreed. Obito's gaze lingered on Rin's tear-stained face, as if he was etching it into his memory, knowing it might be the last time he'd see her. The whole exchange felt like it stretched on for ages, but in reality, it lasted only a few seconds. Obito took a deep breath, then bolted through the next room's heavy iron door. Boom. Boom. As the door swung open, a rush of cold air poured out, so frigid it was visible to the eye. Shivers, it's freezing. Just from looking at each other, Obito's eyebrows and hair were covered with a thin layer of frost. The room was encased in thick walls of ice, and the air was so cold it was visible, swirling in misty currents. The temperature inside must have been at least 20 to 30 degrees below zero. With every breath, the icy air seared his lungs, causing a deep, biting pain, as if his internal organs were freezing. 1 minute. Obito thought of Lin in the next room, gritted his teeth, and stepped straight into the frigid room. Whoosh. Inside this sub-zero environment, a gust of cold wind suddenly swept through. But that wasn't the worst of it, Jigsaw had a particularly nasty surprise ready. As soon as Obito entered, a basin of water was poured over his head. Splash. In temperatures so low, the water froze instantly upon contact with his body. The bone-chilling cold sank deep into his bones, and in just a few seconds, his eyebrows and hair were covered in a thin layer of frost. It's so cold, so unbelievably cold. Obito crossed his arms and shivered. He didn't expect to lose body heat so quickly. His teeth were chattering, and as he took a step forward, he noticed his shoes were stuck to the floor, frozen solid. To move forward, he would have to leave them behind. Obito's eyes grew resolute, showing no hesitation. He ripped off his ninja shoes with force, then stepped onto the icy floor with bare feet, making his way toward the scale, one step at a time. The bitter cold met his bare skin, ripping away a layer of flesh with every step. Each step he took forward tore chunks of skin from the soles of his feet, leaving behind bloody patches. And the hot blood froze almost immediately. The sight resembled a burst of crimson blooms, stunning yet heart-wrenching. Obito could no longer feel pain, as if completely numb, driven forward solely by his deep-seated resolve. Wait for me, Rin, he whispered. The journey to the weighing mechanism, a mere 4 or 5 seconds away, stretched into an agonizing 10 seconds. Obito didn't hesitate. He pressed his fingers together, took a deep breath, and raised his eyelid. Then he pushed, hard. With a sickening squelch, his eyeball was extracted. Before the blood had a chance to flow, the freezing cold air sealed the wound in his eye socket. Relying on his memory, he placed the eyeball on the weighing mechanism. A sharp click rang out nearby, guiding him to fumble with his hands for the second container. Grasping a kunai, he sliced open his wrist, letting his blood flow into the container. But the freezing temperature caused the wound to freeze almost immediately. Obito had to repeatedly cut his wrist, forcing the blood to flow as quickly as possible to fill the container. He lost track of how much blood he'd given. Dizzy and near fainting, he finally heard the sound of a mechanism unlocking. The final step. He plunged his hand into the acid-filled container, his skin and flesh dissolving, leaving only bone. He reached in, feeling for the key before the acid could fully corrode him. Wait for me, Rin, he murmured again, his body failing but his will unbroken. As he lost blood and his vision, he used the skeletal remains of his hand to feel along the icy wall, moving slowly forward, every step fueled by determination. He just wanted to save Rin, even if it meant risking everything. Obito made his way through the rubble to the next room. As he stood behind the heavy iron door, he tried to keep his voice calm, not wanting to alarm Rin. He forced a smile, hoping it would reassure her. Rin, I'm back. It's okay. Everything's going to be okay. But the only response he got was Rin's muffled sobbing. Her voice was full of fear and despair. A loud alarm bell suddenly rang, signaling the end of the countdown. Obito felt a sinking feeling in his chest as he threw open the iron door, shouting, "No." He was too late. Rin sat bound to an iron chair, her eyes wide with terror and tears streaming down her face. She stared at the clock in front of her, watching helplessly as the countdown hit 0. There was a sickening crunch as the jaw-splitter device tore through Rin's skull. Blood, flesh, and shattered bone erupted like a gruesome fountain, painting the walls in a macabre mix of red and white. The sound of her bones breaking was a visceral tearing noise, like fabric being ripped apart, but more horrible and gut-wrenching. Rin. Rin. Obito gripped the iron door and peered through the window, desperate to see what had happened, but all he found was a haunting silence. There was no response, no sign of life, only the grotesque aftermath of the brutal trap. Aha! Obito screamed in agony, feeling his world collapse around him. He had given everything to save her, but it wasn't enough. He was just a few seconds too late. The pain was unbearable. It was one thing to lose someone you love, but to watch it happen right in front of you, to know you could have stopped it if you'd only been a little faster, there was nothing worse. The regret tore through him like 1,000 knives. He blamed himself entirely, it was his fault that Rin was dead. Uchiha Obito's mind shattered under the weight of his grief. In the distance, the familiar sound of a bicycle bell rang, its cheerful jingle a stark contrast to the devastation around him. Jigsaw rode up on a bicycle. Uchiha Obito lay on the ground, his eyes empty, muttering repeatedly, "Kill me, kill me, kill me." "Most people don't understand the value of life," Jigsaw replied calmly, his scarlet eyes fixed on Obito's crumpled form. "But you won't ever learn that, will you? The game is over," he added. Deep within the forest of death, at a high tower, Uchiha Sogetsu sat cross-legged. Before him were the candidates for the Chunin exam. His eyes flickered to Obito, who looked twisted with pain. A smile appeared on Sogetsu's lips. "Don't worry, Obito, good times are coming," he said. "Your desensitization training has just begun." Chapter 66, Survival, Evasion, Resistance, and Escape. Cold and shivering, Kosuke opened his eyes and found himself suspended from the ceiling. He quickly regained his composure. Instead of panicking, he took a moment to assess his surroundings. He was in a basement that looked like a dungeon, filled with various torture instruments. The fresh bloodstains on the tools suggested they had been used recently. There's no one nearby. It seems safe for now, he thought. With that in mind, Kosuke began to work on freeing himself from the restraints. Despite being shackled with heavy chains, he remained calm. Being a trained ninja, Kosuke had mastered not only ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu but also basic escape techniques. He knew how to slip out of bindings without making a sound. "Old man, why did you ask me to deal with these rookies?" Kosuke muttered, recalling the instructions from the third Hokage. What does showing off Konoha's genin strength to outsiders even mean? Does he really think I'm that naive? Kosuke's nickname, the Eternal Genin, had nothing to do with incompetence or lack of skill. In fact, he was more than capable of becoming a jonin. His low rank was due to personal reasons, not a lack of talent or ability. Click. With a gentle snap, Kosuke freed himself from the shackles without making a sound. He landed softly on the ground like a cat and rubbed his wrists, puzzled. How did I end up here, he wondered. Kosuke tried to remember what had happened before, but his mind was like a foggy landscape. He couldn't find anything useful. Have my memories been tampered with? Kosuke's expression darkened, realizing something was wrong. I need to find the others quickly. Only by meeting up can I understand what's happening. Following his instincts, he moved cautiously toward the door. With a piece of iron wire, he deftly picked the lock. Click. Despite his efforts to minimize the noise, the click echoed in the quiet room. Kosuke paused for a few seconds, not rushing out. Instead, he crouched down and slid his hand through the crack under the door. He felt around slowly, then his fingers brushed against a thin silk thread. His eyes narrowed. Of course, there's a tripwire alarm. If a less experienced genin had been in his place, they'd have triggered it for sure. Kosuke immediately became alert. After disarming the warning device, he slipped out of the room bit by bit. Once he was clear, he darted like a rabbit to a hidden corner where he could assess his surroundings. The area was complex, with many interconnected rooms. All around, there were severed limbs and dark brown stains, remnants of coagulated blood. This place had seen a lot of death. Kosuke examined each room and the passageways connecting them, his brow furrowing as he realized the place was like a spider's web, intricate and sprawling. Suddenly, a scream rang out from the north corridor. A man in green tights came sprinting toward him at an astonishing speed. Guy. Kosuke was taken aback for a moment, not expecting to encounter Might Guy here. Run, run, run! Guy shouted as he barreled past. Kosuke was bewildered. What had happened to the brave, fearless Guy? Why was he suddenly panicking? He soon got his answer. A towering figure burst out from the tunnel behind Guy. The man wore a grimy leather skirt and a rusty, serrated cleaver in one hand. His helmet, smeared with dried blood, added to his menacing appearance. The hulking figure nearly brushed the tunnel's ceiling. Swish! The butcher swung his massive cleaver in a wide arc, creating a gust of wind with its sheer force. If it struck, Guy would likely be split in two. Is this the enemy? Kosuke's eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation, reacting instantly. He threw a shuriken, forming hand seals with practiced speed. He shouted to Guy, "Duck!" Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The shuriken multiplied into hundreds in an instant, flying at the butcher like a barrage from a machine gun. Thanks to the warning, Guy ducked just in time, sliding under the barrage of shurikens and the butcher's sweeping cleaver. Boom, boom, boom. The shuriken struck with immense force, hitting the butcher like cannonballs. It was a torrential downpour of steel, each impact driving the butcher backward as flesh and skin ripped apart. That's one down. Kosuke grinned with confidence. His shuriken shadow clone jutsu, taught by the third Hokage himself, was not to be taken lightly. Don't just stand there. Run, run, he shouted, knowing the danger wasn't over yet. Might Guy seemed prepared for this turn of events. He quickly grabbed Kosuke and started to run. Hold on, I already killed him. Kosuke exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. It turned out the butcher, whom his shadow clone shuriken jutsu had struck with the shuriken, got back up as if nothing had happened, charging at them with a cleaver. This is impossible. Kosuke stammered, eyes trembling with shock. It's impossible. Might Guy retorted bitterly, that guy can't be killed. I've tried over and over. Even if you twist off his head, he just grows another one. Let's not get caught up in a losing battle. We need to escape. Kosuke looked puzzled, his brow furrowing. Twist off his head, and it grows back. What kind of monster is this? Although he was curious to see if what Might Guy said was true, he saw the silent butcher advancing and decided it was best to run, following Might Guy. The good news was the butcher's speed was slower than theirs, and the underground tunnels were complex. They managed to lose him quickly. Finally, we lost him, Might Guy said, patting his chest in relief. Good thing we ran quickly. If we had been slower, that guy would have chopped us to bits, like he did with that IWA ninja. Iwagakure. Kosuke asked quietly, his expression serious. Guy, weren't we the only ones captured? I'm not sure, Might Guy said, scratching his head. I ran into 2 IWA ninjas. One got killed, the other escaped. Okay, so. Kosuke paused, analyzing the situation. We're not the only ones who got caught. There must be others. Huh? What? Might Guy asked innocently. We need to find the others who are trapped here, Kosuke said. Kosuke's eyes narrowed as he drew patterns on the ground with his fingers. While we map the area, let's also look for others, gather together, and make a break for it. It looks like Kosuke has found the key to passing, Yamanaka Inoichi remarked. Yamanaka Inoichi, wearing a specialized device, opened his eyes and smiled. He shouldn't take long to clear the exam. Not surprising, another examiner replied with a faint smile. Even though Kosuke's a genin, he's got a ton of experience. This won't stop him. But I find it curious, Yamanaka Inoichi mused. Why did we create an enemy that's unbeatable? If the goal was to increase the difficulty, don't you think we might have overdone it? Uchiha Sogetsu didn't answer Inoichi's question directly, instead, he posed one of his own. Mr. Inoichi, do you know the 3 defining traits of fear? Inoichi shook his head. No, I don't. First, monsters that are beyond communication, Sogetsu said. Second, monsters must come from an unknown origin. Third, if monsters aren't immortal, they're just not terrifying enough. Sogetsu paused, adjusted his glasses, and his eyes twinkled behind the lenses as he smiled gently. Survival, evasion, resistance, and escape. This is the trait of Chunin-level ninja. Our test standards are based on these concepts. Survival, evasion, resistance, and escape. Yamanaka Inoichi pondered these words for a moment, his eyes lighting up as he nodded. Yes, you're right. This is what every Chunin must focus on to be effective. Ninjas are constantly on call, always facing new challenges. The 4 traits outlined by Uchiha Sogetsu precisely represent the essential skills and qualities needed for a ninja to succeed. Chapter 67, this is how we do things. As the sun began to set, its warm yellow rays slowly filtered into the room. Yamanaka Inoichi pinched the bridge of his nose as his temples throbbed. His face had turned pale, and he looked utterly drained. He said weakly, "It's okay, right? Sojetsu. Despite his weakened state, he managed to crack a small smile. Uchiha Sogetsu, noticing his weariness, asked with concern, Mr. Inoichi, are you okay? I'm fine, Inoichi replied, coughing lightly into his fist. Just used a bit too much chakra. I'll need a few days to recover. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Inoichi, Sojetsu said, his voice sincere. If it hadn't been for your help, things might not have gone as smoothly. No problem, Inoichi replied, but he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt when he saw the earnestness in Sojetsu's eyes. What a wonderful kid, he thought. Shikaku and the others are worried for nothing. During the Chunin exam, according to Shikaku's plan, Inoichi had secretly used the mind transfer technique to enter Uchiha Sogetsu's mind. Without being noticed, he had carefully explored and examined the surface of the young Uchiha's consciousness. What he found surprised him. It was pure and transparent. Like a cloudless blue sky, clear, without any impurities. This kid had a heart filled with the will of fire. He was certain of it. So much so that he confidently assured Third Hokage and Shikaku, Uchiha Sogetsu is a good comrade, through and through. Inoichi clapped Sojetsu on the shoulder and said earnestly, Sojetsu, keep up the good work, and Lord Hokage will certainly recognize your value. I will, Mr. Inoichi, Sojetsu replied, momentarily taken aback by the praise, but quickly regaining his composure with a warm smile. It's my honor to serve Konoha. Such a good boy, Inoichi thought, watching Sojetsu's clear, penetrating eyes. I have to tell Lord Hokage that Uchiha Sogetsu might be the key to resolving the tension between Konoha and the Uchiha. We can't afford to lose someone with a heart as pure as his. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. Yamanaka Inoichi's eyes blazed with fire as he clenched his fists, full of resolve. Uchiha Sogetsu was taken aback by this sudden burst of enthusiasm. Where did this come from? He hadn't used psychological suggestions on Yamanaka Inoichi, so why the sudden change in demeanor? Watching Yamanaka Inoichi's back as he strode away, Uchiha Sogetsu shrugged, a slight smirk on his lips. Oh well, our objective is achieved either way. He shook his head, then rose slowly to his feet. In the square surrounding the tower, a group of genin were slumped on the ground, their faces twisted in discomfort as if trapped in a terrible nightmare. Uchiha Sogetsu raised one hand to form a seal. Illusion release. In an instant, the genin who had been under the illusion opened their eyes, blinking in confusion. Uchiha Sogetsu quickly covered his ears, anticipating what was coming next. No. Help, help. Don't kill me. Save me. Rin. The panicked cries of the genin echoed around the square, rising to a fever pitch as the illusion wore off. It was like a wave of sheer terror, leaving the whole area reverberating with their anguished screams. The roaring noise nearly blew the roof off the house. The Chunin who had accompanied Uchiha Sogetsu to oversee the exam were caught completely off guard, their heads buzzing from the shockwave. Looking around, you could mistake it for a disaster scene. People were crying, fists were flying, bodies were writhing and crawling, and Obito was still screaming Rin. The mighty ninja masters, who once seemed untouchable, were having a seriously bad day. The air had a pungent smell, someone had definitely wet their pants. Quiet. The scar-faced Chunin couldn't take it anymore. He roared, his voice infused with chakra, bringing the chaotic genin to a halt. His booming voice drowned out all the other noise, and finally, the genin, who had endured all manner of inhuman torture in the illusion world, returned to reality. Wait, it's all fake. Oh my god, I'm still alive. Rin. Damn, it was all just an illusion. After learning that it was just a genjutsu, the genin had different reactions. Some started fighting, their friendships collapsing right then and there. Obito grabbed Rin and burst into tears, relieved to be alive. But one thing was consistent, everyone was glaring at the examiners on stage, their eyes filled with hatred. If looks could kill, Uchiha Sogetsu would have been sliced into 1,000 pieces. As you can see, it was all an illusion, Uchiha Sogetsu said, stepping forward with a friendly smile. The main purpose of the second round of the Chunin exam is to test how each of you reacts in a desperate situation. Your performance will be judged on 4 dimensions: survival, evasion, resistance, and escape. What kind of joke is this? A burly genin from Iwagakure stood up, glaring angrily. Is this how you do things in Konoha? This is completely unfair. I suspect foul play. That's right. You heard me. Ninjas in the other village joined in with boos and jeers. You're hiding something shady in Konoha, aren't you? Using illusions to cheat in a competition. So shameless. Oh. Uchiha Sogetsu adjusted his glasses and looked at the rowdy genin who'd just thrown a challenge his way. So, you're saying you don't believe us? Is that it? Yeah, that's right. I'm not buying it, and I'm going to report you. The burly IWA ninja stood his ground, not backing down, pointing directly at Kosuke and Might Guy. Using genjutsu is suspicious enough, but there's two of them. And you want me to believe they're really genin? Come on. Maraboshi Kosuka just shrugged, seeming a bit resigned to the whole thing. Mike Guy scratched his head and replied, but I really am a genin. That's bullshit. The IWA ninja spat out his words, pointing accusingly at the two Konoha ninjas. Old man, what kind of genin is proficient in water release, fire release, and earth release? And you, watermelon head, you kicked a boulder and turned it into powder. And you expect us to believe you're just a genin? He then turned to the other Konoha genin, glaring at them. Do you really believe they're genin? The Konoha genin looked down, embarrassed, mumbling to themselves, what's wrong with genin being strong? Can't we be powerful genin? Konoha is just too shameless. The burly IWA ninja was seething with anger, his fingers trembling as he pointed at the examiner. This whole test is rigged. We IWA ninja demand a retest, and I'm going to report you. Report me. Uchiha Sogetsu laughed, his eyes gleaming behind his glasses. Are you sure you want to go down that road? Out of humanitarianism, let me ask you again, are you sure? Here it comes, the familiar devilish smile. The sand ninja from the neighboring village couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. They were all too familiar with this guy. The moment they saw that smile, a chill ran down their spines. Sunagekure ninjas, any comments? Although the big man looked simple and straightforward, he was actually quite clever. He wanted to involve the Suna ninja, hoping to deflect attention from himself. No, we don't have any objections. Shimizu quickly shook her head and waved her hands in a panic. We, at Sunagekure, have nothing to report, and we're totally fine with the exam process and its results. The burly IWA ninja's eyelids twitched in disbelief. These cowards, he thought to himself. But he couldn't back down now, so he forced himself to speak, I just wanted to. Before he could finish saying report, he was sent flying like a cannonball. Boom. Boom. Everyone gasped and quickly turned to see what had happened. The burly man was now pinned against the wall by Uchiha Sogetsu, his neck gripped tightly. His body was pressed deep into the wall, his eyes rolling back, and foam bubbling from his mouth. What are you doing? One of the IWA ninja's companions was shocked and outraged. How dare you attack us like this? I'm sorry. Uchiha Sogetsu flashed a slight smile and said, this is how we do things. If you don't like it, tough luck. Chapter 68, Jonin is weak. No one expected this Uchiha clan member to suddenly take action. One moment, he was all smiles, and the next, he burst into laughter. His mood swings faster than a book turning on a page. You Uchiha have crossed the line. The leading Jonin from Iwagakure, seated in the stands, looked grim, with a dangerous glint in his eyes. You don't have the authority to teach our village's ninjas a lesson. Ginkgo and Pakura exchanged a glance before Ginkgo spoke up, yes, as the examiner, you've broken the rules by attacking the candidates. We will report your misconduct to the Hokage of Konoha and let him know exactly what you did. Oh, go ahead, Uchiha Sogetsu said, releasing the IWA ninja from his grip. He looked calmly at the stands and continued, but I am the examiner for this exam. If Iwagakure provokes the examiner and makes disrespectful remarks, then everyone from Sunagekure ends up dead, and they fail the exam. Do you have any objections to that? What? Everyone in Sunagekure is dead. The leading Jonin from Iwagakure looked even more somber after hearing this. The hot-headed IWA ninja Murakami Toshito had a fierce glare. He clenched his teeth and snapped angrily, what did you say? Did you just disqualify Iwagakure? Pakura glared at the genin in the audience and asked sternly, what happened? How come none of you survived? Shimizu lowered her head in shame, avoiding eye contact. Jonin Pakura, no need to ask Shimizu. Daigo, who recalled what had happened during the genjutsu, seethed with anger. His teeth ground as his eyes flared red. This girl abandoned her companions and ran away, and she ended up dead. What a complete coward. Shimizu bowed her head in embarrassment, unable to refute the accusation. Pakura stood by, observing the scene with a mixture of frustration and disbelief. Uchiha Sogetsu, this exam is a joint effort by the three major ninja villages, it's not some Konoha's personal affairs for you to impose Konoha's will, Higashi Shibito, a representative from Iwagakure, said with a cold edge in his voice. You don't have the authority to disqualify our ninjas or use force against them. You owe us an explanation. Uchiha Sogetsu tilted his head slightly, his eyes half-lidded. What kind of explanation are you seeking? An apology. Higashi Shibito retorted, his arrogance evident. And we demand you disclose all the details about the illusions used in this exam. We need to ensure there's no foul play. Ginkgo, another observer, caught on quickly to what Iwagakure was after. The large-scale illusions Uchiha Sogetsu used could create an environment where many participants could interact. If this technique were employed for training genin, it would be an invaluable resource for developing elite ninja. She immediately chimed in, supporting Iwagakure's request. I agree. You must disclose all the information about your illusions, including the exact ninjutsu used. Otherwise, we can't guarantee the fairness of this exam. Reveal everything about the illusion technique. Uchiha Sogetsu smirked, a hint of sarcasm playing across his lips. I see. After all this talk, what you really want is my technique, isn't it? Watch your words, Uchiha, Higashi Shibito replied, crossing his arms. No one's interested in stealing your genjutsu. We're simply making reasonable demands. Pakura added to the pressure, her eyes cold and challenging. I agree with Higashi Shibito. Uchiha Sogetsu, you've made a serious miscalculation. Even if the Hokage wants to protect you, this isn't going to be an easy mess to clean up, is it? Uchiha Sogetsu, you'd better understand the gravity of the situation. Ginko's voice was calm, almost teasing, but her words carried an underlying threat. It's going to be hard to explain this to the Kazekage and Tsuchikage, don't you think? Bringing up the Kazekage and Tsuchikage was undoubtedly a move to exert more pressure. It was clear from Uchiha Sogetsu's use of this genjutsu that this jutsu had immense strategic value. Ginko and Higashi Shibito were on the same page, they'd use whatever pressure was needed. They knew that their actions might provoke Konoha's ire, but the worth of the jutsu justified the risk. If they backed down, it would just give the Hokage the opportunity to negotiate, and that would complicate things. Better to be aggressive now, worst case, they'd just compensate Konoha later. The Konoha Chunin present began to sweat under the combined pressure from the two major ninja villages. Scarface gulped nervously, turning to the side, his voice shaky. Jonin Sojetsu, should we report this to the Hokage? You guys are being a little excessive, aren't you? Sojetsu stepped forward, trying to ease the tension. Shouldn't we leave this matter to the Hokage to decide? But Higashi Shibito was quick to shut him down, giving him a chilling stare. This isn't the place for you to be speaking. Get lost. I don't care if you're a Jonin or whatever, you don't have a say here. Hey, you're crossing the line. Might Guy, usually cheerful but never one to tolerate bullying, stepped forward to confront them. He might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but he knew when things were out of hand. Pakura sneered, her lips curling with disdain. Did you not hear what he said? There's no place for a genin to speak here. Kosuka, another Konoha ninja, sensed that things were escalating. He glanced at Sojetsu, signaling if he should intervene. Even if he was older and not at his peak, he could still stall these guys if needed. Even if he couldn't take them down, he could buy time until backup arrived. Considering they still had Might Guy on their side, holding back a Jonin shouldn't be too much of a problem. 3 against 3, odds like that don't leave much room for error. Kosuka quickly analyzed the situation and discreetly took half a step back, adopting a guarded stance. It was clear he was getting ready for a fight. What's this? Are you planning to make a move? Higashi Shibito and Pakura noticed Kosuka's subtle shift in stance almost immediately. It was clear that they were keeping a close eye on everyone. Perfect, Pakura said with a smirk, her eyes gleaming with excitement. I've been wanting to see the Uchiha clan's Sharingan in action. The tension in the air thickened as everyone prepared for the impending showdown. Everyone was on edge, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. This was especially true for the genin, who found it uncomfortable to be caught between the intense presences of several jonin. It's not impossible for us to hand over the ninjutsu, Uchiha Sogetsu suddenly said, his expression unruffled. Sojetsu-san. Kosuka and Might Guy shared a confused glance, unsure where this was heading. Good, Higashi Shibito replied, a smug grin spreading across his face as if he had just solved a complex puzzle. That's more like it. Everything should be done in the name of fairness. If you really want the technique, Uchiha Sogetsu said, pointing at them, then step forward. If you win, the ninjutsu is yours. But if you lose, you'll kneel and apologize. Wow, that's quite bold, someone muttered in awe. Is this what the Uchiha clan is like? Another whispered, both fascinated and wary. At this moment, Uchiha Sogetsu's bold declaration lit up the Konoha genin community. His words stirred a fire in the hearts of even the more seasoned ninjas. I might be old, but I'll never stand by while other ninja villages cause trouble, Kosuka said, his voice filled with conviction. Count me in. And me. Might Guy, equally fired up, couldn't contain his excitement. In the stands, the expression of Higashi Shibito grew dark. He slowly uncrossed his arms from in front of his chest. You have no idea how high the sky is, he muttered. You're just an Uchiha brat, and I've already killed 3 jonin from your clan on the battlefield. What an arrogant Uchiha. Pakura exclaimed, her teeth grinding in frustration. Do you really think only you're a jonin? Sorry, I'm a bit pressed for time, Uchiha Sogetsu said, adjusting his glasses calmly. I've got plenty of things to deal with, so can you just come at me all at once? As soon as he said this, both Higashi Shibito and Pakura leapt to their feet, chakra flaring wildly around them, causing waves of turbulent air to surge through the stadium. Kid, you're looking for trouble. Arrogant punk. The two were seething with rage, their chakra radiating out in forceful bursts. Jonin Sojetsu, let us help. Kosuka and Might Guy moved forward, positioning themselves beside Sojetsu, their gazes locked on the furious Higashi Shibito and Pakura. My apologies if my words caused any misunderstandings, Uchiha Sogetsu said with a smirk. I don't mean to disrespect you, what I meant was everyone here is weak. Chapter 69, Easy Win. Silence. The vast examination grounds within the forest of death fell into complete stillness, the air thick with tension. Not a sound could be heard, not even the faintest whisper of whine through the trees. A pin drop would have echoed across the vast space, drawing every eye to its source. A palpable pressure hung in the atmosphere, like an invisible hand pressing down, heavy and unrelenting. Everyone could feel it in their chests, as if a boulder had taken residence on their hearts. The forest's usual ambience had vanished, replaced by a foreboding sense of dread. Higashi Shibito's typically charming smile slowly vanished, replaced by a coldness that seemed to freeze the very air around him. His once friendly eyes narrowed, now half-lidded with a malevolent glint. The chakra coursing through his body surged, crackling with intensity, sending tremors through the ground beneath him. Spiderweb cracks spread from where he stood, hinting at the barely contained force. Not bad, but did you know? Higashi Shibito's smile twisted into a grimace that stretched to the corners of his face, teeth bared like a predator about to pounce. It was a smile, yes, but one that sent shivers down your spine. The last person who acted this cocky in front of me. I unscrewed his head. He was an Uchiha, too. Uchiha Sogetsu barely flinched. Instead, he beckoned with a casual wave of his hand, speaking in a voice laced with boredom. If you're up for it, be my guest and try to take my head. But let's not waste time, get down here, and let's get this over with. I've got a nap waiting for me. Boom. The explosion was instantaneous, the shockwave rippling through the air, distorting everything in its path. It felt like a punch to the gut, the sheer force of it making the entire tower tremble. The blast was so intense that the sound it produced was deafening, like a peal of thunder that roared through the crowd. Everyone who doesn't want to get hurt, clear out. Higashi Shibito flexed his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles like a roll of firecrackers. He advanced with a smirk that could only mean trouble. Consider yourself lucky, kid. Because you're with the Hokage, I'll let you walk away with your life. Just leave both your arms behind as payment for provoking a Wagakure. Another boom echoed as the ground beneath them erupted like an earthquake. The neatly placed bricks shattered, sending shards flying in every direction. Amidst the chaos, a figure surged through the debris, swift as a dragon cutting through waves. You're talking too much. The voice came from nowhere and everywhere at once, a chilling reminder of the speed and precision of the attack. Higashi Shibito felt the wind whip against his cheeks, the force of it causing his skin to ripple. He couldn't even open his eyes against the blast of air. Then came the strike, a powerful sweeping kick that seemed to tear through the atmosphere. Konoha, strong cyclone. The speed of the attack left no room for error. Higashi Shibito barely had time to react, instinctively throwing up his arms to block the incoming blow. And with that, the real battle began. Boom. An overwhelming force burst out like a torrent, sending shockwaves through the air. Higashi Shibito, the IWA ninja, felt a searing pain in his arms as his bones audibly cracked. He had assumed a defensive stance but was pushed back more than 10 meters. His feet scraped harshly against the ground, leaving a pair of scorched, smoky trails in his wake. Is that all you've got? Uchiha Sogetsu taunted, not even bothering to follow up with an attack. It hurts. It hurts a lot. Higashi Shibito could barely believe the power behind Sogetsu's punch. His arms felt like they were on the verge of shattering. This was their first encounter, and Higashi Shibito immediately dropped his arrogant attitude. His expression became serious as he considered the Uchiha's unusual strength. Is he a specialist in taijutsu, he wondered. But the idea seemed ridiculous. The Uchiha clan was known for their prowess in ninjutsu and their famed Sharingan. Why would one focus solely on taijutsu? What Higashi Shibito didn't know was that Uchiha Sogetsu had another secret. The skin on Sogetsu's legs was covered with dragon-like scales, significantly boosting his physical power. Without that enhancement, he wouldn't have been able to push back a high-level jonin like Higashi Shibito with such ease. The IWA ninja felt a pang of envy as he realized how talented Konoha's new generation was. After White Fang's death, he thought the village might have lost some of its strength, but new waves of talent were emerging. Uchiha Sogetsu was just one example. While Higashi Shibito pondered the sorry state of his own village and its lack of promising ninjas, he knew there was no backing out now. If he stopped the fight, Sogetsu would never let him go without a confrontation. Earth Style, Earth Spear. Given Sojetsu's extraordinary taijutsu skills, Higashi Shibito opted for a long-range strategy. The ground trembled as sharp rock spears erupted, shooting toward Sojetsu at incredible speed. But Sojetsu's scarlet Sharingan eyes, with their 3 tomo spinning, caught every detail of the incoming attack. He was ready for whatever Higashi Shibito threw at him. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Sogetsu moved with the speed and precision of an arrow, facing the incoming barrage of rock spears. He darted forward with no fear, his movement smooth and fluid like a dancer's on a sword's edge. He weaved through the spears, each one missing him by the narrowest of margins as he closed the distance between himself and his opponent. Higashi Shibito's expression darkened as he saw Sojetsu's swift approach. He retreated half a step to create space, then drove his palm into the ground with force. Earth release, rock shield. The ground shook as Higashi Shibito's muscles tensed, veins bulging from the strain. A massive wall of rock erupted from the earth, forming a fortress-like barrier between him and Sojetsu. Behind the safety of the earth wall, Higashi Shibito's hands flew into a series of hand signs. But Sojetsu was undeterred by the obstacle. With a confident smirk, he clenched his fingers into a claw-like shape, veins bulging on the back of his hand as he channeled sharp, compressed chakra. Do you really think a wall of rock is enough to stop me? Wind release, 8-point light wheel. The wind attribute chakra gathered in his hand and began to oscillate at an intense high frequency, creating a high-speed cutting light that spun like a serrated wheel. The sound it made was a sharp whistle, almost a roar, as it cut through the air. In the stands, Bakura, observing the battle, couldn't hide her concern when she saw Sojetsu's technique. Her calm demeanor gave way to deep apprehension as she muttered under her breath, no hand signs. That's not good. The wall of rock, as thick as a fortress, seemed to melt like butter as the high-speed wind chakra sliced through it with ease. The sheer power of Sojetsu's attack was unmistakable, leaving no doubt that he was a force to be reckoned with. The rock face was sliced cleanly, as smooth as a mirror. The 8-pointed light wheel, driven by the wind-style technique, cut through the stone wall effortlessly, then continued hurtling toward Higashi Shibito without losing any speed. It was extremely dangerous. Just from his experience, Higashi Shibito knew this ninjutsu was a serious threat. He didn't hesitate. Abandoning the jutsu he was forming, he rolled away in a clumsy manner, narrowly dodging the flying light wheel. Even though his reflexes were quick, it still grazed his shoulder, fracturing bones and tearing tendons. Blood spurted out in a series of crimson bursts. Clutching his injured shoulder in pain, Higashi Shibito struggled to regain his balance, only to be hit hard across the face with a brutal punch. Boom. He was slammed into the wall, leaving an impression of his body in the stone. It hurt, but more than that, he was shocked. He was an elite jonin, but he was being crushed without any opportunity to counterattack. Unbelievable, he roared, freeing himself from the wall and glaring furiously. You asked for this, Uchiha brat. Being beaten like this by a mere brat, getting overwhelmed from start to finish, it was humiliating. If word got back, that Psychiatric might take his head off. Enjoying the show? Ready to jump in? Uchiha Sogetsu brushed off the dust from his clothes and took a moment to catch his breath. He looked up at Bakura in the stands and said calmly, don't make me ask twice. You all, come at me together. This was a rare opportunity for him. He wanted to make the most of this moment to build his reputation in Konoha. After all, reputation would play an essential role in his future plans for the upcoming rituals for promotion to higher sequence. Chapter 70, Discount in Konoha's Hospital. This was different from last time. Although the genin didn't say it out loud, many of them felt that Uchiha Sogetsu was getting a bit too cocky. Jonin aren't just anyone. They're elite ninjas from their respective villages, each with their own set of skills and experiences. To suggest that he could take on 2 of them so casually, well, even most Uchihas wouldn't be so bold. But Sogetsu didn't just talk big, he backed it up. He delivered a crushing defeat to his opponents, particularly the genins from Iwagakure, whose pride took a serious hit. The elite jonin from the Iwagakure was completely outclassed. There was no room for excuses. Even though some in IWA tried to justify it by saying that Higashi Shibito had just been caught off guard, the result was still a bitter pill to swallow. Higashi Shibito, feeling the pressure of all eyes on him, regretted stepping up in the first place. He was now being roasted in a stove, neither advancing or retreating. Fortunately, Bakura, Tsunade's elite jonin, stepped in, trying to turn the tides. With a simple flick of her ponytail, Bakura radiated confidence and combat readiness. Her voice rang out, you asked for this. Don't blame us when you lose. Higashi Shibito silently moved to the side, creating an angle with Bakura to surround Sojetsu. The pressure mounted. Kosuke asked with concern, Jonin Sojetsu, are you sure you don't need our help? Sojetsu didn't respond. Instead, he simply spread his arms wide, with a sly grin, beckoning his opponents. Come on, let's see what Iwagakure and Tsunade can do. The air grew tense, and the genin watched with bated breath. The silence was soon shattered by a sudden burst of chakra as Higashi Shibito made the first move. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. He capitalized on his geographical advantage, taking the lead and stomping the ground to create a massive shockwave. The earth itself seemed to obey him, morphing into a towering earth dragon, its body as large as a hill. It soared high into the air, casting a shadow over half the battlefield. As the earth dragon shifted, the entire tower trembled violently. The weight of the mountainous mass seemed to bear down, evoking the terrifying feeling of a landslide. Uchiha Sogetsu stepped back, keeping his balance. Fire Release, Fireball, he shouted, sending a massive fireball toward the ascending earth dragon. The explosion was tremendous, the fireball shattering into sparks that rained down, but the force was enough to break apart the earth dragon, causing rocks and debris to cascade to the ground. Dust and smoke filled the area, obscuring vision. Out of the haze, a flurry of shurikens sliced through the air toward Sojetsu. He leaned back, effortlessly dodging them. What he didn't expect was the cunning tactics of Pakura. She slid in low like a sleek cheetah, using the smoke as cover, her calf enveloped in a blazing orange-red chakra. Scorch Release, Blazing Kick, she cried, aiming a high-powered kick directly at Sojetsu's head. But Sojetsu was a step ahead. He raised his hand and grabbed her ankle, his grip like a vice. Lightning crackled in his breath, and beneath his loose black coat, layers of fine dragon scales gleamed. His fingers crushed Pakura's ankle with brutal force, shattering bone. As a Sequence 6 hypnotist, his defenses and strength provided by the dragon scales might not match those of someone like Tsunade, but they were more than enough to overpower a mere jonin. Pakura's Scorch Release, famous as it was, seemed like a mere annoyance to Sojetsu. Pakura groaned in pain as the force of impact surged through her legs, sending waves of searing heat along her nerves. Confusion clouded her eyes. Why wasn't her fire power affecting Uchiha Sogetsu? Anyone else who touched her would feel their skin blistering as if seared by open flames. But not him. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to find out why. Do you know? Uchiha Sogetsu raised his head slightly, his Sharingan glowing with a chilling light. Your biggest mistake was approaching me recklessly. That's why you lost. Muscles bulged across his body as he tensed his arms. He swung his limbs with brute force, and Pakura, lightweight in comparison, was tossed into the air like a boat in a violent storm. The sheer power sent her flying, flipping end over end, as if she were caught in a spinning drum. Her insides churned as if they might burst from the force. The onlookers were stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. An afterimage, someone exclaimed. Uchiha Sogetsu moved with such speed that his movements left a blur behind him, creating a cascade of wind that swept away the surrounding smoke and dust. As Pakura spun through the air, the force of his attack seemed to warp the space around them, with ripples spreading out like shockwaves. Let her go. Ginkgo, watching from the stands, couldn't hold back her anger and shouted at the top of her lungs. Finally, Uchiha Sogetsu, apparently done with his display, flung Pakura aside as if she were a discarded piece of trash. She crashed into the hard wall, her body embedding into it, leaving her limp and motionless. You. Ginkgo's voice roared as she gripped the railing, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. I'm sorry, Uchiha Sogetsu replied calmly, as if nothing unusual had happened. I might have overdone it a bit. To make it up to you, just mention my name at Konoha Hospital, and you'll get a 20% discount on her medical care. Ginkgo's rage soared to new heights. She clenched her teeth, her anger almost tangible as if it might set the whole place ablaze. 20% off. What kind of discount is that? Meanwhile, Higashi Shibito, who had been lurking and waiting for an opportunity, finally found the perfect moment. Using the earth release technique, he stealthily emerged from the ground, his right arm encased in solid rock. Earth release, super heavy rock technique, he shouted as he threw a powerful punch, channeling 80% of his chakra into it. He was confident that with the enhanced weight from the earth release, even someone with a head as hard as copper or bones like iron would be seriously injured. This punch would make anyone seriously injured. However, as Higashi Shibito planned his surprise attack from behind, he was met with a pair of glowing scarlet eyes. 3 tomo swirled slowly within Uchiha Sogetsu's Sharingan. Higashi Shibito seemed to freeze in mid-punch, his fist stopping right in front of Uchiha Sogetsu's face, as if time had been paused. What's wrong with the Jonin Higashi Shibito? The genin from Iwagakure, who were observing the battle, were perplexed and yelled in concern, attack him, quickly. I can't move, Higashi Shibito replied, his pupils trembling, his face turning pale. It was then that he remembered the crucial thing he had overlooked. I'm curious, Uchiha Sogetsu said with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. The tomo in his eyes rotated gently as he asked, who gave you the confidence to think you could ambush me with these eyes watching? Sharingan. Higashi Shibito suddenly felt a sinking sensation of despair in his chest. He had overlooked a critical detail, Uchiha Sogetsu was an Uchiha. All this time, he had been deceived by Sojetsu's incredible taijutsu skills, which were nearly superhuman in their precision and power. Because of that, he had completely dismissed the fact that Sojetsu was part of the Uchiha clan, renowned for their unique bloodline limit and the powerful Sharingan. It wasn't just taijutsu that made them formidable, their true strengths lay in ninjutsu and genjutsu. Friendly reminder, you might want to brace yourself, Uchiha Sogetsu said with a smirk as he clenched his fists. Considering your skill, I'll give you a 35% discount when you check in at Konoha Hospital. Just mention my name. Boom. The sound reverberated like thunder. A perfect way to boost Konoha Hospital's patient count. Chapter 71, I am a spectator. The setting sun cast a warm glow over the forest of death, stretching shadows far into the distance. As Uchiha Sogetsu emerged from the dense foliage, the ANBU stationed at the edge of the forest caught sight of him and relaxed a bit, a smile forming on his lips. All done, he asked, his tone friendly and slightly amused. You look like you've had quite a day, Sogetsu. Indeed, Vice Captain Kirikou, Uchiha Sogetsu replied, his own grin lighting up in the golden hues of the sunset. I was just fulfilling Hokage-sama's orders. Kirikou nodded, seemingly pleased. You've done a great job, Sogetsu, he said with a hint of warmth in his voice. Hokage-sama has always appreciated your work. Don't let us down. What do you mean by that? Uchiha Sogetsu raised an eyebrow, his expression puzzled. Kirikou laughed, shrugging as he gave Sogetsu's shoulder a friendly pat. Can't say. It's a rule, you know how it is, he said, his smile widening. But there's something good coming your way. Even though you're from the Uchiha clan, I believe you've got the will of fire just as much as anyone else. Ah, the good old will of fire, Uchiha Sogetsu thought to himself, feigning surprise before giving a respectful nod. Thank you, Vice Captain Kirikou. I won't disappoint Hokage-sama. You've had a long day. Go rest up, and leave the rest to us, Kirikou said, noticing the weariness in Sogetsu's eyes. We'll take it from here. Thanks, Vice Captain Kirikou, Sogetsu replied, grateful for the support. Take it easy, Sogetsu. Good things are coming tomorrow, Kirikou said with a sly smile before turning to leave. As Kirikou walked away, Uchiha Sogetsu adjusted his glasses and muttered to himself, a good thing, huh? I guess Shikaku and Inoichi are working fast. It wasn't long ago that the third Hokage's trusted aides treated him with less than friendly hospitality. But things seem to be changing. Of course, much of this situation can be traced back to the influence of the Uchiha clan. Seeing how people behave today, it's striking to witness how dramatically things have shifted. Uchiha Sogetsu could sense the change without much thought, knowing that Kiriku's attitude toward him had likely been influenced by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Otherwise, why would someone from the ANBU, essentially the Hokage's personal organization, be acting so friendly toward him? As he walked, Sogetsu's shadow stretched long under the setting sun. The growing fame of the Konoha White Fang has seriously impacted the power structure within the Hokage faction, Sogetsu mused. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to disrupt the tradition of power succession, which required the Hokage's heir to be from his own faction. To keep this in place, he devised a plan to quietly suppress the reputation of the White Fang. However, he couldn't control the darkness in people's hearts. Danzo, who had long been eyeing the Hokage position, saw this as a perfect opportunity to eliminate a rival. Both Sarutobi and Danzo had no idea of each other's motives, but the outcome was the same, a plot to bring down the White Fang took shape. A bit of subtle, psychological cue was all that was needed to set things in motion. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the top leadership publicly acted to undermine the White Fang's prestige, while Danzo and his associates worked secretly to edge out their competition. The pressure from above, combined with the ridicule and scorn from the villagers, led the White Fang to believe that he had overstepped his bounds. To protect the young Kakashi and to demonstrate his loyalty to the village, the White Fang ultimately chose to commit seppuku. The White Fang's sudden suicide caused a rift between Sarutobi and Danzo. Both assumed the other had engineered the outcome, leading to fractures in the roots supporting the leaves of the village. Despite these minor cracks, both factions made a silent pact to maintain a delicate balance. But balance can be fragile, easily upset by external forces. Tsunade's letter triggered such a force. Sarutobi Hiruzen's misunderstanding of Danzo led him to believe that the balance needed to be controlled, prompting him to take away some of Danzo's power. This wasn't just a series of random events, it was the carefully orchestrated outcome of many interconnected influences. However, what followed made Sarutobi Hiruzen increasingly wary. His attention shifted to the Uchiha clan, a group known for their ambition, which always made him uneasy. To keep the Uchiha clan's potential threat in check, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only think of one person who could do the job, Uchiha Sogetsu, an orphan raised among the Uchiha but never truly embraced by them. Sogetsu was different, he wasn't taken seriously by his clan and embraced the will of fire. His simple and kind nature made him seem like someone who could be easily controlled. Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to test whether Uchiha Sogetsu's simplicity and kindness were genuine or a carefully crafted facade. Under the Hokage's orders, Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi used the Chunin exam as a pretext to delve into Uchiha Sogetsu's mental plane, exploring his secrets. The outcome was clear: Yamanaka Inoichi, despite his deep probing, was misled by Sogetsu's carefully crafted mental plane. Uchiha Sogetsu successfully passed Sarutobi Hiruzen's secret test, gaining the Hokage's trust and becoming a crucial piece in the plan to manage the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen was certain Sogetsu would play a significant role in the near future, as a key to maintaining control. Again, this wasn't a coincidence, it was psychological cue. If you can't control destiny, you control the people. The power of people's hearts can eventually form a vast tide, one that even preordained destiny can't withstand, right? That sounds about right, Uchiha Sogetsu said, adjusting his glasses with a gentle smile. He walked along the bustling street under the glow of the night lights, people passing by without noticing him. Despite the crowd, he seemed almost invisible. The bustling crowd parted as if guided by an invisible force, creating a clear path through which he walked, seemingly detached from the world around him, savoring a moment of personal tranquility. It's an intriguing scene, isn't it? The spectator seated in the theater enjoyed the captivating drama unfolding on stage. In front of the vivid red curtain, actors performed the script with precision, following the lines they had memorized. Meanwhile, the spectator applauded or shouted, believing they had unraveled the story's secrets. Yet they had no idea that among the actors in front of the curtain, an additional spectator lay hidden. He watched the theatergoers and the actors with a cold, detached gaze. Part of the play, yet not part of the play. The storyline continued to unfold as planned, precisely as he intended. "I'm looking forward to it," he murmured. Standing amid the throngs of people, he slowly lifted his head to gaze at the bright, full moon in the night sky. A smirk crept across his lips as he added, "Soon it will be your turn in the script, Uchiha Madara." Chapter 72, Mangekyo Sharingan. In the days that followed, Konoha was anything but peaceful. To be specific, it was the Uchiha clan that was in turmoil due to recent events. First off, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, uncharacteristically inducted Uchiha Sogetsu into ANBU and even assigned him significant responsibilities. This, in itself, wasn't too unusual to cause much of a stir. The real trouble began when Uchiha Sogetsu, while serving as an examiner, severely beat up both a Suna ninja and a jonin from Iwagakure. This resulted in the third Hokage dismissing him from his position as an examiner. However, it was clear to anyone paying attention that this was merely a cover-up, a facade for outsiders. The real news came afterward. After publicly reprimanding Uchiha Sogetsu, the Hokage promptly gave him a new assignment, appointing him as the squad captain of the 3rd ANBU detachment. Rumor has it that upon hearing this news, the Iwagakure jonin who was recovering in Konoha Hospital was so enraged that he passed out. On the other hand, the neighboring patient, Pakura from Tsunade, seemed to be in stable condition. Yet according to the nurses, her eyes had lost focus, and she seemed utterly dejected. Meanwhile, after learning that Uchiha Sogetsu had been promoted to the captain of an ANBU squad, the elders of the Uchiha clan were thrown into chaos. What do you mean by aiming for 1 and fighting for 2? The blade is now directed at the 3rd, 4th, and 5th positions. Uchiha Uenhua, who was in his 60s, shouted angrily, his forehead veins visibly pulsing. He threw his teacup to the ground in frustration. How is it that we're a bunch of old-timers, and we can't even match a junior in terms of progress? Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, kept his head down, pretending not to hear, as if his mind was elsewhere. It was well known that these elder council meetings often erupted into heated arguments. If it weren't for his position, Fugaku would rather be at home with his wife. Ahem, there's still time to change things, said Uchiha Tetsuji, who had a long white beard, coughing awkwardly. In any case, as long as one of us Uchiha is rising, there's always a chance we could aim for the 6th Hokage when the child is mature. Agreed. Absolutely. Yes, we're aiming for the 6th Hokage. Watching the group of elders suddenly turn optimistic, Uchiha Uenhua's face twitched in disbelief. Wow, you guys sure changed your tune fast. What about Fugaku? Fugaku. The elders fell silent for a moment, then collectively shook their heads. Forget it, he's got no chance, one of them said. Fugaku's eyes twitched, but he didn't say a word. He looked up, glancing at the group of old men before speaking. So, you're saying that from now on, you'll fully support Uchiha Sogetsu? Hold on, said Uchiha Uenhua, after a brief pause. Don't rush into it. Remember, that boy has been marginalized by the clan since he was a child. Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized that and made him a key part of the ANBU. Uenhua is right, agreed Tetsuji Uchiha, seated second on the left. He narrowed his eyes, the cold gleam of his gaze piercing through the room. And don't forget about Uchiha Kagami. Mentioning Uchiha Kagami was like dropping a thunderclap into the room. Instantly, the mood darkened. The once pride of the Uchiha clan, Kagami's fall from grace had left a mark that was never discussed openly within the clan. "Don't bring up Kagami again," Elder Tetsuji, Fugaku said, rubbing his temples, a note of fatigue in his voice. "I'll take care of the situation with Sojetsu. That's the end of it." The council meeting dispersed, leaving Fugaku alone in the room. He felt like a man adrift at sea, desperately trying to keep his head above water, but the more he struggled, the further he sank. "Is there really only one path left for the Uchiha clan?" he murmured to himself, his words echoing in the empty room, with no one around to answer him. It was night, with clouds obscuring the moon and a light drizzle falling. The raindrops fell like fine needles, creating a ghostly ambience in the quiet darkness. In the midst of this silent night, a shadow as black as ink moved silently along the outer wall of the Uchiha residence. It slipped through a small gap, almost invisible to the eye, like a ghost blending into the night. The black figure seemed familiar, skillfully maneuvering through the security measures of the Uchiha compound, avoiding all the alarms, and heading straight to a secluded house. It moved like a shadow cast by candlelight, blending into the doors and windows of the house. Despite its dark appearance, the shadow wasn't entirely black. It had two hollow eyes on its head, staring at the objects inside the room with a strange, unsettling gaze. The corners of its mouth slowly curled into a huge smile, almost stretching to its ears. Whoosh! A sharp kunai suddenly flew out from the window. He. The kunai pierced the shadow's head but eventually landed on the grass. The shadow let out a playful laugh, then shifted into a more fluid form, darting away at incredible speed. "Stop!" Uchiha Sogetsu burst out of the door, chasing the shadow. But something strange happened. The distance between the shadow and him remained constant, keeping it within sight but always just out of reach. As Sogetsu pursued it, he noticed that the surroundings were becoming familiar. "This is the Naka Shrine, isn't it?" He. The shadow laughed again, almost mockingly. It glanced at him from the entrance of the shrine before disappearing inside. "Stop!" Uchiha Sogetsu didn't hesitate, rushing in after it. He chased the shadow deep into the Naka Shrine, down to the basement where he had last met Fugaku. The shadow finally stopped. "Not planning to run anymore, huh?" Uchiha Sogetsu readied his kunai, adopting a battle stance, and said coldly, "You've broken into Konoha and the Uchiha compound twice now. Do you really think we can't do anything to you?" His chakra flared, suggesting he was ready to attack at any moment. "Wait a minute, Uchiha Sogetsu." But then, the shadow spoke, "Aren't you curious why I brought you here?" "Ah, so your goal is the Naka Shrine." Uchiha Sogetsu frowned, his expression tight with suspicion. "But don't think I'll fall for your trick so easily." The air crackled as Black Zetsu's voice cut through the tension. "You're mistaken, Uchiha Sogetsu," he said, his voice low and rasping. "Aren't you curious about what's hidden on the stone tablet at Naka Shrine?" Sogetsu's eyes widened slightly, though he tried to maintain his composure. "How do you know about that?" "I know much more than you could imagine," Black Zetsu replied with a sinister grin. "The stone tablet at Naka Shrine, the secrets of the Uchiha clan, and what's buried deep within your bloodline limit, the real power that could shake the ninja world and make even Konoha's Hokage tremble. Don't you want to find out more?" His words were dripping with temptation, and Uchiha Sogetsu felt the curiosity clawing at him. "Who are you? Why do you keep sneaking into Naka Shrine?" he asked, his voice steady but his curiosity obvious. "Me." Black Zetsu chuckled, his tone filled with dark satisfaction. "I am Black Zetsu. And why do I sneak in here? That's simple." He paused for dramatic effect, enjoying the growing suspense. Then he leaned in slightly and said, "Uchiha Sogetsu, do you crave power?" "Power," Sogetsu repeated, the word rolling off his tongue with a hint of eagerness. "Yes, the legendary power, the Mangekyo Sharingan." Black Zetsu's voice was dark and seductive, like a demon whispering forbidden secrets. "Uchiha Sogetsu, let me ask you again. What is it that you truly desire? Is it the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan?" Chapter 73, Legendary Uchiha Madara. The storyline was predictable, the acting felt forced, and the characters weren't very engaging. Uchiha Sogetsu watched Black Zetsu, who was trying to appear mysterious while claiming to know all the secrets. Sogetsu felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. However, thanks to him being a beyonder of the spectator path, Sogetsu could maintain perfect control over his thoughts and emotions, allowing him to put on any front he needed. At this moment, he allowed his expression to shift between confusion and shock, eventually settling on an air of deep suspicion and wariness directed at Black Zetsu. His subtle shifts in facial expression didn't escape the keen eyes of the scheming Black Zetsu, who found them just what he expected. As always, the Uchiha clan hadn't changed much, they were still easy to manipulate. A few well-chosen words were enough to turn these straightforward souls into mindless tools for his mother's resurrection. This was true for Uchiha Madara, and now it is proving true for Uchiha Sogetsu as well. Black Zetsu felt a sense of pride, satisfied with the course of action he had chosen. If he could pull Sojetsu into the fold, the Eye of the Moon project would proceed much faster. Why do you know the secrets of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Sogetsu asked, his voice low and full of caution. His body tensed, ready to strike at any moment. Secrets? Hey, that's just what you call them, Black Zetsu replied with a playful smirk, his demeanor calm as if he had no concern for Sojetsu's apparent hostility. As for how I know them, well, someone told me. Black Zetsu might just be a clump of yin chakra, devoid of traditional combat skills and unable to use offensive ninjutsu techniques, but this also made him nearly impossible to kill, with a longevity that stretched over millennia. Even sealing techniques had little effect on him, few could seal him completely. It was this inherent resilience that allowed Black Zetsu to persist for so long, weaving his deceptions across the ages. Did someone tip you off? Though he already knew the answer, Uchiha Sogetsu followed Black Zetsu's lead, playing his role in the unfolding scheme. Do you want to know who that person is? Black Zetsu dangled the bait, continuing his cryptic lines, the secrets hidden in the stone tablet at Naka Shrine go far beyond the Mangekyo Sharingan. There's a secret that could turn the entire ninja world upside down. Curious to find out? Uchiha Sogetsu was becoming impatient with the game, knowing the plot yet still having to play along. If only there was a fast-forward button to skip the tedious parts. He kept a look of intrigue on his face, despite his inner thoughts, and asked, what's the secret? Hey, answer my question first, Uchiha Sogetsu. Black Zetsu noticed he had Sojetsu's attention and smirked, feeling confident he was in control. He spoke slowly, are you craving power? Uchiha Sogetsu fell silent at those words. Black Zetsu wasn't in a rush. He had all the time in the world, and patience was his strength. I want power, Sojetsu eventually responded in a strained voice, as if struggling with his own desires. I want the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Excellent, he took the bait. Black Zetsu felt a surge of satisfaction, knowing that the Uchiha clan's ambitions were easy to exploit. It was a frustratingly effective method, time and again. Black Zetsu's smile widened as he continued, it's said that the Mangekyo Sharingan possesses the power of gods. With just 2 unique eye abilities, you can alter the landscape with a single strike and even challenge entire major ninja nations. I can help you awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, but there's always a price. What are you willing to pay? That's right, everything has a cost. To gain such immense power, there's always a high price to pay, right? Uchiha Sogetsu gritted his teeth, his expression conflicted, brow furrowed as if he was wrestling with his conscience. It was clear that he was fighting a battle within himself. It's normal to have doubts, Black Zetsu chimed in, adding weight to his words with deliberate slowness. But you have to understand, the ninja world is harsh. It's survival of the fittest, and no one cares about right or wrong. If you're strong enough, you can change the rules of the game. But Uchiha Sogetsu's eyes flashed with uncertainty, clearly swayed by Black Zetsu's words. Let me give you something to think about. Consider it a free bonus, Black Zetsu said with a grin, slowly approaching Sojetsu and whispering in his ear. You've heard the story, right? The legend of the Uchiha clan, the one and only Uchiha Madara, is still alive today. Uchiha Sogetsu's jaw dropped. What did you say? Uchiha Madara is still alive. How can that be? Curious to find out. Black Zetsu saw the impact his words had made and pressed on. It's simple. Come with me and see for yourself. Uchiha Sogetsu's face went rigid, clearly overwhelmed by the revelation. This was Uchiha Madara, the co-founder of Konoha, a legendary ninja who could stand toe-to-toe with the first Hokage, the strongest of the Uchiha clan, a living legend. Compared to him, the 3 legendary Sannin, even the 5 Kage, were like mere ants. Follow me. Black Zetsu's grin widened as he walked past Sojetsu, his voice tempting and inviting. Don't you want to meet the legendary Uchiha Madara? I. Uchiha Sogetsu took a step forward, but then hesitated. What's the matter? Are you too scared? Black Zetsu took a few steps forward, then turned back, noticing Uchiha Sogetsu still standing there. He decided to provoke him, saying, if you're not up for it, you should give up now. No point wasting time. What do you mean? Uchiha Sogetsu was taken aback, momentarily unsure what to say. The Mangekyo Sharingan isn't a power for the weak or timid, Black Zetsu taunted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. The disdain in his eyes was almost palpable. Who are you calling weak? Uchiha Sogetsu's anger flared, and the usual calm demeanor he maintained shattered like glass. Haha, he really is young, so easy to provoke with just a few words, Black Zetsu thought. Sure, that calm exterior might fool the folks in Konoha, but it couldn't fool him. Seeing through Uchiha Sogetsu's mask, Black Zetsu raised his fingers and said, if that's the case, come with me. Let's see if you really have what it takes. Where to? Uchiha Sogetsu asked, frowning. I can't be away for too long. Don't worry, it won't take long. Black Zetsu's grin grew wider. Uchiha Madara has been waiting for you in the forest of death. Uchiha Madara. This guy's got some nerve, hiding out in the forest of death in Konoha while he's on the brink of death. Uchiha Sogetsu felt a twinge of regret. If he hadn't shared this information with Sarutobi Hiruzen as part of the next stage of his plan, things could have turned out pretty interesting, right? Thoughts raced through Uchiha Sogetsu's mind. He took a deep breath and nodded. Fine, I'll go with you. Let's meet the legendary Uchiha Madara. Chapter 74, Test. Konoha's highly sophisticated early warning systems were nothing to Black Zetsu. He slipped past every ANBU operative, evaded every detection barrier, and navigated the village as if he were back in his own domain. Without causing the slightest alarm, Black Zetsu and Uchiha Sogetsu quietly made their way to the Forest of Death, located at the rear of Konoha. The rain fell in a steady rhythm, soaking the dark forest that stood eerily silent, like a slumbering beast, its presence exuding an ominous threat. As they stood before the Fuinjutsu barriers marked with large, forbidden seals, Sogetsu furrowed his brow, trying to recall something, then spoke in a deep voice, "Isn't this the forbidden area belonging to the Kurama clan?" The Forest of Death wasn't named lightly. Apart from some designated areas used for Chunin exams, much of the forest was divided among Konoha's noble clans, serving various purposes. The Nara clan, for example, harvested key medicinal herbs from a specific section. The Yamanaka and the Kimichi clans had their own restricted areas as well, with clear warnings against unauthorized entry. The Kurama clan's forbidden territory was among the most dangerous of all. Once a prominent Konoha clan, known across the ninja world for their mastery of illusion and control over the five senses, the Kurama clan had fallen into decline. At their peak, their strength rivaled that of the Uchiha, but a mysterious loss of their unique bloodline limit led to their diminishing status. The last known Kurama clan member with the power to control the five senses had vanished 2 decades ago, leaving the clan a shadow of its former self. Sojetsu smirked slightly at Black Zetsu's observation. "Heh, I didn't think you'd remember this clan." Black Zetsu gave Uchiha Sogetsu a knowing look and said, "Don't worry, the illusions set up by the Kurama clan have long been altered by Madara Uchiha." Did Madara cause the Kurama clan's bloodline limit to disappear? Uchiha Sogetsu guessed. No, Black Zetsu quickly refuted, continuing to move deeper into the area. Uchiha Sogetsu was still skeptical, so he discreetly activated his spirit vision. The abrupt decline of the Kurama clan's bloodline limit was suspicious. It seemed strange that such a once prominent clan could just vanish. As he probed into Black Zetsu's thoughts, he sensed an undercurrent of fear, intense, deep-seated fear that simmered in the darkness of his mind. "I heard that the Kurama clan's illusions were particularly potent," Uchiha Sogetsu said, feigning casual curiosity. He, so what if they were strong?" Black Zetsu sneered, his voice laced with suppressed anger. "They could manipulate the five senses, sure, but what good is it if their inheritance is now broken?" As he said this, the spirit within Black Zetsu reacted with a surge of grim satisfaction. Seems like Black Zetsu had something to do with this, Uchiha Sogetsu mused to himself, noticing the subtle emotional shifts. He glanced at Black Zetsu, growing more suspicious by the minute. Black Zetsu had been lurking in the shadows for millennia, pulling the strings across the shinobi world. His influence had woven through countless events, but much of his history remained unshown, hidden in the gaps of the main storyline. The journey continued in silence. Under Black Zetsu's guidance, they successfully navigated through the Kurama clan's forbidden territory. Uchiha Sogetsu followed Black Zetsu into an underground tunnel, leading to a concealed cave. "He's coming. He's coming. He's here. Sho, don't scare the guest. Is this the guy Madara-sama thinks is special? He looks kinda weak." The cave echoed with a cacophony of murmurs coming from all directions. Soon, more than a dozen peculiar humanoid creatures emerged. They moved with an awkward shuffle, their skin was deathly pale, and they had no discernible genitals. Some of them had only half a face, giving them a ghostly appearance as they stumbled out from the shadows. They surrounded Uchiha Sogetsu, whom Black Zetsu had brought in, inspecting him from every angle with curious eyes. "Isn't this guy too skinny? He doesn't look as good as me. Has Madara-sama lost his edge? Maybe he's just getting old." The creature's identical appearance and synchronized voices added to the weirdness of the scene. "Shut up, White Zetsu," Black Zetsu snapped, visibly irritated by their chatter. "Can I kill these things?" Uchiha Sogetsu asked coldly, clearly annoyed by their taunts. "It's so scary. Oh, he's going to kill us. This guy is terrifying. We're doomed. Help." Despite their words, the White Zetsu seemed entirely unafraid, teasing Uchiha Sogetsu with playful grins. "That's enough," Black Zetsu said coldly. The moment the words were spoken, Uchiha Sogetsu vanished into thin air. A sharp, slicing sound filled the air, and within the blink of an eye, silence replaced the shouting that had filled the cave. A sudden breeze, as cutting as a blade, swept through the dark cavern, and over a dozen white Zetsus were instantly reduced to a pile of dismembered parts. Black Zetsu narrowed his eyes, his gaze trying to follow Uchiha Sogetsu's movements, but he was simply too fast to be seen. The cave floor was littered with severed limbs and shattered bodies. Among the scattered remains stood a handsome young man dressed in a black robe, his long black hair flowing behind him. He calmly adjusted his glasses, pushing them up on the bridge of his nose. In his tranquil eyes, the dark tomo slowly began to spin. Was that good enough to pass your test? Indeed, this encounter was intended to be a test for Sojetsu. However, Black Zetsu had not expected Uchiha Sogetsu to pass it so effortlessly. Despite the white Zetsus being relatively weak, akin to Genin, Sojetsu's swift and flawless execution was a testament to his incredible skill and natural talent. Congratulations, Sojetsu-sama, Black Zetsu said, his earlier scorn replaced with deep respect. Madara-sama is waiting for you inside. Uchiha Sogetsu proceeded into the deeper reaches of the cave. After about 10 meters, the narrow path opened into a larger chamber, filled with a surprisingly bright light. Sitting on a stone bench was an ancient white-haired man, barely more than skin and bones. His frail body was connected to several tubes, and he held a cane in both hands. His breathing was weak, as though a gust of wind could blow him away. Yet, despite his advanced age and fragile state, his eyes blazed with a fierce dominance, suggesting that he was still the same legendary figure who had once ruled the ninja world. As the old man and the young man met eye to eye, it was as if two different eras had come into collision, their gazes sparking with invisible energy. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Sogetsu. Chapter 75, Moment to Awaken Mangekyo Sharingan. This is the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. Though his body is frail and weakened, liable to be knocked down by the slightest breeze, and even a novice genin could easily take his life, the depths of his murky eyes reveal a hidden disdain for the ninja world, and an aura of invincibility that still radiates fear. Uchiha Sogetsu's gaze was calm, like a deep, frozen pool. A hint of sarcasm crossed his lips as he turned to face Black Zetsu, who had just entered the cave. This is the legendary Uchiha Madara you were talking about. Haha, an old man who's barely hanging on. It seems I'm truly mad for believing you. As he spoke, a chilling wave of murderous intent swept through the entire cave, cold and ruthless. Are you kidding me? Uchiha Sogetsu's eyes were icy, a scarlet light flickering within them as his anger grew. Is this the man you said would help me awaken my Mangekyo Sharingan? Hold on, calm down. Black Zetsu became flustered and quickly explained, we didn't lie to you, he really is Uchiha Madara. You know he fought at the Valley of the End, right? Madara survived but was severely injured, and it's been years since then. Aging is normal. Black Zetsu knew how fast Uchiha Sogetsu was, his body flicker technique was almost on par with Namikaze Minato's. If he truly lost his temper, given Madara's current condition, his head might hit the ground in a blink, and there'd be no room for pleading. Hearing this explanation, Uchiha Sogetsu remained angry but held back a bit. He scowled and said, fine, I'll give you another chance. If you can't prove that this man is Uchiha Madara, and that he can help me awaken my Mangekyo, then don't blame me for what comes next. His pure killing intent was as sharp as a blade, sending shivers down Black Zetsu's spine. He knew Sogetsu wasn't bluffing. If Uchiha Sogetsu didn't believe him, Madara's head could end up hanging from his belt. With this in mind, Black Zetsu turned his gaze to Madara, who remained calm. Lord Madara, given the current situation, would you like to prove yourself? Do you have proof? Yes. Uchiha Madara looked at the young man before him and said in a raspy voice, in that case, this should confirm my identity, right? His eyes lit up with a blood-red glow, revealing the 3 tomo of the Sharingan. However, as if some force was overpowering him, the 3 tomo in Uchiha Sogetsu's eyes gradually vanished. Is this Uchiha Madara's Sharingan? Sogetsu gazed into those eyes, his expression becoming increasingly enthralled, his whole demeanor awestruck by the intensity of the pupil power. A look of pure ecstasy spread across his face. The strength of these eyes. I can feel the immense power in them. Is this guy going to try to snatch it? Black Zetsu glanced at Uchiha Sogetsu, noticing his eager expression, as if he'd just discovered a gold mine. It made his lip twitch with apprehension. Fortunately, the situation he feared didn't unfold. At least, so far, Uchiha Sogetsu had shown some restraint, merely staring intently at Madara. Ahem. This was perhaps the first time even Uchiha Madara had experienced being gazed at with such fervent eyes. To be honest, it was unsettling. His instincts warned him that this young man was up to something shady, so he reverted his eyes to their normal state, coughed twice, leaned on his crutch, and swiftly changed the subject. What you saw just now was just a remnant of my power, not the complete Mangekyo Sharingan. Okay, that's enough. Uchiha Sogetsu slowly suppressed his greedy, fanatical gaze, regaining his composure. Are you saying that this wasn't the full Mangekyo? Haha, that's exactly what I'm saying. Uchiha Madara sat back on his stone chair, his tone carrying a hint of deeper meaning. I bet my eyes on the future. Uchiha Sogetsu was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond to that. The legend says you died in the battle with the first Hokage at the Valley of the End. He maintained his demeanor despite the shock of seeing the Sharingan. However, a hint of skepticism lingered, leading him to ask, how do you explain your survival? Because at the last moment, I used the Forbidden Eye technique, Izanagi. Uchiha Madara seemed to have anticipated the question and slowly explained, Izanagi is the ultimate forbidden ocular technique exclusive to the Uchiha clan. It allows the user, at the cost of blindness, to make illusions become reality for a short period of time. Using this ability, I was able to avoid detection by Senju Hashirama and survive from the Valley of the End to this day. At this point, Black Zetsu interjected, saying, Lord Sojetsu, you can confirm the details of Izanagi in the Uchiha clan's secret scrolls. Forget it, it doesn't matter, Uchiha Sogetsu replied, waving his hand dismissively. His tousled hair and intense expression suggested a hint of fanaticism. Whether you're Uchiha Madara or not, it doesn't matter to me. Good eyes, Uchiha Madara commented, a faint hint of approval in his voice. As he observed Sojetsu's demeanor, he saw a glimpse of his younger self. As you said, my identity doesn't matter. The important thing is whether I can give you power, right? Uchiha Sogetsu smirked slightly, correct. The path to awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan requires experiencing profound grief, Uchiha Madara explained, leaning on his cane. If you witness the death of someone close to you, like a family member or friend, the intense emotional turmoil can awaken the Mangekyo. But can you handle it? Are you ready to face that kind of despair and pain? Pain. Uchiha Sogetsu tilted his head, appearing contemplative, I see. Sounds like a straightforward method. Are there any other requirements? Straightforward. Uchiha Madara's eyelid twitched slightly, almost incredulously. Did you hear what I said? You must witness the death of someone you care about, someone who means something to you, and endure the emotional torment that comes with it. You can't just kill anyone. Yes, I heard you, Uchiha Sogetsu replied nonchalantly, adjusting his glasses. He repeated calmly, you have to kill someone you value with your own hands, experience extreme mental pain, and that's how you awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. So, do you have any other conditions? The silence stretched for a while. Eventually, Uchiha Madara spoke again, a complex expression on his face, no, that's the only condition. Okay, that's fine, Uchiha Sogetsu said, pushing up his glasses with a slight smile, give me a moment, and I'll wake up my Mangekyo. Chapter 76, Mangekyo Sharingan Awakened. Uchiha Madara has lived a long life, and he's seen his share of arrogance. But no one, even came close to the sheer audacity of the young man standing before him. What does, just wait a moment for me to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, mean? The Mangekyo Sharingan, known for its ultimate power, isn't something you can just awaken on a whim. If it were that easy, the Uchiha clan would have conquered the entire ninja world by now. The Senju clan wouldn't even be in the picture. I understand how you feel, but awakening the Mangekyo isn't simple. Even for me, it took considerable effort. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath. The veins on his forehead were pulsating with frustration. He tried to remind himself that there's no point in getting into it with a young upstart. The thing is, Madara was older now, and his body wasn't as agile as it used to be. Otherwise, he'd show this kid exactly what the Mangekyo Sharingan was all about. Although you're Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Sogetsu said, raking his fingers through his hair with a smirk, at the end of the day, you're just a loser. Don't compare yourself to me. Kid, you're getting out of line. That arrogance is going to get you in trouble. Madara's expression turned grim. Anger flared in his eyes as he spoke with a threatening edge, sure, I lost to Senju Hashirama, but that's not something you can use against me. It was a deep-seated wound, a source of endless torment. Mentioning it so casually hit a nerve. Oh, did I touch a sensitive spot? Uchiha Sogetsu replied with a smug grin. His attitude was flippant, as if he couldn't care less. He hadn't forgotten that the role he was playing was that of someone hiding his true strength, filled with ambition, and craving power. To Madara and Black Zetsu, he had to appear arrogant, it was the only way to keep their suspicions at bay. So, let's see what you've got. Uchiha Madara suddenly regained his composure, as if the outburst never happened, and said calmly, how do you awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Sogetsu froze in place, his eyes losing focus, turning blank and lifeless. What is this guy doing? Black Zetsu thought, utterly confused. He had lived for thousands of years and witnessed many instances of Mangekyo Sharingan, but he had never seen anyone awaken like this. Madara Uchiha and Black Zetsu watched him with suspicion, as time ticked by. Once they were sure Uchiha Sogetsu could no longer hear them, Black Zetsu whispered, a hint of concern in his voice, Madara-sama, do you really want this guy involved in your plan? I'm running out of time, Black Zetsu, Madara said, his voice heavy with age and his body weakened by years of hiding. He leaned on his cane, coughing heavily. We need to find a successor quickly. Right now, he's our only option. Sure, he's arrogant, but that just makes him easier to manipulate. But what if he has a change of heart? Black Zetsu asked, still worried. Haha, he won't, Madara replied confidently, a slight smirk curling his lips. He'll follow my will and carry out the Eye of the Moon plan after I'm gone, bringing me back from the dead. But this guy has big ambitions. What if he doesn't follow the Eye of the Moon plan after you die? Black Zetsu questioned. Don't worry, Madara replied, his voice dripping with disdain. How could I meet him without being fully prepared? With that, the three tomo in Madara's eyes shifted and transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Is this the legendary eye technique? Black Zetsu exclaimed, realizing what Madara had in store. He, you truly are Madara. With that eye technique, he'll be bound to your will and carry out the Eye of the Moon plan. The candle on the cave wall burned quietly, the crackling sound fading as it slowly burned out. Suddenly, a ripple of invisible chakra spread through the air, accompanied by a surge of inexplicable pressure that drew the attention of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. Uchiha Sogetsu, who moments ago seemed dazed and lost in thought, now had a renewed focus in his eyes. Did you fail? Uchiha Madara, leaning on his cane, said confidently, it's impossible to awaken a Mangekyo Sharingan with just an illusion. But before he could finish his sentence, he froze mid-thought. Is this the Mangekyo Sharingan? The scarlet eyes of Uchiha Sogetsu, which previously held the traditional three-tomo pattern, now displayed a unique, four-pointed pinwheel design. Both Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu felt as if they had been struck by lightning. What had they just witnessed? Did Sogetsu really awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan just by closing his eyes for a moment? Interesting, Sogetsu said with a subtle grin, feeling the newfound power coursing through him. So this is what it's like. It seems I have two distinct eye techniques now. What did you do? Madara demanded. Despite all his knowledge and experience, this was a shock even to him, like getting a surprise hit when least expected. Uchiha Sogetsu replied in a calm tone, didn't I already say? Just wait until I awaken my Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Madara seemed frustrated and raised his voice, I'm asking you, what exactly did you do? How did you suddenly awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan out of nowhere? Madara felt off balance seeing how easily Uchiha Sogetsu awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. He remembered the intense pain he endured to unlock his Mangekyo, and the same was true for his brother, Izuna. It had always required intense suffering for every other Uchiha to awaken Mangekyo. But now, compared to Sogetsu, Madara felt like all his suffering might have been pointless. Oh, you mean this? Sogetsu adjusted his glasses, and his Mangekyo Sharingan shimmered, with patterns resembling a four-bladed windmill. I used Genjutsu to forcefully hypnotize myself, making me experience all the pain you've gone through, but within a dream. It was excruciating, but that's how I unlocked my Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu fell silent, caught off guard by how easily Sogetsu had awakened his Mangekyo. The feeling was akin to having a long-time crush, someone cold and unreachable, only to find them suddenly embracing someone tall, wealthy, and charming. You. Madara's face twitched, struggling to find words. He finally said, not bad, that's very good. You have my style. Madara was merely trying to save face with that statement. Otherwise, it would have been a blow to his pride. Black Zetsu looked at Uchiha Sogetsu with a hint of disdain, secretly rolling his eyes. He couldn't help but wonder if Sogetsu could be the reincarnation of Indra. It's possible, thought Black Zetsu. Otherwise, how else could one explain this guy's insane talent? Could he really just be the natural talent of the Uchiha? Chapter 77, a bit too extreme. It doesn't seem that difficult, the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Sogetsu commented, sweeping his hair from his forehead with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He sighed, saying, I thought it would be more of a challenge. You've made it sound like a monumental task, but is this all there is to it? He felt no thrill in achieving the Mangekyo. The ease with which he obtained it shattered the lofty expectations he had built. The Mangekyo Sharingan wasn't as legendary as it was made out to be. A heavy silence hung between Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. The air was thick with tension. This kid is asking for trouble, Madara thought, his fists clenched. He had to keep his cool, his face calm, despite the green-eyed monster of jealousy roaring inside him. Taking a deep breath, Madara tried to smother the flames of envy. Stay calm, he whispered to himself, I'm too experienced to be ruffled by a young punk. This is nothing new. But the words did little to quench the bitterness he felt. It's just a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, he muttered under his breath. Nothing to make a fuss over. Not for Uchiha Madara. Clearing his throat, he feigned casualness. Now that you've awakened the Mangekyo, there's something you should know, he said, his voice low and gruff. The Mangekyo comes with immense risks. Risks? What do you mean? Uchiha Sogetsu asked, clearly surprised. Uchiha Madara finally found a point of authority. He leaned back in his stone chair, resting his weight on his cane as he smirked. Let me explain, he said, taking his time. Before I answer your question, do you know why the Sharingan is called a cursed eye? Uchiha Sogetsu, playing along, rubbed his chin and pretended to be deep in thought. Is it because of the conditions needed to awaken it, he asked, knowing the answer but enjoying the act of being a naive learner. Partly, but not entirely, Uchiha Madara responded with a slight nod. The real reason is. Uchiha Madara spoke in a measured tone, when you frequently use the powers of the Mangekyo Sharingan, it puts immense strain on your body. Every time you call upon its strength, it brings you one step closer to blindness. Eventually, you'll lose your sight entirely and be plunged into darkness. He paused for a moment, glancing at Uchiha Sogetsu's face, noting the expression he expected to see. Panic, shock, confusion, fear. Uchiha Sogetsu's reaction was complex, he seemed genuinely disturbed. After all, no one wants to lose their sight, especially with such harsh consequences. Why? Why does it have to be like this? Uchiha Sogetsu's face showed deep bewilderment. His fists clenched as he gritted his teeth. I've awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and gained immense power. It's supposed to be something joyful, but instead, it's leading to these dire consequences. Why is that? Do you understand now? Uchiha Madara asked. Although he found the question somewhat odd, he continued, this is why the Sharingan is known as the cursed eye. But you must have a solution, right? Uchiha Sogetsu suddenly raised his head, staring directly at Uchiha Madara. As an old relic from the Warring States period, you must have found a way, right? After all, you're not blind, are you? Got him, Madara thought to himself. A slight smile played at the corner of his lips as he spoke in a tone that hinted at mystery, a solution. Haha, I might know a way. Uchiha Sogetsu's expression darkened, a hint of displeasure crossing his features as he replied coldly, if you think you can blackmail me, you're mistaken. I don't respond well to threats. No, this isn't a threat, it's a proposition, Uchiha Madara replied with a sly smile, his eyes gleaming with a cunning light. I can help you with the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan. I can also teach you ninjutsu that will make you stronger, strong enough to surpass the 5 great ninja villages. For me, that's just a small favor. So, what's the price? Uchiha Sogetsu asked, trying to hide the eagerness in his voice. If we're talking about cooperation, you should be upfront about your goals. Madara's voice dropped, his expression growing contemplative as he asked, before we get to that, tell me, what's your opinion on the current state of the ninja world? What do you think of the ninja village system your clan helped create? Uchiha Sogetsu hesitated for a moment, adjusting his glasses before answering. The first Hokage had the right idea, he said seriously, but he chose the wrong path. The chaos of the Warring States period didn't end with the emergence of the ninja villages. As long as there are ninjas, there will be conflict. It's our fate. Madara raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in his eyes. I'm impressed, he said quietly. You seem to grasp the deeper issues. Sogetsu nodded, his voice low and somber. As long as people are alive, they'll fight over resources. Resources are finite, so conflict is inevitable. This is the case in Tsunade, Iwagakure, Karigakure, and Kimogakure. There will always be those who grow jealous, and jealousy breeds hatred, which in turn leads to war. My dear friend. Uchiha Madara, who had been misunderstood all his life, suddenly felt a connection, as if he had found a kindred spirit. His heart raced, and a surge of energy seemed to emanate from his old, silent body, compelling him to rise from his stone chair, trembling as he did. Madara Uchiha looked at the young man before him with a gaze filled with admiration and approval. You understand well, he said, his voice carrying a hint of warmth. I didn't expect someone so young to grasp the complexities of our world so thoroughly. If Hashirama had even half your insight, we might have achieved peace long ago. There was an undercurrent of resentment in his words. Clearly, even after all these years, he couldn't entirely let go of the differences between him and Senju Hashirama. You grew up as an orphan, in a world that discriminated against you, Madara continued, trying to draw the young men in. You've seen the cruelty of the ninja world. Don't you want to end it all? This cycle of violence and conflict has persisted for thousands of years. It's time to put an end to the tragic fate of ninjas, to usher in a new era of peace, where everyone can live in harmony. In this new world, there will be no more war, hunger, or poverty. Everyone will be equal and live happily. All wishes will come true, and no one will cry anymore. I have dedicated my life to this dream, Madara declared with increasing passion. His aged body seemed to rejuvenate as he spoke, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Uchiha Sogetsu, I hope you'll join us in realizing this grand vision. Does such a world really exist? Uchiha Sogetsu asked, his eyes distant, as if he could see the utopia that Madara was describing. Of course, it does, Madara replied with a confident smile. He stretched out his arms, as if to embrace this wonderful future. All we need to do is gather all the tailed beasts, then I will become the new sage of 6 paths. With that power, I will cast the ultimate Genjutsu, infinite Tsukuyomi, where everyone in the world will live happily within a perfect illusion. Wait, an illusion? Uchiha Sogetsu interrupted. Yes, the infinite Tsukuyomi is the ultimate illusion inscribed on the stone tablet of Naka Shrine, Uchiha Madara explained. With this illusion, we can shape a perfect world within our dreams. Why not consider an alternative approach? What's the solution? Uchiha pushed up his glasses, appearing somewhat perplexed. Though the realm of Genjutsu is enticing, I believe we should address the root cause. Address the root cause? Madara momentarily stood in awe, his arms outstretched. Not a bad idea. Uchiha Sogetsu's gaze shifted, his tone suddenly fervent. Since we're gathering the tailed beasts and aiming to become the new 6-path sage, why not tackle the issue at its core? By eliminating all ninjas and eradicating chakra altogether, we can resolve the ninja world's conflicts from the very source. Black Zetsu shuddered at the notion. Even Uchiha Madara, who considered himself quite radical, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth in response. Well, I dare say that's a tad extreme. Chapter 78, Gift from Izuna. Uchiha Sogetsu's proposal was ultimately rejected by Madara. The reason for this is not to solve the problem at its root, but to entirely eliminate the root problem itself. Under Madara's persuasion, Uchiha Sogetsu had no choice but to abandon his idea. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Uchiha Madara breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was too dangerous, and his ideas were even more extreme than his own. Thank goodness he wasn't born during the Warring States period, otherwise, even Senju Hashirama, known for his good temper, would have ended him. Even if the Eye of the Moon plan hadn't been realized, Madara would have taken action to nip the danger in the bud. Ahem, let's not be so extreme in the future. Uchiha Madara coughed twice, sat down on his stone chair, and said helplessly, if we really followed your method, half the population would be wiped out. Half the population gone just like that. In the Warring States era, that would have been unimaginable. He'd erase half the population with just one suggestion. He's like a walking lord of hell. This is just a small sacrifice on the path to peace, Uchiha Sogetsu said as if he didn't realize the gravity of his words. He pushed up his glasses and added calmly, but since you don't agree with my plan, I won't insist. However, if your plan fails, don't stop me from taking my approach. A backup plan, huh? Uchiha Madara sneered inwardly. He didn't think he would fail, but he nodded with a calm expression, don't worry. I won't stop you then. I agree to join your Eye of the Moon project, Uchiha Sogetsu said seriously, but the premise for all of this is that you can make me stronger. Haha, okay, Uchiha Madara replied with a smile, rest assured, I'll keep my promise. If there's nothing else, I'll head back. He adjusted his glasses and said, it's getting late. If I stay out too long, it'll attract unwanted attention. I don't want to be exposed so early. After spending so much time in the cave, it's likely getting cold outside. If he didn't head back soon, someone might find him, and he'd have to expend more energy to deal with that. To avoid any unnecessary trouble, it was better to keep a low profile. All right, I'll send a white Zetsu back with you, Uchiha Madara said, leaning on his crutches. His eyes were half closed, and he spoke in a calm, measured tone. If you need anything, you can also reach me through it. Uchiha Sogetsu's eyebrows furrowed slightly, showing some hesitation. Don't worry, no one can detect white Zetsu, Madara replied, noticing his reluctance. Besides, having it with you means you can use it for covert tasks. And if necessary, you and I can communicate through it. You just want to keep tabs on me, don't you? Sogetsu's response was laced with sarcasm. You could say that, Madara admitted without a hint of hesitation. His gaze was intense. The Eye of the Moon plan is crucial, so I have to be cautious. I hope you understand. Understood, Sogetsu replied with a casual smile. It's only natural to be cautious when there's no trust yet. If that's how you want to do it, sure, let it tag along. It's just one white Zetsu, and Sogetsu had 1,000 ways to keep it from saying too much. Besides, this was all part of his plan anyway. With the negotiation settled, Uchiha Sogetsu left the cave, a white Zetsu quietly trailing him underground. Madara-sama. The voice was low and hoarse, belonging to Black Zetsu. Are you really just going to let him leave like that? Should I follow him? A chuckle echoed through the dark cave. Uchiha Madara's laughter was chilling, his voice carrying a sense of sinister triumph. There's no need to follow, he replied, his eyes glinting with a flicker of light. Because I've already succeeded. Black Zetsu noticed that Madara's left eye was beginning to lose its color, its once vivid Mangekyo pattern fading into gray. He has no idea, Madara continued, a smirk forming on his lips, that I've altered his thoughts. From this point on, he'll be my successor, dutifully carrying out my will. Black Zetsu joined in the laughter, its tone filled with satisfaction. Madara-sama, I didn't expect you'd have another eye technique hidden away like this. Even among the Uchiha clan, that technique is incredibly rare, isn't it? Madara leaned back in his stone chair, his expression betraying a hint of fatigue. It's a gift, he murmured, almost to himself. A final gift from Izuna. A figure stepped forward from the shadows, adjusting his glasses with a slight smirk. That's quite a find, Madara-sama, he said with a hint of amusement. It's enough to make anyone jealous. I'm curious to see what other surprises you've got hidden away. Who knows, maybe it'll rain gold coins. The newcomer, Uchiha Sogetsu, then turned his attention inward. System, show my personal attributes, he thought silently. Name, Uchiha Sogetsu. Age, 15 years. Occupation, ninja, psychiatrist. Pathway, visionary. Level, sequence 6, hypnotist. Extraordinary items. Language of foulness, lets the opponent hear a terrifying roar, infecting them with madness. Sleeping amulet, after a short chant, it can put people into a peaceful sleep state. Destiny doll, blocks destiny, allowing the holder to defend against curses, detection, and seeking effects. Lie. Corresponding characteristics, full pathway, sequence 6 faceless man. Appearance, earrings. Extraordinary ability, allows the holder to truly transform in appearance. It masters 3 abilities, controlling flames, transferring damage, and danger intuition. It also improves balance and agility. The negative effect is that emotions will be amplified when wearing it. Negative ability, amplifies the carrier's emotions. Hermes brass candlestick. Corresponding characteristics, visionary pathway, sequence 3 dream weaver. Appearance, a brass candlestick. Extraordinary ability, extracts the ether body according to the quality of the burning ether body. It can weave an almost real dream and pull other people into the same dream. Negative effect, within 12 hours after use, the user will be hostile and malicious towards everyone within a kilometer range. Tinder. Corresponding characteristics, error pathway, sequence 6 Prometheus. Appearance, red gloves. Extraordinary ability, can enhance the user's charm, make their words extremely persuasive, and can steal and beyonder ability / ninjutsu from a target within a range of 50 meters. The better you know the target, the easier it is to steal the item you want. The more ignorant you are, the closer it is to randomness and relying on luck. After a successful theft, the original target loses that beyonder ability / ninjutsu, which must be restored after at least 12 hours, while the Tinder owner can use it skillfully for about 10 minutes. Negative effects, when wearing it, there is a small probability of randomly losing an item on your body, and one of your own beyonder abilities will also be lost for 12 hours, but there will only be one within the range. Witch's ring. Corresponding characteristics, witch pathway sequence 5 afflictions. Appearance, silver black ring, unique shape, inlaid with rubies. Extraordinary ability, greatly enhances the charm of the wearer, has a certain degree of witch characteristics, and can also create mystic viruses and bacteria to spread widespread plague diseases. The first 10 minutes will not be affected, but as the spread range and time increase, the negative effects will be accelerated. Negative effects, wearing it for a long time will subtly corrupt the holder, gradually transforming them into an beyonder of the witch sequence. Chapter 79, Suspicious. Uchiha Sogetsu, who had just returned from a mission, ran into the clan leader's wife. Oh, it's you, Sogetsu. Mikoto greeted him with a warm smile, gently touching her rounded belly. I haven't seen you in a while. Fugaku mentioned that he wanted to discuss something with you. Really? I haven't heard from Lord Fugaku about any meeting, Uchiha Sogetsu replied, adjusting his glasses slightly and looking at Mikoto with a hint of confusion. Mikoto's belly had grown significantly in recent times, indicating she was quite far along in her pregnancy. Today, she wore a thin, flowing gown that highlighted her figure. Every gesture, her gentle smile, and the softness in her eyes radiated a unique charm, like a ripe, luscious fruit. Maybe it's not that important, Mikoto said, tilting her head as if trying to recall something. She bit her lip gently, sticking out her tongue in a playful manner. Despite being an expectant mother, her mannerisms retained a touch of youthful playfulness. I might have gotten it wrong. Lately, I've been forgetting things a lot. Sorry. Perhaps it's just the pregnancy, Uchiha Sogetsu responded with a slight chuckle. I've heard that many expectant mothers experience memory lapses, especially when they're not getting enough rest. Yes, maybe it's because the baby's almost here. Mikoto said with a slight frown, rubbing her belly with a mix of annoyance and affection. The baby is constantly kicking me, so I can't seem to rest. I wonder how much more mischievous they'll be once they're born. I have a feeling, Mikoto-sama, Uchiha Sogetsu said with a grin, that this child is going to be quite a handful when he grow up. Haha, I think so too, Mikoto replied, her face radiating maternal love as she softly stroked her belly. I haven't met him yet, but I already know he'll be a good child and love his parents dearly. Well, let's hope they're not too loving, Uchiha Sogetsu thought to himself with a wry smile. Mikoto-sama, have you chosen a name for your baby? Uchiha Sogetsu asked. Yes, Fugaku has already picked one, Mikoto answered, her eyes brightening as she looked down at her belly. If it's a boy, we're going to call him Itachi. If it's a girl, we decided on Yuki. Itachi, Uchiha Sogetsu repeated with a nod. That's a wonderful name. Uchiha Sogetsu sighed deeply, clapping his hands in genuine approval. That's a good name. I think it has to be a boy. Mikoto giggled, covering her mouth with her hands. Then I'll leave it to you, she replied. I also hope it's a boy. As she spoke, something seemed to click in her mind. She clapped her hands, her eyes brightening with excitement. Oh. If it's a boy, can I ask you to take him as your disciple? Sojetsu was taken aback, his eyes twitching at the sudden suggestion. Ah, Mikoto-sama, why bring this up out of the blue? Mikoto pretended to pout, puffing her cheeks and putting her hands on her hips. What? You don't want to? No, it's not that, Sojetsu replied, shaking his head, feeling a little overwhelmed. I'm just curious. There are plenty of people in the clan who are stronger and more experienced than me. Wouldn't they be more suitable to be the child's sensei? I'm still quite immature in terms of strength and experience. I'm worried I won't live up to your Lord Fugaku's expectations. Mikoto gave him a playful look and shook her head. You're too modest, Sojetsu. Among the younger generation in the clan, you are the strongest. Fugaku and I would feel more at ease if you were the one to teach our child. Sojetsu sighed inwardly. It seemed there was no escaping this. Outwardly, he kept his composure, smiling kindly as he said, since Lord Fugaku and you have so much faith in me, I'll do my best not to disappoint you. I'll take on the responsibility of teaching your child. He glanced toward Obito and Itachi, realizing that he had a long journey ahead. Lady Mikoto, is there something else you wanted to discuss with me? Uchiha Sogetsu asked. He found it hard to believe that Mikoto would show up just for idle chit-chat. How did you figure it out? Mikoto stuck out her tongue, a mix of girl-like playfulness and mature charm. It was part of what made her so endearing. Actually, it's kind of a personal matter. Personal matter? Uchiha Sogetsu stayed quiet, curious about what she might say. To be honest, I haven't been sleeping well lately, Mikoto said, looking troubled. I've been feeling irritable and getting angry for no reason. Fugaku got so scared that he moved into the guest room. The thought of the upcoming delivery has been stressing me out. I see, Uchiha Sogetsu replied thoughtfully. So you came to me for some counseling? Yeah, that's it. Mikoto clasped her hands, sticking out her tongue playfully, a pleading look in her eyes. But please don't tell Fugaku about this. He's so strict, always telling me what to do and what not to do, even stopping me from eating ice cream. It's all for the baby, though. Uchiha Sogetsu's forehead creased in discomfort. Please Sogetsu. Mikoto tugged on his sleeve, swinging it like a child. Unable to resist her charm, Uchiha Sogetsu finally nodded. All right, I promise. Just let go of my sleeve, Lady Mikoto. Hee, thank you Sojetsu. Mikoto's cheeks flushed with a hint of red, as if realizing that her recent behavior was somewhat inappropriate, making her feel embarrassed. In truth, she couldn't quite pinpoint why she felt this way. Every time she saw Uchiha Sogetsu, she sensed a certain magnetic charm that drew her in, as if he exuded a captivating aura that she couldn't resist. Her actions just now were entirely unconscious, as if some deep part of her was guiding her towards him. But no, she couldn't let her thoughts wander in that direction. Mikoto gave herself a light slap on the cheeks, attempting to snap out of her reverie. Still blushing, she whispered softly, So, can we go to your room? Whoa, hold on, lady. That's some dangerous talk. Uchiha Sogetsu felt a bead of sweat forming on his forehead, took a deep breath, and replied with a sigh, Of course, Mikoto-sama, please follow me. Mikoto glanced around cautiously, as if worried someone might be watching her doing something she shouldn't. After confirming the coast was clear, she tiptoed into Uchiha Sogetsu's room with her white socks, acting all secretive. Seriously, don't make it seem like this. Uchiha Sogetsu's eyes twitched rapidly. Wasn't this making it seem even more suspicious? Excuse me, Mikoto knelt down on the tatami mat, still showing signs of embarrassment. Gathering her courage, she bit her lip lightly and said softly, It's okay. I'm ready. Uchiha Sogetsu put his hand over his face, utterly defeated. If Fugaku showed up now, everything he'd worked for would be in shambles. Who was to blame for this? The system. Yes, the system. All those items he got recently had boosted his charm to insane levels. At this rate, he'd turn into a male succubus. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock at the door echoed through the room, startling both Mikoto and Uchiha Sogetsu. They instinctively looked toward the door, where a shadowy figure stood illuminated by the light. "Sogetsu, are you in there?" "It's Fugaku." Just hearing those words was almost enough to make Uchiha Sogetsu drop everything in shock. Talk about tempting fate, when they say, "Speak of the devil," they aren't kidding. Fugaku had shown up at the worst possible moment. Chapter 80, a gift or a curse. Fugaku. Uchiha Sogetsu felt a moment of panic but managed to steady his nerves just in time. "It's fine," he reassured himself. "It's not a big deal. I'm not doing anything wrong with Mikoto. I don't have to worry about her husband showing up out of nowhere." He remembered an old saying, if you walk the straight path, you don't fear a crooked shadow. He hadn't done anything improper, so why would he be scared of someone knocking on his door in the middle of the night? With this thought, Uchiha Sogetsu regained his composure, adjusted his glasses, and turned back to face Mikoto, intending to ask her what was going on. Mikoto. But when he turned around, what he saw was shocking and downright incriminating. Mikoto was standing there with her round belly, tiptoeing in white socks, as if she were a wife caught in an affair, quietly hiding in his bedroom. "Don't let Fugaku know I'm here." She raised a finger to her lips, whispering without making a sound, as if this was all perfectly normal. This was a disaster. It was as if he'd smeared mud on his own crotch. No one would believe it was anything but what it looked like. Even if he had 1,000 excuses, he couldn't explain his way out of this one. Was he supposed to tell Fugaku, "Don't worry, I can explain. Your wife sneaking into my room late at night is completely innocent"? Yeah, right. Fugaku would tear him apart. Uchiha Sogetsu's mind was a battlefield between reason and panic. Outside the door, Fugaku opened it and walked in. He glanced around the room with a smile. "Sorry, Sogetsu, I knocked for a while but didn't hear anything. I thought I'd come in to check. Hope I didn't bother you." "Not at all, Lord Fugaku." Sogetsu's voice wavered slightly, but he used every ounce of his Sequence 6 hypnotist power to maintain composure. The stakes were high. If Fugaku discovered his wife hiding in the next room, things could end in a way no one wanted. This wasn't something to take lightly. If Fugaku caught on, someone was definitely going to get hurt. Uchiha Sogetsu was the one who knew about Fugaku's upcoming death. After collecting his thoughts, Sogetsu returned to his usual calm demeanor. Sitting on the floor, he greeted Fugaku with a composed voice. "It's quite late, Lord Fugaku. What brings you here at this hour?" Though Fugaku felt that something was a bit off, he dismissed the feeling and sat down cross-legged. "Haha, you're right. I've come with some news. I've spoken with the elders about your future role within the Uchiha clan. We've decided to appoint you as an elder. Me? An elder?" Uchiha Sogetsu was surprised but didn't overreact. He hesitated and then asked, "Lord Fugaku, if I take on the role of elder, what about the others? How will they react?" "Hey, don't worry about it," Fugaku replied with a wave of his hand. "This has been discussed with the elders. Besides, you've made significant contributions to Konoha and have improved the reputation of the Uchiha clan. That's a big achievement." The two continued to talk for a while, with Sogetsu maintaining the atmosphere, careful not to give away that Fugaku's wife, Mikoto, was hiding in the bedroom just beyond the wall. On the other side of the wall, Mikoto was in the bedroom, her heart racing wildly. She couldn't understand why she'd suddenly hidden there, so close to her husband, yet in another man's room. The scent of the room was pleasant, making her unconsciously take deep breaths, which only made her cheeks flush. The closeness to Fugaku and her current situation made her entire body feel tingly with a mix of excitement and tension. "Calm down, Mikoto," she thought, pinching her cheek and shaking her head vigorously to clear her mind. Time seemed to pass slowly, and as Mikoto's anxiety peaked, the door suddenly opened. "Ah." She was startled, but then sighed in relief when she saw it was just Sogetsu. Sogetsu's expression remained neutral, but inside, he felt a surge of annoyance. He managed to keep his voice steady as he said, "Mikoto-sama, Fugaku-sama has left. Let's start your treatment right away. We don't want to be late getting you back, as that could raise suspicion." "Oh, okay." Mikoto bit her lip, spread her legs like a duck, and shyly tugged at the corner of her clothes. "It's right here, you can start." Uchiha Sogetsu said this without showing any emotion. She had resigned herself to this, so she sat down directly across from him. "Mikoto-sama, please close your eyes, relax, and try not to resist." "Yes," Mikoto replied in a charming voice, closing her eyes with a slightly reluctant expression. Uchiha Sogetsu focused his gaze, his eyes glowing faintly with the golden light. What surprised him, though, was that Mikoto wasn't putting up any defenses. He was able to enter her mind with ease, delving straight into her island of consciousness. It felt like a dream. Mikoto seemed completely at ease, a sweet smile appearing on her lips. Before long, the process was complete. Mikoto slowly opened her eyes, feeling warmth and comfort throughout her body. She stretched and said, "That felt great, thank you, Sojetsu." "No problem, Mikoto-sama," Uchiha Sogetsu replied with a calm and neutral expression. "This type of mental therapy is just a temporary fix. Don't worry too much about it." "Yeah, I get it." Mikoto felt a sense of warmth toward Sojetsu, almost instinctively. With big, eager eyes, she asked, "Can I come to you again for this?" "Of course, Mikoto-sama," he answered without hesitation. A quick thought crossed his mind, and he added, "But I might not always be around. Here, take this charm with you." As he spoke, he pulled out a small, intricately designed amulet from his cloak and handed it to her. "What's this?" she asked, intrigued. Mikoto accepted the amulet with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. She was always cautious, even with gifts from familiar faces, and it was no different with the small trinket that Uchiha Sogetsu had handed her. "This is something I'm experimenting with," he said with a calm smile, watching her reaction carefully. "I've sealed a fraction of my abilities into this amulet. It won't do anything too dramatic, but it should help you keep your emotions in check." "Really? That sounds amazing," Mikoto said, her skepticism turning into genuine delight. She fastened the amulet around her neck and felt the cool metal against her skin. "Thank you, Sojetsu. It's my honor to be able to help you, Mikoto-sama," he replied, his voice as gentle as a breeze, his gaze meeting hers with a quiet intensity. Her cheeks flushed with color, and she felt her pulse quicken. It was as if his eyes saw through her, and she couldn't bear the sudden intimacy. "I should go," she said, standing abruptly. "I'll see you later." She offered him a quick bow before turning to leave. Sojetsu watched her go, his expression unchanged. Behind the stoic facade, there was something darker. He adjusted his mirror frame with a deliberate touch, a faint trace of malice flickering in his eyes. He murmured under his breath, just loud enough for only himself to hear, "A gift or a curse. I hope you enjoy my little present, Uchiha Itachi." Though the charm he gave to Mikoto had the calming properties he mentioned, there was something more sinister woven into its design. The hypnosis technique was only part of it, the other components were much more dangerous, ravings from the true creator, a true rap master. In giving Mikoto the charm, he was setting into motion a chain of events he had carefully orchestrated. The unraveling was just beginning. Chapter 81, Restless Kirigakure and Iwagakure. After seeing off the reluctant Mikoto, Uchiha Sogetsu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she was gone. If she had stayed any longer, he couldn't be sure what might happen next. It's not that he couldn't control himself, but he was concerned about Uchiha Mikoto. The way she looked at him earlier was almost hungry, her cheeks flushed red, and she kept her legs tightly crossed. The intensity of her gaze was unnerving. Since he arrived in the world of Naruto, not many things could make him break a sweat. But tonight, the sight of Mikoto hiding in his bedroom, especially in front of Fugaku, was definitely in the top 3 moments that would stick with him. After a bit of relief, Uchiha Sogetsu turned his attention to the faint subtitles that appeared before him. "Perfect timing, I just completed the final piece of the puzzle. Side mission, Qualified Psychiatrist 4. Provide psychological counseling to at least 100 people, or grant their wishes, 100/100. Reward, Lamino's Travels." Mikoto happened to be the 100th. It wasn't easy, dealing with 3rd Hokage and Madara Uchiha while also making time to work at Konoha Hospital. But his efforts had paid off. Lamino's Travels. Appearance, a book bound with burnt yellow parchment. Corresponding characteristics, door pathway, sequence 6 scribe. Extraordinary ability, the holder can record an beyond her ability by witnessing it and store it in the notebook for later use. It can be accessed when needed, but only once. Negative effects, each time it's used, the user can get lost and face various dangers. To neutralize the effects, the user must draw their own blood and apply it evenly across the cover. Looks like I need to have Uchiha Madara prepare some gold coins in advance, Uchiha Sogetsu thought. He had a plan for Madara Uchiha in mind. With someone like Madara, the living treasury of the ninja world, it would be a waste not to take advantage of his resources. Better to get as much as possible while he was still around. Feeling satisfied, he tucked the notebook away, keeping it close to his body. Uchiha Sogetsu's eyes turned to his next mission. He knew that the psychiatrist side missions would get progressively more challenging, but the rewards were also becoming increasingly enticing. He gazed into the void, and sure enough, after completing mission 4, a new line of faint text appeared before him. Side mission, Qualified Psychiatrist 5. Hypnotize or control at least 10 elite Jonin/Kaga level individuals, 0 out of 10. Reward, Ariana's Night Crest. The moment he saw the reward, Uchiha Sogetsu couldn't hide his excitement. He knew that this was a rare and powerful item. Ariana's Night Crest would grant him access to the goddess's secrets, which were known to be immensely potent and versatile. He could use it anywhere, anytime, and it would provide him with invaluable information. It's finally turning around, he thought with a hint of excitement. This mission could be the key to his plans, but it meant he needed to act sooner than anticipated. He started to mentally list his next targets, focusing on elite Jonin and Kage-level ninjas. The next morning, Uchiha Sogetsu was heading out when he ran into the clan leader, Fugaku. Fugaku's face looked different. His eye sockets were dark, and his face had several conspicuous scars. Lord Fugaku, what happened? Uchiha Sogetsu asked, noticing the strange look on Fugaku's face. It was as if he had walked into a situation that was far from ordinary. Fugaku coughed, trying to hide his discomfort. It's nothing. I was practicing a new ninjutsu last night, and things didn't go as planned. Ended up with a few scars. Oh, I understand, Uchiha Sogetsu replied, patting Fugaku on the shoulder. It's normal during pregnancy, just bear with it. You understand me. Fugaku said, relieved, but there was still an awkwardness in the air. As Uchiha Sogetsu walked away, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Things were definitely getting interesting, and he had a mission to complete. But first, he needed to check on his clan leader's unusual condition. After all, it never hurt to be aware of what was happening within the Uchiha clan. Fugaku looked at his friend with tears in his eyes and complained, "You have no idea what happened last night. Something's up with Mikoto. She suddenly flipped out, started yelling at me, asking where I'd been. I told her I was at your place, and she got even angrier." Uchiha Sogetsu suddenly felt guilty, his eyes darting away. "Anyway," Fugaku continued seriously, "I just want you to know that Mikoto's been in a bad mood lately. If she offended you somehow, please don't take it personally. I'm sorry if she did, and I appreciate your understanding." Got it, I have to go now," Uchiha Sogetsu replied quickly, backing away. He couldn't stick around any longer, otherwise, his secret would come out. On his way through the village, people greeted him with enthusiasm. "Good morning, Lord Sogetsu." "Hey, Lord Sogetsu, have you eaten?" "Lord Sogetsu, want to come check out my garden?" Since he'd made a name for himself at the Chunin exams, his popularity in Konoha had grown significantly among the regular folks. Uchiha Sogetsu waved and smiled back, acknowledging the villagers' warmth. "Lord Sogetsu, you're here. Hokage-sama asked you to go straight up." An ANBU stationed outside the Hokage building welcomed him with respect. "Got it, thanks," Uchiha Sogetsu replied with a nod and a smile, giving the ANBU a light pat on the shoulder. "Thanks for your hard work. It's not easy standing here all day." "It's my honor, Lord Sogetsu." The ANBU was trying to keep his composure, but his excitement was pretty obvious. "Hey, relax, we're all part of Konoha. There's no high or low," Sogetsu said with a calm, kind voice that felt like a warm ray of sunshine to the ANBU. "Lord Sogetsu, you're really kind," the ANBU murmured to himself as Uchiha Sogetsu walked away. "You don't have that typical Uchiha arrogance. Too bad I'm not in your squad, huh?" His words at the door didn't escape Uchiha Sogetsu's sharp hearing. Even in the Hokage building, many people greeted him warmly, proving that his hard work hadn't gone unnoticed. That was fine. Because the more you're idolized, the less people understand who you really are. "Very good, keep it up." Uchiha Sogetsu squinted slightly, smirking as he adjusted his glasses. "My reputation isn't quite enough yet. I need more." After some contemplation, he found himself in front of the Hokage's office. He pushed the door open, entering the smoke-filled room where Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, puffing on his pipe. Danzo stood nearby, leaning on his cane with a scowl on his face, his mood as dark as ever. "Hokage-sama, I'm here." Uchiha Sogetsu ignored Danzo and went straight to Hiruzen's desk. "You called me. Is there a mission?" "Yes." Sarutobi Hiruzen got straight to the point. "I need you to go to Kirigakure village as an ANBU." Uchiha Sogetsu waited calmly, listening for more details. "An ANBU operative sent a message yesterday." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened, and his voice carried a menacing edge. "Kirigakure village has secretly aligned with the Wagakure. They're plotting a war. I need you to lead a team to investigate and find out what their plan is, and who they're targeting." Uchiha Sogetsu noticed a scroll in Hiruzen's hand, stained with bright red blood. The Hokage had spoken. Sogetsu adjusted his glasses with his index finger and asked calmly, "Hokage-sama, if we discover the exact details of their plan and confirm that Kirigakure and Iwadakure are preparing for war, how far can we go?" "You can do whatever you need to. Let's make some noise." Sarutobi Hiruzen's grin was solemn, his eyes cold with a hint of cruelty. "If they don't want peace, then we won't give them any." "I understand." Uchiha Sogetsu smiled. This was exactly what he wanted to hear. Chapter 82, a little surprise for Danzo. Uchiha Sogetsu had a feeling that this mission might take a while. So before officially heading out, he decided to prepare a few gifts for those who had been keeping an eye on him. He was concerned that charms given to Mikoto might not be enough, so he brought along a few extras and handed them to Mikoto. It's really kind of you, Sojetsu. Mikoto tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. Her beautiful eyes held a hint of mystery, and her voice carried a subtle warmth that she seemed unaware of. You're about to go on a dangerous mission, but you still thought of me. Thank you so much. Mikoto-sama, you're teasing me. I'm just doing my duty as a medic, Uchiha Sogetsu replied with a humble chuckle, his voice light. Now that I've given you the charms, I should be on my way. Hey, wait, Sojetsu. Mikoto grabbed his sleeve, her cheeks a soft shade of pink as she whispered, please, come back safely. Fugaku and I will be waiting for you. Whoa, this is getting awkward, ma'am. Uchiha Sogetsu could only manage an awkward but polite smile before slipping away. As he vanished into the distance, Mikoto chuckled to herself, a hint of mischief in her eyes. She muttered under her breath, next time, I'll make him call me Mikoto. It's always, my lady or Mikoto-sama. I'm not that old, seriously. Sometimes, having too much charm can be a problem. Uchiha Sogetsu wiped a bead of cold sweat from his forehead. If this kept up, by the time Itachi was born, he'd be his godfather. Wait, on second thought, that might not be such a bad idea. Quickly dismissing such dangerous thoughts, Uchiha Sogetsu returned to his room. As he sensed an approaching chakra, he quickly hypnotized White Zetsu, who had been watching him from the shadows. Come out, Ryoma. In response to his call, a swarm of insects emerged from the shadows, forming into a human shape. Lord Sojetsu, please forgive me for being late, Ryoma said, kneeling on one knee, head bowed, avoiding eye contact. After receiving your signal, it took some effort to shake off Danzo's surveillance. I beg for your pardon. A soft ding echoed through the room. The silver-gray ring, adorned with rubies, came to a stop on the table. Under the soft light in the room, the ruby set into the ring emitted an alluring crimson glow, almost as if it was exuding a seductive charm. It was as if a captivating woman was dancing, capturing everyone's attention with her bewitching moves. Even Ryoma, a seasoned member of Root known for his stoic demeanor, found himself mesmerized by the ring's enchanting aura. His eyes were locked onto the gem, his breathing grew heavier, and his face took on a faint shade of red. A powerful urge to claim the ring for himself surged through him, gripping his heart. Without realizing it, he reached out to grasp the ring. But just as he was about to touch it, his instincts kicked in. With a swift motion, Ryoma reversed the grip on his kunai and stabbed it straight through his palm, pinning it to the ground. The intense pain snapped him out of his trance, pulling him back from that bizarre compulsion. Huff, huff. Ryoma gasped heavily, a look of fear etched across his face. What a terrifying object. With just a fleeting glance, it had almost taken control of his mind. Even though he was part of Root and had witnessed plenty of horrors, Ryoma was genuinely shaken by the sinister influence of this ring. He swallowed hard, trying to steady himself. But he had no time to dwell on his fear or pain. He suddenly realized that his momentary lapse in judgment could be interpreted as an attempt to steal from his superior. That was equivalent to an act of provocation. His eyes widened in terror, and without hesitation, he dropped to his knees and began banging his head on the ground, the sound echoing through the silent room. Lord Sojetsu, forgive my rudeness. I almost acted on a forbidden impulse. Please, forgive me. But there was no answer. An eerie, suffocating silence filled the room, a heavy pressure that felt like a crushing boulder on his chest. In a flash, Uchiha Sogetsu shifted into his Adam persona, exuding an aura of detachment and deep wisdom, as if he could see through everything. The atmosphere was heavy with tension, and Dragon's aura combined with the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, exerting a crushing pressure that permeated the room. Ryoma didn't let the pain from his pierced palm slow him down, despite the blood seeping into the tatami mat beneath him. His entire body trembled, and cold sweat ran down his face as he bowed low, forehead nearly touching the ground. Even though he said nothing, the suffocating pressure made it feel as though his throat was being squeezed shut. Uchiha Sogetsu had become even more powerful. And Ryoma could feel it, fear and awe twisting inside him. After what seemed like an eternity, Uchiha Sogetsu finally spoke. It won't happen again. The oppressive weight in the air lifted instantly. Ryoma felt a rush of relief as the intense pressure dissipated. Keeping his kneeling position, he spoke with careful humility, Lord Sojetsu, forgive me if I'm wrong, but I'm not quite sure what you intend with this. I think this ring is a small surprise, Uchiha Sogetsu replied. He shifted into a more comfortable sitting position and lightly tapped his index finger on the table. Find an appropriate time and reason to give it to Danzo. Ryoma was no fool, he immediately grasped the implication and replied quickly, understood, Lord Sojetsu. I will ensure it's given to Danzo in the most suitable manner. Good. You may leave now. With that, Uchiha Sogetsu dismissed him, having issued his orders. Ryoma carefully sealed the mystical ring into the scroll, letting out a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried about being tricked by its dark influence again. After stowing away the ring, he cleaned the blood from the tatami and then slowly exited the room. Before leaving, he remarked, "Let's hope I come back to good news." Uchiha Sogetsu stroked his chin thoughtfully. He had invested quite a bit in this plan, hoping to surprise Danzo. He had acquired a priceless artifact, one that was likely at the level of Sequence 5. Surely Danzo couldn't just shrug off something like that, could he? This time, Danzo got exactly what he wanted, a power boost. With a Sequence 5 item, it was bound to give Sarutobi Hiruzen a headache. Danzo was always striving for more power, but Sogetsu's investment might throw a wrench in his plans. What's this? White Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground, scratching his head as if he had just woken up. I must have dozed off. What's going on, Lord Sogetsu? Nothing important, Sogetsu replied, sipping his green tea with a calm expression. White Zetsu noticed the steam rising from the tea, but it didn't seem to bother him. He just couldn't understand why Sogetsu was so calm. I heard you're leaving the village for a mission, he asked, trying to be polite. White Zetsu had become much more cautious since his punishment, his tone now showing a lot more respect. What's it to you? Uchiha Sogetsu glanced at him with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Nothing, really, White Zetsu replied, sinking a little further into the ground as if to shield himself. Madara-sama asked me to find out what Mangekyo Sharingan ability you've awakened. To avoid any misunderstanding, he quickly added, ahem, Madara-sama said he could better plan if he knew what your eye technique was. Don't rush things, White Zetsu, Sogetsu said, setting down his teacup with a faint smile. Soon, everyone will know what my Mangekyo Sharingan technique is. Chapter 83, Toward Kirigakure. Let me confirm once more, Owl. Elephant folded his arms across his chest, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness as he spoke in a deep voice, for this infiltration investigation mission, you insist on going alone. Are you sure about this? Yes, it's decided. I'll go alone, nodded Uchiha Sogetsu. Kirigakure village is renowned for its assassination expertise. It's situated in an isolated location, surrounded by water, and remains closed off throughout the year. Adding more people would only increase the risk of detection. It's better for one person to have a smaller profile, making it easier to gather intelligence. After pondering for a moment, Elephant reluctantly agreed, true, Kirigakure has a lot of internal information. The more people we send in, the higher the chance of exposure. However, leaving someone highly valued by the Hokage to undertake such a dangerous mission alone left Elephant deeply concerned. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a scroll from his robes and handed it over. Since you've made your decision, I won't say more. But please take this. What is this? Inquired Uchiha Sogetsu as he accepted the scroll, refraining from opening it. This is a list of Konoha's spies operating in Kirigakure village. Elephant's voice turned cold, a hint of ruthlessness gleaming in his eyes. If necessary, these spies can be used. Even if it means sacrificing them all, we must ensure your safety. Do you understand? Isn't that a bit extreme? Uchiha Sogetsu was taken aback. The significance of this list was unquestionable. Any spy capable of infiltrating foreign lands for extended periods was undoubtedly elite. While they might not be the strongest, their character and loyalty were beyond doubt. Each spy represented countless sacrifices and considerable resources invested by Konoha. Thus, the value of each one was immeasurable. Yet now, to ensure his safety, Elephant was willing to sacrifice these invaluable assets. Haha, don't worry. I know what I'm doing, Elephant reassured him, his tone softening as he patted Sogetsu's shoulder. This is also what Hokage-sama intends. In the eyes of the Hokage, you are far more precious than those spies. Well, one of the perks of earning Sarutobi Hiruzen's trust was this. At least for now, Sogetsu's importance in the eyes of Hokage-sama surpassed many, including Danzo. Thank you, Hokage-sama, for your trust. Sogetsu expressed his gratitude before adding solemnly, I will fulfill the mission entrusted to me by Hokage-sama. Take care on your journey, Elephant bid him farewell. And thus, with no further ado, Sogetsu departed. He spoke with the authority of an elder, his voice laced with concern, we'll be waiting for your return, Owl. Sogetsu brushed off the concern with a casual wave of his hand before turning and departing from the ANBU headquarters. Watching his retreating figure, a faint smile graced Elephant's lips involuntarily. It's unusual for our ANBU vice-captain to show such kindness to a newcomer, remarked one of the ANBU agents standing nearby, scratching his head in puzzlement. Lord Elephant, do you hold such high regard for that kid? With a sudden, forceful blow, the ANBU agent's head was jolted violently, sending him collapsing to the ground, clutching his head in pain. Spread the word to the others to keep an eye on him from now on, Elephant commanded, his tone reverting to its former coldness as he glanced at the fallen agent. That individual, it won't be long before he becomes someone we all look up to. The injured ANBU agent, still reeling from the blow, gasped in astonishment. The only figure they could look up to was the ANBU squad captain, so they stared at Elephant in disbelief and stammered, "You mean? Owl will soon become the ANBU squad captain." "Yes," Elephant affirmed, his arms crossed. "Lord Hokage holds high hopes for Owl. If this mission is successful, his achievements will speak for themselves." Though Sarutobi Hiruzen hadn't explicitly stated it, those with even a modicum of insight could discern the Hokage's intentions. This mission, infiltrating the village hidden in the mist to gather intelligence on the ongoing war, served as a comprehensive assessment of Owl's capabilities, determining whether he was worthy of becoming the sharpest tool in the Hokage's arsenal. Additionally, it served as a substantial accomplishment, silencing dissenting voices and objections. Naturally, all of this hinged on whether Uchiha Sogetsu could fulfill the task. The ANBU agent quickly pieced together the implications and exclaimed, "No wonder Hokage-sama entrusted him with the spy list." "Haha, don't take that spy list too seriously," Elephant chuckled, as if recalling something amusing. "Those spies were all acquired by Hokage-sama from Danzo." Danzo seethed with rage as he dwelled on the situation. The spy he had painstakingly placed was coerced away by Sarutobi. And worst of all, it had fallen into the hands of his most loathed enemy. Rumor had it that upon his return, Danzo was so furious that he shattered his cherished crutch. The expansive sea lay blanketed in dense fog. As far as the eye could see, mist veiled everything, limiting visibility to a mere 10 meters. A massive merchant vessel, proudly bearing the traitor's emblem, navigated sluggishly through the mist-shrouded waters, inching closer to its destination. Though Kirigakure prided itself on secrecy, it recognized the need for external communication. Even shinobi needed sustenance and amenities. Despite its proximity to the sea, Kirigakure village struggled with scarce resources, its inhabitants facing dire living conditions. Consequently, various professions emerged to facilitate commercial exchanges between the village and the outside world. Naturally, these traders were closely monitored by Kirigakure. Uchiha Sogetsu's infiltration tactic was deceptively simple. He purchased a ticket and boarded the vessel, masquerading as a tourist. The land of water spanned vast territories, permitting outsiders to explore beyond Kirigakure's borders. Consequently, a portion of the village's income stemmed from outside visitors over the years. "Brother, is this your first voyage to the land of water?" Uchiha Sogetsu stood at the ship's edge, lost in thought, when a voice suddenly jolted him from his reverie. Turning around, he spotted a stout, weathered sailor, his complexion dark from years spent at sea. The man approached with gusto, revealing a mouth filled with smoke-stained teeth. "How did you know it's my first time here?" Uchiha Sogetsu inquired, intrigued. The sailor grinned, gesturing to their mist-obscured surroundings. "The fog here is thick as pea soup. Most folks don't linger on deck." "I see," Uchiha Sogetsu nodded, a dawning realization on his features. "Indeed, this is my first voyage to the land of water. I'm rather curious about it." "Young man, the land of water isn't a friendly place," the boatman cautioned, leaning against the vessel's railing. "Sometimes, curiosity can lead to trouble." "Is that so?" Uchiha Sogetsu chuckled, adjusting his glasses. "Yet, haven't you heard that cats have 9 lives? Chapter 84, Susanoo. The tension aboard the ship was palpable, a thick fog swirling around, tinged with the scent of blood. Waves crashed against the hull, adding to the eerie atmosphere. A middle-aged man, dark-skinned and with a cruel smirk, confronted Uchiha Sogetsu. "Uchiha Sogetsu, your audacity knows no bounds. Stepping into Kirigakure territory so boldly, do you take us for fools?" Uchiha Sogetsu, seemingly unperturbed, responded with raised eyebrows. "My reputation precedes me, it seems. Even the lackeys in Kirigakure know my name." The man's frustration was evident as he retorted, "Do not underestimate me, I am not to be trifled with." As a ninja, being treated with such contempt fueled his anger. "Remember my name when you meet your end." Summoning a peculiar broadsword, the man introduced himself with a menacing tone. "I am Jinpachi Munashi, one of the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure, wielder of Shibuki, explosive sword." Swinging his massive blade, he aimed to strike down his opponent with sheer force. But Uchiha Sogetsu remained calm, swiftly catching the blade between 2 fingers, effortlessly halting its momentum. Jinpachi Munashi's disbelief was evident, his resolve wavering as he struggled against the seemingly impossible feat. However, the blade remained immobilized, trapped by Sogetsu's unyielding grasp. Seeking death. Jinpachi Munashi's heart burned with determination, a fierce gleam flashing in his eyes. "Don't presume your strength grants you impunity. The explosions from my Shibuki aren't so easily evaded." The thick black blade's surface erupted with dense explosions as explosive tags unfurled from its back. TSK, boom. The colossal explosion rent the deck asunder. Countless wood splinters soared into the air, igniting a towering torrent from the water's surface in the wake of the inferno. Jinpachi Munashi leapt backward, alighting upon the water's surface. He rode the undulating waves beneath his feet, gazing at the deck consumed by the explosion's fury. Unable to contain himself, he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, Uchiha Sogetsu, a mere pretender. How effortlessly I dispatched him. At such proximity, the survival rate of being hit head-on by Shibuki's explosion approached zero. After all, beings like ninjas typically boast high attack but weak defense. No matter a ninja's prowess, they cannot withstand the explosive force unleashed by numerous explosive tags simultaneously. At least, he had yet to witness it. Humph, Higashi Shibito is truly inept, and Uchiha Sogetsu, utterly underwhelming. Standing upon the tumultuous sea, Jinpachi Munashi brandished his explosive sword, growing increasingly disdainful of Iwagakure. Konoha's corruption runs deep, and its current Uchiha clan are but shadows of their former selves. Upon my return, I shall advise Lord Mizukage to reconsider our plans. Just as he prepared to depart, he discerned flames gradually ascending from the mist. A figure emerged. As expected, you've joined forces with Iwagakure. Uchiha Sogetsu emerged from the thick fog, his attire immaculate, not a speck of dust tarnishing it. He adjusted his glasses. It appears luck favors me today. I've yet to reach Kirigakure village, and already the mission nears completion. No, this cannot be. Jinpachi Munashi beheld the scene, his eyes widening in disbelief. You were struck by the explosion. How are you unharmed? Curious, aren't you? Uchiha Sogetsu's eyes bore a hint of mockery. Gudon. For reasons unknown, Jinpachi Munashi's heart raced, an ominous premonition gripping him. The unease intensified, as though his life hung by a thread, causing cold sweat to trickle, dampening his clothes. Do not attempt to deceive me. Soon, Jinpachi Munashi couldn't withstand the pressure any longer and charged forward, shouting, You must have used genjutsu just now. It was mentioned in the intelligence from Higashi Shibito that you excel at it. It's a genjutsu. The explosive sword descended with immense force, akin to a mountain crashing down. In his pursuit of a guaranteed kill, Jinpachi even expended a significant amount of chakra to infuse the maximum number of explosive tags. The thick black blade was adorned with densely packed explosive tags on both sides. As a spark ignited, the entire explosive blade seemed to be enveloped in flames, descending with a lethal and ominous aura. Blast sword technique, blasting bridle repeating death. The broad blade was mere feet away, yet it was met with a barrier of chakra swirling like flames around Uchiha Sogetsu. Boom. Furthermore, the subsequent violent explosion engulfed an area tens of meters wide. Massive waves nearly 10 meters high surged on the sea surface. The terrifying explosion flames resembled demons, evaporating copious amounts of water vapor. The turbulent air waves, visible to the naked eye, emanated from the epicenter, pushing seawater in all directions, forming a sunken semicircular area in the ocean. The tumultuous waves crashed like the roar of the sea. Thrown back by the shockwave, Jinpachi Munashi left a distinct trail on the sea's surface. Panting heavily, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and anxiously gazed at the center of the explosion. Damn it. He should be dead this time, right? However, from the waves stirred by the explosion's epicenter, Uchiha Sogetsu emerged once more. What in the world? Jinpachi Munashi's eyes shook violently, a look of horror spreading across his face as he exclaimed, Uchiha Sogetsu, what have you done to me? What kind of genjutsu is this? Indeed, he believed everything unfolding before him to be an illusion. Otherwise, how could he explain the fact that the explosive blade clearly struck his opponent, yet the opponent remained unscathed? Unfortunately, this is reality, Uchiha Sogetsu said calmly. It's not worth my time to employ genjutsu against someone like you. As his words echoed, the chakra enveloping him intensified, its fiery aura growing more potent by the moment. Unseen forces of energy drew upon the surrounding atmosphere, conjuring gusts of wind and swelling waves seemingly out of thin air. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Suddenly, a massive wave surged from the sea's surface, its radius spanning tens of meters, originating from him as its epicenter. The roaring waves crashed, their deafening clamor echoing in the air. Aren't you intrigued? Uchiha Sogetsu's blood-red eyes gleamed as the three tomos whirled rapidly before interlocking. How did I manage to emerge unscathed from the explosion of your shibuki? Gudon. Jinpachi Munashi felt a shiver down his spine, as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his entire being seemingly frozen. Initially, I had no intention of resorting to this technique against you. Uchiha Sogetsu's fist clenched abruptly, the chakra within him surging like a raging torrent, his presence erupting akin to a mountain's might. However, it has been quite some time since I faced a solitary enemy. A bit of indulgence is warranted. Boom. The blazing chakra flame condensed abruptly into a tangible form. Witnessing the pale golden skeleton expanding exponentially, its sinews and flesh burgeoning before being encased in formidable armor, it stood upon the sea like a colossal spirit of ancient mythology. Within the giant's frame stood Uchiha Sogetsu, crimson lines streaming from his Sharingan eyes akin to windmills at each corner. Susanoo. Chapter 85, 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist. Uchiha Sogetsu stood alone on the tranquil sea, his right hand's 5 fingers tightly gripping Jinpachi's neck. Not long ago, Jinpachi, once filled with arrogance and pride, now hung limp like a lifeless fish. I remember. Mizukage-sama mentioned it once. Jinpachi struggled to speak amidst the suffocating pressure, his face contorted with bulging veins from lack of oxygen. Nearly breathless, his eyes verging on white, he managed to utter through clenched teeth, "Is this the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan?" As death loomed and the yellow springs seemed to beckon, memories flashed through Jinpachi's mind like flickering lights. Yes, he remembered now. The third Mizukage had spoken of it, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, above the 3 Tomo, harboring a power even greater than that, the eyes of the legendary Uchiha Madara, the awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. Congratulations, you've guessed correctly. Uchiha Sogetsu looked down at him, a smile playing on his lips. Consider yourself fortunate, you're the first to witness it. Don't get too cocky. Jinpachi's face twisted with determination. Despite blood trickling from his mouth, his gaze remained resolute. We're in Kirigakure. Even in death, we must leave our mark. With a resolve bordering on martyrdom, as one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, he knew he had to relay the information back. Jinpachi swiftly tore open a scroll, its contents unleashing a ninjutsu that transformed into a swordfish, darting into the churning sea. In an instant, it vanished beneath the waves, leaving only ripples in its wake. Uchiha Sogetsu, mark my words. You'll be hunted by all of Kirigakure until your dying breath. Jinpachi's smile bore a cruel edge, unyielding to fear. With a decisive click, Uchiha Sogetsu effortlessly crushed his windpipe with 5 fingers. Jinpachi's eyes dimmed, his life extinguished, and his body was callously cast into the sea like a piece of refuse. Sogetsu-sama, I fail to comprehend why you've employed Susanoo to kill such a trivial opponent, emerged White Zetsu from the water, wearing a perplexed expression. While it's true that the first Hokage's cells can mitigate the side effects of the Mangekyo, won't this action risk revealing your location? Since when did I mention hiding my whereabouts? Uchiha Sogetsu retorted. Well, it seems you haven't mentioned it, White Zetsu quipped, answering his own query with a playful demeanor. But Lord Sogetsu, do you truly not require me to intercept that information? Its contents may unveil the awakening of the Mangekyo. White Zetsu, are you referring to this information? At that moment, Uchiha Sogetsu grinned mischievously, producing the same scroll in his possession. Observing this turn of events, White Zetsu suddenly comprehended. So that's the case. You've already replaced his scroll long ago. No wonder you didn't intervene. He, Lord Sogetsu's illusions are truly formidable. It's time to depart, White Zetsu. Stepping atop the sea, Uchiha Sogetsu shielded his eyes from the sun's glare with his palms and gazed into the distance. I recall the ship from earlier heading in this direction, correct? It was all Jinpachi's fault. If only he hadn't disrupted our pursuit by commandeering that merchant ship. Sogetsu-sama, this is your spoils. White Zetsu, displaying loyalty akin to a devoted hound, retrieved the shibuki submerged in the sea and flattered, this is one of the 7 legendary ninja swords of Kirigakure village, an esteemed legacy you almost overlooked. You may dispose of it, it holds no significance, Uchiha Sogetsu replied indolently. Eh? But this is an explosive sword, Lord Sogetsu. White Zetsu blinked, appearing somewhat reluctant to part with it. Its destructive potential is quite substantial. If you desire it, then it's yours. Here, Sogetsu handed it over. Uchiha Sogetsu casually waved his hand, dismissing the item before him with a disdainful remark, this trash, I don't want it. If it were Same Hata or Hiramakarei, perhaps there would be some interest, worthy of collection. But shibuki? Pure rubbish. To employ such a thing for cutting people. The bulky and cumbersome blade not only hinders movement but lacks efficiency. Its sole purpose lies in summoning explosive tags, then using the broad blade to mitigate the ensuing blast damage. The most formidable technique of the shibuki is, ironically, the slashing motion. However, since this sword persisted throughout the entirety of the anime without being destroyed, its true power remains a mystery. In essence, it's akin to unsheathing a sword just to swat a fly, one might as well use the explosive tags. I appreciate it, Lord Sogetsu. White Zetsu shrugged off any concerns. The side effects of the shibuki were negligible to him. Thus, he wore a delighted expression, clutching the weapon like a cherished toy. With gleeful anticipation, he remarked, other White Zetsu will surely envy me when they see this. By the way, Lord Sogetsu, I have another question. White Zetsu, now holding the explosive sword, regarded him with curiosity. Aren't you tasked with covertly infiltrating Kirigakure to uncover the truth behind the joint ninja village war? Wouldn't such a conspicuous act raise their suspicions? You've misunderstood, White Zetsu. At this, Uchiha Sogetsu paused, gazing into the distance where the thick fog concealed the land. He adjusted his glasses with his index finger, his eyes glinting subtly as a smile tugged at his lips. His tone softened, exuding warmth. Hokage-sama's directive is for me to create a spectacle. As if in sync with his intent, faint subtitles materialized. Side mission, stir up a commotion. A qualified performer influences the tide of history. It's your moment. Follow your script, sow chaos, and shape the course of the war as you desire. Reward, the brain of a mature mind dragon. *1, 500 milliliters of adult mind dragon blood. Amidst the tumultuous sea, several figures suddenly materialized. Jinpachi's last breath is here, one of them declared, squatting down. His voice, sharp as cutting through glass, carried across the scene. His sharp eyes scanned the distance. The one who took him down was likely a jonin. The remaining chakra concentration is exceptionally high. They must be here for about 10 minutes before departing. Where's Shibuki? Inquired the man with a ponytail. He, no need to ask. It's probably been snatched, sneered the man with yellow hair resembling withered grass and a thin, bamboo-like frame. Another man, overweight, frowned disdainfully. We should have known better than to let him join us. What a waste. He was killed so easily. After all, Jinpachi was just a temporary member. That's all, remarked another, with a tone of indifference. The men with bandages spoke sadly. Regardless, we must retrieve the Shibuki before it falls into the wrong hands. I smell prey, exclaimed the youngest looking among them, a man with blue hair that stood up like a mandrill. We must show that guy the might of our 7 from Kirigakure. Chapter 86, No Yakushi. A group of figures hastened through the mist-laden woods, their movements swift and purposeful. Abruptly, one among them halted, scrutinizing a particular marking with intensity. Simultaneously, he raised his hand in a clenched fist, signaling the others to remain vigilant. These are the footprints of our target. They seem to be headed towards the village, remarked the man with a ponytail, his gaze fixed on the faint impressions of ninja boots etched upon the branches. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, casting a disdainful glance in the direction of the village. He's not even bothering to conceal his trail. It appears he underestimates us. His words ignited a spark of fury among the assembled group. Ever since they became the 7 ninja swordsmen, no one has dared to underestimate them for so many years. Insolent fool. How dare he belittle us so, exclaimed the youth with blue hair and a ferret-like companion, his voice dripping with contempt. Once we capture him, he'll regret his arrogance. Intriguing indeed, chimed in the man bearing a massive sword, a predatory grin stretching across his face. He licked his lips hungrily, his eyes gleaming with a savage glint. My executioner's blade, Kubikuribocho, is craving fresh blood to restore its power. This arrogant scoundrel will suffice. Their target was not only audacious but also ruthless. Not content with merely dispatching Jinpachi Munashi, he had also absconded with the explosive sword, Shibuki, leaving a trail of his footprints leading straight to Kirigakure village. We mustn't let him slip away, declared the ponytailed man, rising to his feet with a smirk. The footprints are still fresh, he cannot be far. As they prepared to resume their pursuit, they were intercepted by an unexpected visitor, a masked individual who bore the insignia of the elite assassination squad under the jurisdiction of the Mizukage. ANBU, muttered the blue-haired youth with a scowl, his impatience palpable. What's the matter? Speak quickly. The ANBU of Kirigakure village were infamous even among their own ranks. Tasked with hunting down traitorous shinobi, they were akin to relentless hyenas, unwavering in their pursuit. Their methods were brutal and uncompromising, governed by the strict code of secrecy established by the first Mizukage. Hence, few welcomed the sight of ANBU operatives, they tended to be more trouble than they were worth. In compliance with the Mizukage directive, I relay the mission. The ANBU's voice rang out, cold and commanding, as he tossed a scroll forward. Twin sword Hiramakarei, Onihii, needle sword Nuabari, Kushimaru Kuriere, blunt blade Kabutawari, Jinin Akabino. Your task is to continue the pursuit of the intruders. The remaining shinobi, Fugaku Suikezen, Juzo Biwa, and Raiga Kurosuke, will accompany me back to Kirigakure village. Hold on a moment. Why would the Mizukage suddenly order us to return? He was the first to voice his discontent, his tone seething with frustration. We finally caught up to them, and now we're being ordered back. My blade thirsts for blood already. He wasn't alone in his dissatisfaction, the sentiment was shared among the others as well. Onihii, with his blue hair standing tall like a crest, glared coldly at the ANBU. Is this the Mizukage decision or that of the Elders' Council? Onihii-sama, please adhere to the orders. The ANBU didn't meet his gaze, only emphasizing the word orders. There are matters of greater importance within the village. After a tense silence, Onihiai reluctantly acquiesced, his expression darkening. Very well, we shall comply. The ANBU's expression remained unchanged as he handed over a scroll stained with blood. This contains the information regarding the invaders, relayed by Jinpachi Munashi before his demise. Konoha's Uchiha Sogetsu, as mentioned by the deceased. Pursue him. Onihiai narrowed his eyes, scanning the scroll before smirking. So, it seems the Konoha dogs have caught wind of our movements. Tisk, he's got a point. Onihiai, this one's yours to handle. Juzo Biwa suppressed his irritation, arms crossed firmly over his chest. With that, Fugaku Suikezen, Juzo Biwa, and Raiga Kurosuke vanished alongside the ANBU. The remaining trio, Onihiai, Kushimaru Kuriere, and Jinin Akabino, were tasked with continuing their pursuit of Uchiha Sogetsu. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sogetsu had finally reached a village, though it wasn't Kirigakure village itself, it was close enough. Thanks to the policies of the first-generation Mizukage, coupled with its remote location and scarce resources, the civilian populace lived in abject poverty. Daily necessities were rationed out primarily to the shinobi, leaving the civilians with the bare minimum to survive. Most individuals endure a lifetime in such a state. His countenance bore anguish, his gaze vacant, akin to a wandering specter bereft of all hope. Uchiha Sogetsu stroked his chin in contemplation. It appears the cloak of psychological invisibility is no longer necessary. These denizens exhibit utter indifference. Upon each visage, a desolate absence of optimism for the days ahead, as if their spirits had long departed, leaving behind a hollow husk decaying slowly amidst the world. Observing this tableau, deep within Uchiha Sogetsu's heart, his conviction solidified further: a world governed by shinobi was flawed. And flaws demanded correction. As his thoughts raced, he strolled down a thoroughfare, inadvertently halting before a pharmacy. We've arrived. Gazing at the apothecary, Uchiha Sogetsu proceeded inside without hesitation. The interior of the pharmacy was modestly adorned, with many areas marred by mold and wear. Only a solitary figure toiled beside the medicine cabinet. Unrushed, Uchiha Sogetsu sauntered in, casting a casual glance around before settling into a chair. Leaning against his hand, he regarded the industrious figure with a faint smile. After a considerable span, it seemed she had completed her task. Wiping away perspiration, she released a soft exhale before turning around. She, a woman in her 20s, possessed a gentle demeanor, sporting short, chestnut hair and circular spectacles framing her face. Perpetually adorned with a serene smile, she exuded an aura of approachability. Upon pivoting, her pupils abruptly contracted. In her pharmacy, at one point, a man was seated, his gaze fixed upon her with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Her heart nearly leaped out of her chest, and she almost screamed in terror. "You, who are you?" she managed to stammer out. Suppressing her shock, the woman displayed a fearful expression, her voice trembling as she spoke. Please, please don't kill me. I have nothing. If you want money, I can give it all to you." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sogetsu smirked, a hint of malevolence tainting his voice. "I don't want anything. I just want you, Yakushi no. Exposed." That was the first thought that raced through Yakushi Nono's mind, and in less than a second, she made a snap decision. She couldn't meet her end here. Konoha and those children were awaiting her return. A shuriken sliced through the air with lightning speed. The woman, who had appeared delicate and gentle just moments before, transformed into a fierce cheetah, lunging towards him with deadly intent. In the blink of an eye, Yakushi no found herself frozen in place. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze locked on the men before her, solely captivated by those blood-red eyes. Sharingan. Yakushi no murmured softly, as if just registering the realization. "You've been chosen, Yakushi no," Uchiha Sogetsu stated, his eyes narrowing slightly, a smirk playing on his lips. Chapter 87, Exchange of Equal Value. Confirmation. Even upon witnessing the Sharingan, her certainty stood at a solid 70 to 80%. Yet, for prudence's sake, Yakushi no refrained from blind trust, maintaining a sliver of vigilance. "I need to see Danzo's passphrase." As a Root-affiliated spy, it was imperative for her to verify with the passphrase before fully committing. "Is this satisfactory?" Uchiha Sogetsu produced a scroll from his sleeve and cast it aside. As the scroll unfurled, a distinct pattern emerged. Yakushi no's gaze quivered, and she involuntarily bit her lip. Subordinate, Wandering Miko, reports to Mr. Owl. At this juncture, Yakushi no could ascertain that the Uchiha operative codenamed Owl before her was indeed the envoy dispatched by Danzo. The implication of a spy entrenched in a foreign land all year was self-evident upon receiving a summon. Throughout her tenure in Kirigakure village, she'd often awaken from the same nightmare when reminiscing late at night. In her dream, she'd roused to a directive from Konoha to undertake an exceedingly dangerous mission. She'd die in the mission and plunge into a sea of crimson blood. Those distant children in Konoha would never see her return. Yet, as the dream scene unfolded before her eyes, Yukushi no felt her heart quiver with those words. The intricate blend of emotions, tinged with a hint of sorrow, tempted her to refuse. But when the words reached her lips, they retreated. As a spy shinobi, defiance of orders would only culminate in her demise. Moreover, should she decline the mission, the children at the orphanage in Konoha would meet a similar fate at Danzo's hands. Comply with your directives. Yukushi no bowed her head, her eyes holding back the sorrowful tears. Observing you, it seems you are less than eager. Uchiha Sogetsu lounged on a chair, regarding her with intrigue, and uttered in a casual tone, Yukushi no, I've heard tales from Danzo. You oversaw an orphanage and nurtured countless children, correct? Every prospective spy would have an exhaustive records. This records would encompass their life narrative, proficiency in ninjutsu, character vulnerabilities, and the like, rendering them more susceptible to manipulation by superiors. The Achilles heel of Yukushi no was the orphans under her care. Danzo fixed his gaze and utilized the resources he provided to the orphans as leverage to coerce Yukushi no into undertaking espionage tasks. Yes, sir. Yukushi no responded with a vacant expression. Excuse me, how may I assist you? No rush. Uchiha Sogetsu waved dismissively and inquired further, I've heard you hold great significance. You seem attached to those children. Care to enlighten me? Is this relevant to the mission? Yukushi no furrowed his brows, reluctant to entertain the query. It's unrelated to the mission. Uchiha Sogetsu smiled faintly. Nevertheless, I'm curious. Is that permissible? Observing the bothersome individual before her, a hint of irritation flickered in Yukushi no's eyes. Despite her reluctance, she drew a deep breath and stated, I harbor a fondness for children. Having lost my parents in the war, I strive to safeguard those orphaned by it. Satisfactory, sir. In uttering the last two words, she deliberately emphasized her tone, conveying her discontent. I inquire, do you seek liberation from Danzo's grasp? Uchiha Sogetsu paid no heed to her tone, lounging comfortably in his chair, right hand propping up his face. Pardon. Yukushi no appeared slightly taken aback, as if not fully comprehending. I'm asking, do you desire liberation from Danzo's control? Uchiha Sogetsu patiently reiterated, wearing a gentle countenance devoid of impatience. I. Yukushi no's eyes gleamed, her heart stirring. However, swiftly, rationality quelled the excitement, prompting her to halt abruptly. Dropping to her knees with a thud, she bowed her head deeply to the ground. Yukushi no's forehead glistened with cold sweat as she bit her lip, shaking her head vigorously. Her voice trembled as she pleaded, no, please, believe me. I have absolutely no intention of betraying Danzo-sama. Please, don't harm those children. In that moment, myriad possibilities raced through her mind. Yet, the most probable was that Danzo had dispatched someone to test the strength of her resolve. As a spy entrenched in foreign lands, should she falter in her determination, Danzo's ruthless nature would swiftly seal her fate. Raise your head, Yukushi no. Uchiha Suzuki's sudden intervention left no feeling powerless, a trace of hypnotic influence lacing his words. Fear not, Danzo and I are not one and the same, and what I spoke earlier was no test. The hypnotic resonance, coupled with psychological cue, gently assuaged the turmoil within Yukushi no's heart. Her emotions gradually steadied, and she lifted her gaze to meet the young man before her. In his gentle eyes, she detected no malice, rather, they exuded warmth and acceptance, akin to a newborn's innocence, bright, unclouded, and pure. Now, can you answer my question? Uchiha Sogetsu's voice jolted Yukushi no back to the present, its allure akin to a force penetrating the depths of her soul. Speak it boldly. What is your desire? She hesitated, clutching her garment's hem tightly with both hands, nibbling on her lip as she whispered, I desire. Though hesitance lingered, she ultimately chose to place her trust in the lad before her. Fearful of being unheard yet equally wary of her voice's volume, her suppressed resentment toward Danzo erupted like a blazing inferno. With a resounding cry, she declared, I wish to be rid of Danzo's grasp. I refuse to perish here. I yearn to return, those children require my presence. Then let us strike a bargain. Uchiha Sogetsu leaned in, arms crossed, the woman's silhouette reflected in his gaze. I shall resolve this predicament for you, but you must fulfill a task for me. At this, Yukushi no recoiled in astonishment, her pupils quivering with disbelief. Impossible. Danzo commands the root and stands as the Hokage's most trusted confidant. You are but an ANBU. How could you possibly aid me in this? How, you ask? By addressing the issue at its root, naturally. In the midst of it all, his forte lay in dissecting the root causes of issues and then proceeding straight from the origin. Just as he was about to respond to Yukushi no, a sudden surge of 3 naked killing intents, accompanied by potent chakra fluctuations, emanated from a nearby location. Uchiha Sogetsu arched his eyebrows, exhaling softly. We'll leave this for now, we have company. No, someone's swiftly approaching. Yakushi no also perceived it, they were coming from the northwest. 3 formidable chakras, devoid of hidden murderous intent, were heading their way. Wait here for me. Uchiha Sogetsu rose leisurely from his seat, speaking calmly. I'll attend to some matters outside. We'll resume our conversation upon my return. Chapter 88, Ultra Guillotine. Yakushi no was momentarily taken aback, but quickly snapped to attention, her eyes widening. Wait for me. With those words, she hastily rose to her feet and followed Uchiha Sogetsu as he exited the drug store. The empty street lay deserted, as if all pedestrians had been scared away. 3 figures of varying heights, one crouching, one standing, and another with arms folded, stared coldly from the opposite rooftop. The pair emerging from the drug store made no effort to conceal their murderous intent. As Yakushi no's gaze fell upon the 3 figures, her pupils narrowed to pinpricks. Like the biting chill of winter wind, a sudden rush of cold surged up her spine, segment by segment, until it reached her very core, leaving her feeling as though she had plummeted into an icy abyss. They are. Yakushi no's face drained of color, her lips trembling. Why are the 7 ninja swordsmen here? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sogetsu touched his nose and cleared his throat. They probably followed me. Damn it, was his location compromised? Yakushi no didn't dwell on it. She simply assumed that he had inadvertently revealed their whereabouts, attracting the 7 ninja swordsmen, the most formidable force of Kirigakure. Faced with such elite enemies, despair gripped her. Sir, I'll try to stop them. Please leave quickly. It wasn't that she was willing to sacrifice herself for others. No one could be that selfless, especially considering that they had only just met. But given the circumstances, she had no choice. Uchiha Sogetsu held the code, making him far more crucial in terms of status and identity. If Uchiha Sogetsu were to perish, even if she managed to survive, she would be hunted down by Konoha's ANBU. Instead of that fate, she'd rather use her own demise to secure a future for those children. Yakushi no drew her kunai and stood resolutely in front of him. Please leave swiftly. Don't hesitate. All I ask is that you take good care of those children once I'm gone. Just as she steeled herself for this decision to sacrifice herself, a gentle hand pressed on her shoulder, pulling her behind him. Stand back. I don't need you to intervene. Uchiha Sogetsu strode forward, his robes billowing in the wind. As for those kids, handle them yourselves, he declared. Standing beside Yakushi no, the figure, not particularly muscular but seemed as imposing as a mountain to her. Though the sky was devoid of sunlight, she felt bathed in its warmth. Are you finished? The trio on the rooftop stared coldly at him. Don't worry, neither of you can escape, they retorted. Uchiha Sogetsu, I've finally tracked you down. Onihei, half crouching on the roof while on the ground, sneered menacingly. Shibuki is with you, isn't it? Shibuki. Let me think, Uchiha Sogetsu pretended to ponder for a moment before speaking with a smirk. Ah, yes, I recall now. But I'm afraid I've disposed of that. Arrogant Uchiha, your bravado won't save you, Onihei's expression darkened, a cold glare in his eyes as he slowly rose, hand on the bandaged hilt of his knife. You didn't bother hiding your tracks, leaving them so obvious. I'll make you regret crossing me. Confusion swirled in Yakushi no's mind at his words. What had she just heard? He hadn't bothered hiding his movements and had left clear tracks for them to follow. So, it was this man's carelessness that led the 7 ninja swordsmen to them. Yakushi no's eyes twitched, her neck stiffening as she glanced at Uchiha Sogetsu, silently asking him, are you for real? I didn't conceal my tracks because it wasn't necessary, Uchiha Sogetsu explained calmly, a hint of irritation in his tone. Do you concern yourself with ants noticing your footprints? The trio on the roof erupted in frustration, veins pulsing on their foreheads. So, we're just ants to you. Onihei's countenance twisted into a ferocious scowl, his eyes threatening to ignite into flames. Well done, Uchiha Sogetsu. You've succeeded in provoking us, he growled. Boom. Roof tiles shattered, chakra whipping up a tempestuous wind. In the next instant, Onihei, his aura thick with murderous intent, bolted forward like a gust of wind, white bandages billowing around him as his ninja sword gleamed with blue light. Hiramakarei unleashing. The twin blades, resembling flounders, emitted potent gusts from their perforations. In that moment, chakra surged through the entire length of the swords. The ninja blade resonated with Onihei's will and their mutual understanding, amplifying their destructive potential several-fold. A cacophony of harsh roars and explosions rent the air. Watch out. It's called Hiramakarei. Yakushi Nono's expression shifted, urgency tainting his voice. It'll gather the wielder's chakra, then unleash it in a single burst. Boom. The street quaked under the force of a violent impact, unleashing a massive shockwave. The turbulent currents of air thrashed in all directions like a tsunami. In Onihiai's vicinity, stone slabs cracked and shattered, visible ripples sweeping through as chaos engulfed the long street. The flounder, enveloped in surging chakra, carved a crater 3 meters in diameter into the ground. Yet, the pit lay empty. Body flicker jutsu, is it? Onihiai snorted coldly, having missed his mark with the attack, swiftly fixing his gaze a short distance away. I recall now, the intel from the Higashi Shibito mentioned your adeptness in body flicker jutsu. Show yourself. Ha ha ha, Onihiai, need a hand. 2 figures remained on the rooftop, their laughter echoing as they observed the scene. We could lend ours instead. Silence. I can handle this alone. Onihiai's expression darkened, coldly dismissing his 2 comrades before pressing on. Boom. The blue chakra surged like a tsunami, its power resonating with the force of nature itself. Gusts of wind erupted from the circular orifice, enveloping the blade in a torrent of chakra, conjuring tempestuous currents seemingly out of thin air. Successive waves, each building upon the last, crashed forward with the unstoppable force of a tidal wave, smashing against obstacles like rocks in its path, relentless and indomitable. Hurrah! A fierce gale whipped against Uchiha Suzuki's countenance, causing his ebony garb to flutter in the wind. Go to hell, Uchiha Sogetsu. Onihiai deftly flicked his wrist, channeling chakra to its zenith within the twin swords, which he then thrust forward with precision. Is that the wail of the wind? The acerbic, cutting sound assailed the senses, seeming to pierce through the very core. Yakushi Nono winced in agony, instinctively shielding his ears from the assault. Through squinted eyes, he glimpsed the tumultuous scene unfolding amidst the raging winds. Hiss! The ferocious tempest roared relentlessly around Uchiha Sogetsu. Observing the high-velocity cyclone swirling around him, Uchiha harnessed its power, coalescing it within his right hand from all directions. It resembled the relentless hammering of a blacksmith's forge, with the gathered winds acting as the anvil's strike, incessantly pounding and refining an invisible blade, its razor-thin edge seemingly as fragile as parchment, ready to cleave with the slightest application of force. Wind release, guillotine. With deliberate motion, Uchiha Sogetsu raised his hand, the ethereal wind blade poised lightly in his grasp, before sweeping it downward in a swift arc laughing. The slender blade sliced through the air like a streak of light, cutting vertically from the center of Onihiai's eyebrows. Onihiai's movements froze, halting in place. The dual swords pulsating with chakra seemed to wail as their blue glow gradually faded. In the stunned gaze of everyone present, a thin line began to spread downward along the center of Onihiai's brows. Puff! Bright crimson blood gushed out like a fountain, spraying directly along the path of the cut. Only then did Onihiai's realization sink in. Have I been killed? Plop. His body collapsed heavily to the ground, blood gushing forth. Well, I suppose I'm still a bit rusty. Uchiha Sogetsu nudged the frame with his index finger, his eyes calm and composed, though he furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction. Was that strike too gentle? I had intended to cleave you in half. Chapter 89, give Mizukage a big surprise. Everything that just happened occurred almost in the blink of an eye. The duo watching from the rooftop never expected that Onihiai, the Hiramakari wielder, would be killed instantly. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen, Onihiai, despite being the youngest, was ranked among the top 3 in terms of strength. Especially since he wielded the Hiramakari, the most lethal and destructive of the 7 ninja swords. Yet, despite this, Onihiai was defeated in a single move. This scene left the duo on the roof in shock. The gathered strong wind dissipated with a whooshing sound. Uchiha Sogetsu stood calmly in place, indifferent. With him as the center, the streets within a few dozen meters were left in disarray after the wind ceased. The ground bore dense, crisscrossed marks, as if thousands of swords and knives had sliced through. Each cut was as smooth as a mirror. Onihiai's body lay in a pool of blood, nearly severed in half with only a sliver of flesh holding it together. Bright red blood streamed out, dyeing the ground. Don't joke, the lion boy's face changed suddenly, his pupils trembling as if in an earthquake, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Onihiai's fallen form. He shouted, "Stand up. Onihiai. This must be an illusion, right? Yes, it must be an illusion." He repeated it again, as if to bolster his own spirit. The intel from Higashi Shibito mentioned that Uchiha Sogetsu's illusions can be indistinguishable from reality. However, his slightly pale face and the fine cold sweat on his forehead betrayed his true thoughts. Is it really an illusion? At this moment, Jinin Akabino remained silent. Although his rational mind told him that this was real and not an illusion, he lacked the courage to speak. It was like facing a scabbed wound, knowing it might be festering underneath but not daring to peel away the scab and confront the bloody reality. Because Jinin Akabino understood all too well that some truths, when spoken aloud, bring irreversible consequences. Once this fragile barrier of denial is broken, would they truly have the courage to face such a terrifying opponent? Next, it's your turn. Uchiha Sogetsu raised his leg and stepped over Onihiai's body. He walked slowly towards the duo on the roof, as if he were strolling in his own garden. Each step he took echoed on the ground with a sound neither light nor heavy, like a sledgehammer striking, reverberating in the hearts of the two people like the fatal drumbeats of an approaching god of death. Can you please just stand there and not move? Uchiha Sogetsu approached them, looked up, and spoke slowly. I have more important things to do and I don't want to waste time chasing you. So please, just stand still and don't move around. Let's save each other some time, alright? What a joke. Being so blatantly dismissed, Kushimaru Kuriere and Jinin Akabino's fear quickly turned into anger. We admit your illusions, ninjutsu, and even taijutsu are almost impeccable, Kushimaru Kuriere said, lowering his body and gripping his ninja sword like a fine needle, taking a combat stance. But with my Nuabari, and Jinin Akabino's Kabutawari, we can at least hold our own against you. Don't underestimate us, the 7 ninja swordsmen. Jinin Akabino's Kabutawari, a blade and hammer as wide as an axe, is said to be capable of breaking through any defense. Nuabari's handle is tied with steel wire. Not only does its needle-like blade possess incredible piercing strength, but it can also hide multiple steel wires for surprise attacks, control, and damage. The two ninja swords complement each other's weaknesses, their combined power far surpassing a simple addition of their individual strengths. Swish. At the moment they issued their challenge, Uchiha Sogetsu, who had been in their sight, suddenly disappeared from the spot. His figure moved like a ghost, traversing the 10 meters of space between them in an instant. He suddenly appeared behind Jinin Akabino and Kushimaru Kuriere. The entire process took less than a breath, so swift that even the onlooker, Yakushi Nono, failed to notice. From a subjective viewpoint, it resembled the frame drop phenomenon seen in movies, vanishing from one spot and reappearing in another. Kushimaru Kuriere and Jinin Akabino stood rigid, seemingly unable to react. Then, they heard a faint voice. Ah, sorry, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Uchiha Sogetsu lowered his eyes, his right hand appearing to grasp an invisible weapon, swinging it lightly through the air. Clang. A sound akin to cloth tearing echoed. Although nothing was in his hand, the motion of his swing sliced through the air like a sharp blade, leaving a visible gap. Rip. A chill touched their necks. Then, Kushimaru Kuriere and Jinin Akabino's perspective suddenly shifted. They saw 2 columns of blood spurting 2 meters high. Such a familiar back. Is that me? Kushimaru Kuriere felt his thoughts slowing. Staring at one of the decapitated bodies with blood gushing out, a realization dawned on him. Ah, it's me. Am I dead? Boom. Boom. 2 bloody heads rolled down the slope of the roof like balls. Ultimately, Kushimaru Kuriere and Jinin Akabino's heads stopped at Yakushi Nono's feet. In their wide-open eyes lingered a trace of deep confusion. Dead. Yakushi Nono stood in a daze, lips parting unconsciously as if someone pressed a pause button. This was the Hidden Mist Village's most elite force, the 7 ninja swordsmen, a legacy passed down through generations. And now, their heads were so easily severed. The entire battle lasted less than 3 minutes from start to finish. She even suspected she was under an illusion. Rubbing her eyes vigorously, she stared wide-eyed to confirm what she saw. It wasn't an illusion, it was reality. The 2 severed heads were unmistakably those of Jinin Akabino with his blunt sword Kabutawari, and Kushimaru Kuriere with his long sword Nuabari. Including the Hiramakari wielder Onihii who had just been defeated, and Jinpachi Munashi, who had been killed earlier with the explosive sword Shibuki, Uchiha Sogetsu had single-handedly eliminated 4 members of the Hidden Mist Village's elite 7 ninja swordsmen. If the Mizukage knew that 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen had fallen to Uchiha Sogetsu, he would be furious. This might be our chance. Yakushi Nono felt a surge of determination and clenched her fists. She looked up at the figure on the roof and said firmly, I agree to your terms. As long as you can get rid of Danzo, I'll do anything. On the roof, Uchiha Sogetsu turned around, his dark eyes reflecting faint ripples of a mysterious power. His voice was gentle, like the warm sun in spring, intoxicating those who heard it. A wise choice, Yakushi Nono. Uchiha Sogetsu's gaze seemed to pierce through her mind and body, imprinting deeply into her soul. The deal is simple, find the 3 tails Isabu for me, and then you can return to Konoha. I will handle the rest. Isabu. The tailed beast. Yakushi Nono's heart nearly stopped at the mention, her pupils shrinking with horror. Why do you want the tailed beast? Of course, it's on the orders of the Hokage, Uchiha Sogetsu replied, his tone carrying a hidden meaning. We need to create a significant disturbance to keep the Mizukage occupied and prevent him from causing trouble elsewhere. Chapter 90, The Angry Mizukage. Yakushi Nono suddenly felt a pang of regret. The man before her was utterly insane. He actually planned to use the tailed beasts. Those were tailed beasts, legends portrayed them as nearly synonymous with disasters. The appearance of even one could cause a disaster. Although the nations had sealed the tailed beasts within the Jinchuriki to effectively control these disasters, no nation dared to use their power recklessly. Even with the seals, Jinchuriki could still lose control and go berserk. If this power were to leak out, the rampaging tailed beasts could easily obliterate an entire nation, leaving rivers of blood in their wake. Thus, despite the constant frictions between nations, they consciously restrained themselves. If the power of the tailed beasts ever interfered, it could easily trigger the already tense nerves, escalating the situation instantly and igniting the Third Ninja World War. Excuse me, Lord Sojetsu. Yakushi Nono didn't want to see another war. She bit her lip tightly, her face stiff. Your idea is too dangerous. You must consult the Hokage first. I don't believe I gave you the right to refuse. Uchiha Sogetsu's face showed a hint of confusion as he spoke lightly. Since war is inevitable, why not let me start it? Yakushi Nono's body trembled, her eyes gradually losing focus, becoming as empty as a puppet's. I understand, Lord Sojetsu. Her eyes were glazed over, a new will deeply imprinted in her mind, distorting her own thoughts. Hypnosis +1. Seeing the number appear before him, Uchiha Sogetsu was satisfied. Yakushi Nono was just another pawn for his future plans. As her figure disappeared, White Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground like bamboo shoots after spring. He glanced at the three ninja swords on the ground, then looked at Uchiha Sogetsu with a pitiful expression, the meaning clear. They're yours, Uchiha Sogetsu said, rubbing his temples, too lazy to argue, and waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, Lord Sojetsu. White Zetsu appeared delighted, gathering 3 more ninja swords. It was an odd sight, seeing 4 ninja swords strapped to its back haphazardly. With its green head, the image was truly comical. It's time to move out, White Zetsu. Uchiha Sogetsu consulted the map. Our next destination is Kirigakure to meet the Mizukage. Sojetsu, aren't we being a bit too bold? Even the fearless White Zetsu couldn't help but sweat a few drops upon hearing they were heading to Kirigakure next. He asked cautiously, and wouldn't it be risky to reveal our goal of collecting tailed beasts so soon? He had seen arrogance before and encountered those with audacious plans. Having followed Uchiha Madara for so long, he had heard countless tales of conquest over the ninja world and the bond with Hashirama. But this was the first time he witnessed someone openly march into another village and declare their intent to stir up trouble. Who said I'm collecting tailed beasts? Uchiha Sogetsu looked puzzled and replied. Then why did you send that woman to search for traces of the 3 tails, Isabu? White Zetsu scratched his head. He wasn't particularly sharp and had no clue about Uchiha Sogetsu's intentions. Didn't I already explain? Uchiha Sogetsu paused and smiled. I'm here to stir things up under the Hokage's orders. Well, I doubt the Hokage meant for you to interpret it that way. White Zetsu wiped away imaginary sweat, muttering with a bewildered expression, you're clearly using the Hokage's orders as an excuse. Haha, what's the difference, really? Uchiha Sogetsu smiled faintly and adjusted his glasses. He's given me the go-ahead, and if anything goes wrong, it's the Hokage who'll bear the brunt. The Hokage's orders are one thing, how he interprets them is another. As for any misunderstandings, what concern is that of ours? If there's a problem, it should naturally be taken up by the Hokage. The leader. Isn't it his role to shoulder the blame at times like this? White Zetsu, standing beside him, caught the sinister glint in Uchiha Sogetsu's smile, as though the devil himself were grinning. Anticipating the events about to unfold, White Zetsu couldn't help but shiver. I hope Lord Madara can keep his blood pressure in check after learning about this. White Zetsu stroked his chin, finding following Uchiha Sogetsu far more intriguing than following Lord Madara. Asshole. The wooden tabletop shattered under a fierce slap, accompanied by a furious roar. The third Mizukage, seated on the chair, nearly blacked out after a glance at the intel from the ANBU. He struggled to recover, took a deep breath, and then smashed the table in rage. Veins bulged on his forehead, facial muscles contorted in anger, eyes icy cold as he gritted through clenched teeth. Konoha has gone too far. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't take us seriously. Just yesterday, there were still 6 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Now there are only 3. 3 in total. Damn the Uchiha, damn Konoha village. Do you know how much effort it took to assemble the 7 ninja swordsmen? It was like investing heavily, drawing all 7 SSR characters from a limited pool, thinking they could strike at Konoha, push back the Cloud Ninja, and dominate the world thereafter. Who could have guessed that with the update, those SSRs instantly turned into RS, and 4 of them were slaughtered by others alone. The remaining, lucky 3 treasures now stood in the office, staring at the battle report on the table, exchanging bewildered glances. We must avenge this. The Mizukage contained his anger, his gaze sweeping over the remaining three with a gloomy, hoarse voice. This is a provocation. It's also a threat. At this point, that man must pay with blood. The highest leader spoke, staring directly at the trio. The message was unmistakably clear. Yet the three remaining shinobi seemed to consider retreat at this critical juncture. Were they joking? The trail of bloodshed was clear. Were they rushing to their deaths? Ninjas may embrace sacrifice, and the mist ninjas favors cold efficiency, but only when the odds are meaningful and the fight is equitable. Rather than recklessly charging into certain defeat. Fugaku Suikazen glanced at the comrade beside him, murmuring lowly, "Hey, Juzo, didn't you mention your blade's thirst long ago?" "No, not thirsty now, thanks." Juzo Biwa's lips twitched, swiftly shifting the focus. "Raiga, I trust you can handle him." A cross-expression etched on Raiga Kurisuke's forehead as he retorted sharply, "Nonsense. We either strike together or not at all. That man is clearly beyond our league. Unless we gather 3 squads, it's best not to tangle with that cursed fellow." Upon hearing this, the Mizukage grew visibly displeased, his gaze narrowing on Raiga. "Are you suggesting that the esteemed village hidden in the mist cannot defeat a mere Uchiha Jonin?" "Based on current intelligence, yes." Raiga Kurosuke didn't mince words. From the scene's devastation, he excels not just in taijutsu, but in ninjutsu and genjutsu as well. Even Onihei, Kushimaru Kuriere, and Jinin Akabino fell to him. Dealing with him would likely require 4 to 6 jonin. Though blunt, Raiga's assessment left the Mizukage speechless. He had to concede that Raiga made a valid point. The intelligence suggested Uchiha Sogetsu's ability surpassed ordinary jonin levels. He is likely to be near Kage level, adept in ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. Sending a lone jonin against him would only add to Uchiha Sogetsu's tally. To confront him, they needed a decisive blow. "Very well. I authorize it." The Mizukage exhaled deeply, a fierce glint in his eyes. "When necessary, you may employ Isabu's power."